Ding. The host has successfully signed in and received a luxurious Bugatti Chiron worth 400 million. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. 100 billion has been credited to the account. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accomplishing the task and becoming the chairman of a trillion-dollar company. Jiang Chen has acquired the super wealthy system and cannot help but silently lament that the lives of the affluent are so unadorned and mundane. Chapter 1. Blind Date. Do you own a house? Do you possess a car? Since we are here for a blind date, I shall speak plainly. Both a house and a car are essential. The house cannot be in the suburbs. It must be at least 100 square meters, and the car cannot be too cheap. I require one worth no less than 600,000. In the cafe, Jiang Chen gazes at the heavily made-up woman before him, feeling a sense of headache. Being a super first-tier city, the average housing price in Jiangbei City hovers around 60,000 to 70,000. 100 square meters would amount to 6 to 7 million. Coupled with a car worth 600,000, these expenditures are beyond Jiang Chen's means. Oh, by the way, neither the car nor the house can be financed. If you lack the funds, you can have your parents contribute. A betrothal gift of 1 million would be appropriate. And furthermore, after marriage, I cannot bear children as I would not want to ruin my figure. I must go to nightclubs with my friends weekly, and you cannot interfere in my private life. The woman incessantly rambles about her demands. Jiang Chen looks at her heavily powdered face, feeling nauseated. What kind of person did Aunt Wang introduce him to? She is nothing but a gold digger. Oh, I forgot to ask. What do you do for a living? The woman scrutinizes him with an assessing gaze. Jiang Chen candidly replies, I am a courier. What? The woman seems incredulous. You, a courier, dare to court me? Jiang Chen is at a loss for words, pondering what is wrong with being a courier. Can a courier not seek a partner? The woman's eyes suddenly brim with disdain. What do you mean? How much can a courier earn? Is your monthly salary around 8,000? Do you have any idea that I spend over 30,000 a month on cosmetics? Can you, a poor wretch, afford that? A destitute person seeking a partner is simply a waste of time. The woman's voice reverberates throughout the cafe. Other patrons cast sympathetic glances at Jiang Chen. Alas, how pitiful. This woman is so materialistic. Indeed, it seems a man must first establish himself before considering marriage. Being poor is truly arduous. Ding. Binding the super wealthy system. At that moment, a strange voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. What is this? A system? Jiang Chen, having read novels, has some understanding of such golden fingers. Is it real? Could it be that I'm hallucinating due to this woman's provocations? Ding. The binding of the super wealthy system is successful. A beginner's gift pack has been granted. Would you like to claim it? The system's voice resounds again, and Jiang Chen confirms it is not a figment of his imagination. Claim. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a luxurious vehicle valued at 400 million, a Bugatti Chiron. All paperwork for the vehicle has been completed, and someone will personally deliver it to the cafe shortly. Please ensure to sign for it. Listening to the sound of the system, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. A valuation of 400 million? Luxury cars? This system is exceptionally impressive. Hey, what are you dawdling for, you loser? Stop lingering here and hurry up and leave. The woman exclaimed in annoyance. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. I will be leaving shortly, just waiting for my vehicle to be brought to me. Oh, you possess a car. A tricycle for delivering packages, perhaps. How amusing, the woman remarked with a look of disdain. Boom! Just as they spoke, the roar of an engine echoed from the street outside, resonating with power, akin to a furious beast's growl. A Bugatti Chiron slowly came to a halt in front of the cafe. Its deep blue lacquer and streamlined body exuded an air of opulence. Wow! The sports car outside the glass window instantly captivated the attention of everyone inside. A limited edition Bugatti, with only 10 units released globally, valued at over 100 million. The quintessential vehicle for the elite. This car isn't something one can acquire merely with wealth. Even in the first-tier city of Jiangbei, it is a rare sight. Who could that be? They must be incredibly wealthy. Even the super rich come here for coffee. Quick, let's see what they look like. At that moment, the gold digger's eyes widened. The owner of such a vehicle was her ideal match for a romantic encounter. She unconsciously played with her hair, contemplating how to seduce the person who would emerge from the car. The door opened slowly, revealing a young man in a tailored suit. The young man stepped out and entered the cafe, causing all eyes to converge upon him. Is this the illustrious rich man? He's surprisingly young. He must be a second-generation wealthy heir, right? The gold digger instinctively straightened her posture, attempting to radiate allure. What thrilled her even more was that the suited young man was walking towards her, stopping right beside her. What's happening? Could it be that fate has arranged this for me? Heaven has finally opened its eyes. Ahem. The woman cleared her throat twice, suppressing her inner glee, and feigned a poised demeanor. Mr. Jiang Chen, your vehicle has arrived. Wishing you a pleasant drive. Suddenly, the young man in the suit bowed deeply and presented the car keys to Jiang Chen. What? Jiang Chen thought, feeling that something was amiss. The gold digger was momentarily stunned. The patrons sipping coffee around her were equally taken aback. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the room for 3 seconds before a cacophony erupted. This is the delivery guy's car? My heavens! Am I dreaming? It must be a wealthy heir experiencing life as a commoner. The rich man has just slapped the gold digger in the face. Jiang Chen took the car keys, pondering how reliable the system was, then turned to the gold digger. Well then, I shall take my leave. Wait, please don't go just yet. The woman, regaining her senses, hurried to intercept him. I was just joking earlier, it was merely talk. Honestly, whether you have money or not is irrelevant. As long as you're a good person, I believe we are quite compatible. The woman forced a smile onto her face, her demeanor starkly contrasting her previous attitude. Jiang Chen, let out a cold chuckle. Didn't you mention that you wouldn't want to have children after marriage? Children? I'll have them. I can't have 1,000, and I promise not to stray. I'll handle all the household chores and ensure your utmost comfort. What do you think? What do I think? Jiang Chen smiled, then slowly retracted his expression before delivering 3 emphatic words. You do not deserve. After saying this, he disregarded the woman's attempts to stop him and walked out with the car keys in hand. The surrounding guests secretly relished the moment. The gold digger truly got what she deserved. Hey, don't leave. Wait for me. The woman, still unyielding, sprinted after him. But Jiang Chen had already slipped into the Bugatti and pressed the accelerator. Vroom! The 400 million luxury car roared to life like a slumbering beast awakened, emitting a thunderous growl. The powerful exhaust fumes struck the woman's face, causing her thick layer of makeup to blow away. Watching the Bugatti disappear into the distance, she was overwhelmed with regret, unable to control her emotions as she sat down and burst into tears. She had missed the opportunity to marry into wealth. How many women dream of such a fate? She could have lived a life free from financial worries for the rest of her days. Unfortunately, passers-by glanced curiously at the woman wailing on the ground, bewildered by her display. Chapter 2. The delivery. Jiang Chen, driving his lavish 400 million yuan luxury car, was the center of attention on the road, instilling a sense of awe in all other vehicles, which dared not come close. The thought of cutting him off or encroaching on his lane was utterly out of the question. Even attempting to make a turn required yielding to him first. After all, the cost of a mere scrape was beyond their means. How exhilarating, Jiang Chen mused to himself. Indeed, the world seemed to favor the affluent, showcasing its splendor solely to those with wealth. Next, he checked the system. Host, Jiang Chen. Age, 24. Current task, complete your deliveries diligently, as a courier. Kindly finish today's deliveries. Task reward, 100 billion yuan. What? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow in disbelief. 100 billion? He thought to himself. No wonder those with a system are so impressive. Yet, he still had deliveries to make. He hadn't finished his work before being pulled away for a matchmaking session. The packages he needed to deliver were still in his possession, and upon inspection, 5 remained. Calculating, that meant delivering 5 packages for a reward of 100 billion, equating to 20 billion each. It seemed like a worthwhile endeavor. Jiang Chen pressed the accelerator, and the Bugatti roared like a beast as he set off to deliver the packages. The first parcel was destined for Building B in the Mingyuan community, a high-end residential area where 2 security guards stood at attention at the entrance. Jiang Chen had visited a few times before, but it always involved a series of inquiries and registration. However, upon spotting the Bugatti from a distance, the guards' eyes widened, and they rushed to raise the barrier. Who could possibly afford to replace a damaged vehicle like that? The guards dared not approach, let alone impede his passage. Jiang Chen drove straight to the foot of Building B. Hello, I have your delivery. Please come down to collect it. he announced as he dialed the number. Inside, a woman in her 30s heard his voice over the phone and couldn't help but admire. What a charming voice. She wondered what he looked like. Although married and from a comfortable background, her only regret was that her husband seemed lacking in certain aspects. With their encounters lasting a mere 2.5 seconds, a true epitome of brevity. Hey, I'm a bit busy. Could you bring it up for me? She cleverly proposed, thinking this would allow her to see the delivery man in person. Oh, very well. Delivering to the doorstep is part of my duties, Jiang Chen replied, albeit knowing it might cost him some time. After all, the reward of 100 billion awaited him upon completion of his deliveries. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. The woman adjusted her appearance, tugging down her sheer nightgown to enhance her allure before, with a hint of anticipation, she gently opened her door. There stood a young man, approximately 6 feet tall, with fair skin and chiseled features. His narrow eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of the cosmos, and a few strands of hair fell charmingly over his forehead, exuding an air of nonchalance. So handsome, she thought, awestruck not only by his voice but also by his striking appearance. Feeling the masculine energy radiating from him, she felt her knees weaken. Here is your package, Jiang Chen said, handing it over. My TV isn't working, and my husband isn't home. Could you come in and help me take a look? She proposed, her eyes glinting with mischief, hoping to keep him around. The TV is broken? Jiang Chen frowned, feeling his time was being wasted. Yet, adhering to the virtue of helping others, he decided to assist. The woman's home was spacious and tastefully decorated, reflecting a certain bourgeois elegance. In the living room, she pointed to the television. I don't know what's wrong. It's just one turn on. Oh, Jiang Chen approached and pressed the power button. To his surprise, the screen flickered and came to life. It's not broken. It seems to be functioning just fine, he remarked, but before he could finish, an unexpected sound emanated from the television. A woman's voice, filled with excitement and rhythm, echoed through the room. What on earth? Jiang Chen froze. He quickly turned to look at the screen, only to find it displaying a rather explicit scene from an adult film. She's watching this at home, he thought, glancing back at her, only to find her unabashedly licking her lips. I'm just a bit bored at home. Could you stay and keep me company? She said, playfully adjusting her attire and leaning closer to him. This was no longer a subtle suggestion but a blatant invitation. Realizing the television was perfectly functional and that the affluent woman was simply feeling lonely, Jiang Chen replied, I'm sorry, but I'm merely a courier. I don't engage in such transactions. He firmly pushed her away. She plopped down on the sofa, a playful smile on her face. Don't you have any interest in me at all? None whatsoever. Jiang Chen shot back, stealing a glance at her. While she maintained an attractive figure and had her charms, none of that compared to 100 billion in rewards. I'm busy. I must take my leave. Wait. I can support you financially. How about 10,000 a month? You can't possibly earn that much delivering packages, she offered, attempting to entice him with a price. With a sardonic smile, Jiang Chen retorted, please, I'm a billionaire. You think I'd settle for 10,000? Dream on. He pushed the door open and stepped out. Reluctantly, the woman followed him a few paces, calling out to his retreating figure, why don't you think it over? The price is negotiable. Jiang Chen ignored her, heading straight for his 400 million yuan luxury car. By now, a number of residents had gathered, intrigued by the Bugatti, some even snapping photos. A vehicle worth a few 100,000 yuan garners such attention. This was a limited edition Bugatti, unobtainable even for those with money, a perfect status symbol to flaunt on social media. Excuse me, please step aside, Jiang Chen said as he approached. A girl with a selfie stick asked, oh, are you taking pictures too? Just be careful not to damage it, otherwise, you'll be delivering packages for a lifetime to cover the costs. Fool, Jiang Chen thought, ignoring her and pressing the key fob. The headlights of the Bugatti flickered like diamonds, and with a swift press of the accelerator, he sped away from the community. Those who had been photographing stood dumbstruck, inhaling the exhaust as they processed the extraordinary sight. Is this his car? What is going on? The woman who had attempted to entice Jiang Chen happened to witness this spectacle. Delivering packages in a car worth over 100 million? This was clearly a rich second generation enjoying a taste of life. And she had dared to think of supporting him? Once outside the community, Jiang Chen leaned back, one arm resting casually on the steering wheel of the Bugatti. Sigh, these people are either after my money or my body. Such is the monotonous and tedious life of a billionaire. Fortunately, the next 3 deliveries were straightforward, simply dropped off at their designated points without any complications, allowing him to complete them smoothly. At this juncture, only one package remained. He only needed to deliver it to fulfill his task. Chapter 3. 100 billion. Upon checking the final delivery location, Jiang Chen discovered it was situated in the bustling pedestrian street at the city center. It was not too far. A flicker of excitement surged within him as he pressed the accelerator, racing towards his destination. since it was a pedestrian zone. Jiang Chen had to park at the street's entrance and proceed on foot. The thoroughfare was alive with a throng of people, a vibrant scene typical of a prime urban area, flanked by luxury boutiques. Numerous hostesses stood at the entrances, welcoming customers with grace. Such establishments were high-end and imposing. Only those with considerable means dared to enter. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze to the sign above. It read, LV Boutique. The package he was to deliver was destined for this very store. Ascending the steps, a hostess elegantly opened the door for him, providing impeccable service. Welcome. How may I assist you today? She inquired with a smile. Jiang Chen replied, Nothing much. I'm here to deliver a package. Oh, then please, feel free to enter. The hostess said, her smile fading slightly. As he stepped inside, Jiang Chen intended to place the package at the service desk. However, he suddenly noticed a couple. A man and a woman, hand in hand, perusing items. They appeared somewhat familiar. Jiang Chen scrutinized them, and after a moment's contemplation, he realized they were his former university classmates. It had been quite some time since their last encounter. During his school days, he was quite the heartthrob, attracting many admirers. And the girl accompanying the man was none other than Su Shanshan, one of them. Back then, she always wore her hair in a simple ponytail, donned canvas shoes, and sported cartoon-themed t-shirts, exuding a pure and innocent charm. But now, her style had evidently transformed. She was clad in black stilettos and a fitted pencil skirt. Her hair styled into voluminous waves, swept to one side. Darling, what do you think of this bag? Su Shanshan cooed, clinging to the man's arm. The man, stout and jovial, chuckled heartily. If you like it, I'll buy it for you. Thank you, darling, Su Shanshan replied, her eyes crinkling with delight. The rotund young man was Su Yang, another of Jiang Chen's classmates who had long admired Su Shanshan, revering her as a goddess. From the looks of it, he had finally won her affections. As Jiang Chen walked past them, they soon found themselves face to face. Hey, aren't you that Jiang Chen? Su Yang exclaimed, slapping his forehead as recognition dawned. Jiang Chen nodded in affirmation. Ah, what a coincidence to run into you here. Are you delivering packages? Su Yang scrutinized him, noticing the parcel in his hand, and his sense of superiority swelled. Encountering an old classmate in a luxury store, especially one who had once been the school's heartthrob, filled him with pride. Ha ha ha, you're doing quite well for yourself, huh? I'm now with Wanbei Group, earning $1 million a year, Su Yang boasted. He had toiled diligently, working hard, and striving to excel, ultimately securing his position at Wanbei Group with the help of his father, the general manager. Now, he basked in the glory of a six-figure salary and the affection of his goddess. Su Shanshan cast a sidelong glance at him, feeling a sense of relief that she hadn't ended up with Jiang Chen. What future could a delivery man possibly have? It seemed her parents were right. When choosing a partner, one should not be swayed by looks, but rather by true capability. She had simply been too young and naive to recognize this at the time. Meanwhile, Su Yang's sense of superiority grew even more inflated. Here he was, taking his goddess out to shop for a bag, only to encounter his old rival, who was now nothing more than a poor delivery boy. He felt a pang of satisfaction. After all, wasn't he living out the narrative of a protagonist in a novel? The underdog rising to prominence, thus striking back at his rival. Ha ha, Su Yang rubbed his hands together, turning to Jiang Chen, with your current salary. I wager it would take you a year to save up enough to buy a bag from this store. My salary isn't much, Jiang Chen replied, his tone indifferent. Su Yang grinned widely, boasting, I've decided to buy 2 bags for my Shanshan. Really? Thank you, darling. Su Shanshan exclaimed, embracing him tighter. Jiang Chen, I suppose I owe you a thank you for rejecting me back then. Otherwise, I might have endured countless hardships. Now look at how happy I am. Is that so? Jiang Chen observed her with a tinge of disgust. Su Yang laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, don't envy my happiness. Just work hard, and you might have a chance. As they conversed, the store manager approached Jiang Chen, greeting him before taking the parcel from his hands. At that moment, he had finally completed his last delivery. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 100 billion. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Completed? Simultaneously, a message pinged on his phone. Your account has been credited with 100,000,000,000 Huaxia coins. Current balance, 10,000,000,395, 452, postal savings. The 100 billion had been deposited, 12 whole digits. Ding. Triggered spending task. A super tycoon must know how to spend money. Please spend 100 million as soon as possible. As Jiang Chen counted the zeros in his balance, the system generated another task. Spend 100 million in a short time? What an unexpected requirement. He glanced around. Spending money didn't seem particularly difficult. Yet, he pondered what reward this task would yield. I'm off to buy my wife a bag. Would you care to join and broaden your horizons? There are some exclusive areas here that the less fortunate aren't allowed to enter. Su Yang taunted, aiming to further belittle Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen scratched his head, responding, "I don't think you need to buy one." "What do you mean?" Su Yang inquired, perplexed. "Because I'm taking care of it all," Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Su Yang nearly choked on his own saliva. "You're going to cover the entire cost? This store's SLV inventory is worth at least $1 million. You must be joking." "Excuse me, could you please tally up all the merchandise in your store?" "I'll take it all," Jiang Chen instructed the staff. "Hey, buddy, let us just talk about it. You can't be serious, can you?" Su Yang scoffed. At that moment, the store manager hastily approached, her expression incredulous, as she had just taken the package from Jiang Chen. "Sir, are you saying you want everything in the store?" "Yes, indeed. All of it," Jiang Chen asserted with unwavering certainty. The surrounding patrons turned to watch him. His tone suggested he was not jesting. "What are you pretending for? You, a mere delivery man, buying out this store?" "I don't believe it," Su Yang sneered. The manager, though skeptical, maintained her professionalism. "Sir, the total value of our merchandise is $3 million. Are you?" "What? Only $3 million?" Jiang Chen felt it was rather modest. Spending $100 million to complete the task was a far greater sum than this. The onlookers were bewildered by his words. What did he mean by only $3 million? Was he even speaking coherently? Both Su Yang and Su Shanshan found his behavior quite peculiar, suspecting he might have suffered some sort of trauma. The manager, despite her disbelief, preserved her courteous demeanor. "Sir, will you be paying by card or cash?" "Of course by card. Do I look like someone who carries cash?" Jiang Chen shot her a glance of disdain. The manager fell silent. However, whether he had the funds would soon be revealed. Chapter 4. The altruistic spirit. Su Yang crossed his arms, mockingly observing Jiang Chen. "He is merely digging his own grave. It is not I who has put him in such an awkward position, but rather he who has willingly stepped into the trap. Sir, the total is $3,250,000. Please, if you would be so kind as to swipe your card," the store manager stated. Jiang Chen produced the card that had just arrived. With a gentle swipe on the machine, a mechanical voice rang out. "Ding. 3,250,000 yuan. Payment successful." The sound cut through the cacophony, resonating clearly in the ears of all present. The payment had been made, an entire 3,250,000. Those around him bore expressions of varied astonishment. The manager's initial skepticism transformed into enthusiasm in an instant. With this sale, her commission would be substantial. More importantly, the young man before her was undoubtedly a wealthy individual. Delivering parcels was merely a means of experiencing life, and it would be prudent to forge a connection with him. Even if other tales were to unfold, she would not mind. The manager's cheeks flushed as she said, "Sir, you shall henceforth be our esteemed guest, entitled to lifetime warranty rights and various exclusive services. Would you care to add my WeChat? If not, I must attend to other matters." Jiang Chen declined outright. Su Shanshan, witnessing this scene, unconsciously released her hold on Shui Yang. A mere $3 million left her in awe. Shui Yang's annual salary was $1 million, equivalent to 3 years' worth of his earnings. The disparity between them was stark. Regret began to bloom in her heart over her earlier words. "Jiang Chen, since we are classmates and haven't seen each other in quite some time, why don't we have dinner together tonight? Just the two of us?" "I am unavailable," Jiang Chen replied. At that moment, Shui Yang's face turned as purple as an eggplant. "Shanshan, it's just over $3 million. I believe he's merely putting on a facade. He probably spent his entire savings to show off today." Shui Yang's family was well off, and $3 million was not an insurmountable amount for him. Even if it required some effort, he could manage it. Su Shanshan pondered for a moment and found some merit in his words. $3 million did not signify much. Yet Jiang Chen paid them no heed. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the street outside, observing the dim silhouettes and the array of luxury boutiques, and spoke slowly. "I have acquired the entirety of this street." The crowd was struck with a visceral urge to gasp, especially Shui Yang, who nearly fainted. "How much does this street cost?" The manager's voice trembled. "Yes, please assist me in making the necessary arrangements." Jiang Chen's task was to spend 100 million, and he had only just begun with 3 million. The manager, flabbergasted, quickly assured him, "Not a bother, not at all. I shall summon everyone immediately." Since they operated along the same street, they were all acquainted. Before long, various store managers in professional attire arrived with card machines in hand. Ding. 2,420,000, payment successful. Ding. 5,500,000, payment successful. Ding. 460,000, payment successful. Ding. 7 million, payment successful. Ding. 12 million, payment successful. The sound of the card machine echoed continuously, making the onlookers' hearts tremble. Was this even humanly possible? Such extravagance. With a mere wave of his hand, hundreds of millions were spent. Shui Yang finally comprehended that the capital he had flaunted moments ago was nothing but a jest in the presence of Jiang Chen. It was utterly insignificant. Su Shanshan stood agape, realizing at last that her previous perspective had been narrow and limited. This was true wealth. Shuiyang was no match for him. Shuiyang, we should part ways, she declared decisively. What? Shuiyang, upon hearing this, felt the weight of despair as darkness enveloped him, causing him to faint on the spot. The goddess he had finally pursued had left him just like that. As the swiping continued, Jiang Chen finally exhausted his 100 million. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the spending task. The system rewards you with an additional 200 billion. What? Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless. What was happening? The more he spent, the more money he received. Spending money was exhausting, you know. At that moment, Jiang Chen was regarded as a VIP among VIPs by the store managers. They escorted him grandly to the street's end. Passers-by, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, couldn't help but glance back in awe, until Jiang Chen entered his $400 million Bugatti and sped away with a press of the accelerator. The crowd continued to beam, waving him goodbye. Indeed, a true tycoon. Su Shanshan stood amidst the throng, utterly dazed. Then, as if struck by a thought, she hurriedly retrieved her phone to search the class group for WeChat contacts. Leaving the pedestrian street, Jiang Chen, one-handedly driving the Bugatti, reflected on the solitude that accompanies wealth. Akin to snow, it was excruciatingly dull. He then opened the system to check for any remaining tasks. Ding. As a true tycoon, one should possess a compassionate heart. In times of hardship, one should lend a hand to those in need. Please assist a friend who is currently facing difficulties. Progress, 01. Help someone. This piqued his interest. Jiang Chen had always been a kind-hearted young man, and now that he had wealth, it was only fitting to do some good. He first thought of his colleague, Su Liang, whose father had passed away early, leaving him in a single-parent household. He had to leave university to work, delivering parcels by day and taking on part-time jobs at KTV by night, all to help his younger sister pay for her education. Unfortunately, fate had not been kind. Su Liang's mother had recently fallen gravely ill due to overwork, further straining their already impoverished household. Jiang Chen recalled Su Liang's weary face, always muttering about needing to take on another job. He pulled out his phone and dialed his number. Hello, Xiao Liang, where are you? Brother Chen, I'm delivering parcels. Is there something you need? I need to discuss something. Send me your address. I'll come find you shortly. Oh, all right. Su Liang, being straightforward, did not pry further. After hanging up, Jiang Chen received a message with the address. He glanced at it and drove over without delay. Before long, he arrived at the designated location, a residential area. Jiang Chen quickly spotted Su Liang, who appeared to be in a bit of trouble. A woman in her 50s was berating him fiercely. Are you an idiot? How did you deliver this parcel? The packaging is damaged. Miss, please calm down. This wasn't my doing, Su Liang tried to explain. The woman was relentless. Nonsense. You better admit it, or I will file a complaint. Please, don't. A complaint means a deduction from my pay, Su Liang pleaded, knowing that every penny counted. His mother needed medical care, and his younger siblings had school fees to pay. The weight of the world was on his shoulders. Suddenly, the woman slapped Su Liang across the face, the sharp sound resonating in the air. Get out of my sight. Chapter 5, Dining. Su Liang gritted his teeth, tears of frustration welling in his eyes, but he dared not retaliate. It must be said, a hardworking adult is often too easy to bully. Su Liang burst into tears, clutching the woman's leg. Miss, I only earn 9 mao for delivering a parcel. Just 9 mao. Please, I beg you, don't file a complaint. The woman kicked him aside with a disdainful laugh. Isn't this your job? You have to eat, even if it's excrement. Jiang Chen could no longer bear to watch. He strode forward, snatched the package from the woman's hand, and hurled it to the ground, crushing it underfoot. Bang, bang, bang. The external packaging was obliterated, and the contents within were reduced to a pulp. The two bystanders stared in stunned silence, bewildered. Brother Chen, you. Xiao Liang, don't say anything. Leave everything to me, Jiang Chen interrupted. As the woman regained her composure, fury ignited within her. Who are you? Are you his colleague? Do you believe I will lodge a complaint against you both? Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh, seeing how you've lived so long. Go ahead and complain if you wish. Faced with Jiang Chen's unwavering demeanor, the woman faltered. She was inherently one to bully the weak and fear the strong. Fine. Just wait, she retorted angrily before storming upstairs. Jiang Chen pulled Su Liang up. Are you all right? I'm fine, thank you, Brother Chen. Su Liang's expression was dazed. The pressure he had been under lately was suffocating. The collapse of a person often occurs in the moment of deepest grievance. Don't worry about it, Jiang Chen reassured him, patting his shoulder. Yet, Su Liang remained troubled. But what if she really complains? We could face deductions from our pay. No worries, Jiang Chen replied with a hearty smile. How is your mother doing? How much is left for her medical expenses? I have a bit of extra money and can help you. Extra money? Su Liang looked at him in surprise. Being colleagues, they had some understanding of each other's situations. He knew Jiang Chen was not in a much better position than himself. which made it hard for him to ask for help. I still need 100,000. I'll transfer it to you directly. Jiang Chen casually took out his phone. Su Liang was taken aback. You're just going to lend me that? That's 100,000. His eyes glistened with gratitude. Brother Chen, I can't thank you enough. Don't mention it, Jiang Chen said, swiftly entering the transfer amount. 1 million. Ding. The phone chimed, signifying the successful transaction. I accidentally pressed an extra zero. Consider the rest as pocket money, Jiang Chen remarked nonchalantly. What? Su Liang suspected he had misheard. He quickly checked his phone. 1 million. For a child from a poor family, he had never seen such an amount in his life, yet it was now undeniably in his account. Moreover, Jiang Chen had said the remaining amount could be treated as spare change. Su Liang's hands began to tremble, his gaze turning toward Jiang Chen, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you so much, but isn't this too much? I need to save some for my younger siblings' tuition too. Jiang Chen smiled. Keep it. Besides your mother's medical expenses, you will need it for your siblings' schooling. Su Liang nodded earnestly, yes. Brother, from now on, you are my real brother. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Haven't you eaten yet? Let me treat you to a meal. He was feeling a bit hungry after working for half the day. Su Liang agreed with a nod. They approached a luxurious Bugatti, valued at 400 million, leaving Su Liang in awe. He was now more certain than ever that Jiang Chen was undoubtedly a hidden wealthy heir, the creme de la creme. This car is stunning. Get in, Jiang Chen beckoned. Under normal circumstances, Su Liang would have hesitated to even approach such a vehicle, yet today he was privileged to ride in it. They arrived at the Longhui Hotel, a 6-star establishment, the most opulent in Jiangbei City. Jiang Chen recalled how he and Su Liang had once delivered packages nearby and dreamt of dining there someday. Are we really eating here, Brother Chen? Su Liang asked, feeling nervous. He was unaccustomed to such luxury. What is there to be afraid of? Just enjoy yourself. Jiang Chen reassured him as he parked the car. Though the parking lot was filled with luxury cars, the Bugatti remained the most striking. Entering the grand lobby adorned with fish ponds and artificial mountains, an air of extravagance enveloped them. Su Liang felt increasingly anxious, unsure of where to place his hands. Good day, sirs. Who are you looking for? A tall woman in a qipao inquired, noticing Su Liang's uniform emblazoned with the words, Express Delivery. Jiang Chen shook his head. We're here to dine. We're not looking for anyone. Dining? I didn't expect you to choose such a place. Would you like a private room? The largest one available, Jiang Chen stated plainly. The server was taken aback. Our largest room requires a minimum expenditure of 100,000. That's fine, Jiang Chen said without hesitation. The server was speechless. Could they truly be wealthy patrons? Brother Chen, is 100,000 too expensive for just the two of us? Su Liang asked nervously. Can we really eat that much? Don't worry. Jiang Chen replied with a slight smile. Following the server, they were led to the most luxurious private room, adorned with carpets and golden decorations, exuding opulence. Su Liang felt a sense of embarrassment in such an extravagant setting. When he glanced at the menu, he was immediately overwhelmed. Sekaiichi apples, grown with honey, priced at 1,000 yuan each. Kona salt water, collected from thousands of feet below the ocean, priced at 3,000 yuan for 750 milliliters. White truffle gold pizza, made with the finest white truffles and buffalo cheese, baked with 24K gold foil, priced at 15,000 yuan per serving. Seafood treasure curry, crafted with beluga caviar, Devon crab, and gold leaf, priced at 23,000 yuan per serving. Su Liang was flabbergasted. 1,000 yuan for an apple? 3,000 for a bottle of water? Were these the luxuries of the wealthy? I really don't know what to choose. Just order whatever you like, Jiang Chen encouraged. Su Liang stammered. Then I'll go for an apple. It was the cheapest item on the menu, as he dared not request anything else. Huh, an apple won't fill you up. Let me handle it. Jiang Chen took the menu, casually ordering a few items. All right, that should suffice. We can't eat too much. Let us not waste. Not waste. Su Liang thought it was already a waste to dine here. Moments later, a series of stunning women in qipaos entered, gracefully presenting exquisite dishes, filling the room with delightful aromas. Each dish was a masterpiece, meticulously crafted as if by a master artisan. Su Liang, holding his chopsticks, felt at a loss. Eventually, he took a piece of truffle pizza and placed it in his mouth. The exquisite flavors exploded on his palate, the rich aroma making him wish he could swallow his tongue. Had it not been for Jiang Chen, he would likely never have tasted such delicacies in his lifetime. This was the essence of opulence, the taste of luxury, the marvel of wealth. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Jiang Chen had completed his task. Ding. Congratulations, host. On fulfilling the altruistic mission, you have been awarded 50% of Wanbei Group shares and appointed as the new chairman. Please report for duty tomorrow. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Chairman of Wanbei Group? Wanbei Group was a renowned corporation in Jiangbei City, involved in various sectors, including dining, real estate, and film, with a market value nearing 1 trillion. 50% of the shares amounted to several hundred billion. This system was truly remarkable. With a swift transformation, Jiang Chen became the president of a trillion-yuan conglomerate. Subsequently, the system did not generate any further tasks, indicating that he would have to wait until tomorrow to see what lay ahead. Xiao Yang, return and look after your mother. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me, Jiang Chen advised. Su Liang, with tears welling in his eyes and a quivering voice, responded, Brother, I cannot thank you enough for today. If you ever need anything from me, I would go through fire and water without a second thought. He felt an immense gratitude, to the point that if he were a woman, he might have offered himself in devotion. After bidding farewell to Su Liang, Jiang Chen drove towards his rented apartment. It was situated in an old building district, as his previous economic circumstances had naturally prevented him from affording anything more upscale. In the dimly lit corridor, he encountered Aunt Lu, his landlord. Ah, Xiaojiang, you finished work so early today? Aunt Lu, a homemaker with a warm disposition, had previously shown kindness by waiving 200 yuan of rent due to Jiang Chen's responsible nature in maintaining the property. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. I have resigned from my job. What? Aunt Lu exclaimed in surprise. Why did you quit? Although delivering parcels is demanding, it is still a legitimate job. One must remain grounded and take one step at a time. Yes, I understand, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, thinking to himself that tomorrow he would indeed take a grounded approach as chairman. He turned and opened the door to his apartment. Although the furnishings were outdated, everything was neatly organized. Despite his newfound wealth, Jiang Chen felt no inclination to change his living situation just yet and decided to remain here for the time being. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, he emerged, towel drying his hair, when suddenly his phone on the coffee table vibrated, accompanied by the classic Huawei ringtone. Who could be calling me? Jiang Chen wondered as he approached the phone. The caller ID displayed, Jiang Wan. She was his cousin. They had grown up together in neighboring courtyards and shared a close bond. Coincidentally, Jiang Wan attended Jiangbei University, residing in the same city as Jiang Chen. Due to the distance from home, she often chose to stay with her brother during holidays, saving on travel expenses and enjoying convenience. Jiang Chen answered the call. Hello. Are you on break again? Hee, Jiang Wan chuckled playfully. Not only am I on break, but I'm also about to graduate. My teacher has asked me to find an internship, so I might be staying with you a few extra days. All right, are you still at school? Do you need me to come pick you up? Jiang Chen inquired. No need. I'm already downstairs at your building. So soon? Jiang Chen replied. Then come up. I'll let you in. Before long, the sound of light footsteps echoed in the corridor. Jiang Chen opened the door, and a delightful fragrance wafted in as a tall young woman appeared before him. She wore a white t-shirt and fitted jeans, her long legs standing straight and slender, with bangs framing her face, which bore a hint of baby fat. Her large eyes sparkled as she smiled, forming adorable crescent shapes. Hee, brother, did you miss me? I almost forgot what you looked like, Jiang Chen replied with a teasing tone. It was said that his sister was the campus belle of Jiangbei University, garnering some fame among her peers. However, Jiang Chen did not perceive her as particularly beautiful. Perhaps it was the familiarity of growing up together that dulled his appreciation. Humph. Jiang Wan scoffed, plopping down onto the sofa. Brother, do you have any food? I'm starving. What would you like? Should I take you out to eat? Although Jiang Chen had just returned, he felt it was no trouble to treat his sister to a meal. Jiang Wan shook her head. Eating out is too expensive. I want to have your homemade fried sauce noodles. All right, I'll make them for you, Jiang Chen replied indulgently. There was little else to eat at home, but he had plenty of noodles stocked up. In the past, Jiang Chen had relied on these to save money. He skillfully lit the stove and set the pot to cook. Despite his immense wealth, preparing a meal for his sister felt like the most genuine form of living. By the way, what kind of internship are you looking for? Jiang Chen inquired while cooking. Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled as she replied, It's at a super large company. I've just submitted my resume and have an interview tomorrow. Which company? Not telling you yet. I want to keep it a secret until I succeed, Jiang Wan said, fearing embarrassment if she were to fail, as that company was a dream for countless job seekers. With no connections and limited funds, her hopes were slim. She merely approached it with a trial-and-error mindset, wondering what if she succeeded. Jiang Chen understood his sister's sentiments and refrained from pressing further. The noodles are ready. Come and eat. Okay. Jiang Wan's mouth watered at the aroma of the fried sauce noodles. Having lived independently for years, Jiang Chen had honed his culinary skills and made sure his sister enjoyed a hearty meal. Afterward, she busied herself with preparations for her interview the next day, demonstrating her seriousness about the matter. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen returned to his room, lying on the bed while scrolling through his phone. He opened WeChat and noticed a friend request from someone. The accompanying message read, Jiang Chen, add me. I'm Su Shanshan. She was the woman he had encountered earlier on the pedestrian street. Had she not mentioned her name, he might have accepted the request without hesitation. However, upon discovering it was Su Shanshan, he resolutely declined. He had no interest in someone so superficial. Subsequently, he turned off the lights and went to bed, spending the night in silence. The next day, Jiang Chen awoke to find it was nearly 9 o'clock. With no obligation to rise early for work, he relished the luxury of sleep. He stretched and drew back the curtains, revealing a brilliant sun shining in a clear sky, a splendid day. His sister Jiang Wan, however, had long since left, eager not to be late for her meticulously prepared interview. It was then that Jiang Chen recalled the system's directive for him to assume the role of chairman at Wanbei Group. Intrigued by the prospect of overseeing a company valued at nearly 1 trillion, he freshened up, donned a crisp white shirt, and casually set out. Chapter 7. Wanbei Group. The headquarters of Wanbei Group was located in the heart of Jiangbei City, a prime piece of real estate, where land was as precious as gold. With prices soaring to around 100,000 per square meter, Wanbei Group had constructed 3 grand edifices surrounded by lush greenery. Jiang Chen looked up at the central building. Adorned with 4 golden characters, Wanbei Group. Under the sunlight, it radiated a dazzling brilliance, exuding an air of magnificence and grandeur. Not bad at all, Jiang Chen mused as he surveyed his domain, feeling a swell of admiration. At that moment, a crowd had gathered in front of the company, lined with black-clad bodyguards standing tall and impeccably straight. Behind them, several individuals held up a banner reading, "Welcome the new chairman of Wanbei Group." The department managers and employees of the company stood anxiously outside, their anticipation palpable. After all, it was the inaugural day of the new chairman, and they were keen to make a favorable impression. A positive reception could potentially open boundless opportunities for them. Alongside these individuals, a throng of onlookers had gathered. For Wanbei Group was a well-known enterprise in the city. Curiosity abounded regarding the newly appointed chairman, with many speculating that he must be a super-rich figure, akin to those frequently seen on television. "Excuse me, could you please make way?" Jiang Chen implored as he maneuvered through the crowd. One bystander, displeased, retorted, "What do you think you're doing? There's no space ahead." "I must get in," Jiang Chen replied, exasperated. He finally managed to push through to the entrance of the company, yet the impeccably dressed individuals surrounding him remained oblivious to his presence, their eyes fixated on the street. "Has the chairman not arrived yet? Surely he will be here shortly. Let us wait a bit longer." Jiang Chen felt a pang of embarrassment. Did they not recognize him? Was there a glitch in the system? Could he truly not be the chairman? "Hey, Jiang Chen, what brings you here?" A voice suddenly broke through the din, laced with a hint of dissatisfaction. Turning around, he was met with the sullen visage of Shui Yang, the very individual he had encountered the previous day. Shui Yang had boasted of securing a position at Wanbei Group with an annual salary of 1 million. But his triumph was marred by the fact that he had lost his long-coveted goddess to Jiang Chen. Thus, resentment brewed within him. "I'm here to assume the role of chairman," Jiang Chen stated calmly. "What?" Shui Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "You must be jesting. I'll concede you possess wealth, but you are far from our chairman's stature. With Wanbei Group's valuation nearing 1 trillion, only the elite could take the helm. Even if Jiang Chen were affluent, he would merely be considered a second-generation wealthy individual, nowhere near that echelon. I advise you not to cause trouble, otherwise, I'll have you thrown out," Shui Yang retorted, a hint of regained confidence in his tone. "What good is wealth? Here, money does not grant one the liberty to misbehave. They won't allow you entry." Jiang Chen cast a disinterested glance at him. "I believe you won't be coming to work tomorrow." "What?" Shui Yang exclaimed, his irritation boiling over. He turned to shout, "This kid is causing a ruckus. Someone, get him out of here." "What? Someone causing trouble?" The mere mention of those words sent ripples of alarm through the crowd. It was the chairman's first day, and any disruption was intolerable. All eyes swiftly turned to Jiang Chen. "Quickly, remove him. We cannot disturb the chairman." Recently, there had been several incidents of unrest at the company. The individuals present to welcome the chairman were all notable figures within the organization. Upon hearing the commotion, several bodyguards in black suits made their way over, their demeanor imposing. Good grief, Jiang Chen thought, cursing inwardly at the intimidating presence of the bodyguards. Was he truly unable to even enter his own company? Nearby, Shui Yang crossed his arms, a smirk creeping onto his face. What good is your wealth if you still get tossed out? Reflecting on the events of the previous day, he found a sense of vindication. Just then, a Rolls-Royce Phantom gracefully glided down the street, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Wow, the chairman has arrived. Quick, make way. People rushed forward, momentarily forgetting about Jiang Chen. What was happening? Confusion washed over him. Could it be that the system had malfunctioned? Was he truly not the chairman? Jiang Chen watched as the Rolls-Royce came to a halt amidst the throng. The black-clad bodyguards immediately surrounded the vehicle. The door opened slowly, revealing a striking pair of red-soled black stilettos, followed by elegantly clad legs. The heels clicked on the pavement, producing a crisp sound. Emerging from the car, a woman dressed in professional attire was revealed. Her porcelain skin and exquisite features suggested a beauty rating well above 90. Her cold, piercing eyes emitted an aura of authority. Yet her brow was slightly furrowed, hinting at some inner turmoil. The crowd gasped in astonishment, for they recognized her not as the chairman, but as the chairman's chief secretary. What is happening? The chairman is not here. Has the schedule been altered? The woman, undeterred by the curious gazes, scanned the crowd until her eyes landed on Jiang Chen. Her expression shifted slightly, and she placed a hand on her chest, relief washing over her. Thank goodness he is unharmed, she thought, swiftly making her way toward him. As onlookers exchanged baffled glances, questioning her intentions, she approached Jiang Chen, her demeanor shifting to one of apology as she bowed deeply. Mr. Jiang, I am your secretary. Shang Wanyu. I intended to greet you, but there was an unforeseen situation on the road. I sincerely apologize for my oversight. The surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence, grappling with the revelation. The young man was indeed the chairman? Just moments ago, they had discussed expelling him. No way. They gasped, astonishment etched on their faces. Meanwhile, Shui Yang's expression morphed into one of despair, his face resembling a purple eggplant. Jiang Chen was genuinely the chairman. He wished he could slap himself, for he had squandered the opportunity to build rapport with someone who could have been pivotal for his future in the company. As he observed the woman bowing before him in apology, Jiang Chen finally responded, "It's all right. It's not your fault." Shang Wanyu lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes fixed on his handsome face, still filled with regret. However, when she turned to face the other employees, her demeanor hardened. Whoever was disrespectful to Mr. Jiang will be dismissed immediately. The stunned silence that followed was palpable, as the gravity of their situation dawned on them. To secure a position at Wanbei Group was a daunting challenge, and many had worked hard to reach management status, which they often flaunted. "We are truly sorry, Mr. Jiang. Please grant us another chance," they pleaded. "Yes, we had no idea it was you. Please forgive our ignorance." They all clamored for his mercy, including Shang Wanyu, who awaited his decision with bated breath. Jiang Chen remained expressionless, seemingly lost in thought. The crowd held its breath, the tension thick in the air as they awaited his judgment. After a moment, he broke into a warm smile, instantly alleviating the heavy atmosphere. "We are all colleagues here, and diligent work is no easy feat. How could I dismiss you over such a trivial matter?" With those words, the crowd exhaled in relief, their bodies relaxing as the tension dissipated. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I shall work diligently from now on." "Indeed, so shall I," came the chorus of affirmations. Shang Wanyu regarded the handsome young man with newfound respect, her admiration quietly blossoming. He ascended to power in an instant, yet he did not abuse his authority. Rather, he understood the art of winning hearts. As a result, the employees were filled with gratitude, and they would strive even harder for the company in the future. The atmosphere became jubilant and harmonious. However, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled something and turned to fix his gaze on Shui Yang amidst the crowd. "But you," he declared, "need not come to work tomorrow. As the saying goes, a gentleman's word is his bond, and once stated, it cannot be retracted." Shui Yang felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. He immediately felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his vision darkening, and his corpulent body collapsed once more. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, Jiang Chen proceeded towards the company building. Along the way, Shang Wanyu continuously introduced him to the scenic surroundings and the architecture they passed. At that moment, a tall girl emerged from the building, her lips pressed together in a dejected manner, as if she had just endured a setback. Alas, the interview was indeed a failure. It is a large company, and entry is exceedingly difficult. Nearly 1,000 candidates applied today, yet only 3 were selected. Moreover, I suspect the positions were predetermined. Jiang Wan pondered, reflecting on the harsh realities of contemporary society where one without connections or wealth finds it nearly impossible to compete. She believed her sole advantage lay in her prestigious background from Jiangbei University. Yet what good was that? Her brother, having graduated from the same esteemed institution, ultimately secured only a job delivering packages. This thought plunged Jiang Wan deeper into despair as she contemplated her bleak future. As she mused, she noticed a group of people approaching, clad in suits, seemingly company executives. "How impressive," Jiang Wan observed with wide eyes. Yet, suddenly she spotted a familiar figure in casual attire standing out amongst them. Brother? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed her brother. A wave of questions filled her expression. What is he doing here? As they passed each other, Jiang Chen noticed his sister and immediately understood. It turned out that the large company she was interviewing for was Wanbei Group. What a coincidence. Jiang Chen approached her, asking, "You are here for an interview? How did it go?" "Alas, I failed," Jiang Wan sighed. "You mustn't mock me." "Why would I mock you? I am professionally trained," Jiang Chen jested. Noticing the crowd around him, Jiang Chen curiously inquired, "Brother, what are you doing here? Are you also here to interview?" In a sense, Jiang Chen pondered before replying, "I am interviewing for the position of chairman." Uft. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. "The chairman of Wanbei Group? Isn't that worth over $1 billion? Brother, you are becoming increasingly humorous. Jiang Zong, do you know this lady?" Shang Wanyu suddenly interjected. "Yes, she is my sister," Jiang Chen nodded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan felt something amiss. Her smile abruptly faded. She scrutinized the strikingly beautiful woman beside her and immediately recognized her. Wasn't this the renowned chief secretary of the chairman? Before the interview, Jiang Wan had done her homework and had seen her on television. But what astonished Jiang Wan the most was that Shang Wanyu addressed Jiang Chen as chairman. Had her brother truly succeeded in the interview? Chapter 9, Demolition. In the chairman's office, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the surroundings. The room was adorned with carpets, and the walls showcased calligraphy and paintings, exhibiting a minimalist yet luxurious decor that exuded grandeur. Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with wonder as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. At last, she accepted the reality that her brother was indeed the chairman of Wanbei Group. Simultaneously, she was filled with curiosity. Having grown up together, she knew her brother's background all too well. How had he suddenly become chairman? Could it be that he was being supported by a wealthy woman? Gazing at Jiang Chen's handsome face, Jiang Wan could only arrive at this explanation. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man can bring him fortune. And with her brother's looks, it wasn't impossible for him to attract a company. "Brother, is it time for sister-in-law to celebrate her 60th birthday?" Jiang Wan suddenly leaned in to ask. Jiang Chen was left speechless, utterly perplexed by what thoughts occupied his sister's mind. After welcoming Jiang Chen, the other employees had returned to their tasks, leaving only him, Secretary Shang Wanyu, and Jiang Wan in the office. "Jiang Zong, there is a subsidiary in our group lacking a general manager. Why not appoint your sister to the position?" Shang Wanyu suggested with a smile. Jiang Wan's eyes widened in shock, resembling a startled rabbit. "What? You want to make me the general manager?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen seemed to find the proposal agreeable. "Well, Xiao Wan, what do you think?" "I don't think that's appropriate." Jiang Wan hesitated. "I haven't even graduated yet. How can an intern become a general manager?" Jiang Chen reassured her. "What is wrong with that? That company specializes in cosmetics, which is quite suitable for young women." "But what if it incurs losses?" Jiang Wan expressed her lack of confidence. "Money?" Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. "It's of no consequence. Even if the company loses everything, it doesn't matter." Jiang Wan opened her mouth, feeling for a fleeting moment that her brother truly possessed the demeanor of a domineering CEO. Now that Jiang Chen was at the helm of a vast enterprise, losing a small company worth merely a few million was inconsequential. Clenching her fists, Jiang Wan resolved. "Then I shall give it my utmost effort." "Very well, go for it." Jiang Chen nodded approvingly. Once Jiang Wan departed, only Jiang Chen and Shang Wanyu remained in the office. After assuming his role as chairman, a new task from the system appeared. Ding. As a competent group leader, please make an investment. Upon completion, a special reward will be granted. Investment? This seemed straightforward. With the system at his disposal, Jiang Chen was indifferent to Wanbei Group. Whether it incurred losses or profits was irrelevant, and he could play as he pleased. "Xiaoyu, bring me the city map," Jiang Chen instructed. Shang Wanyu was momentarily taken aback, wondering why he needed the city map. Could it be that he intended to initiate a substantial project right after taking office? However, she dared not inquire, instead respectfully placing the map on the table. Regarding investments, Jiang Chen planned to construct a shopping mall. He casually scanned the map and quickly circled the location of his rental apartment. "This place is slated for demolition. Let's build a shopping mall." Jiang Chen thought of Antli, his landlord, who owned several properties there. If demolition occurred, she would receive a substantial sum. It would serve as a gesture of gratitude for her kindness in waiving 200 yuan off his rent. Shang Wanyu observed him in astonishment, pondering how nonchalant the chairman seemed. "Are you suggesting building a shopping mall here?" She sought clarification. "Indeed," Jiang Chen nodded matter-of-factly. "Is there a problem?" "No, none at all," Shang Wanyu replied. In truth, the area where Jiang Chen's rental apartment was located was suburban, sparsely populated, and constructing a shopping mall there would hardly be profitable. But he did not care. As long as the system tasks can be accomplished, Shang Wanyu naturally had nothing to say and proceeded to follow the map. Only Jiang Chen remained in the office. He propped his feet on the desk, reclining backward against the soft and spacious office chair, feeling utterly comfortable. Alas, how monotonous. How tedious. In truth, as the chairman, he hardly needed to do anything. Everything could be delegated to his subordinates. As the saying goes, if there's work, the secretary handles it. If not, cough. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the investment task and receiving a miraculous elixir, one beauty pill. No doubt, this secretary was quite efficient. The task was completed with remarkable speed. However, what exactly was the beauty pill? Jiang Chen felt a surge of curiosity. He opened the system, revealing a special storage space, where he found a brown pill the size of a fingertip, resembling a traditional Chinese medicine pill. As a super wealthy individual, a flawless appearance is essential. Upon consuming the beauty pill, the host will become the most attractive person in the world. Upon reading the description of its function, Jiang Chen was slightly astonished. It could actually alter one's appearance? Truly remarkable. However, Jiang Chen felt he was already handsome enough. If he became even more attractive, would there be room for others to breathe? Knock, knock, knock. With the sound of knocking, Shang Wanyu entered with a radiant smile. Mr. Jiang, your request has been conveyed. That location will soon be demolished. Well done, Jiang Chen casually complimented. Yet, he quickly recalled something and suddenly sat upright. Wait a moment. Something feels off. If the rental property is demolished now, where will I live in the future? He had been so focused on completing the task that he nearly forgot about this issue. This posed a problem. Seeing his expression, Shang Wanyu inquired with genuine concern, Mr. Jiang, is there anything else you need? Does our company have any accommodations? Jiang Chen asked candidly. Shang Wanyu immediately grasped his meaning and smiled, saying, we have just completed the Jiangdu Manor in the city. If you need, you can reside there. Jiangdu Manor? Jiang Chen recognized the name. It was indeed a prime location, likely costing around 100,000 per square meter. During his time as a courier, he could only catch a distant glimpse of it. To his surprise, it was also a property of the Wanbei Group. All right, I'll stay there, but I need to go back to retrieve a few things first. Jiang Chen had some photos and old belongings in his rental property that held significant sentimental value. Those were things money could not buy. Shang Wanyu nodded repeatedly. Then I'll accompany you. The two made their way to the underground parking garage and entered a Rolls-Royce Phantom, with a dedicated driver at the wheel. Not only that, but they were also followed by a convoy of black Land Rovers, filled with bodyguards clad in black, creating an imposing spectacle. Is this really necessary? Jiang Chen glanced back, feeling somewhat awkward at being followed by such a large entourage. But Shang Wanyu remained insistent. Mr. Jiang, your safety is of utmost importance. As the saying goes, one should always be wary of potential threats. As a billionaire, it is only natural to require protection. One can never be too cautious in case of those who might be motivated by greed. Fine, Jiang Chen sighed, resting his arm behind his head. The luxurious convoy made its way towards the outskirts. Moments later, they arrived at their destination. A line of black-clad bodyguards disembarked, standing tall and straight, while several others were stationed nearby, on high alert. Their demeanor was serious and highly professional. Jiang Chen was speechless. After all, there were hardly any people in the suburbs, most of whom were laborers, and during the day, they were mostly at work. He surveyed the area. Not even a bird was in sight. What was there to be vigilant about? All right, you all wait downstairs. I'll go up by myself. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Shang Wanyu scanned the surrounding floors and deemed it indeed safe enough. Chapter 10, Simplicity. Jiang Chen walked to his floor, just as he was about to open his door. A creaking sound came from behind him. The landlady, Aunt Li, emerged with a guilty expression, seemingly waiting specifically for him. Xiao Chun, I need to discuss something with you. Please don't be anxious. Aunt Li prepared him for what was to come. Jiang Chen turned and asked, what is it? Please, go ahead. The neighborhood is slated for demolition, so you may not be able to stay here, Aunt Li said, her face etched with regret. I know you just resigned and are currently unemployed, in a rather difficult period, but we were just notified about the demolition, and there is nothing we can do. Yes, I know about the demolition. I came back to retrieve my things, Jiang Chen replied with a faint smile. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor only made Aunt Li feel more sympathetic. Alas, it's truly not easy for today's youth. So, I'll refund you the rent for this year. You can consider the first half of the year as free. No need. You should keep it, Jiang Chen said as he entered his room. He glanced around. The place was nearly bare, reflecting his previous financial circumstances. Jiang Chen moved to his bedroom and gathered a few photographs and other meaningful items. Aunt Li followed him in, eagerly offering, Xiao Chun, if you have anything to move, let me help you. No need. I've already packed everything, Jiang Chen replied. Aunt Li looked around and realized he had hardly taken anything. This child, there are quite a few things that could be useful. Why not take them? Haven't you found a vehicle? Do you need me to call one for you? I have a car. It's parked downstairs, Jiang Chen casually responded. You've called a car? Aunt Li was taken aback, realizing she couldn't offer any assistance, which made her feel even more guilty. Watching Jiang Chen casually take a few items, she headed downstairs with him. Let me see you off. Saying that, Aunt Li hurriedly followed him. As they exited the hallway, the bright sunlight outside was blinding, making it difficult to open their eyes. They saw rows of black Land Rovers gleaming in the light, imposing and powerful, while the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the center exuded luxury and prestige. The bodyguards stood impeccably, like pines and cypresses. The strikingly beautiful Shang Wanyu stood with her arms crossed in front of her, also waiting respectfully. Aunt Li had intended to chat a bit more, but upon witnessing the scene before her, she suddenly froze. What is going on? Has someone important arrived in the neighborhood? Mr. Jiang. Shang Wanyu called out as Jiang Chen emerged, stepping forward to greet him. Jiang Chen nodded. I've got my things, let us go. Yes, Shang Wanyu responded, promptly opening the door to the Rolls-Royce for him. The other bodyguards quickly got into their vehicles, and the sound of car doors closing echoed around them. Mr. Jiang? Aunt Li was utterly stunned. It was clear that the person they were waiting for was Jiang Chen. Hadn't he been a courier? When did he become Mr. Jiang? Xiao Chun, Aunt Li's mind was in a whirl, unsure of what to say. Shang Wanyu explained. He is the chairman of our Wanbei group. This neighborhood demolition was planned by him. What? Aunt Li's mouth dropped open. At that moment, everything clicked into place for her. No wonder such a remote suburb could undergo demolition. Jiang Chen's true identity is, in fact, the chairman of Wanbei. Everything has been orchestrated by him. Perhaps his decision to rent a house was merely to experience life. Goodbye, Aunt Li, Jiang Chen said with a smile, waving his hand as he slipped into the luxurious Rolls-Royce. The vehicle gradually set in motion, orderly departing from the community, leaving Aunt Li standing in the wind. In a state of disarray, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, realizing how wealthy Xiao Chen truly was. Had she known earlier, she would have introduced her daughter to him. A procession of luxury cars traversed the streets, capturing the attention of passers-by. Jiang Chen did not return to the company, but intended to explore his new residence, Jiangdu Manor, a name renowned within the city. This area is referred to as the affluent district due to its prime location, nestled between mountains and water. Every inch of land is invaluable. Owning a property here implies a fortune exceeding hundreds of millions. The construction of such a manor is indeed awe-inspiring, and Jiang Chen was quite curious. As the convoy entered the affluent area, the streets were wide and immaculate, flanked by extraordinarily luxurious villas. Jiang Chen gazed through the car window, savoring the scenic view along the way. Those who reside here are either exceedingly wealthy or distinguished individuals, many being successful entrepreneurs or top-tier celebrities from the entertainment industry. Moments later, Jiang Chen spotted a tall wall, with security personnel stationed at intervals. President Jiang, this is our manor, explained Shang Wanyu, who sat in the passenger seat. Jiang Chen nodded, finding it quite satisfactory, though he wondered about the quality of the houses within. Soon, the Rolls-Royce halted before a grand iron gate, surrounded by numerous security guards. President Jiang, we have arrived, Shang Wanyu announced. They both exited the vehicle, and two bodyguards hurriedly approached to open the iron gate. Jiang Chen's gaze wandered, discovering a sea of flowers within the manor. Winding stone paths crisscrossed, and the sweet scent of blossoms wafted towards him. Several gardeners and servants were diligently at work. Not bad, Jiang Chen mused, finally forming an impression of the estate. The scenery rivaled that of a 4A-rated tourist attraction. As he stepped inside, he found not only the flower garden but also expansive lawns, a golf course, and an outdoor swimming pool among various opulent amenities. Ahead, a villa came into view. The villa was entirely white, soaring 4 stories high, boasting 8 bathrooms, exuding both nobility and elegance. So, I will be living here? Jiang Chen pondered, evidently pleased with his new abode. However, Shang Wanyu, who followed closely, quietly remarked, President Jiang, this is where your servants will reside. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Oh, I see, he replied, understanding that with hundreds of staff in the manor, accommodations were indeed necessary. Your quarters are inside. Please follow me, Shang Wanyu offered, leading the way. Jiang Chen followed, increasingly curious about what his own living space would entail, considering that the servants resided in villas. Before long, they arrived at the central part of the manor. From a distance, Jiang Chen spotted a castle-like structure standing majestically upon the emerald green lawn. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with a resplendent glow, leaving Jiang Chen in awe. The scene before him seemed to belong in a fairy tale, something one would only see on television. This villa, designed by the world-renowned architect Leo Bernard over 2 years, embodied the style of European castles, constructed from the finest materials. Spanning 4 stories and covering 200 square meters, it cost nearly 2 billion to build. Shang Wanyu provided a very professional introduction, kindly inquiring, President Jiang, if there is anything you find unsatisfactory or lacking, we can have it rectified immediately. Jiang Chen squinted against the sun, gazing at the luxurious villa. No need for changes. I prefer it as it is. Simplicity is quite nice. Simplicity? Shang Wanyu stared at his handsome profile, her mind filled with questions. It seemed that no matter what alterations were made, they would hardly align with the concept of simplicity. Chapter 11. The Mansion. Upon entering the building, the spacious and bright first-floor hall was adorned with various calligraphy and paintings, exuding an artistic ambience. The interior decor embraced minimalism while radiating luxury and grandeur. Jiang Chen noticed an aquarium embedded in one wall, where vibrant fish swam in schools, resembling a miniature oceanarium. The wealthy indeed have a different approach to fish keeping. A vast outdoor terrace housed an array of potted plants, resembling an indoor garden. The master bedroom of the villa was nearly 200 square meters in size, featuring a plush, comfortable round bed, and, behind an antique screen, a 5-meter-long bathtub. The furnishings were predominantly smart, blending classical elegance with modern flair. Magnificent, luxurious, exquisite. This was the opulent mansion constructed at the cost of 2 billion. As Jiang Chen strolled around, his initial astonishment gradually morphed into numbness. All right, Xiaoya, you can return to work. There's no need for you to stay here with me, Jiang Chen stated. Shangwan Yu offered a slight bow. Yes, President Jiang. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything. With that, she turned and departed, the sound of her high heels fading into the distance. Jiang Chen gazed at her tall silhouette, feeling quite satisfied with this capable assistant. Turning back to his room, he lay on the soft, comfortable bed, crafted from premium pear wood, likely worth at least 6 figures. Jiang Chen accessed the system space, and with a thought, a transparent pill materialized in his hand. The pill shimmered with an extraordinary aura and emanated a faint, fragrant scent. This was the reward he received from the system today, a beauty pill, said to enhance one's appearance upon consumption. Jiang Chen found it indeed remarkable. If this were to get out, wealthy women would likely go to great lengths to obtain it, even risking their fortunes. However, some things cannot be measured by money. Jiang Chen tilted his head back and swallowed the beauty pill. It dissolved upon contact, like a sweet spring. After consuming it, he grew curious about how handsome he would become. Rising, he approached the mirror, scrutinizing his face. It doesn't seem to have changed at all, he noted. Seeing his reflection was the same as usual. Could it be that he was already at the pinnacle of handsomeness? Was there no room for improvement? He pondered. Nevertheless, he reasoned that perhaps the effects had yet to manifest and would reveal themselves in due time. Subsequently, he wandered around the villa, admiring the fish, enjoying the flowers, and contemplating the exquisite paintings. The life of the affluent appeared rather mundane, perhaps even less fulfilling than his time spent delivering packages. Jiang Chen reflected on this and decided to take a stroll outside. As he exited the villa, 4 bodyguards in black immediately trailed behind him. Jiang Chen glanced back. Hey, I'm just taking a casual walk. You don't need to follow me. However, Miss Shangwan instructed us to ensure your safety, one bodyguard with a square face hesitantly replied. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Are you going to listen to her, or to me? Go take a break. There's no need to follow me. Understood, President Jiang. The square-faced guard quickly acquiesced. The towering walls surrounding the manor appeared to shield it from the cacophony of the city. Jiang Chen gazed upon the vast expanse of blooming flowers, nearly forgetting that he was in the bustling metropolis of Jiangbei City. Upon reaching the entrance of the estate, luxury cars roared past him on the street, a clear indication that the area was inhabited by the affluent. The nearby villas were all developed by the Wanbei group. Suddenly, Jiang Chen was startled by a loud yelp. Turning his head, he spotted a small white dog circling a trash bin by the roadside. However, the bin was too high for the little creature to reach anything inside. Whose dog could this be? Jiang Chen pondered curiously. The pup, entirely snow white and evidently well-groomed, was not a stray. It likely had escaped from one of the nearby villas. Finding it quite adorable, Jiang Chen approached and petted it gently. The small dog wagged its tail incessantly, clearly fond of Jiang Chen. At that moment, a BMW was parked in front of a distant villa, occupied by a young man and 2 women. The young man, seated in the driver's seat, squinted ahead, his expression shifting to one of confusion. Hey, that person looks somewhat familiar, like someone from our class. Who is it? Let me see. The stylishly dressed girl in the passenger seat glanced over and quickly recognized him. Isn't that Jiang Chen? Impossible. What is Jiang Chen doing here? The young man's eyes were filled with disbelief. The villa area was known for its wealthy residents, with outsiders strictly prohibited from entering. They had heard that Jiang Chen had taken up a delivery job after graduation, having been the least fortunate in their class, thus becoming a subject of gossip. Could it be that he had delivered to this area? The girl in the back seat, with short hair, leaned out the window. That's definitely Jiang Chen. What on earth is he doing squatting by the trash bin? Surely he isn't picking through garbage? Her expression turned to one of surprise. Due to the distance and the trash bin obscuring the view of the dog, they couldn't see clearly. Is he actually scavenging? The young man, Zhang Mingtao, grinned widely. He had just purchased a villa nearby and had recently acquired a BMW. Although he had taken out a loan, he felt confident in his ability to repay it. Being someone who enjoyed showing off, he had organized a reunion dinner under the pretext of celebrating his new home, especially with the 2 attractive girls in the car. It was essential to flaunt a little in front of them. Let us go check this out. If it really is Jiang Chen, we can invite him to dinner, Zhang Mingtao suggested with a chuckle. During university, Jiang Chen had been the campus heartthrob, making him the envy of most male students. Zhang Ningtao saw this as an opportunity to enhance his own image by comparison. The girl in the back seat, Sun Yuming, sighed. Alas, Jiang Chen was quite exceptional during school. How has he fallen to such a state? At that moment, Zhang Ningtao slowly drove the BMW forward. Perhaps due to the sound of the engine approaching, the playful little dog was startled and dashed into the bushes. Hey, where are you going? Jiang Chen lamented as he stood up, only to notice the BMW parked beside him. The window rolled down, revealing Zhang Ningtao's sharp face. Jiang Chen, is that really you? What are you doing here? Who are you? Jiang Chen stared at him, taking a moment to remember that he was a former classmate. He pointed behind him, saying, I live here. You live here? Zhang Ningtao looked towards the Grand Jiangdu Manor. Soon, he had a thought. Since the estate employed servants who could reside on the premises, he instinctively assumed Jiang Chen was working there. Well, that is quite impressive. Zhang Ningtao genuinely praised him. The servants at Jiangdu Manor were meticulously selected, requiring not only a bachelor's degree but also specific standards of appearance and height, with high wages and excellent benefits, including accommodation in villas. Zhang Ningtao thought it was commendable that Jiang Chen had secured such a position. It must be said that given Jiang Chen's qualifications and looks, he indeed met the criteria for a servant at the manor. Haha, this is certainly better than delivering parcels. Zhang Ningtao laughed heartily. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Of course. And you could consider yourself an employee of the Wanbei Group. Zhang Ningtao continued, knowing that Jiangdu Manor belonged to the Wanbei Group. Employee? I suppose so, Jiang Chen contemplated, realizing that if the chairman counted as an employee, it wasn't he entirely inaccurate. Their conversation was clearly on different wavelengths. Zhang Ningtao chuckled inwardly, thinking Jiang Chen seemed rather proud. He planned to reveal to him later that he had not only purchased a villa, but had also acquired a new BMW, hoping to overshadow Jiang Chen's current circumstances. Cough. I worry you might not want to join us for dinner. Zhang Ningtao feigned sincerity. It's been ages since we last met. Let us go out for a meal together, just old friends. At this point, the two girls in the car leaned out, waving at him enthusiastically. Yes, Jiang, handsome. Let us go eat together and catch up. You must have forgotten us. They chimed in with warmth, having not eaten lunch yet. Jiang Chen thought it would be pleasant to share a meal. Sure, where do you plan to eat? Nearby, at the Jiangchen Grand Hotel. Why don't you hop in? I'll take you there, Zhang Ningtao invited. There were still seats available in his BMW. Jiang Chen shook his head. No need. I'll drive myself over in a bit. All right, we'll see you there. Zhang Ningtao smiled, pressing the accelerator as they gradually drove away. Pondering that Jiang Chen likely hadn't finished work yet, using his own car as an excuse, the two girls waved goodbye, urging him to attend. Jiang Chen stood still, watching the BMW as it disappeared into the distance. Hey, what about the dog? Jiang Chen searched the bushes but found no trace of the little white dog. It had probably scampered back home. The Jiangchen Grand Hotel, although a notch below the place Jiang Chen had taken Su Liang for a meal, was still quite renowned in Jiangbei City, regarded as a landmark. Many wealthy scions frequented the establishment. At that moment, Zhang Ningtao and his companions, along with a few other former classmates, were seated in a private room. Originally, Sun Yuming had suggested inviting Shui Yang, having heard that he was doing well, having successfully joined the Wanbei Group with an impressive annual salary of 1 million. However, after making a call, they learned that he had fainted that morning and was currently hospitalized, having yet to regain consciousness. This turn of events suited Zhang Ningtao just fine, as it prevented Shui Yang from overshadowing him. Brother Tao, your BMW is quite comfortable. How much did it cost? The stylish girl inquired. Haha, not much. Just over 700,000. I bought it to practice driving. I'll get a supercar later on, Zhang Ningtao replied. The others expressed their admiration while casting envious glances. Zhang Ningtao felt quite pleased and continued. I'm also acquainted with the owner of the Jiangcheng Hotel. I used to frequent it for meals. I shall have a word with him later, and securing a discount will be no trouble at all. The proprietor of this hotel is quite a prominent figure in Jiangbei City. Those who have connections with him are undoubtedly wealthy individuals. Zhang Ningtao believed that mentioning him would add to his prestige. By the way, today I have invited a significant person. Can you guess who it is? He continued to tease them. Who? Several classmates exchanged glances, puzzled. Zhang Ningtao smiled and said, Hee, it's our former campus heartthrob, Jiang Chen. I just happened to run into him in the Jiangdu area. What? Jiangdu area? The classmates displayed astonishment, for they all knew it was a renowned affluent district. What is Jiang Chen doing there? I heard he was delivering packages before. Has he suddenly become wealthy? As Zhang Ningtao listened to their chatter, he relished their reactions. Once the atmosphere felt just right, he spoke again. Jiang Chen is working as a servant there. When I arrived, he seemed to be picking up trash or tidying a garbage bin. What? So miserable? The news of the former campus heartthrob picking up trash elicited murmurs of sympathy. Tao Gu, you are living quite well. You bought a villa there. Does that mean Jiang Chen will have to clean up after you? A small-statured boy flattered. Inside, Zhang Ningtao chuckled to himself, thinking he hadn't mentioned his recent villa purchase to prevent Jiang Chen from feeling disheartened. After all, they were old classmates, and he ought to preserve some dignity. Tao Gu is so righteous. He truly possesses high emotional intelligence. Indeed, let us refrain from discussing this matter later. Several classmates chimed in enthusiastically. At that moment, Jiang Chen was driving a Bugatti with one arm outstretched, swiftly exiting the Jiangdu Manor. As he departed, a square-faced bodyguard expressed a desire to accompany him, but Jiang Chen firmly declined. What would it signify to attend a gathering with a group of bodyguards? However, the square-faced man remained apprehensive. Upon seeing the Bugatti leave the manor, he hurriedly made a phone call. Hello, Laoli, President Jiang is dining at your hotel. Be sure to keep a close watch and inform me of any developments immediately. What? President Jiang is coming to eat at my place? The voice on the other end sounded both surprised and honored. Rest assured, there will be no issues. I will ensure he is well taken care of. Well, if President Jiang is even slightly displeased, your hotel might as well close down. The square-faced bodyguard spoke decisively before hanging up. Even though the person on the other end was the owner of the Jiangqing Hotel, he showed no leniency. This was because the Wanbei Group was the largest shareholder of the Jiangqing Hotel. Should they withdraw their investment, the hotel would face immediate closure. Thus, Jiang Chen was akin to a deity of wealth. The hotel owner would do anything to venerate him. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Bugatti had parked in the hotel's underground garage. Jiang Chen twirled his car keys, whistling merrily as he sauntered upstairs. Upon arriving at the reserved private room and pushing the door open, he found it bustling with activity. Yet, several classmates merely cast a glance at Jiang Chen before continuing to fawn over Zhang Ningtao. Holding the menu, Zhang Ningtao excitedly elaborated on the signature dishes, ostentatiously showcasing his worldly experience, as if he truly dined there frequently. He didn't even bother to glance at Jiang Chen. Clearly, some classmates were reluctant to acknowledge him. Jiang Chen immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere and couldn't help but internally lament the truth in the saying. Gatherings of old classmates either rekindle past affections or turn into contests of flaunting one's success. Jiang Chen, come sit with us, Sun Yuming and several close female classmates invited. They hailed from prestigious universities and had received higher education. Not everyone was as materialistic as Zhang Ningtao, who was merely a minority. After all, while the college entrance examination could filter out the academically deficient, it could not eliminate the morally deficient. Due to Jiang Chen's handsome appearance, many girls were still eager to strike up conversations with him, and he was surrounded by a chorus of admiration. It was only then that Zhang Ningtao lifted his head, revealing a hint of jealousy in his gaze. Oh, isn't that Jiang Chen? When did you arrive? Have you finished picking up trash? He deliberately referenced the earlier incident of Jiang Chen picking up trash. The term picking up trash instantly conjured images of Jiang Chen's current situation. Jiang Chen, weren't you delivering packages? Why are you picking up trash? We graduated from a prestigious school. We shouldn't have to do that kind of work. Even being a waiter is better than picking up trash. Several boys nearby questioned him. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. When had he picked up trash? Sun Yumong, indignant, defended him, saying, he is picking up trash in the Jiangdu area, which qualifies him as a Wanbei employee. The salary is high, and the benefits are good. It's not what you imagine. Oh right. The Jiangdu area is an affluent district. Most people can't even gain entry. Hearing that, picking up trash doesn't sound so bad, the others expressed, their expressions shifting to one of realization. However, Jiang Chen felt even more bewildered. But then he recalled that it must have been a misunderstanding during his dog walking. They must have mistaken him for someone picking up trash. No, it's not that I picked up trash. I live there, Jiang Chen explained helplessly. Sun Yuming nodded in understanding. Yes, I know that the employees of the manor can live there. It's a good job, if you perform well. You might even become a small leader. Jiang Chen, it seems this is a misunderstanding I cannot clarify. He couldn't be bothered to elaborate further. Sun Yumeng continued. I originally wanted to invite Shui Yang. He also works at Wanbei Group and is said to be doing well. He might be able to help you, but unfortunately, he fainted and is hospitalized this morning. Oh, Jiang Chen nodded, silently noting that he no longer worked there. However, the fact that the guy had fainted was rather concerning. Such a fragile constitution. Zhang Ningtao, noticing the girls continuing to chat with Jiang Chen without being affected by his presence, felt increasingly irked. Hearing Sun Yuming's explanation only seemed to enhance their enthusiasm. Although picking up trash sounded unappealing, that job had already surpassed the employment status of most of them. Jiang Chen, what is it like in the Jiangdu Manor? It must be beautiful, right? A girl asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yes, it has a sea of flowers and a golf course. Jiang Chen spoke animatedly, his charm resonating with Sun Yuming, who became increasingly envious. Wow, that sounds amazing. I would even be willing to pick up trash just to be there. Really? Jiang Chen glanced at her, considering that for the sake of an old classmate, he might just indulge this request. Cough. Zhang Ningtao cleared his throat, feeling more agitated as he realized Jiang Chen was overshadowing him. Thus, he resorted to his trump card. Ha ha ha, the area around Jiangdu Manor is indeed quite nice. I, unfortunately, have just purchased a villa there. Jiang Chen, I suppose we are neighbors now. I will count on you to keep an eye on the garbage bin in front of my house. Oh, that sounds good, Jiang Chen replied, unperturbed, and even allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. He thought that the garbage in the Jiangdu area could indeed use some centralized processing. Meanwhile, Zhang Ningtao's revelation about his villa drew further flattery from the others. By the way, Brother Tao, how much does it cost to purchase a villa there? I estimate even the cheapest ones are worth over 100 million, right? Incredible luxury. As the murmurs of discussion filled the air, Zhang Ningtao burst into hearty laughter, his face aglow with pride. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward a few enchanting ladies nearby. It's not that expensive, we're all classmates. So feel free to come visit me when you have some free time. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals erupted in excitement, their eyes shimmering with envy. Just then, an unexpected knock echoed through the room. Who could it be? The lively atmosphere in the private room fell into an abrupt silence. Come in, Zhang Ningtao said, his mind swirling with curiosity, for nearly all the classmates who could attend had already arrived. All eyes were fixed on the door of the private room. The mahogany door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man clad in a sharp suit, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with graying temples and slicked-back hair. Exuding a sense of professionalism, his eyes sparkled with a fervor akin to a blazing torch. Upon seeing him, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. This man was none other than Li Yonghua, the renowned owner of the Jiangqing Hotel. What brings him here? Several classmates promptly stood up. Li Yonghua was a celebrated figure in Jiangbei City. The presence of such a prominent businessman rendered them unable to remain seated. Could it be because Zhang Ningtao is here? I believe he mentioned knowing him. This is quite an honor. Zhang Ningtao rose as well, though he wore a perplexed expression. His claim of knowing Li Yonghua had been an exaggeration. At most, they had crossed paths a few times, without any substantial connection. Moreover, the onlookers noted a detail. Li Yonghua had knocked before entering, displaying utmost politeness. Ahem, Boss Li, I am indeed a diamond cardholder at your establishment. I never expected you to personally visit, Zhang Ningtao smiled, grasping at this possible reason. Having previously spent 100,000 on the membership card, he now felt it was worth every penny for the prestige it had garnered him. Indeed, the classmates nearby remarked, their perception of Zhang Ningtao shifting dramatically. He truly knew the esteemed Mr. Li. However, to everyone's surprise, Li Yonghua paid him no mind, instead sweeping his gaze around the room. Most individuals stood, yet a handsome young man lounged casually in his chair. Jiang Chen did not recognize him, leaving him bewildered as to why the owner had emerged during a meal. Li Yonghua had received information from his bodyguards, informing him that the chairman was dining at his restaurant. Such a lucrative patron deserved the utmost attention. Without acknowledging anyone else, he approached Jiang Chen, offering a courteous smile. Mr. Jiang, I am Li Yonghua, the owner of the hotel. I heard you were here, so I came to pay my respects. Ah, Jiang Chen understood. It turned out that Jiangqing Hotel was also part of the Wanbei Group's empire. With so many businesses under their umbrella, he, as a newly appointed chairman, had simply not recalled. The classmates surrounding them were momentarily stunned. Mr. Jiang? They had assumed the owner had come because of Zhang Ningtao, only to realize he was seeking out Jiang Chen. But why address him as Chairman Jiang? Before they could ponder further, the realization struck them. To be referred to as Chairman Jiang by Li Yonghua indicated a prestigious status. He was the chairman of Wanbei Group. A wave of astonishment surged through the crowd, quickly followed by the revelation that the chairman of Wanbei Group resided at Jiangdu Manor. Hence, he was not merely a trash collector or an employee of Jiangdu Manor. He truly lived there. Zhang Ningtao's mouth fell agape as he suddenly grasped the previous misunderstanding. What had he just said? He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Li Yonghua immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere and said, Chairman Jiang, my apologies for interrupting your meal. I have reserved the most luxurious room on the top floor for you, and I hope you will honor us with your presence. Oh, thank you, Jiang Chen replied courteously, glancing at the others. It was clear that the gathering could not continue, primarily due to Zhang Ningtao's incessant chatter. He felt somewhat irritated and had long wished to leave, planning to transform his home into a garbage bin upon returning. Chapter 14, The Task. Would you like to join me? Jiang Chen invited Sun Yumeng and the others. They were momentarily taken aback. Is that really possible? What is the issue? We're all classmates, Jiang Chen reassured them, having a favorable impression of the group. Those who had previously flattered Zhang Ningtao quickly approached. Brother Chen, so you've made it big. There may have been a slight misunderstanding earlier. Indeed, I always believed Brother Chen would achieve great things in the future. The atmosphere fell silent around Zhang Ningtao, who stood there, his expression shifting between joy and despair. The revelation that Jiang Chen was the chairman of the Wanbei Group made his earlier antics appear farcical. Thoughts of villas and BMWs now seemed utterly ridiculous in comparison. As he mulled over this, a forced smile crept onto his face. Brother Chen, could I join you for the meal? Jiang Chen was at a loss for words, thinking to himself how audacious this man was. Didn't you just order your meal? Why not enjoy it here? Once you finish, I can give you a 10 discount. Jiang Chen replied before departing the private room with Li Yonghua. Meanwhile, Sun Yumeng and the other ladies excitedly followed in their wake, leaving Zhang Ningtao and his companions with faces as purple as eggplants. They were filled with regret, wishing they had fostered a better relationship with Jiang Chen. To make matters worse, the beautiful female classmates had all followed him. How could they possibly enjoy their meal now? In the lavish private dining room above, opulence was evident, radiating an air of luxury. Sun Yumeng and the others were awestruck. It's absolutely stunning. This was their first time in such an upscale venue. Jiang Chen surveyed the surroundings, finding it satisfactory, comparable to the previous 6-star hotel. Li Yonghua personally introduced the exquisite dishes laid out before them: Boston lobster, king crab, air-freighted African ostrich eggs, bird's nest soup, and pan-seared abalone, among a plethora of delicacies adorning the table. The tantalizing aromas wafted through the air, causing the classmates' eyes to widen and their throats to involuntarily swallow in anticipation. At that moment, Li Yonghua wheeled over a small cart bearing a bottle of red wine. Chairman Jiang, this is a 1990 vintage Romanicani, which I went to great lengths to acquire. I hope you enjoy it. Jiang Chen glanced at it. He had seen this wine on television. While not particularly expensive, priced around 150,000. Factors such as import taxes and logistics inflated its domestic price to 400,000. Even those with wealth might find it difficult to procure. Thank you for your efforts. Boss Li, Jiang Chen complimented. Not at all. Please enjoy. Li Yonghua replied with a slight bow before stepping back outside the room. The classmates inside immediately erupted in exclamations. Wow, how much does this feast cost? I bet it exceeds my annual salary. Is this what the life of the ultra-wealthy looks like? Jiang Chen smiled and said, everyone, please feel free to eat. Thank you, President Jiang, Sun Yumeng replied with a playful smile. They began to indulge in their meal, and during the dining period, many female classmates discreetly cast glances at Jiang Chen, his exquisite features, handsome visage, and an aura of serene composure that he always exuded. The fact that he was also quite affluent likely contributed to his image as the quintessential Prince Charming in the hearts of many girls. However, they were all quite self-aware, knowing that during their university days, Jiang Chen had never shown any interest in them, let alone now. Suddenly, Sun Yumeng recalled someone and said, do you remember Su Weiwei from our class? I heard she's getting married soon. Oh, really? Then she deserves my congratulations, Jiang Chen remarked. Recalling Su Weiwei as one of his most ardent pursuers back in the day, he was surprised to hear she was on the verge of marriage. Jiang Chen, when are you getting married? Sun Yumeng teased. Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head, replying, how would I know? The group continued to chat amiably, reminiscing about old times. And the atmosphere during the gathering was quite pleasant. However, as all good things must come to an end, about an hour later, the dinner concluded. Li Yonghua was meticulous in his arrangements, leaving no detail overlooked. He promptly dispatched his subordinates to escort each of Jiang Chen's classmates home, recognizing the importance of maintaining good relations with them. After all, one never knows who might speak on one's behalf in the future. President Jiang, if you have no other engagements, why not stay at our hotel? Li Yonghua suggested with a smile. With such a generous benefactor, we ought to keep you here a bit longer. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, then I shall stay. The Jiangqing Hotel offered not only dining, but also a plethora of entertainment options, spa services, swimming, karaoke, and more. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Jiang Chen figured it would be livelier here than remaining alone in the vastness of his estate. Haha, President Jiang, should you require any services, do not hesitate to let me know. We have everything others offer, and even things they do not, Li Yonghua said, sharing a knowing smile. From his expression, Jiang Chen sensed an underlying implication. It seemed that men understood such things inherently. Clearing his throat lightly, Jiang Chen said, for now, I do not need anything. Please, go about your business. Understood, President Jiang. Do not hesitate to inform me should you need anything, Li Yonghua replied before turning to leave. The hotel was bustling with customers, and there was even a small cinema, popular among young couples for its convenience. Watch a movie and then stay in the hotel. As Jiang Chen strolled through the lobby, a girl suddenly dashed out from the crowd, inadvertently colliding into his arms. Ouch, she exclaimed, appearing quite flustered. She glanced back, noticing several young men rushing towards her. Quickly, Don't let her escape. Young Master Chen has ordered that she must be brought back. As the girl saw them closing in, her urgency heightened. Raising her gaze, she locked eyes with Jiang Chen's handsome face. In a moment of desperation, she wrapped her arms around his neck and, standing on tiptoe, pressed her lips against his. Jiang Chen stood frozen in place, his body momentarily stiff as he processed what had just occurred. The pursuers, oblivious to her identity, took the two of them as an ordinary couple and rushed past. Phew. The girl finally released Jiang Chen and sighed in relief. Yet, she quickly sensed something amiss, her cheeks flushing crimson. I am so sorry, that wasn't intentional. Jiang Chen was still savoring the warmth and softness of her kiss. It was only then that he took a good look at her features. She stood about 168 meters tall, clad in a white dress, her smooth, slender legs accentuating her elegance. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, framed by delicate brows, a high nose, and slightly pursed pink lips. With her long hair elegantly gathered behind her. Despite having encountered many beautiful women, he found himself utterly captivated by her perfection at that moment. The girl, lowering her head shyly, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, as if she had just forcefully kissed a stunning stranger. Jiang Chen finally registered the events that had transpired. Wait, where did she go? Where is she? Quick, let us search everywhere. Just then, a commotion erupted in the lobby as more people began to look for her. Hearing the noise, the girl's anxiety returned. Ding. A task was generated. Please assist the distressed maiden in escaping her predicament. A special reward awaits upon completion. Suddenly, Jiang Chen heard the voice of the system echoing in his mind. Chapter 15, Fiery. A task had been issued. He glanced at the pursuers who did not appear to be mere ruffians. Let us get out of here, he urged, taking the girl's hand as they hurriedly retreated. They wove through the crowd and up the stairs until they reached the upper floor, but the cacophony of voices behind them persisted as their pursuers relentlessly pursued them. Jiang Chen glanced around and spotted an unoccupied guest room. He quickly pulled the girl inside and shut the door tightly behind them. Finally, they both exhaled in relief. The girl, her chest heaving, still wore a worried expression. They will come looking for us, she insisted. Don't worry, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. This is my territory. No one will dare to cause trouble here. He turned and dialed Li Yonghua, informing him of their location and instructing him not to allow anyone to disturb them. The girl, misinterpreting his actions, assumed he had friends outside, her brow furrowing in concern. After all, these pursuers were not ordinary individuals. Soon enough, they could hear a heated argument outside. Mr. Li, we are from the Chen family. Please step aside. I'm sorry, but this is a resting area for guests, and hotel policy prohibits outsiders from entering, Li Yonghua stated firmly. The commotion outside escalated, with hotel security personnel confronting the young men, creating a tense standoff. Mr. Li, you should consider the consequences of offending the Chen family. Don't bring trouble upon yourself, the leader of the group warned. Li Yonghua furrowed his brow. The Chen family was a prominent clan in Jiangbei City, and under normal circumstances, he would avoid conflict with them. However, the guest room belonged to his employer, the one footing the bill. He understood where his priorities lay. I'm sorry, but hotel policy prohibits you from entering, he reiterated. Very well. The young man ground his teeth in frustration, realizing the firmness of Li Yonghua's stance. Surrounded by security, breaking in was clearly not an option. Ultimately, he could do nothing but leave with a threatening remark. Very well, we shall see how this unfolds. Outside the corridor, silence gradually descended. The girl was taken aback that they had simply departed. Reflecting on the earlier events, she felt a pang of sadness, her eyes welling up as she leaned against the door and began to quietly sob, looking utterly pitiable. Noticing her distress, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask curiously, what exactly happened? Whoa. The girl seemed even more aggrieved at his inquiry. With one hand covering her mouth, she wept inconsolably. Jiang Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Here they were, a solitary man and woman in a room, with a girl before him in tears, as though he had committed some grave wrongdoing. The girl was stunningly beautiful, her charm undiminished even as she cried. Yet Jiang Chen assured himself that his desire to assist her stemmed solely from a system task, not from any lecherous intent. After a moment, the girl began to regain her composure, her long eyelashes glistening with tears. Thank you for saving me, she said softly. You're welcome, Jiang Chen replied, his gaze fixed upon her, seemingly awaiting an explanation. The girl, however, averted her beautiful eyes, evidently lost in thought. Her name was Su Yuqing, and at the age of 21, she had once epitomized the life of a privileged beauty. However, her father's poor management of his company had led to impending bankruptcy and a mountain of debt. Chen Liangrong, the young master of the Chen family, had offered to invest 30 million in the Su family's business, but only on the condition that Su Yuqing marry him. Chen Liangrong had long coveted her beauty, and thus her father had made arrangements without consulting her, sending her to a hotel to meet him. It was only upon her arrival that she grasped the reality of her situation. Just as Chun Liangrong was about to force himself upon her, Su Yuqing seized the opportunity to escape from the private room, leading to the earlier scene. 30 million. Her father had essentially sold her. A wave of despair washed over her. Moreover, Chun Liangrong was notorious in the city, a debauched scion who frequented clubs and had been embroiled in scandals with multiple starlets. Su Yuqing believed that marrying even a pig would be preferable to marrying him. Lifting her gaze, she caught sight of Jiang Chen's handsome face, his deep-set eyes intently fixed on her. "Are you feeling better?" he inquired, sensing that she was likely traumatized. "Yes," she replied. Her cheeks flushed as she suddenly recalled that she had kissed him, her first kiss, no less. However, he was merely a handsome stranger. Perhaps it wasn't such a loss. Jiang Chen discerned that she was reluctant to share the full extent of her predicament, yet his system task remained incomplete. Therefore, he asked, "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" "No," Su Yuqing shook her head. The collapse of her family business necessitated tens of millions in funding, a staggering sum. What troubled her most was the fact that her father had arranged for her to marry Chun Liangrong. Wait a moment. An idea sparked in Su Yuqing's mind. If she were to lose her virginity, would the Chen family abandon her? After all, such a powerful family was deeply concerned with their public image. Moreover, with her inability to return home, the Chen family's influence would eventually track her down. If she was destined to lose her virginity eventually, then perhaps this was the best way to avoid marrying into the Chen family. She raised her head once more, her gaze fixed on Jiang Chen's strikingly handsome face, her eyes now glimmering with a hint of mischief. Was this not an opportune moment? Jiang Chen, momentarily taken aback, sensed the shift in the atmosphere. As he gazed at her exquisite visage, now tinged with a delicate blush, he felt an irresistible allure emanating from her. What was happening? "I can't do this," he exclaimed, hastily turning his head away. He felt that engaging in any action at this moment would be akin to adding insult to injury. Yet, to refrain from taking any action seemed equally reprehensible. Was this truly the form of assistance the system intended? As he grappled with his dilemma, he was suddenly ensnared by her delicate arms wrapping around his waist from behind. "I'm fine," Su Yuqing murmured softly. The heat in the hotel room surged, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. To hell with it, Jiang Chen thought, turning around swiftly and capturing her lips with his. The next morning, on the pristine white sheets lay traces of vivid crimson, remnants of their passionate night together. Jiang Chen awoke in a daze, reaching out beside him only to find the space empty. He quickly sat up, realizing he was alone in the room. Had she left? If not for the stark evidence of their encounter, he might have doubted whether it had all been a dream. Su Yuqing had departed quietly, fearing that her association with Jiang Chen might embroil him in trouble, given the Chun family's notorious reputation. If Chun Liangrong discovered that she had lost her virginity to him, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Thus, she had opted for silence, slipping away before dawn. Jiang Chen didn't even know her name. Rising from the bed, he made his way to the door. Outside, Li Yonghua stood with a cadre of black-clad bodyguards, lined up respectfully. As Jiang Chen buttoned his shirt without looking up, he inquired, "Who was that girl yesterday?" "Mr. Jiang, she is Su Yuqing, daughter of the Su family, residing at Villa number 4 on Jiangbin Road." Li Yonghua replied with a smile, clearly prepared. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. "All right, you may disperse." Chapter 16, The Su Family. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Chen reflected on how his assistance to Su Yuqing had completed his system task. Yet, in the heat of the moment, he had neglected to check the system. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a miraculous elixir, one innate pill." "What is this?" "As a super tycoon, it is essential to possess a robust physique and self-defense capability. Consuming the innate pill will cleanse your marrow, significantly enhancing your physical strength." Enhancing physical strength? This truly seemed like a valuable asset. Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. After all, wealth is but a fleeting commodity, while one's health is the foundation of all endeavors. The system is remarkable. Without hesitation, he swallowed the innate pill. It bore a sweet flavor, reminiscent of the previous beauty-enhancing pill, but this time, a warm sensation coursed through his abdomen, spreading throughout his limbs. He felt enveloped in warmth, akin to soaking in a hot spring, a most pleasant sensation. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of power surged within him. He clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms bulging, his bones cracking as he did so. With such strength, he felt he could break through a wall. Simultaneously, his vision sharpened, and his reflexes quickened substantially. Jiang Chen's body underwent a miraculous transformation, banishing the fatigue he had felt just the night before. Incredible, he marveled inwardly. This reward was truly invaluable. Initially, Jiang Chen had considered rushing over to the Su residence with a throng of bodyguards to ascertain what had transpired, but now it seemed unnecessary. He felt confident that his presence alone would suffice. Primarily, He wished to avoid making a grand spectacle of himself. What if Su Yuqing merely sought to have some fun and harbored no other intentions? How would it bode for him to confront her family under such circumstances? However, glancing back at the remnants of their night together, he felt certain she was not merely playing around. After freshening up and donning a clean set of athletic wear, Jiang Chen set out from the hotel, heading straight for the Su family home. Villa number 4 on Jiangbin Road. This neighborhood was home to the affluent, although it paled in comparison to the grandeur of the Jiangdu Manor. Jiang Chen remained discreet, drawing no undue attention as he approached. Upon reaching the street, he observed a modest 4-story building. 2 guards stood sentinel at the entrance, while several servants moved about the courtyard. This was indeed Su Yuqing's residence. After contemplating briefly, Jiang Chen decided against using the front entrance. Instead, he approached the side fence, effortlessly scaling it with one hand. He resolved to conduct a covert investigation first. Pressing his body against the wall, he stealthily approached a window. Faintly, he could already hear the sounds of an argument within. "Quickly tell me, which rogue man were you fooling around with last night? If I find out, I swear I will skin him alive." Jiang Chen peered inside and discovered a middle-aged woman shouting fiercely. She was Su Yuqing's stepmother. Since her biological mother had passed away early, her father remarried, and he had never treated her well. "I don't even know who it is, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you." Su Yuqing sat sideways on a chair, her exquisite face imbued with a hint of stubbornness. She would never reveal Jiang Chen's name, for it would only bring him trouble. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman grew even more agitated. "What? You don't know him? And yet you want to bed with him? What is the matter? He is certainly better than Chun Liangrong." Su Yuqing shouted back. At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting nearby darkened in expression, finally unable to contain himself. "This is nonsense. Do you know how furious young Master Chun is over this? You not only harm yourself, but you also endanger our family, and that man will suffer too. Do you think you can protect him? With the Chun family's influence, they could easily find out." Su Yuqing frowned, casting a resentful glance at the middle-aged man. "Isn't that because of you? You sold your daughter for 30 million. I truly wonder if I'm even your biological child." The middle-aged man's face darkened. "It's too late to say anything now. You have already lost your virtue to another man. Unless you go and apologize to young Master Chen right now, begging him for forgiveness, there will be no room for reconciliation." "What? I would rather die than apologize," Su Yuqing declared resolutely. The woman beside her raised her hand and struck her across the face. The sound echoed sharply throughout the room. Instantly, 5 red fingerprints appeared on Su Yuqing's flawless visage. "Are you still deluding yourself? Quickly tell us who that man is, so we can clarify the matter and give young Master Chun an explanation." The woman snapped viciously. Su Yuqing was momentarily stunned. It was the first time in her life she had been struck. Turning her gaze toward her father, she found him unmoved. Was it because she refused to marry Chun Liangrong? Or because she hadn't fetched the 30 million? Su Yuqing's heart sank, plunging into a frigid solitude. As if the entire world had turned to shades of gray. She recalled her biological mother. If only she were alive. She would never allow her daughter to suffer such humiliation. Tears glistened in her eyes, and she could no longer contain her sorrow. Burying her face in her hands and weeping softly. Outside, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, finding it increasingly unbearable to witness. Through the conversations he had overheard, he had deduced the general situation. Su Yuqing, in a moment of desperation, had likely chosen to lose her virtue to him. Yet, given their connection, Jiang Chen was somewhat petty, holding grudges and fiercely protective. Seeing Su Yuqing so mistreated stirred something within him. "I see that you do not belong here." His clear voice resonated in the hall. A tall figure slowly approached. The 3 individuals inside immediately turned to him, all taken aback. "It's you?" Su Yuqing's misty eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Chen walked to her side, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Who told you to leave without saying a word? You don't wish to take responsibility, do you?" Uffed. Su Yuqing couldn't help but chuckle, tears glistening like dew on a flower. For some reason, seeing Jiang Chen brought her inexplicable joy, dispelling the loneliness in her heart. Jiang Chen gazed at her reddened eyes, a flicker of tenderness swelling within him as he gently caressed her bruised cheek. "How does it feel? Still painful?" "Much better." Su Yuqing shook her head. Meanwhile, Su's father and stepmother, witnessing this scene, quickly pieced together the situation, their faces contorting with rage, brows furrowing deeply. "So you are the rogue man who seduced my daughter? You dare to come to our home?" Jiang Chen completely disregarded them, continuing to gaze tenderly at Su Yuqing. "Why not come with me?" "But..." Su Yuqing hesitated slightly, suddenly recalling the danger of Jiang Chen coming to her house alone. Sure enough, her stepmother's eyes widened. Hearing him propose to take her away in person was utterly outrageous. "Someone come here!" With her shrill cry, the sound of footsteps echoed as a group of security guards stormed into the hall, surrounding Jiang Chen tightly. Humph, we'll take you to young Master Chen. The middle-aged woman commanded coldly. Even surrounded by a group, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, softly addressing Su Yuqing. All right, let us leave. Chapter 17, Elopement. Can we still leave? Su Yuqing was deeply worried. If Jiang Chen were captured and taken to the Chen family, the outcome would surely be dire. Thus, she resolved that even if it meant risking her life, she would protect Jiang Chen. In the meantime, her stepmother exuded arrogance, barking orders to the bodyguards. I see you've got some audacity to come wild in our Su family. You lot, take him down. The bodyguards, all trained and robust, approached Jiang Chen with an air of confidence. In contrast, Jiang Chen appeared somewhat slender, seemingly lacking any means to fight back, which only emboldened her. Yes, ma'am. The bodyguards replied, cracking their knuckles as they advanced toward Jiang Chen, leisurely, even with a hint of mockery, clearly underestimating the young man. Su Yuqing, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency in her beautiful eyes. She gathered her courage, about to rush forward when a gust of wind suddenly swept by. Jiang Chen moved first. Facing the 7 or 8 burly men, he remained utterly calm. With incredible speed, Jiang Chen unleashed a powerful punch that struck one of the bodyguards squarely in the face. Bang! The man, towering nearly 6 feet 3 inches and built like a bear, was sent flying several meters away from that single blow. His nose collapsed, blood gushing forth as he fell unconscious. Gasp! The onlookers were momentarily stunned, none expecting Jiang Chen to be so formidable, instantly incapacitating one of them. This kid is a bit impressive. Everyone, be cautious. As the saying goes, a master reveals his skill with the first strike. However, this was still Jiang Chen holding back. After consuming the innate pill, both his physical strength and reaction speed had surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. If he were to unleash his full power, he could likely crush a skull with ease. Seizing the moment of hesitation among the bodyguards, he lifted his leg and executed a sweeping kick, the air slicing sharply. The 2 bodyguards opposite him were caught off guard, only feeling a sharp pain in their necks before they too were sent flying. They spun through the air several times before crashing onto a glass coffee table, shattering it to pieces amidst the chaos. Just then, one bodyguard managed to sneak behind Jiang Chen, attempting to seize him in a bear hug. Yet, without even glancing back, Jiang Chen reached behind him with one hand, gripping the man's collar and violently throwing him forward. Bang! This shoulder throw perfectly toppled the 2 men ahead to the ground in a matter of moments. The 7 bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, some unconscious, others wailing in agony. Su Yuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at the tall figure standing amidst the injured guards, her expression one of disbelief. A return of the warrior king? A professional assassin? A martial arts master? Thoughts raced through her mind. Just moments ago, Jiang Chen's movements had been as fluid as flowing water, executed with such precision that it was evident he was no ordinary individual. In stark contrast, her father and stepmother had retreated to a safe distance, their mouths agape, jaws nearly touching the ground, their minds filled with a colossal question mark. How could this be so formidable? Who exactly is he? A sense of dread washed over them as they considered Jiang Chen's presence. Who in the Su family could possibly stand in his way? At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head and offered a slight smile to Su Yuqing. The fierce aura that had enveloped him dissipated as if the storm had passed, leaving clarity in its wake. We can leave now. Su Yuqing found it hard to believe that the bodyguards lying on the ground had fallen at his hands. Yet she nodded earnestly, her eyes brimming with emotion. Yes, she resolved to leave the Su family behind and elope with Jiang Chen. Although she remained uncertain of his identity and background, nothing could shake her determination at that moment. Hand in hand, they took a few steps forward. Wait a moment. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something and turned to face her father and stepmother. The 2 of them appeared as if they were being hunted by a ferocious beast, their legs trembling in fear. What do you intend to do? With a swift motion, Jiang Chen stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to his stepmother's face. This is to repay Su Yuqing. It was said that Jiang Chen had a bit of a petty streak. The 2 of them exited the Su residence together. While Jiang Chen had avenged Su Yuqing, the turmoil at home left her feeling despondent. I want to visit the ancestral home. It is the place my mother left for me. She reminisced about her mother. That house was where they had once lived together. Whenever she felt down, Su Yuqing would go there to seek solace. Moreover, now that she was eloping with Jiang Chen, they needed a place to stay. That property belonged solely to Su Yuqing. All right, I'll accompany you. Jiang Chen nodded, for he could reside anywhere. The ancestral home of Su Yuqing was a quaint 2-story villa, situated in a prime location, not far from the river, in an elegant and tranquil environment. Even when she wasn't living there, she would regularly have it cleaned. It was fully equipped and ready for immediate occupancy. As Jiang Chen entered the villa, he surveyed the surroundings. Though not particularly large or as luxurious as the Jiangdu Manor, It was imbued with a warm and inviting atmosphere. The rooms were adorned with numerous photographs of a young Su Yuqing, exuding an endearing charm. Don't look. Su Yuqing's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly tucked the photos away, seemingly a bit shy. Jiang Chen merely smirked to himself, thinking he had seen far more than that. As Su Yuqing recounted many stories from her past, she gradually emerged from her gloom, her spirits lifted significantly. Time passed swiftly, and soon the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the horizon. Grr! Su Yuqing's stomach growled, revealing her hunger. She was no longer the pampered young lady of the Su family, incapable of the life of luxury where everything was provided for her. Thus, she cast a pitiful glance at Jiang Chen. Can you cook? Of course, Jiang Chen replied, as his culinary skills were well honed, especially in making various noodle dishes. Shall I prepare something for you? Yes. Su Yuqing beamed, for in her eyes, the ability to cook was a remarkable skill. However, Jiang Chen felt that for their first meal together, it should be a feast. Hence, he prepared not only noodles, but also steak, fish soup, desserts, and more. He lit 2 candles on the dining table, the flickering flames creating a romantic ambience. As he poured the rich red wine into the goblets, the room filled with an intoxicating aroma. Dinner is served. Come and eat. Coming. Su Yuqing's voice echoed from the room. She had changed into a lovely outfit and had taken great care in her appearance for this dinner. When Jiang Chen looked up, he was momentarily taken aback. So beautiful. Su Yuqing wore a red dress, her silky hair cascading like a waterfall. Her exquisite face was lightly adorned with makeup, her delicate features akin to a work of art. Her cheeks tinged with a blush that enhanced her allure. She was truly a breathtaking beauty, stunning beyond compare. Hey, you're about to spill your wine. Su Yuqing quickly reminded him, snapping him back to reality. He realized he had been somewhat lost in thought. The candlelit dinner was warm and romantic. As the wine flowed, Su Yuqing's cheeks grew increasingly flushed, her enchanting eyes reflecting a hint of intoxication. She sat beside Jiang Chen and softly spoke. When I was a child, I imagined that if I ever met a boy I liked, I would wear a pretty dress, sip a little wine, and sway into his arms, asking if he liked me. If he said he didn't, I would smash a bottle over his head. But since I'm a girl, I'd use a pink bottle instead. Jiang Chen listened to her slightly tipsy musings, a smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, he felt a soft rush as she leaned into him, her sweet fragrance enveloping him, accompanied by her tipsy whisper, "Do you like me?" Chapter 18. The test of friendship. The night passed quickly. The morning sun shone brightly, and the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air. Jiang Chen awoke from his slumber, slowly opening his eyes. Thanks to the effects of the innate pill, his physique was robust, and he felt no fatigue. It appeared the pill had such an effect. He mused to himself. Through the door, he spotted a graceful silhouette in the kitchen, tying on an apron and diligently preparing breakfast. Although Su Yuqing was a wealthy heiress, she could still manage simple tasks like frying eggs and pouring milk. Watching her fumble about brought Jiang Chen immense joy. After they enjoyed their breakfast together, a sudden knock echoed through the house. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Chen looked toward the door, puzzled. Who could that be? It must be my best friend. She knows I'm staying here, Su Yuqing explained, then went to open the door. A tall girl appeared at the entrance, stylishly dressed, with shoulder-length hair and light makeup, looking exceptionally attractive. Her beauty surpassed a score of 90. There was a hint of boldness in her demeanor, but at that moment, worry clouded her expression. Ching, have you truly eloped with someone? Yes, Su Yuqing nodded, gesturing to introduce Jiang Chen. This is my boyfriend. Boyfriend? The girl, noticing Su Yuqing's radiant happiness, grew even more concerned, instinctively scrutinizing Jiang Chen. Ching, we need to talk privately. She grasped Su Yuqing's hand and swiftly pulled her into the room. Slamming the door shut behind them, Jiang Chen sat in the living room, initially intending to greet her but found no opportunity to do so. Inside the room, Lu Mingyao's eyes were filled with anxiety. Why did you leave the Su family? Are you sure you haven't been deceived? I am here of my own volition. I have not been deceived, Su Yuqing asserted with an air of nonchalance. Lu Mingyao continued her inquisitive interrogation. What does that young man do? Where does he reside? I have never heard you mention him before. How did he become your boyfriend? Faced with this barrage of questions, Su Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. Apart from knowing Jiang Chen's name, she had not inquired about anything else. Thus, she shook her head. I don't know. I just met him the day before yesterday. What? Lu Mingyao's mouth formed an astonished O, her surprise palpable. You dare to elope with him without knowing anything? Well, I trust him, Su Yuqing replied, nodding resolutely. Observing her demeanor, Lu Mingyao's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiarity. You two haven't already shared a bed, have you? Su Yuqing was momentarily stunned, her fair cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Silence ensued. It was the best answer she could provide. Lu Mingyao glanced around, contemplating the situation. After all, It was a solitary man and woman sharing a room, and with Su Yuqing's striking beauty, who could resist? Oh dear, this infuriates me. Lu Mingyao felt her friend had fallen prey to deceit. The current crop of scoundrels had insidious tactics, ensnaring both wealth and virtue. Moreover, Su Yuqing's innocence was apparent. What is the issue? Isn't everything fine now? If I don't distance myself from the Su family, I will have to marry Chen Liangrong, Su Yuqing stated. Lu Mingyao regarded her with keen eyes. Sister, listen to me. Although Chen Liangrong is a bit of a rogue, his family is wealthy. You at least wouldn't have to endure hardship. What will you do when the money runs out? You'll have to work to support a pretty boy? Yet Su Yuqing replied, then let us work hard together. Lu Mingyao was left speechless, thinking to herself that women in love often had their intelligence diminished. Fine. I'll help you test him later to see what his family background is like, Lu Mingyao declared. Su Yuqing inquired, how will you test him? Never you mind. Just leave it to me, Lu Mingyao assured, patting her ample bosom with confidence. Secretly, she vowed not to let anyone deceive her sister. After a brief discussion, the two emerged from the room. Hello, I am Lu Mingyao, she said with a mischievous smile. Jiang Chen, he introduced himself. Lu Mingyao raised an eyebrow. She had not heard of this name in the circles of wealthy second-generation elites in Jiangbei City. Our Yuqing mentioned she wants a designer bag. As her boyfriend, shouldn't you get her one? She aimed to discern whether he had the financial means. A quick jaunt outside would reveal that those extravagant bags were priced in the tens of thousands. Let's see if he can afford it. Su Yuqing appeared bewildered, pondering when she had ever expressed a desire for a bag. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Mingyao's pointed look silenced her. Jiang Chen observed the two with a hint of confusion. Is it just a bag? Then let us go buy one. The trio ventured out to the most bustling commercial street in Jiangbei City, alive with the chatter and throngs of people. Lu Mingyao's eyes darted around. She was determined to find a high-end store. Soon, she set her sights on an LV flagship store. I think the styles here are quite nice. Let us go inside and take a look, Lu Mingyao suggested, pulling Su Yuqing along as Jiang Chen followed behind. The attentive sales staff quickly recognized that the girls were there to shop and approached them with enthusiasm. This piece is one of our new arrivals. Perfectly suited to your elegance, priced at 30,000 yuan. And this one, also a new model, is priced at 50,000. Do you fancy any of these? Lu Mingyao nodded incessantly, but her focus was solely on the price tags. Before long, her eyes lit up as she spotted a limited edition piece priced at 250,000 yuan. This one seems splendid, practically tailor-made for Yuqing. Let us purchase this, Lu Mingyao proclaimed, keeping a watchful eye on Jiang Chen's expression. However, upon hearing the price, Jiang Chen remained impassive, merely turning to Su Yuqing and asking, do you like it? Su Yuqing hesitated. The LV limited edition was indeed to her liking, but it was far too expensive. Even if she had not distanced herself from the Su family, she would not have dared to splurge. Jiang Chen discerned her hesitation. All right, let us put it on hold. Lu Mingyao frowned slightly, sensing that his nonchalant demeanor was reminiscent of someone merely haggling at a market. That bag costs 250,000. Are you really pretending to be unfazed? One is not enough. This bag is suitable for winter. We need to buy one for summer as well. Oh, then let us continue, Jiang Chen remarked casually. Lu Mingyao shot him a skeptical glance before pointing to a bag priced at 100,000 yuan. I think this one is quite nice. Yes, let us add that to the collection, Jiang Chen replied. Lu Mingyao was determined not to let him off the hook so easily, insisting, these all seem splendid. Why don't we buy them all? Let us not. Su Yuqing interjected, feeling uneasy about the situation. Is this how one tests someone? These bags are exorbitant. Even a second-generation rich kid wouldn't splurge like this. Jiang Chen, however, merely smiled. It's all right. If you like them, we can buy them all. Su Yuqing's cheeks flushed with warmth, her heart brimming with happiness. Lu Mingyao gasped in astonishment. How did this feel so counterproductive? She had chosen bags totaling nearly 500,000. Such purchases were not made lightly. He must be putting on an act, she thought. He would surely reveal his true financial standing soon. Chapter 19, The Donation. Lu Mingyao lifted her chin defiantly, hands on her hips. Then you shall pay. Very well. Jiang Chen nodded. The nearby sales staff were bewildered, thinking to themselves, is this how one buys bags? Suddenly, a professionally dressed store manager approached. Her eyes darted to Jiang Chen, scrutinizing him before a look of delight spread across her face. Mr. Jiang, is that truly you? You need not pay for these bags. You already settled the bill last time, remember? Jiang Chen's memory was jogged. Indeed, he recalled visiting this store previously and purchasing their entire inventory. The manager smiled. These are merely a fraction of what you've bought. We have set aside dozens of other styles for you. Oh, splendid. Thank you, Jiang Chen replied, nodding. Lu Mingyao, hearing their conversation, found herself utterly perplexed. No payment required? He bought out the entire store? What is going on? Initially intending to gauge his wealth by selecting several bags as a test, she was taken aback to learn he owned the entire shop. This exceeds my expectations. Lu Mingyao glanced at Su Yuqing, only to find her equally astonished, shrugging her shoulders in a gesture of confusion. Jiang Chen turned to the two, smiling. If these aren't enough, there are plenty more inside. Feel free to take your pick. The two girls were at a loss for words. Lu Mingyao's mind raced, pondering whether this fellow was in the business of wholesale luxury bags. It must have struck his fancy. Hence, he was emboldened. No need for that. Our Qingqing has suddenly lost her desire to purchase a bag. Let us peruse other stores, said Yao Yao. Su Yuqing hesitated, pondering that it would suffice. They should explore other shops. Isn't it somewhat unreasonable? Jiang Chen suddenly recalled that his last visit here had been for a spending task, where he had expended 100 million. Consequently, he had cleared not only this store, but the entire street. Well, that's fine. I have already settled the bills for this street, so feel free to choose whatever you like. Uffed. Lu Mingyao nearly choked on her own disbelief. You bought the entire street? Is that for real? Moreover, observing his demeanor, it seemed as if he had only just remembered this fact. Had he not come to buy a bag, he might have forgotten altogether. Was he truly that wealthy? Subsequently, the trio strolled down the street, noticing the managers of the luxury boutiques standing at the entrance, greeting Jiang Chen. Some bowed with smiles, while others waved in acknowledgement. After all, Jiang Chen was a VIP among VIPs here. At last, Lu Mingyao was convinced. The entire street belonged to him. Are you not going inside to take a look? Jiang Chen inquired, turning his head. Not for the time being, Lu Mingyao replied, struggling internally. She was indeed quite tempted by these brand stores. However, this was a test for Jiang Chen. If she capitulated now, it would be rather embarrassing for her. Yet, Lu Mingyao was also filled with curiosity. What business did he engage in? The value of the goods on this street was likely nearing 100 million. Such wealth certainly qualified as affluent. Lu Mingyao walked with her arms crossed, a thoughtful expression adorning her features. Suddenly, she turned and caught sight of a sign for a charitable foundation. Many people were entering and exiting the premises, all engaged in philanthropic donations. Lu Mingyao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although the entire street was his and his family was well off, one could ascertain a person's wealth and compassion through their charitable contributions. Let us see how much he can donate. Qingqing, there is an organization collecting donations. Why don't we contribute a bit? Great idea. Su Yuqing, with her kind heart, readily agreed. In the past, she would have undoubtedly donated in such situations. The three of them followed the crowd into the building. Upon entering, they noticed a screen displaying the current donation project, raising 100 million to build a school for children in the mountains. The screen continuously changed, showcasing the living conditions of the children, which was quite heartbreaking. A number of individuals had already donated, placing their contributions into the donation box, while the organizers expressed their gratitude repeatedly. The donation drive had been ongoing for a week, yet only 10 million had been raised thus far, still far from their target of 100 million. Su Yuqing and Lu Mingyao gazed at the faces of the mountain children on the screen, their hearts stirred, and they expressed their desire to contribute. Especially Lu Mingyao, feeling the presence of Jiang Chen, resolved to donate even more. After all, her family was well off, and she was considered a wealthy second generation in Jiangbei City. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been best friends with Su Yuqing. Do you accept large transfers here? Lu Mingyao proclaimed with confidence. The surrounding individuals were momentarily taken aback. Large transfers? How much was she planning to donate? Dressed in vibrant attire and adorned with luxury brands, she was clearly affluent. The staff smiled and nodded. Yes, any amount is acceptable. Very well, I shall donate 500,000. Lu Mingyao declared loudly. Hiss. The people around gasped in surprise. They were accustomed to donating a few hundred or 1,000, but they never expected a girl to contribute 500,000. Indeed, she was wealthy, and not only was she beautiful, but her heart was also kind. The crowd couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, silently applauding her generosity. Let us shine a light on the righteous path. I will donate 300,000, Su Yuqing added. Although she had distanced herself from the Su family, she still had some funds at her disposal. Yet, to be able to donate amidst such family upheaval showcased her true kindness. Once again, the crowd applauded the two girls. The staff expressed their deep gratitude. Thank you so much. Good deeds are rewarded, and may you both enjoy a lifetime of peace. Lu Mingyao pulled out her phone and directly initiated the transfer. Ding. Transfer of 500,000 yuan successful. As the machine announced the transaction, the surrounding individuals marveled once more. A few staff members bowed repeatedly, expressing their thanks. A donation of 500,000 was already considered substantial. Lu Mingyao tucked her phone back into her pocket and turned to Jiang Chen, her gaze somewhat challenging. I've donated a month's allowance. Now it's your turn to do something. Oh, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, nodding. He was not the least bit offended. He understood that this little girl was merely trying to show off her generosity, which was understandable. Then I shall contribute as well. He approached the donation table, and the staff smiled at him. Sir, how much would you like to donate? Hearing the inquiry, Lu Mingyao leaned in, curious about how much he intended to give. However, Jiang Chen did not rush to respond. Instead, he turned to look at the large screen displaying the funding goal of 100 million for the school. After a moment of contemplation, he decided, in that case, I shall donate 100 million. Gasp! The surrounding crowd was momentarily stunned, questioning whether they had misheard. Sir, may I confirm the amount you wish to donate? The staff asked to ensure clarity. I am donating 100 million, Jiang Chen reiterated. Upon hearing that someone was donating 100 million, the crowd erupted into discussion, and the atmosphere grew lively. 100 million? Is he here to cause trouble? Doesn't he look like a wealthy person? Even Lu Mingyao was left speechless. Is that for real? This isn't a very amusing joke. Yet at that moment, Jiang Chen had already taken out his phone to scan the QR code, inputting the amount. 100,000,000 yuan, a total of 8 zeros. He clicked confirm. Ding. Transfer of 100 million successful. The crisp mechanical sound instantly drowned out the surrounding noise. The crowd fell silent, eyes wide and jaws nearly dropping to the ground. No way, no way, no way. Did he really just donate 100 million? Chapter 20. The door knocks. He must be incredibly wealthy. This is the true essence of a lavish spender. No wonder two beautiful girls are with him. Jiang Chen's magnificent act of donating 100 million earned him immense respect from the onlookers. The staff were thrilled and applauded him, and the atmosphere quickly became electric. In an instant, the room resonated with thunderous applause, echoing endlessly. Lu Mingyao stood in a daze, glancing left and right, ultimately focusing her gaze on Jiang Chen's handsome face. His demeanor remained undisturbed, his expression unchanged, as if donating 100 million was merely a trivial matter. Jiang Chen treated luxury purchases as casually as one would buy groceries, clearing an entire street in one go and contributing 100 million without a second thought. Lu Mingyao was utterly impressed, completely astounded. She was left in a state of reverence. She turned her gaze towards Su Yuqing, now questioning whether it was all intentional. Is this what they call eloping? This is clearly a marriage into wealth. Meeting her eyes, Su Yuqing also looked somewhat bewildered. She shrugged her shoulders with an innocent expression. I truly had no idea he was so affluent. Yet, Su Yuqing felt a sense of happiness. She thought to herself, no wonder I was drawn to this man. He is indeed remarkable. Never mind, let us go have a meal, Lu Mingyao said, pursing her lips. Su Yuqing nodded in agreement. Sure. I happen to be a bit hungry. Unbeknownst to them, they had already been bustling about for an entire morning. It was now lunchtime. Jiang Chen inquired, what would you like to eat? Anything is fine, Lu Mingyao replied nonchalantly, as she did not have a preference for upscale venues. There was no need for it. Jiang Chen's financial capability was unquestionable. Thus, adhering to the principle of proximity, they chose a mid-range restaurant nearby. Being situated in the city center, the restaurant was quite busy, bustling with patrons. The arrival of two stunning beauties added an extra splash of vibrancy to the place. The trio took a seat and casually ordered a few dishes. The two girls claimed they were on a diet to maintain their figures, so they only ordered fruits and vegetables. Jiang Chen, however, was more down to earth and ordered a curry rice bowl. As they dined and chatted, the atmosphere felt pleasant and harmonious. Being with the two girls lifted Su Yuqing's spirits, causing her to forget her earlier troubles. But at that moment, a sudden uproar erupted outside, akin to the roar of a beast, growing ever closer. Diners instinctively turned their gazes towards the window. They beheld a red Ferrari parked at the entrance, followed by several Mercedes-Benz vehicles. The flashy sports cars drew significant attention. The black Mercedes exuded an air of sophistication, instantly capturing the eyes of numerous young men and women. Wow, so cool. A convoy of luxury cars. Which young master is out for a joyride now? The door of the red Ferrari swung open, revealing a young man in casual attire. His brow was furrowed, subtly betraying his anger. Clearly, he was not in a cheerful mood, for bodyguards promptly followed in his wake, striding aggressively into the restaurant. Their demeanor suggested they were not merely there to dine, but rather to settle a score. Lu Mingyao had just lifted a piece of fruit salad to her mouth when her actions abruptly halted as she glanced around. She quickly set down her chopsticks and nudged Su Yuqing. Oh no, look who it is. Su Yuqing gasped, her heart racing as she raised her head. Upon seeing the young man, her expression shifted to one of fear. How could it be Chen Liangrong? This is bad. They must have spotted us while we were out shopping. Jiang Chen noticed the change in the two girls and turned to glance in their direction. He quickly recognized that the newcomers were not friendly. The restaurant staff intended to greet the young man, but he shoved one of them to the ground without a second thought, continuing his advance with unwavering focus. His intentions were clear. Su Yuqing, I've finally found you. The young man stopped in front of their table, his expression dark as he spoke. Su Yuqing clenched her teeth. I've already severed ties with the Su family. What more do you want? What more do I want? Chun Liangrong sneered. Those who offend me never end up well. You dare to elope with this pretty boy? What makes him any better than me? Lu Mingyao could no longer hold her tongue. You're not even worthy to be compared to him. Jiang Chen found her sudden support perplexing. Hadn't she been rather dissatisfied with him previously? Women truly are capricious creatures. Chun Liangrong's anger flared, his eyes flashing with resentment. You say I'm inferior to him? Just wait. I'll make him kneel before me like a dead dog, and you'll see who's better. Hearing this, Su Yuqing's beautiful eyes filled with anxiety. She abruptly stood up. What do you intend to do? You needn't worry, Su Yuqing. Since you are no longer part of the Su family, I have no obligation to show them any respect. Once I'm done with this pretty boy, you'll understand my prowess. Chun Liangrong's eyes greedily roamed over her, a glint of vindictiveness in his gaze. The other patrons in the restaurant held their breath. Recognizing Chun Liangrong, the notorious young master of Jiangbei City, known for bullying others and having a bad reputation. Anyone who dared to meddle in his affairs was akin to courting disaster. They silently lamented. Who are those at that table? How did they offend young Master Chen? They are in for a rough time. Especially the handsome young man. He would likely be beaten to a pulp. Yet Jiang Chen stood up at that moment, positioning himself protectively in front of the two girls. His handsome face remained calm, even surrounded by several bodyguards, showing no signs of panic. Chun Liangrong glared at him, feeling quite displeased. Typically, ordinary people would be frightened into submission upon seeing him, begging for mercy. Yet this man displayed not an ounce of fear. Aren't you scared of me? He shouted, his voice rising. Jiang Chen found the question baffling. Who are you? The crowd was speechless, yet they admired his courage. Chun Liangrong frowned, announcing his identity. I am Chun Liangrong, the young master of the Chun family in Jiangbei City. Oh, Jiang Chen nodded, pondering for a moment before replying. Sorry, I've never heard of you. Uffed. Even in such a tense situation, Lu Mingyao and the other girl almost burst into laughter, silently marveling at his audacity. Truly, you are something else. Chun Liangrong's anger surged further upon witnessing their reaction. Very well. Today I shall make you acquainted with my true self. With that, he could no longer restrain himself and swung his fist towards Jiang Chen's face. Su Yuqing and Lu Mingyao's hearts raced, but they only heard a loud thud. Chun Liangrong's fist was firmly grasped by Jiang Chen. You seem a bit weak. There's hardly any force behind your punch. Chun Liangrong, accustomed to indulgence in vices, had long since depleted his strength and was no match for Jiang Chen. You. Chun Liangrong's fury boiled over, just as he was about to utter something. A sudden wave of pain surged through him, forcing the words back down his throat. Jiang Chen exerted pressure with his fingers. Crack. The crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed from his grip. Ah, it hurts. Chun Liangrong immediately howled in agony. The surrounding bodyguards were taken aback, never expecting Jiang Chen to retaliate with such ferocity. Kid, let go of young Master Chen. One of the bodyguards shouted, rushing towards him. Jiang Chen lifted his leg, delivering a kick to the bodyguard's abdomen. The immense force caused the man to double over, resembling a shrimp, as he was propelled backward. Crash. The bodyguard shattered the glass door, tumbling outside. So fierce. The remaining 3 bodyguards were shocked and rushed to protect their master. However, their movements were too slow. Jiang Chen effortlessly dodged them, while simultaneously kicking them away, rendering them incapable of fighting back in an instant. What? Chun Liangrong was astonished. He had relied on his bodyguards for confidence, but now he found himself easily subdued. You useless fools. I shall dismiss all of you. Not a single penny of your wages shall you receive. He bellowed in a fit of hysteria. Jiang Chen observed the scene and thought, does he still dare to flaunt his authority here? Gripping Chun Liangrong's hand, he suddenly twisted it with force. Crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed once more. Chun Liangrong's arm contorted grotesquely. A piercing, anguished scream erupted in the restaurant, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Beads of sweat, akin to large soybeans, cascaded down his forehead. His features contorted in agony. Brother, I was wrong. Please, release me. I shall never dare again. He began to plead for mercy. His former bravado utterly vanished. Onlookers witnessed this spectacle, inwardly cheering. The notorious ruffian of Jiang City was being punished, which brought them immense satisfaction. He deserved it. Su Yuqing and her companion felt particularly vindicated, having long desired to deliver him a beating. Especially Lu Mingyao, whose bright eyes sparkled with astonishment. She had anticipated trouble upon encountering Chun Liangrong, but was taken aback by Jiang Chen's prowess. In but a few swift moves, he had resolved the issue. Not only was he affluent, but his skills were also remarkable. He was, in every sense, perfect. Jiang Chen regarded Chun Liangrong's pained visage with distaste. He raised his leg and delivered another kick, sending him flying a considerable distance. Chun Liangrong let out a wail, and promptly slumped into unconsciousness. He appeared utterly defeated, even more so than Shui Yang. The crowd silently raised their thumbs in approval for Jiang Chen, recognizing him as a hero among the people. Simultaneously, they were curious about this individual capable of taking down Chen Liangrong. Jiang Chen wiped his hands with a napkin. "Boss, the bill, please." No, I insist. "It's on the house," the owner quickly replied. He dared not accept payment from someone who could defeat Chen Liangrong. "Oh, thank you," Jiang Chen replied graciously, departing the restaurant with the two young women. As they left, Lu Mingyao playfully stepped on the unconscious Chen Liangrong twice, feeling secure in Jiang Chen's company. The trio strolled down the street, the two girls brimming with enthusiasm for their shopping adventure. However, Lu Mingyao was frequently interrupted by calls from her family, which began to vex her. "Ugh, so annoying," she exclaimed, hanging up once more. Concerned, Su Yuqing inquired, "What is it? Does your family need you for something?" "Not exactly." Lu Mingyao shook her head, exasperated. "My father is arranging blind dates for me, and these people just want to quit." Lu Mingyao was well known in her circle as a stunning beauty, attracting the attention of numerous wealthy suitors. Her father, deeming some of them suitable, insisted she meet them. However, Lu Mingyao was unwilling and found the incessant pressure bothersome. Despite having fended off a few suitors, they continued to pursue her. As her close friend, Su Yuqing empathized with her plight. "What do you plan to do?" "I need to devise a long-term solution," Lu Mingyao replied, her clever eyes darting about. Suddenly, she fixated on Jiang Chen's face, an idea forming in her mind. "Ching, could I possibly borrow your boyfriend?" Jiang Chen's previous display had thoroughly changed her opinion of him. She now held him in high regard. "Huh." Su Yuqing's expression turned wary. "They say to beware of fire, theft, and even best friends. Does she intend to betray me? What are you plotting?" "Don't misunderstand. I'll simply tell my father that I have a boyfriend, and then have Jiang Chen play the part. So he'll stop arranging blind dates for me," Lu Mingyao explained. Realizing the nature of the ruse, Su Yuqing considered it. If it was merely an act, it didn't seem too problematic. She turned her gaze toward Jiang Chen. "What do you think?" Jiang Chen, suddenly the center of attention, found himself at a loss for words. He felt a sense of unease about the entire situation. "Please, just help me out. It won't be anything serious. Just come over to my house once," Lu Mingyao pleaded earnestly. Jiang Chen glanced at her, sensing that Lu Mingyao meant no harm, merely possessing a straightforward disposition. Given that she was a childhood friend of his girlfriend, he felt inclined to assist her. Besides, Su Yuqing seemed to concur with the idea. "All right, I'll help you." He finally agreed. "Yay," Lu Mingyao exclaimed, forming a victory sign. "Let us do it tomorrow. Come to my house." "Okay." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Lu Mingyao suddenly remembered something. "Oh, and remember to make a good impression. It's south best if you drive a nice car. Do you have one?" He indeed possessed a luxury vehicle worth 400 million. Jiang Chen nodded, considering that it would suffice. Lu Mingyao's family was well off, and her father was quite discerning when selecting a son-in-law, so he needed to make a strong impression. Anything less would surely displease him. Noticing Jiang Chen's understanding demeanor, Lu Mingyao felt grateful for their clear communication. "Thank you so much. I'll head home now and contact you tomorrow, so await my message." She expressed her heartfelt gratitude, as she appreciated even the slightest kindness shown to her. "Goodbye." Jiang Chen and Su Yuqing waved her off. Once Lu Mingyao departed, Su Yuqing appeared contemplative, her gaze gradually shifting toward Jiang Chen. Suddenly, she posed an unexpected question. "Do you think my best friend is pretty?" Jiang Chen hesitated momentarily, sensing something was amiss. This felt like a trap. After pondering, he replied, "I'm not sure. I didn't really look closely just now." Su Yuqing smiled brightly. I must admit, that was a rather clever response. She was quite pleased. With that, she linked her arm with Jiang Chen's, her face radiating happiness. "Come on, let us continue shopping." Thus, the two enjoyed a delightful afternoon together, filled with warmth and sweetness. Before they knew it, night had fallen. The evening sky was enchanting, adorned with countless stars. Beneath the celestial expanse, the city shimmered with neon lights, a scene of vibrant splendor. After a long day of shopping, Su Yuqing felt somewhat fatigued. Jiang Chen looked up and noticed that they were approaching the Jiang City Grand Hotel, where his luxury vehicle was parked. They decided to stay the night at the hotel, intending for Jiang Chen to drive to Lu Mingyao's the next day for their charade. As Jiang Chen reached the entrance of the hotel, the security personnel immediately recognized him and hurriedly informed the lobby manager. "President Jiang has arrived. President Jiang is here." "What? President Jiang? Quickly, let us go welcome him." The lobby manager, a poised woman clad in a tailored suit, promptly led a group out to greet him. She had previously assisted Jiang Chen alongside Li Yonghua and was aware of his esteemed status as the ultimate boss. Chapter 22. A change of venue. Two rows of elegantly dressed hostesses stood at attention, their graceful figures poised. Behind them, Bodyguards clad in black stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, exuding strength. Jiang Chen strolled through the center, while the manager smiled broadly, explaining, "President Jiang, our boss Li is currently out on business and won't return for a while. I hope you won't mind." "Oh, that is perfectly fine." Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The esteemed boss is rather preoccupied, unlike oneself, who finds the time to lounge about. As the crowd welcomed him, Jiang Chen arrived at the most opulent suite on the top floor. The hostesses and bodyguards stood at attention by the entrance, every detail meticulously ordered. Su Yuqing could not help but marvel, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Even during her days as a young lady, she had never received such treatment. It was extraordinarily lavish, to say the least. Moments ago, she had overheard the lobby manager refer to Jiang Chen as General Jiang, leading her to speculate that he might be a stakeholder in the hotel. Suddenly, it dawned on her. No wonder Chen Liangrong's men had failed to capture her. It was because Jiang Chen had discreetly assigned someone to protect her. At that moment, clarity washed over her, and she turned her gaze towards his handsome visage, her heart swelling with gratitude. Thus, she slowly leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. Jiang Chen, taken aback by the unexpected softness and warmth, inquired, "What are you doing?" "I just like you," Su Yuqing replied, her radiant smile eclipsing everything around her. Subsequently, the two dined together in a sweet atmosphere. However, at that very moment, several young men strode into the lobby below. They were boisterous, exchanging jests and discussing which sports car boasted the best engine or which young lady was the most attractive. Their conversation reeked of the air of wealthy second-generation elites. Although the hotel lobby forbade such raucousness, the staff felt helpless and had no choice but to bow in respect. "Young master, you have returned," one of the staff greeted. "Indeed," replied the leading youth, Li Xian, who was the son of Li Yonghua. "I've brought a few friends for a meal. Prepare our most luxurious suite on the top floor." However, the staff hesitated, "But there are already people inside." "Who?" the young man exclaimed in displeasure. The staff could only respond, "I am not certain, but it seems to be a significant figure. The manager has instructed that no one is to disturb them." The likes of Jiang Chen were not known to the junior staff. Li Xian's brow furrowed in hesitation. The individuals behind him began to tease, "Li Xian, is it true you can't even secure a place for dinner at your own home? How does that reflect on the young master? Why don't we just find somewhere else?" one suggested. Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt his pride wounded. Was this not a slap to his face? Being a wealthy second-generation heir, he was typically brash and domineering. "Who says there's south no place? I'll go up and drive them out, regardless of who they are." "Are you serious? You wouldn't dare, would you?" his companions questioned. Li Xian pounded his chest, declaring, "When has Xiangu ever boasted? Come, follow me." A throng of young men marched towards the luxurious suite on the top floor. Yet, Li Xian's mind was clouded with curiosity about who was dining inside. Upon reaching the suite, Li Xian peered through the window's crack, discreetly glancing inside. The vast, luxurious room housed only two individuals, a man and a woman. The man was strikingly handsome, yet unfamiliar to him. However, upon gazing at the girl, Li Xian's expression transformed into one of recognition. "Isn't that Su Yuqing?" he thought. Su Yuqing was renowned as a beauty in Jiangbei City, recognized among the second-generation elites. "I was expecting a notable figure, but it's just her." Li Xian's apprehension dissipated. Although the Su family held some influence, they had recently fallen on hard times, owing significant debts and facing imminent bankruptcy. Furthermore, he had heard rumors regarding Su Yuqing's entanglement with the Chen family. If she were to marry Chen Liangrong, she might be a formidable opponent. However, given that she had offended Master Chen and distanced herself from the Su family, he felt emboldened. "Brothers, it's all right, we'll just go in. After all, it's my home we're dining in. Now that is more like it. No wonder you're Xiangu." His companions chimed in agreement. Li Xian strode confidently forward, only to be blocked by bodyguards on either side. "Young master, what do you intend to do? The manager has instructed that no one is permitted inside." "No problem." Li Xian waved dismissively. "I know the people in there. We're all friends. Let me through." "Friends?" The bodyguards exchanged puzzled glances. Isn't he the boss's superior? How did they become friends? Nevertheless, since he claimed such, they dared not obstruct him further. "Young master, please," they conceded, parting to allow him passage. Li Xian entered with an air of triumph, his demeanor exuberant. "Brothers, did you see that? Come, let us go in." He pushed open the door and swaggered inside. Jiang Chen had been enjoying dinner with Su Yuqing when the commotion in the corridor caught his attention. The door swung open, revealing a young man strutting in, followed by several others. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the intrusion. Li Xian boldly announced, "Today, Xiangu has brought a few friends for a meal. I kindly ask you to vacate the premises." Jiang Chen paused, taken aback. "On what grounds should we move?" "Simply because this hotel belongs to my family. If you're wise, you'll leave promptly," lest I have you expelled." Li Xian waved dismissively. Su Yuqing interjected, "Li Xian, you are being excessive." Li Xian chuckled, "Well, if you wish to stay, that's fine. However, the pretty boy must leave." His grin widened, for Su Yuqing was indeed a captivating beauty, highly sought after. Previously, he had refrained from approaching her due to Chun Liangrong's influence. Jiang Chen remained unfazed, observing Li Xian's features, which bore a significant resemblance to Li Yonghua, leading him to deduce his identity. "What if I choose not to leave?" Jiang Chen inquired calmly. "Then don't blame Xiangu for being uncivilized." "Guards," Li Xian sneered, summoning the bodyguards. At that moment, an imposing middle-aged man pushed through the crowd, his hair graying and styled back, exuding a sense of authority. His chest heaved slightly as his countenance darkened. Li Yonghua, having learned of Jiang Chen's presence at the hotel, had hastily left his affairs behind to return. However, Li Xian remained unaware of his father amidst the crowd. He waved his hand dramatically, shouting, "Go and throw that pretty boy out. He's too handsome. Just looking at him annoys me." Yet, as his words hung in the air, he found the room eerily silent. Jiang Chen, meanwhile, wore a sardonic smile, as if a large sign marked danger was emblazoned on his forehead. As expected, Li Xian's impatience grew. He turned and bellowed, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up, or believe me, I'll dock your pay." "Dad." He suddenly froze, his expression stiffening. Chapter 23. What car is he driving? Xiangu had always been audacious, unafraid of any adversary, save for his father. Noticing Li Yonghua's stern expression, he quickly attempted to placate him. "Dad, it's nothing serious. I can handle it myself. Why did you rush up here? You can handle what nonsense?" Li Yonghua erupted with a torrent of curses, delivering a swift kick. Fortunately, he had returned early. Otherwise, this little rascal would have landed himself in serious trouble. How dare he attempt to expel Jiang Chen? This was a direct affront to wealth. The more Li Yonghua pondered the situation, the angrier he became, landing several more kicks on Li Xian. "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" Li Xian cried out in distress. "Dad, please stop kicking. What is going on? Do you even realize who you were trying to chase away? He is the major shareholder of our hotel, Mr. Jiang." Li Yonghua bellowed. "What? Mr. Jiang?" Li Xian's mind buzzed as realization dawned upon him. He quickly understood that the big shot the manager had referred to was not Su Yuqing, but rather the gentleman beside her. "This is a misunderstanding, a grave misunderstanding." Li Xian's expression transformed into one of sheer dismay. Li Yonghua dragged him forward. "Apologize to Mr. Jiang at once." "Yes, yes." Li Xian bowed repeatedly, addressing Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, I was wrong. I truly did not know it was you. This is indeed a misunderstanding." Jiang Chen, however, was hardly perturbed. He found the entire situation rather amusing. With a smile, he inquired, "Xiangu, why not stay and join us for a meal?" "No, please just call me Xiao Xuanzi," Li Xian hastily replied. "I wouldn't want to intrude on your meal." Behind him, his wealthy friends, witnessing the debacle, realized he had made a significant blunder. "Li Xian, it seems we won be dining after all." Li Xian turned, seething with indignation. "What are you all talking about? You only think about eating. If it weren't for you, would this have happened? You've caused Xiao Xuanzi a great deal of trouble. You should all just go about your business." The group scoffed, disdainfully elongating their laughter as they dispersed. Li Yonghua stepped forward, slightly bowing. "Mr. Jiang, I apologize for my lack of discipline. I hope you can forgive me." "Oh, it's nothing." Jiang Chen waved his hand graciously, showing no inclination to hold a grudge. Li Xian felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, and with a sycophantic grin, he said, "Mr. Jiang, enjoy your meal. Should you need anything, Xiao Xuanzi is at your service." Jiang Chen nodded, slightly bemused by the peculiar nickname. It struck him as somewhat archaic. Soon after, everyone hurriedly exited the private room, with Li Xian standing guard at the door, his posture rigid and his enthusiasm palpable. "Everyone, keep watch. No one is allowed to enter." The bodyguards exchanged glances, silently thinking that aside from him, there was no one else to worry about. Seeing Li Xian's flustered retreat, Su Yuqing couldn't help but chuckle, her admiration for Jiang Chen deepening, almost bordering on reverence. She leaned against him, and the two continued their delightful dinner together. Subsequently, they made their way to the adjacent presidential suite to rest. The usual price for this opulent room was an astounding 180,000 per night, lavishly adorned and exuding grandeur. The bed was exceedingly soft, enveloping one in comfort, especially with a beautiful companion by one's side. Su Yuqing lay on the bed, her long legs swinging back and forth as she fiddled with her phone. "You're going to help Yao Yao tomorrow, right? Do you have her contact information?" "Of course not," Jiang Chen replied, thinking to himself that he could hardly possess the contact details of your best friend. "I've created a group to include you both. The number is 754-202-744. "All right," Jiang Chen nodded as he joined the group, which included only the three of them. Lu Mingyao seemed to have been awaiting his arrival, quickly sending her address and the time for their meeting the next day. Jiang Chen noted with interest that she resided in the Jiangdu district, not far from his own estate, a rather fortuitous coincidence, as they were neighbors. In addition, Jiang Chen received a wedding invitation from his university classmate, Su Weiwei, who insisted he attend. He recalled that during their last class reunion, someone had mentioned her impending marriage. I suppose I shall go then, Jiang Chen thought, replying briefly before shutting off his phone. Turning around, he found Su Yuqing gazing at him with deep affection. It's getting dark, we should retire for the night. The following morning, Jiang Chen awoke promptly, while Su Yuqing remained in slumber. Her long lashes fluttered slightly, and a hint of blush graced her fair cheeks, making her look captivatingly alluring. Jiang Chen chose not to disturb her, quietly slipping out of bed and into the expansive bathroom of the presidential suite. After a refreshing shower, he donned clean clothes. The reflection in the mirror revealed a man whose handsomeness was unparalleled. His looks were undoubtedly enhanced by the effects of the beauty elixir. He was strikingly handsome, unmatched by anyone, save for the author himself. Jiang Chen was quite pleased with his appearance. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was nearly time for his meeting with Lu Mingyao. He exited the room, where the receptionists and bodyguards greeted him with respectful bows, all saying, "Good morning, Mr. Jiang." Entering the elevator, he descended to the underground parking lot, which was nothing short of magnificent, filled with an array of luxury vehicles. However, for Bugatti Veyron stood out in particular. Jiang Chen pressed the key fob, and the headlights flickered to life, resembling a slumbering beast awakening. He slid into the car and pressed the accelerator, feeling the rush of adrenaline course through him. Jiang Chen drove out of the hotel, garnering the attention of all the security personnel and staff along the way. At Lu Mingyao's residence, a white Maserati was parked at the entrance, beside which stood a young man holding a bouquet of flowers, beaming with a smile. "Yao Yao, I brought you flowers. Do you like them?" "Zhou Yu, didn't I tell you not to come?" Lu Mingyao replied, her irritation evident. The young man, however, remained undeterred, chuckling as he said, "Isn't this my new car? It cost over 10 million. I thought I'd take you for a drive." "I don't need that." Lu Mingyao firmly rejected. Zhou Yu was one of her suitors, persistently showing up at her home like an unwelcome pest. It was particularly vexing that he was quite wealthy, having purchased a car worth over 10 million. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped out, eyeing the luxury vehicle with evident approval. "Yao Yao, why are you being so rude? Zhou is here to see you. You should invite him in." "Dad, Lu Mingyao began to protest, but her father paid her no mind. Instead, he approached Zhou Yu with a welcoming demeanor. "Come in, Zhou, let us have a chat." "Thank you, uncle," Zhou Yu said with a slight smile. Lu Mingyao watched in exasperation as her father led Zhou into the house. As they entered the yard, her father remarked, "Yao Yao, I think Zhou is a good match. You young people should get to know each other better." Lu Mingyao bristled at his words. "What is there to get to know? I already have a boyfriend." "Where is your boyfriend then?" her father asked, clearly skeptical. "Besides, Zhou is quite handsome and comes from a good background. Can your boyfriend even compare?" "Uncle, you flatter me," Zhou Yu said, feigning modesty while internally reveling in the praise. "Humph, my boyfriend is definitely better than him," Lu Mingyao declared confidently. However, her father waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not discuss anything else. Just consider Zhou's new car. How many young people in Jiangbei can afford to drive one?" Lu Mingyao frowned, deep in thought. She was well aware of Jiang Chen's significant wealth. However, it is truly uncertain what sort of vehicle he drives. In Chapter 24, a day off for Shang Wanyu. Luxury cars worth tens of millions have become a rare sight in Jiangbei City. Just as Lu Mingyao's father finished speaking, a deafening roar akin to an explosion resonated from the street outside. A Bugatti came to a halt before their door, its sleek body and broad exhaust pipes unmistakably showcasing the characteristics of a top-tier sports car. The shimmering silver emblem served as a symbol of prestige. Any vehicle bearing this insignia is priced at no less than 10 million. Yet, the one before them was a globally limited edition, valued at an astonishing 400 million. Lu Mingyao's father felt his face flush. He had just remarked on how few young people could afford a Maserati, only to be confronted with something even more formidable. This Bugatti alone could purchase 40 Maseratis. These two vehicles were simply not in the same league. Zhou Yu's smile faltered. He had intended to flaunt his own possessions, only to find them rendered insignificant. It was as if a firefly was vying for brilliance with the full moon. Who could this be? The four pondered. Jiang Chen stepped out of the car, scanning the surroundings until he spotted the house number, confirming he was indeed at the right place. The trio exchanged glances, their thoughts filled with disbelief. Yet, Lu Mingyao's eyes sparkled with delight. Her savior had finally arrived, and he was driving a limited edition vehicle worth 400 million. Truly, he was remarkable. "Look, this is my boyfriend," she exclaimed, rushing to greet him. Zhou Yu's brow furrowed. His worst fears had come to pass. The moment he saw the Bugatti parked at the entrance, he had begun to suspect the truth. Lu Mingyao winked at Jiang Chen, signaling him to play along and proceed as planned. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. In the next instant, a fragrant breeze wafted toward him as Lu Mingyao leaned in, wrapping her arms around his. "Dad, look, this is my boyfriend," she declared, her face radiating happiness. In that moment, everything felt undeniably real. Jiang Chen greeted her father. "Hello, sir." Lu's father scrutinized him, a hint of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. This young man, with his impeccable physique and striking features, was nothing short of perfection. Coupled with the 400 million vehicle, it was evident that he hailed from an extraordinary background. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu's expression darkened. Witnessing his goddess entwined with another sent his heart plummeting. Not only did this young man possess a car worth dozens of times more than his own, but his looks also eclipsed Zhou's by a factor of several. Damn it! How could he be so handsome? Lu's father's attitude began to shift, growing warmer toward Jiang Chen as he inquired, "Young man, what do you do?" "I work at Wanbei Group," Jiang Chen replied. Lu's father nodded in understanding. It made sense. A general manager in a subsidiary of Wanbei Group would likely have a fortune in the hundreds of millions or even billions. Not bad at all. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's affiliation with Wanbei Group, Zhou Yu's eyes glimmered with a sudden realization. His family business had received investment from Wanbei Group, granting him acquaintance with some influential figures. He quickly devised a plan. What good is money? In this day and age, connections are paramount. Zhou Yu resolved to leverage his relationships as a means of intimidation. Haha, he chuckled heartily, feigning nonchalance. What a coincidence. I happen to have some connections with Shang Wanyu from Wanbei Group. I hear she has the authority to make personnel changes and can dismiss employees at will. Shang Wanyu essentially acted as the group's steward, overseeing all affairs and enjoying considerable renown in Jiangbei City. Zhou Yu intended to use her as leverage against Jiang Chen. Lu's father, upon hearing this, began to contemplate, feeling the scales of his judgment tipping in Zhou Yu's favor. The Zhou family had navigated the complexities of Jiangbei City for years, amassing a considerable network. As the saying goes, a higher official can easily suppress the lower. What good is wealth? Lu Mingyao sensed the veiled threat in Zhou Yu's words, anxiety creeping into her heart. After all, she had only wanted Jiang Chen to pretend to be her boyfriend. Losing his job would be an unthinkable outcome. At that moment, Jiang Chen fell into silence, his thoughts drifting to little Yu, who toiled tirelessly every day, encountering all manner of people. She truly deserved a break. Zhou Yu, misinterpreting his silence as fear, scoffed. I'd advise you to steer clear of Yao Yao. Otherwise, you might end up losing your job in a bid to steal a chicken. You are right, Jiang Chen nodded, promptly dialing Shang Wanyu's number. In less than 3 seconds, the call was connected. Hello, General Manager Shang Wan, came her slightly fatigued voice from the other end. Do you know someone named Zhou Yu? Jiang Chen inquired first. Shang Wanyu quickly replied, Oh, I've only met him once. Our group has invested in the Zhou family. Withdraw the investment, Jiang Chen stated plainly. Shang Wanyu didn't hesitate or question his reasoning. All right, understood. I will take care of it right away. Wanbei Group had invested in numerous places, and the Zhou family was but a drop in the ocean. Withdrawing the investment would have no significant impact. Jiang Chen recalled another matter. Little Yu, don't overexert yourself. Take a few days off to rest. Shang Wanyu was taken aback by his concern, feeling genuinely touched. Thank you, General Manager Jiang. I appreciate it. All right then, that will be all, Jiang Chen concluded, hanging up the phone. The others around him were left bewildered, including Lu Mingyao, all wearing expressions of confusion. Who had he called? Little Yu? Surely not Shang Wanyu. It couldn't be. Especially when they heard him mention withdrawing the investment and granting a vacation. Zhou Yu sensed something amiss and hesitantly asked, Who did you just call? You'll find out soon enough, Jiang Chen replied, a broad smile illuminating his face. Just then, Zhou Yu's phone rang. He glanced at the screen to see it was his father, a wave of unease washing over him. Upon answering, even from a distance, he could hear his father's furious voice. You little rascal, have you offended someone out there? Wanbei Group has pulled their investment. Our company is on the brink of collapse. Zhou Yu stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. His mouth fell open, and his gaze slowly shifted to Jiang Chen. It became painfully clear that the person he had just called was indeed Shang Wanyu. Jiang Chen's claim of working at Wanbei Group was not as an employee, but as the chairman. Who else could wield the power to withdraw investments with a mere word and grant Shang Wanyu a vacation? Panic set in for Zhou Yu, leaving him at a loss for words. Lu Mingyao's father was equally astonished, rising to his feet. The chairman of Wanbei Group, possessing a fortune in the billions, was the true epitome of a top-tier tycoon. He inwardly chastised himself for having compared Jiang Chen to Zhou Yu. What a ludicrous comparison. It was utterly one-sided. Hey, son-in-law. Come sit down quickly. I'll pour you a glass of water. Don't hesitate, Make yourself at home. His demeanor had pivoted a full 180 degrees, even changing how he addressed Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyao could only stare in disbelief, instinctively glancing toward Jiang Chen. Unbeknownst to her, the boyfriend she had borrowed turned out to be the chairman of Wanbei. How astonishing is that? At the same time, a wave of curiosity washed over her. How did Su Yuqing manage to find such a prodigy? Chapter 25. A classmate's wedding. Zhou Yu's face turned as purple as an eggplant. It was only now that he realized the true meaning of the phrase to steal a chicken but lose the rice. Not only had he failed to win over the goddess, but he had also managed to ruin his family's company. Jiang Chen turned to say, Yao Yao, shall I take you for a drive? Lu Mingyao nodded enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grain. Uffed. Zhou Yu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had asked to take her out, only to be met with a heartless rejection. Yet now, when the other party extended the invitation, Lu Mingyao immediately agreed. This highlighted the disparity. The two strolled hand in hand, affectionately making their way outside. At that moment, Lu Mingyao's father vocally supported them from behind, calling out, "Have fun out there. Yao Yao, you don't need to come back tonight." Watching the scene unfold, Zhou Yu felt his heart shatter into a million pieces. As a second-generation rich kid, he had previously toyed with the affections of others' goddesses, causing a group of underdogs to silently weep. Yet today, he was helplessly witnessing his own goddess being whisked away. He experienced firsthand the despondency of his predicament. It was poetic justice. The two hopped into a Bugatti. With Lu Mingyao's face still radiating joy, Jiang Chen reminded her, "Isn't it about time?" Oh. Lu Mingyao's smile faded slightly as she recalled that their relationship was merely a charade. Jiang Chen was not truly her boyfriend. "Let us go find Qingqing. Now that I won't be bothered at home, we can play to our heart's content." With a heavy press on the accelerator, the mechanical beast roared to life, and the Bugatti sped away. Upon returning to the presidential suite of the Jiangqing Hotel, Su Yuqing was equally surprised by how quickly they had completed their task. How did it go? Was it smooth? Extremely smooth, absolutely perfect. Lu Mingyao beamed, rushing over to give Su Yuqing a big hug. "Thank you. Sis, your boyfriend is amazing." Su Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. Why did that sound so awkward? Lu Mingyao quickly realized her phrasing might have been misleading. "I didn't mean your boyfriend is amazing." "Oh, that doesn't sound quite right either." "Forget it." Then, the two girls, arms linked, set off for a shopping spree. However, Jiang Chen did not accompany them, as he had other matters to attend to. Coincidentally, it was the day of his university classmate's wedding. Jiang Chen had already promised Su Weiwei he would attend, so he planned to head over immediately. During their school days, the two had shared a good rapport, akin to brothers. But one day, Su Weiwei unexpectedly confessed her feelings for Jiang Chen, leaving him astonished. "I considered you a brother. You actually want me?" Jiang Chen felt that Su Weiwei was prideful and had a strong sense of vengeance, while they could remain friends. He harbored no romantic feelings for her, thus declining her advances. Later, Su Weiwei pursued Jiang Chen fervently for a time, but ultimately, it yielded no results, causing their relationship to become estranged. She felt that the saying, "after confessing, even friendship is lost," perfectly encapsulated her situation. After graduating, she excelled in her career, landing a managerial position with an annual salary nearing $1 million, a remarkable feat for a woman. Additionally, her striking looks helped her secure a boyfriend who was also a manager, placing her in a relatively affluent household. Today, she had invited Jiang Chen to her wedding, driven by a desire for revenge and another motive, to showcase her success and make him rue his decision not to accept her affection in the past. "You once ignored me. Now you'll find me unattainable." Perhaps many who have faced rejection share such sentiments. To that end, Su Weiwei specifically invited notable figures from society. A plethora of second-generation wealthy individuals and elite professionals, eager to flaunt her social connections. At that moment, a hotel in the heart of Jiangbei City was filled with luxury cars lining the streets. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Porsches, Bentleys, all resplendent in a kaleidoscope of colors, an awe-inspiring visual feast. Passers-by gazed in admiration, some even approaching to take photographs. Su Weiwei had reserved the entire venue, smiling as she mingled with guests, reveling in the prestige brought by the luxurious vehicles outside. Beside her stood a portly man in a suit, somewhat short in stature, with a shiny bald head and a slightly receding hairline. His name was Sun Qingwei, Su Weiwei's boyfriend. In his 30s, he appeared older than his years. With his position as a company manager, he had won Su Weiwei's affection, fully aware of her past and her intentions for the day. "Weiwei, has your classmate Jiang Chen arrived yet? He wouldn't dare to skip, would he? If he promised, he will definitely show up." Su Weiwei replied confidently. Sun Qingwei chuckled. "Well, then, that's good. I've gone to great lengths to invite people to make an impression. When Jiang Chen sees him among the wealthy, he'll surely feel dwarfed and inferior. Naturally, He harbored no fondness for Su Weiwei's former crush. Su Weiwei knew that the luxurious cars outside had been orchestrated by Sun Qingwei, and it was undeniable that they carried significant weight. If it weren't for Sun Qingwei's capabilities, she would not have agreed to marry him. Sun Qingwei continued, "Come, let me introduce you to them. Remember to be polite. These are prominent figures, so do not offend anyone." Su Weiwei nodded. Don't worry." The two approached the VIP room, pushing the door open. Inside, several young men adorned in designer clothing, each outfit worth tens of thousands, were gathered, flaunting their luxurious accessories. Upon seeing them, Su Weiwei felt a twinge of envy. When Jiang Chen arrived, wouldn't he be green with jealousy? Straightening her posture, she became slightly more reserved, hesitant to speak freely. Sun Qingwei was equally courteous, bowing slightly. "Xingu, allow me to introduce my wife, Su Weiwei." "Oh, hello. I'm Li Xian from Jiangqing Hotel." He extended his hand. Each time he introduced himself, he made sure to mention the hotel's name, as it carried prestige. Indeed, Su Weiwei was taken aback, realizing that Li Xian was the son of the hotel's owner, Li Yonghua. This was a genuine second-generation wealthy individual. Hello. Su Weiwei was flabbergasted as she shook his hand. Subsequently, Sun Qingwei introduced several of Li Xian's affluent friends, before suddenly adopting a serious expression. "Xingu, I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" "Since I'm here, feel free to ask. There's nothing in Jiangbei that I can't handle." Li Xian replied casually. Sun Qingwei smirked. "It's just that someone will be arriving shortly, and I'd like you all to teach him a lesson." "Just that?" Li Xian inquired, puzzled. His expression was one of utter disdain. What was he even thinking? As a wealthy scion, bullying others was Li Xian's forte. Though he might not excel in many areas, he certainly ranked first in the art of ostentation. "Rest assured, this trivial matter is nothing. Just bring him in, and you shall witness how I handle him," Li Xian proclaimed grandly, waving his hand with an air of confidence. Upon hearing this, Sun Qingwei felt reassured. "All right then. Brother Xian, please wait a moment." With that, Sun Qingwei exited the room, followed closely by Su Weiwei. This was precisely the effect she desired. She wanted Jiang Chen to realize that the people he now associated with were all affluent individuals. The one who had previously rejected him was no longer in the same circle. Chapter 26. Li Xian from Zuan. Once Sun Qingwei and his companion left, the remaining rich heirs in the room resumed their conversation. "Brother Xian, that day your esteemed father was quite upset, wasn't he?" "Indeed," Li Xian nodded. Acknowledging his fault in attempting to dismiss General Jiang, it was nothing short of self-sabotage. Laughter erupted from his friends. "Only you, Brother Xian, could pull off such a feat." Li Xian retorted indignantly. "Enough of that. It's only because you all wanted to access the luxurious private room that you dare to laugh." Outside, Sun Qingwei was entertaining guests in the hall while awaiting Jiang Chen's arrival. Eventually, a tall figure entered, clad in casual attire, exuding an air of nonchalance as his eyes scanned the room. Su Weiwei's gaze sharpened. He had arrived. "Oh." Sun Qingwei turned to look as well, his brow instinctively furrowing. This man was simply too handsome. Even as a male, he was struck with admiration. Sun Qingwei felt a pang of inadequacy. How could his girlfriend have once admired someone so striking? But it mattered not. Soon he would have an opportunity to outshine him. Su Weiwei was equally astonished. For Jiang Chen now appeared significantly more attractive than before, and his unique charisma remained utterly captivating. "Jiang Chen," Su Weiwei called out. Jiang Chen had already noticed her. Congratulations. Wishing you a blissful marriage." "Thank you," Su Weiwei replied with a smile. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my husband, Sun Qingwei." "Ah, hello," Jiang Chen responded, turning to regard the man, whose thinning hair suggested he was considerably older than Su Weiwei. Jiang Chen briefly entertained the thought that he might be her father. Why would Su Weiwei choose someone so much older? He pondered. "Mr. Sun, you possess an unmistakable aura of affluence. I presume you are quite wealthy." Sun Qingwei felt somewhat flattered by this recognition. "Mr. Jiang, I have long admired your reputation," he replied. "You are too kind." The two engaged in pleasantries until Sun Qingwei deemed it time to broach the main topic. "Mr. Jiang, your presence here is that of a distinguished guest. Please, follow me." "Oh, thank you," Jiang Chen nodded, feeling that although Sun Qingwei appeared somewhat aged, he was quite courteous in treating him as a VIP. Su Weiwei and Sun Qingwei guided him deeper into the venue. Upon reaching the VIP room, they gently knocked on the door. Inside, Li Xian lounged casually, reclining in his chair with an air of nonchalance. Hearing the commotion outside, a mischievous grin crept across his face. They've arrived. He was not merely assisting Sun Qingwei. He relished the opportunity to flaunt and tease, seeking amusement from the situation. "Hurry up and come in," he shouted. Sun Qingwei pushed the door open and exchanged a meaningful glance with Jiang Chen. "Please, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Chen stepped inside, followed by Sun Qingwei and Su Weiwei. Curious to observe Jiang Chen's reaction upon meeting Li Xian. Would it be astonishment? Insecurity? However, Jiang Chen quickly scanned the room and noted several young men lounging about, with no chairs left for him. Strangely, he found these faces somewhat familiar. Meanwhile, Li Xian also recognized the newcomer. Initially intending to create an awkward situation by denying him a seat, he suddenly felt something was amiss. That striking visage and calm demeanor, wasn't this the boss of his father? What the hell? He sprang to his feet, standing at attention. Greetings, General Jiang. Li Xian's friends, having also met Jiang Chen and recognizing his stature, stood up in unison, each greeting him with respect. Greetings, General Jiang. The room fell silent, devoid of any other sounds. Su Weiwei and Sun Qingwei were momentarily stunned, as the scene before them was entirely different from what they had envisioned. Wasn't the plan to undermine Jiang Chen? Why was everyone greeting him instead? Sun Qingwei hesitated and asked, Brother Xian, do you know him? It was then that Li Xian remembered Sun Qingwei's earlier instructions to undermine Jiang Chen. Damn it! Is there always someone trying to sabotage Brother Xian? Do you think I enjoy being beaten up? He slammed his hand on the table, eyes wide with disbelief. Sun Qingwei, did you seriously expect me to undermine General Jiang, knowing he is my father's superior? Do you have a tumor in your brain? With your pathetic demeanor, how did you even manage to get married? Hurry back home and check if your ancestral grave has exploded, sending your entire family into the stratosphere. Li Xian ranted, unleashing a torrent of profanities. It was said that he was a player from Zuan. 7 years in Zuan, with both parents still alive. Jiang Chen stood frozen, astonished. What is happening? Brother Chen, let me explain. A wealthy heir leaned in to recount the earlier events. Oh, I see, Jiang Chen replied, casting a sidelong glance at Su Weiwei. His initial disinterest in her was now explained. At this moment, the two stood frozen, dumbfounded, as they listened to Li Xian's tirade. Their faces pale and contorted. They had never anticipated that Jiang Chen was Li Xian's boss. Su Weiwei suddenly grasped that she and Jiang Chen were not of the same caliber. Indeed, they were from entirely different circles. How absurd that she had hoped he would regret rejecting her. It was clear now that regret was not an option. Su Weiwei bit her lip, unable to hold her head high any longer, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet Li Xian continued his verbal assault, showing no mercy. Brother Xian had no intention of sparing her. Otherwise, it would undermine his reputation as a wealthy playboy. His words flowed as sweetly as honey, yet struck like a Gatling gun. Finally, Su Weiwei could take no more, her psyche shattered. She burst into tears and fled from the room. Sun Qingwei, I no longer wish to marry. Wait. Sun Qingwei, panicked, stumbled after her. Jiang Chen, observing the scene, couldn't help but sigh silently. Yet another couple torn apart. Yet he truly had no intention of causing such chaos. It appeared he would need to avoid attending weddings in the future. Beside him, Li Xian, having vented his frustrations, felt his anger dissipate significantly. He took a few deep breaths to regain his composure before promptly donning a cheerful expression. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of Xiao Xuanzi's performance? Impressive. Jiang Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Li Xian, basking in the praise, felt a swell of pride. He thought to himself that he would share this news with his father. It would certainly reflect well on him. Perhaps, if his father was in a good mood, he might even receive a little extra pocket money. After all, it was not in vain that he had trained for 7 years in Zuan. Meanwhile, outside the VIP hall, chaos reigned. The bride had called off the wedding on the spot, and it was clear that the ceremony would not proceed. Mr. Jiang, shall we leave? Xiao Xuanzi invites you to dine elsewhere, Li Xian suggested. Very well, let's go. Jiang Chen had come to attend the wedding but hadn't even had a chance to eat, so he agreed to join them. Chapter 27, The Musical Restaurant. Li Xian felt a surge of excitement, silently reflecting that his father had never dined at the same table as Mr. Jiang. His rise to prominence seemed just around the corner. As they walked outside, Li Xian shooed away onlookers snapping photos of the luxury car convoy and opened the door of his Porsche for Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen settled in, Li Xian eagerly dashed to the driver's seat. Mr. Jiang, what would you like to eat? Anything is fine, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Li Xian seized the opportunity to showcase himself. Although his family owned a hotel, he preferred not to eat at home, feeling constrained in front of his father. By nature, he enjoyed lively places, yet upon reflection, he believed someone of Jiang Chen's stature would prefer an elegant atmosphere. Thus, he chose the musical restaurant. Under Li Xian's guidance, the convoy sped away, attracting astonished glances from passers-by. Soon, they arrived at their destination. The hostess at the restaurant greeted them with bright, sparkling eyes. Look, it's Brother Xian and his friends. Indeed, hurry over to welcome them. We might earn a tip. Li Xian, though prone to showing off, was indeed generous with his spending. A few waitstaff rushed forward, their faces alight with sweet smiles. Brother Xian, it's been a while since you last visited. Yes, please come inside. Jiang Chen observed this scene and was suddenly reminded of ancient courtesans, with a group of girls outside enticing patrons, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a brothel. Yet, Li Xian laughed heartily, feeling quite proud that he hadn't embarrassed himself in front of Mr. Jiang. He pulled out a wad of cash and casually tossed it behind him. A reward for you all. The waitstaff, seeing the fluttering bills, immediately had their eyes gleaming with greed, scrambling to snatch the money. That is my money. Don't touch it. Nonsense. It was clearly Brother Xian who gave it to me. Hey, don't pull me. Watching the formerly composed waitstaff now in disarray, Li Xian laughed even harder. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel at this young man's ability to stir up excitement. Amidst the scramble for cash, they had already entered the restaurant. The decor was primarily in dark tones, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur. In the center, a small stage featured a male singer passionately performing. His deep, melodious voice added a romantic ambience to the restaurant. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this place? Li Xian eagerly inquired once they were seated. Jiang Chen nodded. Quite nice. Hee. Li Xian beamed with pride. Mr. Jiang, I'll go up and sing a song for you later. Oh, please don't, his friends interjected. Brother Xian, we're all friends here. Don't start singing. Don't you believe in Brother Xian's singing prowess? What you do is not singing. It's more like a lion's roar. It's deadly. One person quipped. Reluctantly, Li Xian conceded. Then I'll ask the prettiest girl here to sing for Mr. Jiang. With Jiang Chen's presence, the prices on the menu soared. Even the least expensive dish was over 1,000 yuan. In the end, they ordered a bottle of red wine priced at 50,000 yuan. Following tradition, Li Xian slipped a 1,000 yuan tip to the wine service staff. They chatted and dined, and as the wine flowed, the attention of all the diners shifted to the small stage. Hee, here it comes, the main event. Li Xian grinned widely, as if it had all been meticulously planned. Jiang Chen also looked up, noticing a tall, leggy girl making her way to the stage. Clad in hot pants and a crop top, her figure was undeniably alluring. Yet her ponytail and bangs lent her an air of innocence. She was a stunning beauty, easily scoring over 90 points on the attractiveness scale. Haha, I specially invited her to sing for Mr. Jiang. I heard she is a student at the music academy. Li Xian boasted. Brother Xian, why haven't you invited such a gem before? Someone asked. Li Xian waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Jiang hadn't come before. Had he come earlier, I would have invited her sooner. Before long, the girl on stage took the microphone and cast a bright gaze toward their table. This next song, Summer Breeze, is dedicated to Mr. Jiang. I hope you enjoy it. She concluded with a sweet smile. As the accompaniment began, she slowly opened her mouth, her voice enchanting and melodious, akin to a lark, bringing a gentle breeze and an ethereal quality to the space. The restaurant was filled with her captivating song. Jiang Chen swirled his wine glass and took a sip of the red wine, silently praising the performance. Indeed, the singing was quite impressive. The other patrons were equally entranced by the music. However, before the song could reach its halfway mark, it was abruptly interrupted by raucous shouting. Hey, stop singing and come down to drink with me. A young man strode to the front of the stage, his designer attire and a Patek Philippe watch signaling his wealth. The girl's performance was cut short, and she frowned slightly. I'm sorry, but I want to accompany you for drinks. What? You're singing for money and want to drink with me? I'll pay you double. The young man retorted arrogantly. The girl looked increasingly repulsed. Sir, I truly want to accompany you for drinks. Please allow me to finish singing the song requested by the guests. Hey, the young man exclaimed. I think you're asking for trouble. Get her down. As his words fell, two bodyguards surged from behind, leaping onto the stage to seize the girl and forcibly drag her down. What are you doing? Let me go? She cried out in shock, struggling helplessly. The surrounding patrons looked on with anger, yet when they glanced at the young man, fear flickered in their eyes. For a moment, no one dared to intervene. Ding! A prompt from the system echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Please assist the girl. Reward. Full commercial rights to Golden Source Street. The system, which had been silent for so long, generated a task at this moment. Even the system couldn't bear to watch. Golden Source Street was precisely where Jiang Chen was currently situated, a bustling area in Jiangbei City. It boasted over 1,000 storefronts, each commanding an annual rent of around 1,000,000 yuan. Simply collecting rent would yield over 100 billion a year, making its profitability comparable to that of the Wanbei Group. Jiang Chen drained the glass of red wine in one swift motion and set the goblet down upon the table. A peculiar sense of intrigue enveloped him as he observed the singer, whom Li Xian had selected, being forcibly dragged away to partake in drinking. How curious that the so-called dandy, Wan Lin, exhibited no signs of resistance whatsoever. Li Xian, sensing the weight of gazes upon him, offered a reluctant smile. Mr. Jiang, this individual is Wan Lin, a figure of considerable influence in the vicinity. As the saying goes, even a mighty dragon cannot subdue a local snake. Perhaps we ought to steer clear of provoking him? Oh, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, discerning that even Brother Xian seemed to falter, while he often displayed prowess and revelry. In crucial moments, he appeared to shrink back. With a composed demeanor, Jiang Chen rose and leisurely approached the table. "Mr. Jiang, please." Li Xian initially intended to call out to him, but repressed the urge, ultimately gritting his teeth and following in his wake. Chapter 28, Golden Source Avenue. At this juncture, the girl was being restrained by two bodyguards, struggling fiercely against her captors. Wan Lin bellowed impatiently. "It's a privilege for you to accompany me in drinking. Do you not understand? This bottle of wine costs several tens of thousands. How many songs can you sing with that?" As he spoke, he moved to force the bottle to her lips. However, the girl flailed her legs, delivering a kick that connected squarely with Wan Lin. Crack! The expensive wine bottle shattered upon the floor, scattering fragments. "Damn it! You seek death!" Wan Lin roared in fury, swinging his arm to strike the girl. Terrified, she instinctively closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impending blow. Yet, after a prolonged moment, the strike never landed. Instead, a magnetic voice resonated in her ears. "Let her go." As she cautiously opened her eyes, she was met with the striking visage of an exceptionally handsome man. So dashing, his long fingers, akin to iron clamps, firmly gripped Wan Lin's arm, rendering him utterly immobile. "Who the hell are you? Let go of me at once." Wan Lin shouted vehemently. At that moment, Li Xian stepped forward to mediate. "Wan Lin, this is Mr. Jiang from the Wanbei Group. Today, let us resolve this amicably." "What? Mr. Jiang?" Wan Lin remained brash. "What of it? Just because he has a bit of money doesn't mean he can dictate affairs on Golden Source Avenue." He was the son of the manager of the Golden Source Company, accustomed to his family's wealth of billions, and had long since grown arrogant. "Wasn't she just singing for you? Here, I call the shots. If I say she sings, she sings. If not, she doesn't. Understand?" Such audacity left Jiang Chen incredulous. Reason could not penetrate the mind of such a man. Instead, he opted for a more physical explanation. He seized a wine bottle from the table and hurled it towards Wan Lin's head with blinding speed, the whoosh of air barely audible. Smash! A sharp crack resounded as glass shards flew. The bottle shattered on Wan Lin's head, causing him to stagger back, a crimson stream flowing from his brow. Jiang Chen's swiftness left them all stunned. As the two bodyguards attempted to retaliate, they were met with a searing pain in their abdomens. Propelled uncontrollably away by Jiang Chen's powerful kicks, the girl finally regained her freedom, though she stumbled momentarily. Jiang Chen, quick to react, caught her slender waist, the scent of her fragrance enveloping him as she fell into his embrace. "Are you all right?" he inquired. I'm fine," she stammered. Her cheeks flushed as she looked up at his handsome face. Given her cropped top, his hand inadvertently rested on her flat abdomen, eliciting a warm sensation. However, at that moment, the two bodyguards were rising again, and Wan Lin, clutching his forehead and stained with blood, wore an expression of grotesque rage. "Get him!" "Yes." The bodyguards gritted their teeth and charged once more. Jiang Chen grasped the table before him and abruptly flipped it, sending the elegant glass surface crashing down upon the two assailants, knocking them to the ground. What the hell? Wan Lin realized that his bodyguards were no match for Jiang Chen. But soon, darkness enveloped his vision. With a sharp crack, he felt excruciating pain strike his face. His body collapsing uncontrollably to the ground, his head slamming against the marble floor with a resounding thud. Jiang Chen then delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him flying several meters away, curled up like a shrimp, groaning in agony. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and earning the reward. Golden Source Commercial Street. The system notification chimed in timely fashion. The onlookers around them were left in stunned silence. Incredible. Wan Lin, a notorious bully in the area, had never been so thoroughly bested. Li Xian marveled at Jiang Chen's genteel demeanor, having assumed him to be merely a cultured individual. Yet his actions were anything but gentle. He felt a surge of exhilaration mingled with admiration. Yet soon, concern crept over his features. Having assaulted Wan Lin, retaliation was inevitable. What now? Jiang Chen had come to dine, and yet this debacle had unfolded. If anything were to happen, the consequences would be dire. "Mr. Jiang, perhaps we should leave at once," Li Xian suggested anxiously. "What's the rush?" Jiang Chen, having just claimed Golden Source Avenue, intended to explore further. Wan Lin, struggling to rise, declared, "Fine. If you have the guts, don't run. I'll call for reinforcements. If you walk out of this restaurant today, I swear I won't bear the name Wan." He staggered out the door. Beside him, the girl lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes as she began to sob. "I'm so sorry. It's all right. This isn't your fault," Jiang Chen reassured her. Yet her worry remained palpable. What should we do now? As a singer at the restaurant, she had heard of Wan Lin's ruthless reputation. Offending him promised dire consequences, especially after such a public humiliation. Other diners chimed in with their own warnings. Indeed, You've stirred up a hornet's nest. You should leave quickly and stay far away from Golden Source Avenue. Jiang Chen felt somewhat exasperated. After all, Golden Source Avenue belonged to him. How could he simply avoid it? Mr. Jiang, perhaps we should call Sister Yu? Li Xian proposed. Shu Guanyu is well connected. She might be able to resolve this matter. At the very least, she can send a group of bodyguards to protect you. No need. Let us not trouble Sister Yu. I've already given her time off, Jiang Chen replied. Li Xian was left dumbfounded. Then what should we do? We'll handle it ourselves. How can we do that? The surrounding patrons gazed at Jiang Chen, sensing his apparent lack of awareness regarding the gravity of the situation. Just then, the roar of engines filled the air outside, as a convoy of Hummers arrived in an orderly fashion, surrounding the restaurant's entrance. Black-clad bodyguards leaped from the vehicles, many wielding weapons. There were easily 4 to 5 dozen of them. Every countenance bore an air of ferocity, exuding an aura of unrelenting menace. Leading the charge was Wan Lin, a single hand wrapped in bandages, from which crimson droplets seeped profusely. Inside the establishment, Li Xian and his companions, upon witnessing this intimidating display, felt their legs weaken, their voices trembling as they muttered, "It's over. This is the end." The girl, merely a student and unaccustomed to such a scene, was thoroughly frightened, tears cascading down her cheeks. The thought of falling into the hands of that menacing crowd filled her with dread, for the outcome would surely be harrowing. At that moment, Wan Lin, emboldened by the sheer number of his entourage, radiated an even greater arrogance. "I've said it before, if you manage to leave this restaurant, I shall no longer bear the surname Wan. It matters not who you are. Not even the King of Heaven could intervene," he proclaimed, striding toward the dining area. Yet, suddenly, his phone rang. In the midst of his bravado, he initially intended to ignore it, only to realize it was a call from his father. Resigned, he answered, "Hello, Dad, what's the matter?" The expression on his face shifted to one of surprise as he listened. "What? Our family has a new boss? Oh, very well. Once I handle matters here, I shall report to the new boss." Chapter 29, A Toast. After ending the call, a sinister smile crept across Wan Lin's face. "Humph. How dare they strike at me? They truly possess the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a leopard." He marched into the restaurant with his retinue. A formidable sight indeed. The bodyguards, robust and towering over 6 feet, wielded iron rods and donned brass knuckles, exuding a fearsome demeanor. Witnessing this spectacle, the patrons, initially indulging in their meals, were stricken with terror, scarcely daring to breathe for fear of inciting wrath. The atmosphere in the restaurant was palpably tense, as if a life-threatening confrontation were imminent. However, Jiang Chen merely cast a casual glance, his expression remaining unchanged. Wan Lin, observing this, furrowed his brow. He had anticipated that upon sight of him, his adversary would cower in fear, begging for mercy. The scene before him, however, did not align with his expectations. "You're not afraid of me?" Jiang Chen remarked nonchalantly. "Aside from your rather unattractive appearance, what is there to fear?" "What?" Wan Lin's anger surged. He had not anticipated such insolence, as if Jiang Chen had disregarded his very presence. Those surrounding them could not help but admire Jiang Chen's audacity. How bold! To stand firm in the face of 40 or 50 robust men, they thought. Had you knelt and begged for mercy, I might have broken only a leg, but now, Brother Wan is quite furious and has decided to utterly ruin you. Wan Lin spat venomously. Li Xian, upon hearing this, felt his heart race, nearly collapsing to the ground. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. "Brother Wan, this is General Jiang from our group. We mustn't allow tempers to flare. It would be detrimental for all involved." Li Xian's tone had shifted to one of deference. Wan Lin, incensed, retorted, "Are you threatening me? I just declared that no matter your title, you shan't leave here today." At that moment, a Lincoln sedan came to a stop outside the restaurant. A middle-aged man clad in a suit emerged, surveying the surroundings with a hint of curiosity. Has that little brat Wan Lin arrived ahead of schedule? Wasn't he supposed to be on business? Yet, he made strides, understanding the significance of the new boss and arriving promptly. Accompanied by a legion of bodyguards for protection, Wan Chunshan, accompanied by 2 secretaries, entered the restaurant. The atmosphere within remained tense, with patrons scarcely daring to exhale. Their silence palpable. The sound of the door opening drew the attention of many. Wan Chunshan was a well-known figure in the vicinity, and several diners recognized him. "Oh, even he has arrived. Could it be he is here to support his son?" Surely not. Such a prominent individual has no need for that. Their sympathy for Jiang Chen deepened. Alas, being a good person is no easy task in these times. Originally intending to aid the girl, he had inadvertently stirred a monumental mess. "Dad," Wan Lin exclaimed, astonished. "Weren't you supposed to report to the new boss? Why are you here?" Since Wan Chunshan entered the restaurant, his expression had darkened considerably. Clearly, the situation was not as he had envisioned. "Is this a welcome for the new boss?" This is nothing short of self-destruction. He had initially intended to praise his son, but now he found himself in the midst of chaos of monumental proportions. With a resounding slap, Wan Chunshan struck his son across the face in front of the gathered crowd. Wan Lin staggered, nearly toppling to the ground, utterly bewildered. "Dad, are you hitting me?" Wan Chunshan's anger was palpable. He felt an overwhelming urge to discipline his son, perhaps even wishing to annihilate him. The onlookers were equally perplexed, having anticipated Wan Chunshan's arrival as a show of support, only to witness him strike his own son. Yet, the next scene left everyone utterly astounded. Wan Chunshan approached Jiang Chen, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, his demeanor earnest as he implored, "I apologize, General Jiang. It is my failure in discipline that has spoiled my child. I hope you will grant him another chance." Silence enveloped the restaurant, a blanket of astonishment. "General Jiang?" Wan Chunshan is addressing him as General Jiang? The patrons gaped in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. The identities of the two became glaringly clear. This monumental twist was beyond their wildest imaginations. Jiang Chen was indeed his employer. Having just received a slap, Wan Lin was now even more bewildered. "Dad, what is this?" With swift precision, Wan Chunshan delivered a flurry of slaps, rewarding his son's misdeeds with a barrage that left Wan Lin's face bruised and his head spinning. Finally, Jiang Chen spoke. "Your son is indeed quite troublesome. He must learn to restrain himself. Let this be a lesson." "Yes," Wan Chunshan replied, pulling Wan Lin closer. "You should promptly apologize to General Jiang." "General Jiang." Wan Lin stammered, bloodied and struggling to articulate his words. It dawned on him that his father's mention of a new boss referred to the very Jiang Chen standing before him. Such a powerful figure was not to be trifled with. "I'm sorry, I shall never dare again. Please, show mercy. Do not hold my transgressions against me." Wan Lin bowed deeply. The bodyguards behind him, their hearts lodged in their throats, realized they had nearly challenged their employer's employer. As Wan Lin offered his apology, they too bowed in unison, 40 to 50 bodyguards, all aligned as if they were part of a cinematic portrayal of gangsters paying their respects. Initially storming in with bravado, they now found themselves bowing in apology to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand, embodying the grace of a true leader. "Let this conclude today's events. Everyone may disperse and not impede the restaurant's operations." "Yes, yes. Thank you, General Jiang." The patrons expressed their gratitude, vowing to work diligently henceforth. Subsequently, Wan Chunshan and his entourage hastily departed, their vehicles speeding away. At that moment, within the melodic atmosphere of the restaurant, all eyes turned toward Jiang Chen, their gazes transformed. Awe, respect, and even reverence filled the air. Li Xian felt as though he had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. He was still somewhat bewildered, finding the situation rather peculiar. After all, Jin Yuan Street did not belong to the Wanbei Group. How could President Jiang possibly be the proprietor here? Indeed, this street was not under the auspices of the Wanbei Group, but it was certainly under the dominion of Jiang Chen. "Well, let us continue our revelry," Jiang Chen nonchalantly remarked, as if everything that had just transpired was merely a trivial interlude. Li Xian and the others were even more impressed. Although Xiangu had shown a hint of timidity earlier, his overall performance had been commendable. At least he had the courage to utter a few words in the end. The restaurant owner personally emerged to greet them, and upon learning that Jiang Chen was the owner of the street, his demeanor transformed into one of utmost respect. He promptly arranged for a sumptuous feast to express a warm welcome, feeling that it was still insufficient. Ultimately, he declared that all guests present would dine free of charge. Oh, a chorus of cheers erupted, and resounding applause filled the restaurant, primarily fueled by the satisfaction derived from Wan Lin's recent misfortune. Amidst this harmonious atmosphere, a young woman ascended the stage once more. She cast a heartfelt glance towards Jiang Chen before unleashing her melodious voice. Her knowledge of his remarkable stature, combined with her gratitude for his assistance, infused her song with an even more enchanting quality. At that moment, Li Xian filled his glass to the brim and raised it, exclaiming, "Come, let us toast to our esteemed President Jiang. Cheers." The clinking of glasses resonated throughout the room, creating a symphony of cheerful sounds. Chapter 30. The ambience within the restaurant was one of serene harmony. After their meal, Jiang Chen excused Li Xian and the others, intending to seek out Su Yuqing. He wondered where this stunning beauty had wandered off to. At that moment, Su Yuqing and Lu Mingyao were engaged in a workout at their home gym. Maintaining a flawless physique required considerable effort, and they exercised diligently each day. Su Yuqing was indulging in yoga, gracefully stretching her lithe form, a fine sheen of perspiration glistening on her fair skin. In contrast, the vivacious Lu Mingyao, who had always been fond of movement, found yoga to be too restrained for her tastes. She preferred the vigor of mixed martial arts and was vigorously practicing nearby, both of them captivating the attention of onlookers. In fact, their presence had significantly boosted the gym's clientele. Beside Su Yuqing stood a woman in her 30s. It is often said that 3 women create a drama. They frequently engaged in lighthearted banter while practicing yoga, discussing everything from family matters to the latest entertainment gossip. Xiaoqing, I heard you have a boyfriend? The woman inquired with keen interest. Su Yuqing replied, her mind drifting to Jiang Chen, a sweet smile gracing her features. The woman appeared surprised. To win the heart of such a beauty as you, he must be quite exceptional. Su Yuqing nodded, thinking to herself that Jiang Chen was indeed remarkable. What does your boyfriend do? The woman continued. He works for the Wanbei Group, Su Yuqing responded. Ah, that is indeed impressive. Only talented individuals can secure a position there. And the benefits are quite generous. Doesn't he come to work out with you? Men should stay active. Just look at my husband. He's in peak condition. The woman remarked, her husband a coach specializing in mixed martial arts and a former champion of city competitions. My boyfriend is also quite fit, Su Yuqing mused. Recalling how Jiang Chen single-handedly subdued a group of bodyguards with ease, the woman leaned in with a teasing expression. Have you tested him? Tested what? Su Yuqing's cheeks flushed, feeling the implication was rather inappropriate. The woman giggled, enjoying teasing the innocent girl. Honestly, when your boyfriend comes, let my husband teach him a few moves. With your beauty, it's essential that he can protect you in case of danger, the woman said, her expression turning serious. Su Yuqing hesitated, believing Jiang Chen was already quite formidable. Perhaps that's not necessary, she replied. The woman waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. My husband is very professional and won't charge you anything. Consider it a favor. Well, let us see if he is willing, Su Yuqing said, choosing not to elaborate further. Just then, a young man peeked in through the entrance. He was tall and handsome, immediately capturing the attention of several gym-goers. Jiang Chen surveyed the gym, appreciating the bright environment created by the floor-to-ceiling windows that allowed sunlight to flood in, illuminating the space where people were freely expending their energy. Soon, he spotted Su Yuqing practicing yoga and Lu Mingyao striking a punching bag nearby. Hello, my 2 lovely ladies, he greeted as he approached. Su Yuqing smiled sweetly. Have you finished attending the wedding? How was it? Jiang Chen hesitated, recalling the wedding before nodding with a smile. It was quite enjoyable, very splendid. At that moment, the woman from earlier approached, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at Jiang Chen. Wow, your boyfriend is so handsome. No wonder you fell for him, she remarked. Su Yuqing's cheeks flushed at the compliment. The woman scrutinized Jiang Chen and added, he is a bit too slender, though. He really should work on his physique. Huh, work on what? Jiang Chen asked, perplexed. Before he could inquire further, the woman called out to someone in the distance. Tainyo, come over here. Coming. A hearty voice responded. A burly figure jogged over, standing nearly 6 feet tall, muscles rippling across his frame, his arms almost as thick as an average person's waist. The woman smiled at the man. Honey, didn't we agree not to call you by your nickname in public? All right, Li Gangtai, you can help this young man with some training, she instructed. Hands on her hips. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words, having just arrived, and now they were discussing training? Just then, Lu Mingyao bounced over. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Yes, Jiang Chen, you should practice with Brother Li. He is a champion in mixed martial arts. Huh. Jiang Chen glanced at the muscular man. His physical prowess already exceeded the limits of the average person, thus any champion would hardly pose a challenge. I don't think training is necessary, he said. Come on. It'll be fine. You don't need to be afraid. Let my husband teach you a few things, the woman insisted, assuming he was hesitant. Young man, I see you have a decent build, but you're a bit too thin. You really should work out more. Don't worry, I'm a professional trainer. I promise I won't hurt you, Li Gangtai said in his hearty manner. All right then, Jiang Chen relented, thinking it wouldn't hurt to join in. Chapter 31. 2 individuals took their positions in the center of the training area. A crowd began to gather, particularly among Li Gangtai's students, eager to witness their coach in action and perhaps learn a few moves themselves. It was a rare opportunity to see Coach Li demonstrate his skills. Of course, given his former championship status, he won't be going easy on anyone, they murmured excitedly. Haha, that young man opposite him better be careful. Jiang Chen and Li Gang stood together, their physical disparity strikingly evident. Li Gang towered at over 190 centimeters, a full head taller than Jiang Chen, whose slender stature leaned towards the frail side. Li Gang, with his muscular arms crossed, exuded a commanding presence. Brother, let me teach you a grappling technique. A most useful move in practical combat. Oh, how do you teach it? Jiang Chen inquired. Li Gang burst into hearty laughter. Come now, throw a punch at me. All right. Jiang Chen acquiesced, taken aback by the unexpected request. Grappling techniques are a facet of ancient martial arts, employing leverage principles and vital pressure points to subdue an opponent. In fact, such moves are somewhat prohibited in free fighting. Nevertheless, Li Gang found it quite stylish and wished to demonstrate it. The surrounding students, brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipated witnessing true skill. At that moment, Jiang Chen made his move. He raised his fist and struck the towering figure of Li Gang. Bang! There was a dull thud, and an unforeseen event transpired. Li Gang, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain in his jaw, staggering back a few steps before losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. The sheer magnitude of his form caused the ground to tremble. Wait, weren't you going to teach self-defense? How did you end up on the ground? Is this what you call a grappling technique? I'm not easily fooled. The onlookers thought, bewildered by the scene before them, which diverged from their expectations. Li Gang shook his head, opening his mouth to dispel the pain in his jaw. He was momentarily dazed. Jiang Chen's speed had been too swift for him to comprehend. How could he possibly grapple? Was he a seasoned fighter? Li Gang pondered. In truth, Jiang Chen had held back. Otherwise, that punch would have rendered him unable to rise. Glancing around, Li Gang felt a twinge of embarrassment, but, for the sake of his image among the students, he forced himself to maintain composure. Ahem, little brother, that punch was quite impressive. Li Gang stood up, his eyes darting. Yes, the speed caught me off guard. I feared I might hurt you if I retaliated. Let us take it slow this time. The surrounding students, upon hearing this, wore expressions of dawning realization. Oh, so that is how it is. Truly, Coach Li knows how to gauge his strength. Jiang Chen, naturally skeptical of his excuse, chose not to expose him. Li Gang steadied himself, adopting a serious demeanor. All right, let us remember to take it slow. Jiang Chen nodded. With a flick of his hand, he threw another punch. This time, he indeed slowed his speed, not as rapid as before. Li Gang focused intently, ready to capture the movement. This should work. He chuckled inwardly as he reached out with his large hand to seize Jiang Chen's wrist. Then came the attempt to execute the grappling technique. With all his might, he twisted. Li Gang sensed something was amiss, no matter how hard he tried. Jiang Chen's arm remained utterly immovable. During several attempts, he found himself unable to twist it. Soon, he felt his wrist tighten as Jiang Chen's fingers rotated, locking his grip. With a swift twist, Li Gang was struck by immense force, pain surging through him as his body followed the movement of his wrist, causing him to kneel on the ground. Ouch! He grimaced. At that moment, Jiang Chen inquired, Coach Li, is this what you referred to as a grappling technique? His movements flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of a martial arts film. The onlookers gazed in astonishment. Li Gang, gritting his teeth in pain, nodded. Indeed, it is a grappling technique. But please release me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen loosened his grip. Li Gang felt as if he had been granted reprieve from a torturous fate, shaking off the discomfort in his arm. Yet those observing remained puzzled. Who exactly was teaching whom? Did he learn this without any instruction? Li Gang understood that this student could not be taught. He had practiced it before. However, with the eyes of the crowd upon him, he begrudgingly admitted, Little brother, your fundamentals are impressive. I shall not hold back any longer. All right, Jiang Chen nodded. The other students sensed something was amiss. Li Gang's expression grew particularly serious, as if he were on a competition stage. His eyes narrowed with focus, and he dared not underestimate Jiang Chen this time, opting for a proactive approach. Whoosh! Li Gang sprinted forward, leaping into the air to execute his signature move, the spinning kick. His towering height and long legs made the kick resemble a steel whip, exuding vigor. The spectators widened their eyes, eager not to miss this thrilling moment. Yet to Jiang Chen, it was merely ordinary. He raised his arm horizontally, precisely blocking the incoming leg, and then swiftly grasped Li Gang's ankle. Using his momentum, he swung backward. Li Gang's formidable frame traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The crowd felt the earth tremble beneath them, their faces painted with disbelief. Wow, that was incredible. He actually knocked down Coach Li? Is this part of the lesson? Li Gang, dazed from the fall, was fortunate that the ground was cushioned. Otherwise, he might have met a dire fate. He shook his head, rising to his feet. Brother, I concede. What was that move? I want to learn it. I'll teach you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, cryptically quoting a line from a movie. Beside him, Su Yuqing's eyes sparkled. She had long known of Jiang Chen's prowess. Indeed, even a fighting champion was no match for him. A wave of happiness washed over her. Meanwhile, the previously astonished woman stood dumbfounded. Initially, she had wanted her husband to teach her, but it seemed she had underestimated Jiang Chen's abilities. Xiaoqing, your boyfriend is truly impressive. Su Yuqing was left speechless. Lu Mingyao, her face brimming with excitement, suddenly thought, since Jiang Chen is so formidable, why not have him teach me? Why bother with a coach? Jiang Chen, will you teach me? She exclaimed, rushing forward. Perhaps not, Jiang Chen contemplated. Combat sports inevitably involve physical contact, and with his girlfriend nearby, being too close to her friend seemed inappropriate. So, he decided he would wait until Su Yuqing was absent to teach. Chapter 32. The crisis at the Su family. At the Su household, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Master, the young lady has not returned home for 3 days. A concerned servant reported. Sigh. Just wait. I suspect she will come back when she runs out of money. Su Yundong sighed, appearing aged in that moment. Regret began to seep into his thoughts. In that moment, I acted with undue impulsiveness. Now, having regained my composure, I find my heart aching. After all, a daughter is the very flesh of her parents' hearts, and I am left pondering the origins of the young man who eloped with her. Fortunately, he appears capable enough to ensure her safety. Master, we have exhausted all avenues for our company. What shall we do next? The housekeeper continued to inquire. The Su family's enterprise, having failed to secure investment, ultimately succumbed to closure. Misfortunes seemed to converge upon us all at once. A resolute glimmer shone in Su Yundong's aging eyes. As the head of the family, he must shoulder this heavy burden. If the company cannot operate, we shall seek to rent a storefront and start anew. Despite the company's demise, we still possess some assets, making the pursuit of a rental feasible. Su Yundong had once built his fortune this way, though now it felt as if he had returned to square one overnight. The housekeeper perked up slightly. Where shall we rent a shop? On Jinyuan Street, Su Yundong replied. The location is prime, and I have a bit of rapport with Jiang Chen. I've already given him a heads up. He should be able to offer us a discount. Jinyuan Street lies in a bustling area, a prime choice for opening a shop. The housekeeper's expression turned animated. When shall we go? Now. Su Yundong was already prepared, determined to speak with Jiang Chen and finalize matters immediately. He then entered a black sedan and drove towards Jinyuan Street. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Su Yuqing had departed from the gym. Lu Mingyao, exhausted from her combat training, had been picked up by a dedicated driver. Having played the role of a third wheel long enough, she felt it only fair to grant the couple some privacy. Hand in hand, Jiang Chen and Su Yuqing strolled onto Jinyuan Street. The surroundings buzzed with activity, thronged with a myriad of people. Numerous branded stores lined the street, alongside street vendors calling out to passers-by, creating a lively atmosphere. The couple wove through the crowd, curiously glancing about as if attending a market fair. Initially, Jiang Chen intended to take Su Yuqing to a more upscale shopping mall, such as a high-end jewelry store. However, she expressed her preference for the vibrant street scene. Having grown up in a comfortable household, Su Yuqing held no fascination for wealth, possessing a rather vague understanding of money, and she had grown weary of the upscale shops. The novelty of the street vendors was far more appealing. Look at how beautiful this is. Su Yuqing pointed, as if she had just discovered a treasure. Jiang Chen approached to take a closer look, only to find 2 intricately crafted clay figurines, one of a golden boy and one of a jade girl, both remarkably lifelike. It must be said, such craftsmanship is a rarity, unattainable in high-end stores. The vendor, an elderly woman in her 60s or 70s, smiled warmly. You have a keen eye? Young lady, this is my favorite piece. How much? I'll buy it. Su Yuqing exclaimed joyfully. The old woman regarded them with a hint of astonishment. Oh, you two are quite the pair, handsome and beautiful. I'll let you have this for just 10 yuan, for good fortune. May you have a golden boy and jade girl after your marriage. Thank you. A touch of shyness colored Su Yuqing's cheeks. However, as Jiang Chen had not brought any cash and card payments were not an option, it was ultimately Su Yuqing who settled the bill. Jiang Chen sighed internally, lamenting his inability to even purchase a clay figurine. Could you two assist this old woman with a small favor? The elderly vendor suddenly asked, her expression turning slightly awkward. Su Yuqing, being a kind-hearted individual, inquired, what do you need help with? Oh dear, I need to use the restroom. Would you mind watching my stall for a moment? I'll be back shortly. Of course, don't worry, Su Yuqing replied, noting the woman's age and the difficulty of her task. The old woman expressed her gratitude and hurried off to the public restroom. As they took over the stall, the two became an unexpected spectacle. Jiang Chen, handsome, and Su Yuqing, beautiful, instantly drawing the attention of those nearby. Su Yuqing found the experience thrilling, occasionally calling out to attract customers. Just then, a black sedan pulled up to the curb. Master, look over there. Isn't that the young lady? The driver exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Su Yundong turned to look, his own eyes widening in shock. Was it not his daughter? Had she truly fallen to the point of selling goods on the street? Su Yundong found it hard to accept. His daughter, cherished like a precious jewel since childhood, had never endured such hardship. Surely, she must have exhausted her funds, prompting her to resort to this. Yet even now, a smile graced her face, particularly when she gazed at the young man beside her, her eyes filled with affection. This, perhaps, was the essence of marrying for love. Even selling trinkets could be a form of happiness. Was she truly willing to be with that poor boy? Sighing deeply, Su Yundong instructed, send them some money. Remember, say nothing and just leave it. Understood, sir. The driver comprehended his master's good intentions, aware of the potential for the couple to refuse the gesture or feel insulted. The driver retrieved 20,000 yuan and stepped out of the car, for this was the only cash they had on hand. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the crowd, quickly landing on the man, who stood out in his tailored suit. The man strode confidently to the stall, casting a knowing glance at Jiang Chen, as if to encourage him to strive harder. He then placed the bag of cash on the stall. "Take it." "Huh? What?" Jiang Chen began to inquire. But the man had already turned to leave, not lingering for even a moment. Jiang Chen opened the bag to find 2 stacks of cash, and confusion washed over him. Had he mistaken someone? However, Su Yuqing's eyes followed the man's retreating figure, recognition dawning upon her. "He seems to be my father's driver." "Oh." Jiang Chen quickly deduced the situation. "It appears he is quite concerned for you." "Indeed," Su Yuqing nodded, a hint of sadness flickering in her beautiful eyes. "It's all right. If you wish to return home, I'll accompany you," Jiang Chen offered. "Thank you," she replied, her heart brimming with gratitude. Before long, the elderly vendor returned, and the couple resumed their leisurely stroll. Moments later, within the offices of Jinyuan Company, Su Yundong sat at his desk, his expression fraught with difficulty. "Manager Wan, you are aware of the Su family's predicament. Could you possibly lower the rent?" "Ah, Su, you put me in a tough spot," Wan Chunshan replied. "Equally at a loss. Jinyuan Street is not solely under my jurisdiction. This is already the lowest price I can offer." Su Yundong nodded, understanding the situation but still finding the rent to exceed his expectations. He continued to plead. "Is there any way you could assist me further?" "Very well. In light of our friendship, I will consult with my boss and see if he has time for you to discuss this matter with him." After a moment of careful consideration, Wan Chunshan picked up the phone. Jiang Chen and Su Yuqing strolled leisurely down the street, savoring the sweetness of freshly purchased cotton candy with each delightful bite. The sugary strands evoked cherished memories of his childhood, reminiscent of carefree days spent running under the golden glow of the setting sun, a fleeting essence of his lost youth. Just as he was lost in this poignant reverie, the sudden buzz of his mobile phone disrupted his contemplations. Who could it be? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, feeling that this was an unwelcome interruption to his nostalgic musings. Upon checking, he noticed the call was from a number associated with Jinyuan Building, unmistakably belonging to Wan Chunshan. What business could he possibly have with me? Su Yuqing inquired curiously. Jiang Chen shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty, and proceeded to answer the call. Before he could utter a word, Wan Chunshan's voice came through. "President Jiang, do you have a moment? We have a business matter to discuss." "Oh." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering the audacity of Wan Chunshan to seek him out for business, unlike the efficient Xu Guanyu, who managed Wanbei Group with impeccable finesse and had never troubled him. "I'm currently accompanying my girlfriend on a shopping trip and am unavailable." Wan Chunshan was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether company matters truly paled in comparison to a leisurely outing with a girlfriend. Seated across from him, Su Yundong's frown deepened upon hearing the response. He mused that such a significant business deal, worth millions, was being so cavalierly dismissed. Surely, this was excessive indulgence. However, considering the owner of Jinyuan Street, whose wealth undoubtedly exceeded hundreds of billions, it was not unreasonable for him to disregard a mere few million. With a sigh, Su Yundong felt disheartened but remained unwilling to concede, casting a pleading glance at Wan Chunshan, silently urging him to advocate once more. Reluctantly, Wan Chunshan gritted his teeth and replied, "President Jiang, this gentleman is an old friend of mine. I hope you can grace him with your presence for a brief meeting." Understanding the weight of Wan Chunshan's request, Jiang Chen pondered briefly. Since Wan Chunshan had gone to such lengths, he felt compelled to extend a modicum of courtesy. After all, as a department manager, he would eventually be working under him. "Very well, I shall come by shortly." "Excellent. I will head downstairs to meet you," Wan Chunshan promptly responded. Observing this exchange, Su Yundong's heart surged with excitement. Had Jiang Chen finally agreed to meet? Indeed, perseverance bore fruit. He was suddenly reminded of the arduous journey of his own entrepreneurial beginnings, echoing the very sentiments Jiang Chen had expressed, youthful exuberance fading under the weight of time. After hanging up, Jiang Chen glanced around. Jinyuan Building was just a short distance away. Su Yuqing blinked her beautiful eyes, querying, "Are you busy?" "Not particularly. Let us go together," Jiang Chen replied, clearly acquiescing to Wan Chunshan's request. What business could possibly warrant such a discussion? Even if Jinyuan Street were to shutter its doors, Jiang Chen would merely observe a moment of silence. Jinyuan Building, a towering edifice, comprised nearly 100 floors and stood as a monumental landmark in Jiangbei City. Su Yuqing was guided to the entrance by Jiang Chen, where a phalanx of bodyguards stood at attention. Wan Chunshan personally emerged to greet them, the display befitting of the occasion. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Su Yuqing felt a sense of intrigue. She had initially assumed they were returning to Wanbei Group, Yet this unexpected visit to Jinyuan building piqued her curiosity. Were they to discuss a collaboration with Jinyuan Company? It was only when Wan Chunshan approached with a beaming smile, respectfully addressing Jiang Chen as President Jiang, that the realization dawned upon her. You own Jinyuan Street? She asked incredulously. Yes, I recently acquired it, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Su Yuqing was rendered speechless. The realization hitting her like a tidal wave. Every establishment she had just meandered past was a part of his vast empire. How many businesses did he actually possess? With Wanbei Group alone valued at nearly $1 trillion, a feat unimaginable to the ordinary person, the addition of Jinyuan Street was a staggering revelation. As pride surged within her, she thought, no wonder he is the man I admire. Under Wan Chuanshan's hospitable guidance, they entered the chairman's office. President Jiang, please hold on a moment while I fetch the client, Wan Chuanshan said. Very well, Jiang Chen gestured dismissively, aware that, given his stature, it was inappropriate for him to initiate contact with clients. Wan Chunshan respectfully exited, gently closing the door behind him. Jiang Chen began to survey the office, which was indeed grand, occupying 1/3 of the floor, situated on the topmost level of Jinyuan building. The panoramic views through the bright floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking gaze over half of Jiangbei City. As they stood before the window, the bustling Jinyuan Street stretched across the city center like a mighty dragon, a testament to Jiang Chen's burgeoning empire. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Jiang Chen called out, curious about the client who had prompted Wan Chunshan to extend such a courtesy. The door swung open, revealing Wan Chunshan with a cheerful demeanor, gesturing for someone to enter. Mr. Su, please come in. Accompanying him was a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit, whom Wan Chunshan introduced. This is our Jinyuan Street's owner, President Jiang. Su Yundong froze in shock. Since entering, he had felt an unsettling familiarity. Initially, he dismissed it as mere resemblance, but upon turning to his daughter, he saw her wide-eyed gaze fixed on him. This was no case of mistaken identity. It was indeed him, the impoverished youth he once knew. Wait, you're the owner of Jinyuan Street? Su Yundong stammered, disbelief written all over his face. Yes, that is correct, Jiang Chen confirmed. As Su Yundong processed this revelation, his mind raced. Just moments prior, he had seen Jiang Chen peddling wares on the street, and now he stood before him as a titan of industry, the owner of a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. Was this merely a whimsical venture into the realm of entrepreneurship? It seems that this is the only explanation. Indeed, father, Jiang Chen is the owner here. He recently acquired Jinyuan Street, Su Yuqing elucidated. What? Acquired? Su Yundong was even more bewildered. Could he possibly have other businesses? Yes. The Wanbei Group also belongs to him, Su Yuqing explained. Uft. Su Yundong nearly spat blood. The Wanbei Group is worth trillions, far more formidable than this. Now, with the addition of Jinyuan Street, how vast must his fortune be? Suddenly, Su Yundong recalled something. Just earlier on the street, he had handed him 20,000 yuan. Chapter 34. 20,000 yuan. Had he truly given 2,000 to a billionaire? Remembering his earlier actions, Su Yundong felt his face flush with embarrassment. He turned to look at his daughter, initially quite worried, but now seeing her rosy complexion and spirited demeanor, she appeared much happier than when she was at home. Chinger, I am sorry, father was too impulsive back then, Su Yundong said, his eyes welling with tears. Upon seeing her father's graying hair and gaunt cheeks, it seemed he had aged considerably over the past few days. She covered her mouth with one hand, tears streaming down her face. Father. She rushed forward and embraced his slightly hunched figure. Su Yundong had toiled for many years, tirelessly supporting the family and providing Su Yuqing with a privileged living environment. She still remembered her once spirited father, who was always her staunchest supporter. But now, he seemed to have aged significantly. What followed was a touching moment of reconciliation between father and daughter. Jiang Chen quietly stood to the side, refraining from interrupting. Once their emotions had settled, Su Yundong recalled his purpose for coming. He needed to sustain the Su family. Not just for his daughter, but also for the old comrades who had struggled alongside them for many years. He turned his gaze towards Jiang Chen, remaining exceedingly polite. Regarding the matter of renting a shop, would you be able to assist us? Su Yuqing, standing beside him, looked at Jiang Chen with eyes filled with hopeful anticipation, clearly wishing for his help. However, Su Yuqing would not say it outright. After all, they were in a romantic relationship, and no matter how wealthy Jiang Chen was, it was his money, and he had no obligation to aid her family. Under their watchful gazes, Jiang Chen suddenly smiled, a warm smile that melted the ice, instantly lightening the atmosphere. This small matter, is it not merely money? Manager Wan, he called out. The door swung open instantly, and Wan Chunshan, who had been waiting outside, rushed in. President Jiang, what is your command? Give them the best location on Jinyuan Street, and waive the rent entirely, Jiang Chen spoke rapidly. What? No rent? Wan Chunshan was taken aback. The rent for the best storefront on Jinyuan Street is nearly 10 million a year. Isn't this akin to giving away money? Yet Jiang Chen remembered something else. Oh, right. We must also ensure it is beautifully renovated, using only the finest materials, and everything must be according to their requirements. This left Wan Chunshan even more astonished. He turned to Su Yundong, pondering how he had negotiated with President Jiang to achieve such an impressive deal. Su Yundong's eyes sparkled with newfound vigor, his heart brimming with gratitude. He thought to himself, truly a billionaire, offering such a substantial gift without a second thought. However, Jiang Chen reflected for a moment and seemed to feel it was still insufficient. I can invest a bit more, a few million would suffice, depending on what the Su family requires. Uft. Wan Chunshan felt an urge to vomit blood. This is called a small investment? This amount could easily overshadow many small to medium enterprises in the market. Su Yundong was ecstatic upon hearing this, his teeth chattering with excitement. His previous company barely reached the million level, and now, with a few words from Jiang Chen, the Su family could rise again, even wealthier than during their peak. Life's dramatic ups and downs can arrive so unexpectedly. Su Yundong was filled with admiration. Of course, he understood that all of this was due to his daughter's influence. Previously, in a bid to save the company, he had considered marrying his daughter off to the Chen family. Now, looking back, he realized how foolishly narrow-minded he had been. Compared to Jiang Chen, the Chen family was utterly insignificant. Su Yuqing was also aware of Jiang Chen's intentions, her beautiful eyes brimming with emotion, and her face radiated sweetness. "Thank you, Jiang Chen," she said, linking her arm with his and beaming brightly. Su Yundong, witnessing this, wholeheartedly supported it, chuckling, "Jiang Chen, I entrust my daughter to you. She should stay with you from now on and not return home." "Father." Su Yuqing stomped her foot, her pretty face flushed. Yet, secretly, she was overjoyed to receive her father's approval, as the knot in her heart had finally unraveled. A radiant smile graced her face. Meanwhile, Wan Chunshan had been observing the trio for quite some time, hesitant to speak or inquire. But it seemed he had come to an understanding. Su Yundong's daughter is President Zhang's girlfriend. Damn, no wonder. Rent-free, plus renovations, and an investment of millions. Wan Chunshan felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. Simultaneously, he pondered why he had not fathered a beautiful daughter, only an idiotic son like Wan Lin. All he knew how to do was cause trouble. He had even offended President Jiang the other day. Damn, why is the disparity so vast? Subsequently, Wan Chunshan dutifully assisted the Su family in selecting locations. The group stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, pointing at the bustling Jinyuan Street below. Exuding a sense of ambition and authority, Su Yundong had previously been in the building materials business, but due to financial constraints and inventory accumulation, he could no longer continue. But now, with people, land, and wealth at his disposal, he felt emboldened and confident in expanding his endeavors. A broad smile spread across Su Yundong's face as the grievances of the past few days evaporated. After selecting the location, he was eager to take a look. Jiang Chen personally accompanied him downstairs, leaving Su Yundong pleasantly astonished. Of course, this was also out of respect for Su Yuqing, as he was an elder and must not lose his manners. Su Yuqing, radiant with happiness, linked her arm with Jiang Chen's, and the three of them made their way downstairs. At this moment, outside in the parking lot, a black sedan awaited, with a driver and a steward standing by. "Sigh, the master has been up there for so long. Why hasn't he come down yet? I wonder if the negotiations were successful," the driver said, anxiously scanning the entrance. The stewards silently prayed, hoping for success. They had followed Su Yundong for 10 years. If the Su family's business deal fell through this time, they would likely be dismissed. Losing their jobs was secondary. They felt a sense of attachment. However, soon a grand procession appeared ahead, each member clad in suits, exuding an air of dignity. Among them were bodyguards and executives from Jinyuan Company. And Su Yundong walked in the middle, engaged in conversation with those beside him, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. What is going on here? The scene before them transcended the comprehension of the two individuals. Even if a business deal were to be successfully concluded, it surely wouldn't manifest in such a manner, would it? They hastily approached, and as they drew nearer, their astonishment deepened upon spotting Wan Chunshan in attendance. Such a prominent figure was certainly well known to them. Casting their gaze to the other side, they were taken aback. "Isn't that the young lady alongside that fellow?" They mused. What were they doing here? Observing the grand spectacle before them, a thought flickered in their minds. Could it be that the master was a hidden magnate? Was he now revealing his true identity? "Xiao Zhang, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Jiang, the owner of Jinyuan Company," Su Yundong said to the driver, eager to showcase his connections with this extraordinary son-in-law and to reassure his family. Goodness, the owner of Jinyuan Company? That must be worth hundreds of billions. The driver recalled having encountered Jiang Chen at the street stall, even personally handing him 20,000 yuan. Suddenly, the realization dawned upon him. It was not the master who was unveiling his status, but rather, it was Jiang Chen making his mark. Upon recognizing the driver, Jiang Chen was reminded of their previous encounter. He reached into his pocket and produced the paper bag containing the 20,000 yuan. Stepping forward to place it into the driver's hands, silently offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder, an encouragement to strive and excel. Chapter 35, Whatever. Beside them, Su Yundong's expression turned awkward. After all, it was he who had instructed the driver to hand over the money. If Wan Chunshan were to discover that he had given Jiang Chen 20,000 yuan, he would never hear the end of it. I should take my leave, he declared, swiftly retreating to the vehicle. Su Yuqing remained rooted in place, her expression wavering. It is often said that a daughter is her father's little treasure. Having recently reconciled with her father, she contemplated accompanying him, especially since she hadn't returned home for several days and felt a twinge of homesickness. Yet, she was reluctant to part with Jiang Chen. Her beautiful eyes darted back and forth, as she was momentarily at a loss regarding her next move. Jiang Chen perceived her dilemma and smiled. You should head back for now. I'll come find you in a few days. All right. She nodded earnestly and joined her father in the car. Jiang Chen waved them off, watching as the black sedan drove away. Subsequently, Wan Chunshan, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards, personally drove Jiang Chen back to Jiangdu Manor. His vehicle was a Bentley Mulsanne, valued at 9.28 million, exuding an air of elegance and grandeur. The bodyguards followed closely in a convoy of black Mercedes as the procession of luxury cars exited the Jinyuan building, drawing the attention of all onlookers. However, upon entering Jiangdu, the spectacle became less conspicuous amidst the abundance of opulent vehicles, including several high-end supercars in this affluent neighborhood. Upon arriving at Jiangdu Manor, the security personnel, having already been informed of Jiang Chen's return, opened the gates and awaited his arrival in a respectful queue. The convoy passed through without hindrance, directly reaching the heart of the estate, where a super-luxurious villa awaited. Wan Chunshan gazed upon the lavish architecture, his eyelids twitching involuntarily as he pondered the cost. Surely, it rivaled his entire fortune. Truly, this was a residence befitting the elite. As Jiang Chen alighted from the car, a maid was already poised at the entrance, bowing slightly to respectfully pull the door open. Welcome back, Mr. Jiang. In the grand hall stood a young woman clad in a tailored suit, her figure statuesque. She had tied her hair in a bun, perhaps to prevent any stray strands from falling into the villa. Her features were well-defined, and she possessed striking beauty. The employees at Jiangdu Manor were subject to stringent standards concerning physique, appearance, and education. In essence, those deemed unattractive were not permitted entry. The girl, cautiously, exhibited her meticulousness through her hairstyle, clearly anxious about making even the slightest mistake or falling short in her duties. Jiang Chen glanced at her, sensing her unfamiliarity. Are you new here? Yes, Mr. Jiang. My name is Gu Xiaoro. I have just completed my probation period, and Sister Yuer has assigned me to be your housekeeper. I look forward to your guidance, she replied, bowing at a 90-degree angle and remaining bent for an extended moment. Jiang Chen soon understood that Jiangdu Manor was newly constructed and had previously been unoccupied, hence the staff was gradually being assembled. There's no need to be so formal. He gestured dismissively. Finally straightening up, the girl's face flushed crimson, yet she maintained her gaze downward, too timid to meet his eyes. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss. Was he truly so intimidating? There aren't so many rules here. Attend to your duties. If I need anything, I will call for you. Yes, yes, Gu Xiaoro nodded vigorously, suddenly recalling a matter. By the way, Mr. Jiang, what would you like for dinner? Since we currently lack a chef, I must prepare in advance. Jiang Chen found it peculiar, silently questioning how such a grand estate could lack a cook. However, he quickly surmised that perhaps they had yet to secure someone of exceptional caliber. Anything will do. If there is truly nothing available, we can always order takeout, he concluded, turning to ascend the staircase. Gu Xiaoro stood momentarily in a daze. Anything? What might that imply? Catering to Jiang Chen's daily needs was her foremost responsibility. Yet with his casual remark, she began to worry that her preparations might fall short or fail to meet his palate. Gu Xiaoro hesitated, grappling with the daunting task of deciding what meals to serve on her first day. After some contemplation, she dialed the number for Jiangchen Grand Hotel. Before long, a small vehicle slowly rolled into the manor. As it came to a halt, over a dozen top-tier chefs emerged, each a master of their craft, skilled in various cuisines. Since Mr. Jiang had said anything, she resolved to prepare an extensive array of dishes, confident that he would find something to his liking. As night descended, the stars twinkled in the sky, and Jiangdu Manor remained aglow with lights. Seated in the opulent dining hall, Jiang Chen observed as several maids, each carrying a dish, entered in succession. Soon, The expansive dining table was laden with an abundance of delicacies, yet the maids continued to present more dishes. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Had he not expressed a desire for a simple meal? What was this, an imperial feast? Not at all, Mr. Jiang, Gu Xiaoro promptly clarified, eager to explain. These are renowned dishes from various cuisines, both domestic and international. Take this, for instance, she said, lifting a small lid to reveal a granulated delicacy. This is Russian caviar, an exceedingly rare ingredient known as a fragile delicacy. The processing must be executed flawlessly within a mere 15 minutes through a series of meticulous steps. Otherwise, it loses its value. The price is calculated by the ounce, approximately $700 per ounce. And this, she continued, is Buddha jumps over the wall. Also known as fishukwan, crafted from abalone, sea cucumber, fish maw, shark fin, and other exquisite ingredients, simmered with broth and aged wine. Now, take a look at this, she added, presenting an even rarer dish, the orchid bear paw. Gu Xiaoro spoke passionately, striving to showcase her expertise, thinking to herself that she should make a strong impression on her first day. However, Jiang Chen quickly waved his hand to halt her. All right, enough. By the time you finish describing the dishes, they'll all be cold. Oh right, she exclaimed, realizing her oversight. Gu Xiaoro finally came to her senses, feeling rather foolish. Please, enjoy your meal, she said. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. Faced with a lavish spread before him, he thought to himself that her casual invitation to eat was a rather corporate-level interpretation. However, as he picked up his chopsticks and sampled the dish, his eyes instantly lit up. It must be said, it was indeed delightful. At least Gu Xiaoro's efforts were not in vain. Subsequently, she uncorked a bottle of a rare champagne from her collection, touted as the Rolls-Royce of champagnes, priced at approximately 12,000 yuan. The cost of the ingredients for this dinner alone amounted to at least 100,000. After indulging for a while, he suddenly inquired, "What date is it today?" "The 19th, Gu Xiaoro promptly replied. "Oh," Jiang Chen nodded, suddenly recalling that his sister, Jiang Wan, would soon celebrate her birthday. In their childhood, he used to celebrate it every year by merely buying her some toys or taking her out for a bit of fun. But it seemed that such trivialities would no longer suffice. Jiang Chen resolved to select a proper birthday gift for her. Speaking of which, ever since Jiang Wan became a manager at her company, she no longer clung to him as she used to. What might that little lass be up to now? Jiang Chen decided to call her after dinner. Chapter 36, The Clumsy Brother. Jiang Wan had initially been unskilled in makeup, but due to her management of a cosmetics company, she was compelled to learn the art of beautification. The result was nothing short of stunning. Even without makeup, she possessed the allure of a school beauty. One could only imagine her current striking presence. At this moment, Jiang Wan was seated before her computer's webcam, gently applying makeup to her delicate face. Simultaneously, she elaborated on her techniques into the microphone with remarkable professionalism, covering every aspect thoroughly. Live streaming had become one of the essential sales channels for their company, which prompted Jiang Wan to launch a beauty live stream on the Cat Tooth platform for advertising and promotion. She, as the manager, was hands-on and took her responsibilities very seriously, determined not to disappoint her brother who had entrusted her with the company. After a period of hard work, not only had the company avoided losses, but it had also made a significant profit. Overjoyed, Jiang Wan decided to treat herself and spent 20,000 yuan on gifts, elevating her live stream to the homepage recommendation position. Gifting could enhance the stream's popularity, and only those with the highest engagement would be featured on the homepage. As the audience grew, Jiang Wan beamed with delight, preparing to promote a lipstick she had just applied. This classic bullet lipstick boasted a vibrant hue, particularly suitable for summer. And the company was running a promotion. Purchase one and receive a complimentary 6 milliliters makeup remover sample. The comments section immediately lit up with interactions. "Sister, that lipstick looks gorgeous on you. I want to buy one too. I'll have my boyfriend get it for me. Wake up upstairs. Do you even have a boyfriend?" Jiang Wan squinted her large eyes into crescent shapes, smiling sweetly at the comments. But in an instant, her smile faltered as she noticed a banner flashing across the screen. The Royal Dynasty's brother Delay sent 30 Cat Tooth #1 rockets to the Royal Dynasty's Schwer. The popularity of Schwerner's live stream skyrocketed, landing it on the homepage. Each Cat Tooth #1 rocket was worth 1,000 yuan, making 30 rockets a staggering 30,000. Jiang Wan barely had time to settle into her position before being pushed off the recommendation list. Observing her dwindling audience, she realized that her promotional efforts were falling short of expectations. "Sister Zhang, could you please recharge another 20,000? "Certainly," her assistant replied. Shortly after, Jiang Wan sent gifts again, reclaiming the top spot on the homepage. However, it was a fleeting victory. Within 2 minutes, another banner appeared. The Royal Dynasty's brother Delay sent 30 Cat Tooth #1 rockets to the Royal Dynasty's Schwer. Jiang Wan gasped in disbelief. having already spent 40,000. If the promotional effect did not meet expectations, it would be an even greater loss. Sister Jiang, recharge another 30,000. All right, yet this time. The outcome was similar to the last. She was soon pushed down again by the Royal Dynasty Guild. Jiang Wan's frustration mounted. Back and forth. She had recharged 5 or 6 times. Her live stream audience was caught up in the frenzy. Wow, what's going on? Competing for the homepage recommendation? Sister. The other side is supported by the Royal Dynasty Guild. Maybe it's best to let it go. Regardless of how much Jiang Wan recharged, she was always overshadowed. At this moment, Assistant Jiang approached. Xiao Wan, we've already spent 200,000, which exceeds our budget. Jiang Wan frowned upon hearing this. No matter how she looked at it, she was at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the chat was flooded with members from the Royal Dynasty Guild stirring up trouble. Little sister, why have you stopped gifting? Can't keep up so soon. My brother Delay hasn't even started yet. With your looks, come join my brother Delay. Jiang Wan bit her lip. Her face clouded with discontent. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the rival stream was electric, with comments praising Brother Delay flooding the screen. Thanks, Brother Delay, love you. The female host struck flirtatious poses, her heart swelling with satisfaction, as Jiang Wan, without beauty filters and makeup, surpassed her in beauty. Women's jealousy runs deep. Hey guys, let's send more people over to teach her a lesson. Let her know that we, the Royal Dynasty Guild, are not to be trifled with, Schwerer cooed. In Jiang Wan's stream, chaos erupted. Ha ha ha, you all are hopeless. My brother Delay is the #1 rich guy on Cat Tooth. Who can compete with him? Little sister, why not join the Royal Dynasty Guild and let Brother Delay support you too? Jiang Wan gritted her teeth, feeling a sense of injustice. This is too hard. Of course, there were also comments comforting her, advising her not to be angry, to endure for a moment of peace, and to retreat for a broader horizon. The Royal Dynasty Guild is just doing their thing. There's no need to compete with them. Jiang Wan considered this and found it quite reasonable. However, the comments continued to incite her. What are you enduring? Just admit you can't compete. Ha ha ha. Can this host really hold back? Not going to work. Jiang Wan felt her grievance boil over. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She picked up her phone, swiftly opened her brother's WeChat, and began to send messages. Oh dear, little sister, are you rallying support? Let us see who you can find. I heard her brother is rather wealthy. Yes, I know that too. TSK, what good is having a brother if he can't compare to my brother Delay? Get a few more brothers. Fewer opponents are better. The Royal Dynasty Guild members boasted brazenly. Don't get too cocky. All her support comes from her brother. Once they arrive, it'll be an instant annihilation. Ha ha. What a boast. You've cracked me up. The comments were in uproar. At this moment, Jiang Chen had finished his casual meal and lay on his soft bed, just about to call his sister when he noticed that she had already sent him a WeChat message. It was a link to the Cat Tooth live streaming platform. He sent a brief message requesting assistance and showering him with gifts. What is this? Jiang Chen felt somewhat perplexed. Having never witnessed a live stream before, he was unfamiliar with such things. However, since his sister was broadcasting, he naturally had to take a look. Jiang Chen soon discovered that he needed to register an account. What a hassle. Thus, he randomly entered an ID, Jiang Yang Daotu. Upon entering, his phone screen displayed Jiang Wan's youthful visage. At a glance, he noticed she appeared somewhat displeased. Consequently, he sent a comment. What's wrong? It was a stroke of luck, perhaps a telepathic connection. Jiang Wan happened to see it. And upon recognizing the name, she instantly knew it was her brother. Her eyes lit up as if she had found a savior. Brother, you're here. Quickly shower me with gifts. Her words detonated like a bomb, escalating the already heated barrage of comments. Who asked this? Jiang Yang Daotu. I found them. It's this one. What the heck? A newbie account with nothing. How can this compare to my Lego? If he wins, I'll eat my screen right here. Jiang Yang Daotu, wealthy one, show them what you've got. In an instant, everyone awaited this account to shower gifts. Jiang Chen felt a bit bewildered. What was going on? Was it a live streaming event? Which were the gifts? Since his sister mentioned showering gifts, he decided to comply. Jiang Chen explored the functions and opened the gift section. He discovered he had 10 packets of cat food, a free gift he received upon entering. This must be a gift, right? Thus, he clicked to send. Being generous, he decided to send all 10 at once. Confirmation sent. With a gentle tap, he watched as 10 packets of cat food flew out. Done. Immediately, a message appeared in the live stream. Jiang Yang Daotu sent Jiang Wan 10 packets of cat food. Everyone was focused, and upon seeing this notification, the chat erupted. Ha! This is hilarious. He held out for so long, just to send 10 packets of free cat food. Is he trying to make my Lego laugh to death? What is going on? Those who initially believed in Jiang Chen were now bewildered, especially Jiang Wan, who nearly turned to stone before her computer. She slapped her forehead in exasperation. Oh, that silly brother. Chapter 37. Your top donor fled overnight. Jiang Chen observed his sister's expression and sensed something was amiss. Looking back at the comments, he felt as though they were mocking him. Ha ha ha, just sending 10 packets of cat food. Who invited this clown? Is he here to make me laugh to death? Jiang Chen now realized they were indeed ridiculing him. At that moment, another banner floated by. Huangqiao Lei Gu sent Huangqiao Schwerer 30 cat tooth rockets. Radiating brilliance, it was exceptionally eye-catching. In a show of force, they sent out 30 more rockets. The heat in Schwerer's live stream intensified. She wore a beaming smile, continuously sending heart signs. Thank you, Lei Gu. I adore you. Haha. I'm just sending some pocket money, boasted Huangqiao Lei. Instantly, a wave of excitement surged, as his followers flooded the chat with praises. Lei Gu is magnificent. Lei Gu is incredible. Lei Gu is on a roll, leaving no grass behind. Jiang Wan pursed her lips, growing increasingly unhappy. Yet, there were those advising her. Let it go. How about we end the stream for now? We can resume when they stop. Yeah, let us give them some space. Upon seeing these comments, Jiang Chen quickly grasped the situation. Having never watched a live stream before, and just entering, he only heard his sister mention showering gifts. How could he have known so much? It turned out he needed to spend money. Realizing the rules, Jiang Chen charged 1 million. Primarily, he found the zeros excessive. So he just randomly pressed a few buttons. He then selected the gift, cat tooth rocket, sending 1000 directly. Click to gift. In an instant, dazzling golden light dominated the screen, blinding viewers. A massive banner filled the screen, broadcasting across the platform. Zhangyang Daotu sent Jiang 11000 cat tooth rockets. Friends, come witness this generous tycoon. Due to the substantial gift, the banner was both large and lengthy, drawing significant attention. The popularity of Jiang Wan's live stream skyrocketed, exceeding the rival stream by more than threefold. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Everyone gasped in astonishment. 1 million right off the bat? The live stream erupted. I can't believe my eyes. 1000 rockets? That is a million. I've never seen so much money in my life. Incredible, incredible. I'm impressed. My mother asks why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. Many were fence-sitters, eager to attach themselves to the wealthy persona. Feeling a sense of superiority, the chat was filled with flattery towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled, the previous gloom vanished. As expected of my brother, you're truly impressive. Thus, she pretended to be coy, saying, thank you, brother Zhangyang Daotu, for the 1000 rockets. Love you. How cheeky. Jiang Chen smiled lightly at his phone screen, feeling triumphant. Cheers erupted. Due to the previous banner's visibility, many from other live streams gathered to watch. After all, it was uncommon to shower 1 million at once. Jiang Wan's live stream instantaneously attracted over 1 million viewers. Meanwhile, in the rival stream, no one anticipated such a turn of events. They were now too intimidated to make any noise. Especially the host, Schwerer, who marveled internally. Where did this tycoon come from? Meanwhile, Huangqiao Lei, who had been silent for a while, was now being urged. Lei Gu, are you still there? Please help Schwerer, I beg you. Initially intimidated by the sight of 1000 rockets, Huangqiao Lei felt the situation was precarious. However, having just boasted, and with his followers watching, he could not afford to shy away. If he didn't send gifts now, how would he ever show his face on the platform again? Gritting his teeth, he charged 1 million. However, he commented in the chat, what's just 1 million? Not a big deal, I just charged. Upon seeing this message, the crowd was invigorated. Go for it, Lei Gu. We support you. I knew it. Lei Gu isn't a coward. Watching the barrage of comments, Huangqiao Lei felt his heart bleed. Trembling, he selected the cat tooth rocket 1000, confirming the gift. Whoosh. Another wave of golden light shot out. Huangqiao Lei sent Huangqiao Schwerer 1000 cat tooth rockets. Friends, come witness this generous tycoon. The atmosphere ignited once more. Huangqiao Lei is amazing. Huangqiao Guild is powerful. Who else dares to claim the cat tooth? Only my Huangqiao. The Great Lei? Schwerer's live stream soared to the top again. She was overwhelmed, filled with excitement. This was $1 million gift. Today was the first time receiving such an overwhelming response. In fact, my heart had already resolved that after the broadcast, I would seek out Brother Delay to convey a warmth from afar. However, Jiang Wan was not in a rush. Since her brother had grasped the rules, there was certainly nothing amiss. Indeed, a smile crept upon Jiang Chen's lips as he suddenly found the act of gifting quite entertaining, prompting him to recharge his account. He pressed the button 8 times, totaling 10 million. He selected the cat tooth number 1 for 1000 and sent it consecutively twice. The great Jiang thief sends Jiang Wan a cat tooth number 1 for 1000. Come and witness the grand benefactor. The message echoed through the room, and soon after, another banner followed suit. The audience in Jiang Wan's live stream surged to nearly 5 million. The barrage of comments flew by at an astonishing pace, almost indistinguishable. Yet each expressed their shock. With millions of gifts dispatched, Viewers felt their blood surging with excitement. Ozzel, someone pinch me. I think I can still be revived. This is indeed a true benefactor. Brother Delay was left dumbfounded, for 1 million was already his limit. The streamer, Schwer, was equally bewildered, sensing that something was amiss. Yet amidst the astonishment of the crowd, another dazzling banner unfurled. The great Jiang thief sends Jiang won a cat tooth number 1 for 1,000. Come and witness the grand benefactor. This message repeated, and suddenly, there were 8 banners. 8 million, Jiang Chen thought, since he had already recharged. What was the point of holding back? Thus, he gifted it all to his sister, contemplating that if it wasn't sufficient, he could always recharge again later. However, this wave of generosity had reached nuclear explosion levels, sending shivers through everyone. A total of 8 million gifts, combined with the previous, amounted to an astounding 11 million. What does this signify? Jiang Wan's live stream audience skyrocketed to 10 million, drawing viewers from across the platform. No, it was more than that. It was worship. So incredibly powerful, please accept my respect. Oh great one, do you need an accessory for your leg? Father, do you need a son? This magnificent feat was destined to leave a legendary mark on the platform. The ID of Jiang Thief became an instant sensation throughout Cat Tooth. Brother Delay trembled all over. Truly humbled. In the face of 11 million, he realized he was merely a novice. Thus, he slowly typed a few lines in the comments. From now on, you may call me Xiao Lele. Farewell, my brothers. He hastily exited the live stream. The comments erupted. Shue, your top donor took the train and ran away. No, he carried the train off. Chapter 38, The Power of Wealth. Watching the flurry of comments, Jiang Wan couldn't help but smile. Her live stream popularity had skyrocketed, making her akin to a major streamer. This is the power of wealth. Simultaneously, many came to know that Jiang Thief was Jiang Wan's brother, thus igniting a wave of banter. Xiao Wan, you must call me sister-in-law from now on. Nonsense, I am clearly the one. Her brother was perfect in every regard, except for how he always crushed her hair while sleeping. If he had just one capsule, she wouldn't have been so tipsy. Wait a moment, bro. I'm heading to Thailand right now. In no time, Jiang Wan found herself with a multitude of sister-in-laws, both female and male, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Jiang Chen also chuckled, finding these silly netizens utterly adorable, their words pleasing and each one a talent. Subsequently, noticing there was nothing more to attend to, he quietly exited the live stream. Yet, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, as if struck by a thought. After gifting 10 million, albeit to his sister, the Cat Tooth platform would still take its cut. Wasn't he that a loss? After pondering briefly, he promptly called Sheng Wanyu. Xiaoyu, could you check the market value of the Cat Tooth live streaming platform? Replying to President Jiang, it's worth a total of 1 billion. Acquire it. Understood. Sheng Wanyu had no need for superfluous words. Upon hearing her response, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not only would all his money return, but he would also profit from others' gifts. It was simply perfect. Jiang Chen found live streaming rather entertaining. No wonder it was the era of universal broadcasting. However, the aftershocks of his gifting had yet to settle. His Cat Tooth account was inundated with private messages. Countless individuals sent him friend requests. Jiang Chen casually opened one to find the first message was from Brother Delay. Naturally, he would need to find another patron after having fled. Moreover, this was a true benefactor, incomparable to Brother Delay. Thus, she acted swiftly, being the first to add Jiang Chen as a friend. Upon reading this message, Jiang Chen needed no further thought to know her intentions. Embracing a playful mindset, he clicked to agree. Schwer initially held little hope, but upon seeing the successful addition notification on her phone, her heart soared with joy. There is hope. She immediately cast aside thoughts of the fleeing Brother Delay. Brother Jiang, you were amazing just now. Shall we meet? Schwer was direct, intending to proactively offer warmth. Fearing he might decline, she sent numerous private photos. Adhering to her motto, if you lack money, enjoy my sweetness. If you possess wealth, savor my saltiness. Sure, Jiang Chen replied succinctly. Schwer was instantly elated. How about we meet at Jiangbei Park tomorrow morning at 8? All right, Jiang Chen continued to respond. Upon seeing this, Schwer nearly leaped with joy. Yay, I never expected you would agree. Let us not miss each other. Love you. MHM, Jiang Chen replied. Though it was merely one word, for Schwer, it felt as precious as gold. She clasped her phone to her chest, her heart racing with exhilaration, fully immersed in the moment. She thought this was a chance from heaven, and she must seize it. Perhaps in the future, she could marry into a wealthy family and become the wife of a benefactor. Schwer had already envisioned a life of lavish spending, even pondering what to name their future children. Yet, after their conversation, Jiang Chen wore a sly smile and promptly blocked her. Surely she didn't actually believe it. Did she? Let her go and make her arrangements. After toying with Schwer, Jiang Chen turned off the lights and went to sleep. The The life of a benefactor is quite mundane. The sun rose and set. The next morning, the estate was filled with the sounds of chirping birds and fragrant flowers. The bright sunlight pierced through the curtains, casting playful shadows. Jiang Chen opened his eyes to find it was already 8:30. He couldn't help but marvel at the joy of being able to sleep in every day. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he stepped out of his room. As Jiang Chen cast a fleeting glance, he noticed Gu Xiaoro, accompanied by several maids, respectfully awaiting at the entrance, seemingly for quite some time. Is there something amiss? Jiang Chen inquired. Gu Xiaoro promptly replied, General Manager Jiang, breakfast has been prepared for you. I noticed you hadn't risen yet, so I refrained from disturbing you. Oh. Jiang Chen nodded, recalling the casual dinner from the previous night, pondering what breakfast had been arranged. Yet, he harbored a vague premonition that it would also be rather casual. He strode towards the dining room, with Gu Xiaoro and the maids hastily trailing behind, offering explanations. General Manager, since you didn't specify what you wanted for breakfast last night, I prepared a bit of everything. Upon reaching the entrance of the dining room, he was greeted by a lavish spread. Indeed, the table was laden with a plethora of exquisite ingredients: white truffle bread, golden pizza, pure natural tree-hole honey, and air-freighted A2 milk, alongside an extravagant fruit platter. The milk was priced at 225 per liter, and the apples in the fruit platter cost 120 each. It was clear that everything was extravagant. Well, this is certainly an impressive spread, Jiang Chen mused, contemplating whether Gu Xiaoro had misconstrued his preferences or if he had yet to adapt to the lifestyle of the affluent. Regardless, he knew he wouldn't be able to consume it all. Have you eaten? Care to join me? Jiang Chen asked. Gu Xiaoro shook her head vigorously. No. It's against company policy for me to eat while you dine. I must remain on standby, or my salary will be docked, with serious consequences leading to suspension. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words, silently acknowledging her peculiar enthusiasm. Although Gu Xiaoro was attractive and well-educated, she was somewhat rigid, perhaps a product of her scholarly pursuits. Yet, he couldn't help but admit, this breakfast is truly delectable. Jiang Chen savored his meal, realizing that the adage you get what you pay for held true. The expensive ingredients were certainly justified. Just as he finished, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. He glanced at it to find a long-lost name, Lu Bin. Lu was his university roommate, a close friend, but after graduating, he hadn't found a suitable job in Jiangbei City and had moved away. They hadn't been in touch for a while. Yet it felt as though no time had passed. Hey, Jiang Chen, are you still in Jiangbei City? Lu Bin asked once the call connected. Jiang Chen speculated aloud. What is up? Are you coming back? Yes, I'll be arriving this afternoon, and you were the first person I thought of. How about we go out for a drink? Lu Bin teased. The bond among roommates is profound, especially post-graduation, and Jiang Chen found himself missing that connection. He smiled slightly. Sure, I have plenty of time. Great. I have some significant business to attend to in Jiangbei City, and I'll make sure to bring you along to reap some rewards, Lu Bin chuckled. Jiang Chen smirked at the notion of significant business, as if he were trying to brainwash him. Besides, he was not in need of financial gains. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. I'm not looking to strike it rich, Jiang Chen replied. However, Lu Bin seemed oblivious to his sentiments, retorting, Hey, what is life without dreams? What distinguishes us from a salted fish? Don't worry, you'll understand once I arrive. Jiang Chen thought it should be Lu Bin who needed to gain clarity, not him. In the afternoon, Lu Bin called again, informing Jiang Chen that his cousin had picked him up from the station and booked a hotel for him. He instructed Jiang Chen to head directly to the hotel, emphasizing the urgency of the matter. Jiang Chen's curiosity piqued. He wondered what Lu Bin had returned to Jiangbei City for, given his haste. Lu Bin's cousin, Yang Lu, was 7 years his senior and had remained in Jiangbei City for her career. Jiang Chen had met her once during their school days. When she was a beautiful young girl, he wondered how she had changed since then. Shortly after, Jiang Chen exchanged pleasantries with Gu Xiaoro before departing from Jiangdu Manor. Lu Bin had sent him the location of the Jiangbin Grand Hotel, a well-known establishment in Jiangbei City. Situated not far from Su Yuqing's home, a gathering place for the elite. Jiang Chen found himself puzzled. Lu Bin was notoriously frugal and, based on his character, would likely avoid such a luxury hotel. During their time as roommates, they were well aware of each other's financial situations. Had Lu Bin struck it rich? Was this a triumphant return? Before long, Jiang Chen arrived at the designated location. The Jiangbin Hotel exuded grandeur, with high steps and lifelike stone elephant statues flanking either side. The elephants symbolized good fortune and prosperity. Nearby, a slender young man, puffing on a cigarette, appeared to have been waiting for some time. As Jiang Chen approached, Lu Bin, having spotted him, extinguished his cigarette and rushed forward. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen, you're looking more handsome by the day. Clearly, you've been taking good care of yourself. Lu Bin exclaimed, his laughter infectious. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Yes, I've been quite well lately. So, you've given up on delivering packages? Lu Bin inquired. After graduation, they had both sought employment, but most positions offered meager salaries of 5,000 to 6,000 per month. Jiang Chen had realized that delivering packages earned him more, at least 7,000 to 8,000, and sometimes over 10,000. Thus, he had taken that path, while Lu Bin, feeling discontent, had left Jiangbei City to seek fortune elsewhere. I no longer deliver packages, Jiang Chen admitted. Lu Bin nodded in understanding. True, we need to earn some real money. What kind of real money are you talking about? Jiang Chen asked. With a mysterious smile, Lu Bin replied, didn't I mention? There is significant business at hand, and my cousin is involved. Let us discuss it inside. All right, Jiang Chen thought, pondering what Lu Bin was truly up to. Lu Bin's cousin, Yang Lu, was now 30 years old and still unmarried. Unlike the average woman, she was fiercely dedicated to her career, striving to carve out her own niche. Through 7 years of hard work, she had established a company worth millions. She had sacrificed her youth to cultivate her dreams and was doing quite well. Recently, she had a project that, if secured, would allow her company to flourish. Lu Bin had returned to seek his cousin's assistance. Although he had initially wished to carve his own path, life had compelled him to seek refuge with her. As Jiang Chen entered the hotel suite, he noticed a woman seated at the table, her light makeup enhancing the allure of her mature femininity. Dressed in a tailored business suit, she exuded professionalism. Yang Lu was indeed attractive, and many suitors had pursued her. Yet she remained resolute in her ambition to be a strong woman. Sister Lu, it's been a while, Jiang Chen greeted, recalling their previous acquaintance from school. Now, the young Lu has matured considerably and has become the pillar of a company. With a smile, she said, come and sit. Please make yourself at home. Lu Bin promptly seized a bottle of fruit wine, uncorked it, and filled each glass generously. Come, it has been ages since we last met. Let's toast to that. This fruit wine has a low alcohol content, making it unlikely for one to become inebriated. Jiang Chen raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Turning to look at Yang Lu, he noticed she was dressed in formal attire, appearing quite busy. Lu Bin, what significant business do you have at hand? It's time to spill the beans, she inquired. With a carefree chuckle, Lu Bin replied, recently, Xinling Group plans to construct several office buildings. And we intend to secure the contract, which is a multi-million project. Impressive, isn't it? Jiang Chen felt it was rather unremarkable. A project worth millions didn't pique his interest. If it were in the billions, perhaps he would be more intrigued. He had heard of Xinling Group, a sizable enterprise from out of town that had recently established a presence in Jiangbei City. Lu Bin, don't celebrate too soon. The competition for this project is fierce, and it will be quite challenging for us to secure it, Yang Lu interjected. Lu Bin nodded in agreement, I understand. Which is why I'm bringing Jiang Chen into the fold to act as our company's major investor, to embellish our company's strength. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped his role. Yang Lu's company was too small for Xinling Group to entrust the project to her. Hence, pretending to be a wealthy investor would potentially enhance their chances of securing the contract. This maneuver had an element of deceit, yet in the business world, as in warfare, the outcome is what matters. After all, deception is a common tactic. Jiang Chen, you are the person I trust the most. Please keep this under wraps, Lu Bin cautioned. At his current standing, Jiang Chen didn't need to pretend. He was indeed a major investor and would assist them in securing the project. He remarked, since we are college roommates and share a good relationship, it's only natural to lend a hand. Moreover, this is merely a trivial matter for me. A trivial matter indeed, Yang Lu exclaimed, surprised and somewhat perplexed by his assertion. Lu Bin, however, chuckled and said, all right, Jiang Chen, you're getting into character quite quickly. Your acting skills are commendable. He then clapped his hands twice, thinking it was all a jest. Jiang Chen knew that suddenly claiming to be a boss would not be taken seriously by Lu Bin. Fine, once he helped them secure the project, Lu Bin would understand the truth. Yang Lu, however, was not as lighthearted as Lu Bin. Her expression remained tense. This was her first time engaging in such a venture. She had only heard about such dealings before, but had never participated herself. Nevertheless, she had no choice. This project was crucial for her, and if secured, it would elevate her company to new heights. Sigh. Yang Lu sighed deeply, feeling a sense of helplessness. In the past, business was built on sincerity, but now, in order to amplify the company's reputation, such underhanded tactics were being employed. Guilt washed over her as she pondered the truth of the saying. Behind every success lies either hardship or murkiness. Chapter 40, Competitors. Yang Lu remained anxious. For if their scheme were to be uncovered, her reputation would suffer immensely. Who would dare collaborate with her company thereafter? She glanced at Jiang Chen. Noting his handsome features and composed demeanor, he indeed seemed fitting to masquerade as a partner. Trusting her cousin's judgment, she said, Jiang Chen, I'm counting on you. Rest assured, I guarantee everything will be fine, he replied with a smile. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a portly middle-aged man clad in an oversized suit that accentuated his greasiness. Two lackeys followed closely behind him. Well, if it isn't little Lulu. Here you are, the middle-aged man grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth. Yang Lu frowned. Wang Daniu, who allowed you to enter? No one barred my entry. Did they? He retorted with a smirk. Jiang Chen shot him a glance, instantly discerning that this man was trouble. He turned to Lu Bin and quietly inquired, "Who is this person?" "A competitor for the project," Lu Bin replied, adding, "We've had a few encounters before. He has been pestering my cousin ever since." At that moment, Wang Daniu leered at Yang Lu, his gaze filled with predatory intent. He had a penchant for taming the unyielding, always seeking to taste the fruit of coercion. "Little Lulu, why bother with this project when you can have a romantic dalliance with me? That way, both you and the project will be yours," he suggested with a smirk. Though his name sounded innocuous, his words were anything but. Yang Lu felt her temper flare. "Get out now, or I will call the police." Wang Daniu chuckled, his jowls quivering. "I do enjoy your fiery spirit. What do you really want?" Yang Lu demanded. "What do you think I want?" He replied with a grin. "How about you spend a night with me, and I'll let the project go." In truth, he was merely toying with her, as the project held significant value for him too. If Yang Lu agreed, he believed he could persuade her to relent later. Knowing she was in a precarious position, Yang Lu was acutely aware of his intentions. "Dream on. Even if I had to sleep with a pig, I would never agree to your terms." Wang Daniu scoffed. "Oh, Yang Lu, you toil tirelessly to build your company for money, don't you? I can give you money." His eyes narrowed as he continued. "You've invested 7 years of youth and hard work to earn a mere few million. Is it truly worth it? Look at me. My family casually hands out millions. Everything you've sacrificed is easily within my grasp." Yang Lu gasped, her hands clenched into fists, her knuckles turning white. She gritted her teeth, suppressing her fury. Some individuals regard her blood, sweat, and tears as worthless. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of displeasure. The man's words were foul, as if he had consumed something rancid. He regretted not bringing Li Xian along to give him a piece of his mind. Lu Bin was equally incensed, rising abruptly. "You fat pig, if you don't leave now, I won't hesitate to take action." Wang Daniu merely chuckled, casting a dismissive glance. "Youngsters are so impulsive. You think you can compete with me for the Xinling project? What do you have to challenge me with? I'll give you a lesson on what it means to have wealth." Lu Bin was on the verge of losing his temper, but Yang Lu quickly intervened. "Cousin, don't act rashly. Ha ha ha, let's go." Wang Daniu laughed heartily, leading his entourage out. He was cautious not to provoke too heavily, as the main business was of utmost importance. Breathless, Yang Lu and her cousin returned to their seats. Though Wang Daniu was indeed insufferable, he was also their fiercest competitor, bolstered by a wealthy family background. For someone like Yang Lu, who had built her company from the ground up, it was a daunting challenge to contend with him. "Cousin, please don't be upset. We still have to meet with the representative from Xinling soon," Lu Bin urged first. Yang Lu nodded in agreement. "Yes, don't worry, cousin is fine." Jiang Chen, on the other hand, felt a twinge of surprise. "What, we're meeting already?" He had only just learned of this matter, and it felt rather rushed. Lu Bin nodded. Indeed, after all, the schedule was set by them. "Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a hurry. I almost rushed here with a train this morning." "All right then." After all, Jiang Chen was eager to discuss the project. There was no need for extensive preparation. The negotiation with Xinling was taking place at this very hotel, in the top-floor conference room. Furthermore, Xinling's representative was meeting with 2 companies simultaneously to select the most suitable option before awarding the project. This meant Yang Lu would need to partner with Wang Daniu. As Jiang Chen and the others entered the conference room, they were greeted once again by that greasy, rotund face. He sat at one end of the rectangular conference table with 2 subordinates. Wang Daniu cast a glance at them and grinned, seemingly dismissing the trio as competitors. This was no surprise. Previously, Xinling's representative had reviewed the materials and hinted that he was leaning towards Wang Daniu. Yang Lu took her seat on the opposite side of the table, feeling a surge of anxiety. Their only hope now rested on Jiang Chen's performance. If the representative believed he was a wealthy boss, there might still be a chance for success. Moreover, Lu Bin had advised Jiang Chen upon entering to simply assert that he was affluent and capable of completing the project alongside Yang Lu. Without divulging too much information to avoid any missteps, Jiang Chen merely nodded, reassuring the two that they would certainly secure the project. Moments later, a young man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refinement, approached. He was the representative from Xinling, named Liang Yunsheng. "Hello, everyone." Liang greeted with a polite smile, placing a stack of documents on the table as he sat in the center. Jiang Chen observed with keen interest. Although he was the chairman of Wanbei Group, he had never engaged in project discussions before and found the whole scenario quite novel. At this juncture, Wang Daniu took the floor. "Mr. Liang, I believe you need not deliberate further. In terms of both connections and financial resources, we undoubtedly surpass them. Haha. We have conducted our comparisons, and indeed, the Wang family is quite impressive, Liang Yunxing replied with a smile. Yang Lu quickly interjected. Our company boasts a team of professionals and has a market value in the millions, with ample capital to operate. Wang Daniu swiftly countered, come now, Miss Yang. Your company's assets are merely in the hundreds of thousands. Where do you get the millions? Spare yourself the theatrics. Yang Lu gritted her teeth. In her pursuit of competitiveness, she had indeed inflated some figures. However, we can secure funding in the millions, so please rest assured, Mr. Liang. Oh, Liang Yunxing mused, not offering much more comment, but appearing thoughtful. Wang Daniu continued to showcase his family's advantages while Yang Lu refused to back down. Their exchange continued for 10 minutes. Jiang Chen, sitting calmly at the side, began to realize how negotiations unfolded. It was rather dull, he thought. Chapter 41, Verification of Identity. Jiang Chen could not help but wonder how a project worth tens of billions would be negotiated by Shang Wanyu. It was likely to be far more formal than this. Wang Daniu persisted, Mr. Liang, our family has substantial resources. We can settle payments after the office building is completed, or even delay if necessary. We are not in a rush. Yang Lu furrowed her brow, knowing that to complete this project, she would need to exhaust her company's financial reserves and secure numerous loans. Xinling Group needed to settle immediately, or her company would face dire straits. Wang Daniu had expertly struck at her vulnerabilities, holding her fate tightly in his grasp. After Wang Daniu finished speaking, he cast a provocative glance at Jiang Chen and the others, as if to remind them of his earlier assertion. Having money makes one the master. Liang Yunxing appeared to hesitate, as if he was on the verge of making a final decision. Although he held a slight disdain for Wang Daniu, he personally leaned towards Yang Lu. However, this was business, and profit took precedence. Liang Yunxing represented Xinling Group and could not allow personal emotions to cloud his judgment. This was not a matter of finding a spouse. Yang Lu detected his intent. If things continued along this path, failure was imminent. Indeed, in a conventional competition, she could not outmatch Wang Daniu. Thus, she would have to rely on Jiang Chen moving forward. She hastily stated, Mr. Liang, we have already secured an investor who is willing to collaborate with us on this project, so funding is entirely feasible. Funding is not an issue. Wang Daniu scoffed. Is that something you genuinely believe? Do you think a few million is insignificant? Miss Yang, give it a rest. Which prominent investor would partner with you? I've never even heard of such a person. Liang Yunxing adjusted his glasses, also scrutinizing her. May I inquire who this investor is? It is this gentleman here, Jiang Chen. Yang Lu gestured, introducing him with a wave of her hand, her heart racing with anxiety, hoping he would perform admirably and not give himself away. Jiang Chen had been somewhat dazed but snapped to attention upon hearing his name. It felt akin to being roused from slumber in a math class. Is it finally my turn to speak? He thought, glancing at the individuals before him. Wang Daniu wore a skeptical expression. Miss Yang, are you fabricating tales? How could he possibly be a major investor? He looks more like a pretty boy. Yang Lu clenched her jaw, remaining silent due to her own insecurities. Liang Yunxing, while harboring some doubts, did not show them. Instead, he followed the procedure and asked, Mr. Jiang, may I inquire if you are willing to partner with Miss Yang? Oh, of course, that's not an issue, Jiang Chen replied casually. Liang Yunxing nodded. To ensure authenticity, may I boldly ask what your net worth is? This was tantamount to asking how much money he had and how much he could contribute to the collaboration with Yang Lu. However, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. This question posed a challenge for him. Previously, he had 300 billion in his bank account, not to mention the profits from Wanbei Group and Jinyuan Avenue, along with various shares. How much did he have? He had no idea. I can't say precisely how much I have. All I know is that money is not an issue, Jiang Chen responded. The others were taken aback. He didn't even know how much money he had. Was it simply too much? Lubin began to feel anxious, thinking his friend was being a bit too extravagant. Just give a rough estimate. How could they expect others to believe such a statement? Wang Daniu laughed heartily. Mr. Liang, I believe this fellow is entirely broke, which is why he doesn't know how much he has, leading us to mistakenly think he is a wealthy tycoon. Besides, there are only a handful of famous rich second-generation individuals in Jiangbei City, and I've met them all. I've never heard of Jiang Chen. Liang Yunxing, however, was not swayed by his words. Instead, he continued with the formalities. Mr. Jiang, may I ask what companies you own? Wanbei Group, Jiang Chen replied. Jiang Chen blurted out. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Liang Yunxing's poised pen abruptly halted, failing to continue its scribbling. Yang Lu and her brother similarly gazed at him in utter bewilderment, simultaneously cursing their misfortune. Who in the world was unaware of Wanbei Group? It was a renowned trillion-yuan enterprise in Jiangbei City. The chairman? Surely, he was exaggerating. Lubin felt a rising urgency within, recalling their earlier agreement to refrain from disclosing company details, as a mere inquiry could unveil everything. If that happened, it would all be over. Wang Daniu burst into laughter, remarking on the naivete of Jiang Chen, questioning how he could claim to be the chairman of Wanbei Group without also asserting ownership of Jinyuan Street. How do you know? Jiang Chen questioned him. Wang Daniu's laughter intensified, unable to contain himself, thinking that no matter what Jiang Chen said, he would only climb higher in his tall tales. Yang Lu, where did you find this actor? You must have hired him for 31 days. He truly dares to say anything. Yang Lu and her brother lowered their heads, uttering not a single word. Lu Bin pondered the situation, wondering what had transpired with Jiang Chen. They had previously worked in perfect harmony during their school days, effortlessly dominating the competition together. How could he be so muddled now? Wanbei Group was already a stretch, and now he was adding Jinyuan Street to the mix? Two claims at once. Are you suggesting that both Wanbei Group and Jinyuan Street are your enterprises? Liang Yunxing questioned, convinced he must have misheard and eager to confirm once more. Indeed, that's correct, Jiang Chen nodded. Liang Yunxing fixed his gaze upon him, internally incredulous. The chairman of Wanbei Group would engage in discussions about such a minor project? To him, it was akin to a mere hair on a nine-headed ox, utterly insignificant. Yet, adhering to a responsible work ethic, Liang Yunxing resolved to see the process through. Mr. Jiang, would you be so kind as to assist us in verifying your identity? No problem, Jiang Chen replied. Individuals at the apex of such conglomerates could not be investigated by outsiders without proper authorization. Thus, Jiang Chen needed to place a call to his secretary. After some consideration, he decided against troubling Guan Yu with this trivial matter, knowing she was busy overseeing the acquisition of the 5.1 billion cat tooth platform. Therefore, he dialed his personal assistant, Gu Xiaoro. Hello, Xiaoro. Someone needs to verify my identity. Could you please authorize this? Understood, Mr. Jiang. Please ensure your personal safety and guard against any potential information leaks, Gu Xiaoro cautioned, exhibiting far more verbosity than Guan Yu. Yes, I understand, Jiang Chen replied. Observing this exchange, Wang Daniu grinned widely, thinking Jiang Chen was putting on quite a show. He wondered how long he could maintain this act. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Chen ended the call. Mr. Liang, you may now access our internal company network for verification. Oh. Liang Yunxing nodded, momentarily dazed. He adeptly opened his laptop, beginning to type away at the keyboard. Meanwhile, Yang Lu and Lu Bin remained silent. Their heads bowed almost to the table's surface, their anxious toes entwined, feeling mortified. They silently feared that if Liang Yunxing couldn't confirm the information, the entire situation would be exposed. How would they handle that? Chapter 42. You know what I mean. Moments later, Liang Yunxing's fingers trembled over the keyboard, his expression frozen in disbelief. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, first glancing at Jiang Chen, then scrutinizing the computer screen, seemingly uncertain. Clearly, the results had emerged. Wang Daniu, lounging nearby with his legs crossed, bore an impish grin, ready to witness the unfolding drama. Yang Lu felt her heart race, contemplating that if things went awry, perhaps she should come clean to Liang Yunxing, explaining the situation to ease her conscience and vowing never to engage in such antics again. Just as Yang Lu was about to speak, Liang Yunxing abruptly stood up. Mr. Jiang, I did not expect it to truly be you. If I caused any offense earlier, I sincerely apologize. Huh. Yang Lu's words caught in her throat, swallowed back in astonishment. What was happening? Lu Bin, who had been staring at the ground, suddenly lifted his gaze, taken aback by Liang Yunxing's solemn and respectful demeanor, which starkly contrasted with his previous attitude. He had evidently verified Jiang Chen's identity successfully. In that moment, both Yang Lu and Lu Bin found themselves frozen, their minds momentarily short-circuiting. Mr. Liang, you have performed admirably. I can sense your sincerity, Jiang Chen remarked. Liang Yunxing's heart raced upon hearing this. The chairman of Wanbei Group was akin to the level of his own superior, perhaps even a notch higher. He could hardly fathom that he would one day discuss a project with such a prominent individual. This was a privilege, something to boast about for a year. No? For a lifetime. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I am genuinely flabbergasted, Liang Yunxing exclaimed, elated, when he returned to the office, announcing that the project had been entrusted to Wanbei Group and that he had personally negotiated with the chairman. It would surely attract the leadership's attention, elevating his status and prospects for promotion and salary increases. Lu Bin is my university classmate. I came here because of him, Jiang Chen stated candidly. Liang Yunxing was taken aback, realizing that this opportunity was entirely due to Lu Bin's influence. He turned to Lu Bin, expressing gratitude. Mr. Lu, you should have mentioned this sooner. For any future projects, we can directly entrust them to you. Lu Bin opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. However, he now understood that New Ling Group's identity verification process was stringent, ensuring that no project would be delegated without thorough scrutiny. Thus, Jiang Chen was indeed the chairman of Wanbei Group. As the realization dawned on him, he felt a surge of elation. Who would have thought this would happen? Meanwhile, Yang Lu, sitting beside him, felt as if she were in a dream, her emotions oscillating like a roller coaster, having just surged from the depths to the pinnacle. Jiang Chen, I cannot thank you enough, she expressed fervently, overwhelmed with gratitude. Jiang Chen offered a gentle smile. It's nothing, it was a minor matter. Observing his demeanor and bearing, Liang Yunxing mused that it was no surprise he held the rank of chairman. After the verification, Jiang Chen's aura seemed to transform entirely. The three of them continued to shower compliments upon him, engaging in cheerful banter, while Wang Daniu sat to the side, feeling as though a raven had flown overhead. His mouth agape, his small eyes wide with disbelief, he realized that the disparity between himself and Jiang Chen was insurmountable. His mindset had crumbled. Jiang Chen was indeed the chairman of Wanbei Group. How could Yang Lu possibly know such a person? Wang Daniu was utterly perplexed, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment as he recalled having told Jiang Chen that wealth dictated superiority. By that logic, he ought to be calling Jiang Chen ancestor. What a slap in the face. Moreover, the family had made it abundantly clear that, regardless of the cost, securing the project was imperative. Yet, given the current circumstances, how could this possibly be achieved? It seemed that no matter the price, success was slipping away from him. Miss Yang, let us finalize the contract at your earliest convenience. Any future projects will certainly be brought to your attention first. Liang Yunxing's tone shifted noticeably. He understood that any company backed by the Wanbei Group was destined to flourish. Yang Lu expressed her gratitude profusely, her heart swelling with excitement. After years of relentless struggle and hardship, she finally glimpsed a clear path in her business endeavors. All thanks to her acquaintance with Jiang Chen. Stealing a glance at him, she mused that were he not 7 years her senior, she might have been tempted to offer herself entirely. I have prepared a banquet downstairs. Shall we celebrate? Yang Lu proposed. Absolutely, Liang Yunxing readily agreed. Although their company had a strict policy against consuming alcohol during work hours, the situation was now entirely different. How could one resist the opportunity to drink with the chairman of the Wanbei Group? If word got out, it would be a tale to boast about for a lifetime. The group, filled with exuberance, ventured out together. Meanwhile, Wang Daniu remained seated, lost in disarray. Ever since Jiang Chen's true identity was confirmed, he had been met with indifference. No one bothered to even glance his way, treating him as though he were invisible. Big brother Daniu, what should we do now? A subordinate inquired. Wang Daniu sighed. What else can we do? I'll just tell my dad the truth. The chairman of Wanbei is here. It's only natural we didn't secure the project. I believe he will understand. Subsequently, he dialed his father's number. After explaining the situation, he was met with a barrage of insults. You worthless fool. Can't you fabricate a better excuse? The chairman of Wanbei came to negotiate this project? Do you think I'm a fool? Really, Dad? Listen to my explanation. I believe your excuses as much as I would believe a ghost. The Wanbei Group is a colossal entity. Do you think they care about such trivial matters? Meeting with them is an honor. Do you understand? Wang Daniu's round face turned crimson in frustration. He was utterly at a loss for words, and the more he tried to speak the truth, the less credible he seemed. His mental state was crumbling. On the other side, the atmosphere was jubilant. Yang Lu, accustomed to socializing, held her liquor well. However, due to her overwhelming joy, she had consumed several glasses and had clearly overindulged. Her once neatly tied hair now cascaded down, and a rosy hue adorned her cheeks. Jiang Chen, I cannot thank you enough, she repeatedly declared at the table, revealing the extent of her inebriation. Jiang Chen smiled gently. All right, let us call it a night. We shouldn't neglect our responsibilities. I'll see you home. Yang Lu swayed slightly as she stood, clearly a bit unsteady. Lubin quickly supported her. Cousin, you've had quite enough to drink. Let me escort you. Liang Yunxing, with a faint blush, also stood up. No, let me take her. There's no need for that. I can manage on my own. Lubin, please take good care of your cousin, Jiang Chen said amiably. The others noted his lack of pretension. Lubin gazed at his smile, suddenly reminiscent of their school days, as if running beneath the setting sun, a fleeting glimpse of lost youth. Though Jiang Chen had achieved great success, he remained unchanged, still the same youthful spirit from before. At that moment, Lubin felt as if a radiant light shone above him, illuminating the path ahead. Brother, thank you. Tears of gratitude welled in his eyes. Jiang Chen stepped forward, offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder, conveying a silent understanding. Chapter 43. The music hall. As dusk approached, Jiang Chen returned alone to the Jiangdu Manor. Gu Xiaoro awaited him respectfully at the entrance of the opulent villa, her expression tinged with surprise. President Jiang, why are you returning by yourself? What other choice do I have? Jiang Chen replied, turning to her. Gu Xiaoro appeared slightly remorseful, feeling she had not fulfilled her duties adequately. I could have come to pick you up. Perhaps next time, he replied dismissively, entering the lavish villa. Gu Xiaoro watched his retreating figure, silently vowing to seize the next opportunity to prove herself. Inside the villa, the expansive bathtub nearly rivaled a small swimming pool. The maid had prepared a luxurious bath, infused with milk, roses, and daisies, intended to elevate one's spirits while nourishing the skin. As Jiang Chen emerged from the soothing waters, he was enveloped in a comforting warmth. At that moment, his phone buzzed. It was a call from Su Yuqing. He answered while still luxuriating in the bath. "Hello. What is the matter? I miss you." Her sweet, melodious voice resonated. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Shall we meet?" "Yes." Su Yuqing replied cheerfully. "Tomorrow. Meet me at the music hall." "All right," Jiang Chen acquiesced. As a refined young lady, Su Yuqing was well-versed in the arts, particularly skilled at playing the piano. She often frequented the music hall for lessons and had made considerable progress. Tomorrow, she planned to play a piece for Jiang Chen, a gesture both romantic and a display of her talents. After ending the call, Jiang Chen casually opened the cat tooth platform to watch his sister Jiang Wan's livestream. After confirming there were no issues, he retired for the night. The following morning, accompanied by the roar of his Bugatti, Jiang Chen drove out of the manor. Eager to meet Su Yuqing at the music hall. Situated in the city center, the music hall was quite renowned, spanning an impressive 2,000 square meters. Adorned with luxurious decor, the second-floor lobby housed a dozen pianos, surrounded by a variety of potted plants, blooming vividly. The ceiling featured a 3D projection of the sky, creating the illusion of being in a serene natural park. After all, artistic spaces require an elegant ambience, nurturing the soul while providing a tranquil respite from the fast-paced life. Su Yuqing sat before a grand piano, her dainty fingers dancing like scallions, producing enchanting melodies. Surrounded by blooming flowers, she resembled a floral fairy, radiating beauty even while seated, becoming a striking focal point. Nearby, onlookers gazed at her, with the men mostly captivated, while the women looked on with envy. Lu Mingyao sat not far away, resting her chin on her hands, filled with admiration for Su Yuqing. In truth, Lu Mingyao also had a passion for the piano but lacked the innate talent. She had struggled with pitch all her life, unable to learn. Hence, she could only enjoy the music. After completing a piece, Su Yuqing beamed with satisfaction. Feeling she had made considerable progress, she eagerly awaited Jiang Chen's arrival to perform the piece for him. Just then, a sharply dressed young man approached, holding a large bouquet of red roses, his gaze fixed on Su Yuqing, betraying a hint of infatuation. "Yuqing, here are these flowers for you. Do you like them?" "No. Thank you." Su Yuqing declined gracefully. The young man's smile faltered, his embarrassment palpable as he placed the flowers atop the piano. His name is Jiang Tianming. Born into a family steeped in musical tradition. From the very first day Su Yuqing came to practice the piano, he found himself enamored by her, relentlessly pursuing her affections. Yet to no avail. "Yuqing, how about I treat you to lunch today?" Jiang Tianming inquired, his interest unwavering. Su Yuqing shook her head apologetically. "I'm sorry. I've already made plans." "Who is it?" "It wouldn't be Chen Liangrong, would it?" Jiang Tianming had heard whispers regarding the Su family's affairs, yet the specifics eluded him. Su Yuqing's brow furrowed at the mention of that name, feeling a twinge of annoyance. "No, it's my boyfriend." "What?" Jiang Tianming's expression morphed into one of astonishment. "You have a boyfriend?" Su Yuqing had not practiced piano lately due to issues at home, leaving Jiang Tianming bewildered. How could she have acquired a boyfriend in just a few days of absence? At that moment, Lu Mingyao approached with her hands behind her back, looking up and stating, "Hey, you shouldn't keep pestering our Yuqing. Be careful or her boyfriend might come by and give you a beating." Lu Mingyao held great admiration for Jiang Chen's prowess, regarding him as a mentor in her heart. "Humph," Jiang Tianming scoffed derisively, feeling quite irked. Is he really capable of that? Just who is he? Surely not some street thug? He prided himself on his superiority and looked down upon such brutish individuals. Lu Mingyao, however, was unimpressed, thinking to herself, "Have you ever encountered a street thug worth billions? He is richer and more handsome than you, excelling in every conceivable way." Su Yuqing felt a twinge of confusion, wondering why her friend seemed prouder than herself whenever Jiang Chen was mentioned. Jiang Tianming, hailing from a prestigious musical lineage, was not only well-off but also quite handsome, having captivated countless young women with his exceptional piano skills. Yet now, he was rendered insignificant by Lu Mingyao's words, striking at the pride he held most dear. Naturally, he felt disdain, but before he could voice his thoughts, a tall figure approached from afar. "Who are you talking about? Who is better than whom?" Jiang Chen's voice rang out. Upon seeing him, Su Yuqing's exquisite smile blossomed once more. "You're here." Jiang Chen nodded, turning just in time to notice a large bouquet of red roses on the piano. "Whose flowers are these?" "They're quite beautiful," he said, casually plucking one from the bunch and offering it to Su Yuqing. "Thank you." Su Yuqing beamed with joy, lowering her head slightly. Jiang Chen immediately understood her unspoken meaning and delicately tucked the red rose into her lustrous black hair. Su Yuqing swayed her head back and forth, displaying it to him. What do you think? Does it look good? Yes, it looks lovely, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Receiving the compliment made Su Yuqing's cheeks flush with a hint of sweetness. However, Jiang Chen suddenly grinned widely. Don't get the wrong idea. I meant the flower looks good. You're so annoying. Su Yuqing feigned anger, playfully punching his chest. Ouch. Witnessing the playful banter before him, Jiang Tianming felt as though he might explode with frustration. He was the one who had brought those flowers, yet Su Yuqing had turned them down, only to be thrilled by the one Jiang Chen had given her. Jiang Tianming felt as though he had been publicly humiliated, his heart boiling with jealousy. Glancing at Jiang Chen, he realized that the young man was indeed more handsome than himself, significantly so. At that moment, it felt as if he had consumed 10 pounds of lemons. After a moment's reflection, he seemingly devised a plan. Ahem, sir, this is a practice area for students. Unauthorized persons are not permitted. Please step outside. Oh, Jiang Chen cast him a sidelong glance, not particularly concerned, merely surveying the surroundings. That can easily be resolved. I'll just buy the place. Chapter 44. Just say it, and it's done. Uft. Su Yuqing and Lu Mingyao burst into laughter. If we can't let you in, then we'll just buy it. Simple, direct, overbearing. The two women were thoroughly impressed, thinking to themselves, as expected of you. Jiang Tianming's face turned a deep shade of purple, nearly suffering an internal injury. He had intended to make Jiang Chen back down, but the audacity of declaring his intent to purchase the music hall was outrageous. Oof, what a braggart. You think you can just say you'll buy such a large music hall? He scoffed, naturally skeptical. The commotion had drawn the attention of other students, who could hardly believe someone claimed they were buying the music hall. Situated in the city center, this establishment was worth at least 10 billion, making the notion of purchasing it sound as casual as buying groceries. Is he serious? No way. Most assumed he was joking or exaggerating. Several girls, who had previously envied Su Yuqing, seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. TCH, Su Yuqing, what kind of boyfriend did you find? You're not being tricked, are you? Exactly. He doesn't even have the decency to speak properly. Don't embarrass yourself here. While he was undeniably handsome, his tactics seemed rather lowbrow. If he really manages to buy it, I'll live stream making instant noodles. A few girls gathered around Jiang Tianming, pointing and whispering. Jiang Tianming appeared to draw confidence from their support. Come on, if you're going to buy it, let us see you do it. Oh, Jiang Chen had initially intended to jest and provoke Jiang Tianming, but now faced with a crowd's challenge, he thought, why not buy it? What is the big deal? He dialed Shang Wanyu's number. For a project worth over 10 billion, it was wiser to consult her. President Jiang, what can I do for you? Shang Wanyu inquired. Jiang Chen pondered before responding. Xiaoya, the work pressure in our company is quite intense. The employees should have more recreational activities. Listening to music would be a good way to relax. I think the music hall in the city center is fantastic. I'd like to arrange team-building activities there in the future. What do you think? Uft. Understood, President Jiang. Shang Wanyu couldn't help but laugh, already grasping his intent. Smart individuals are easy to communicate with. After hanging up, Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel at her reliability. Jiang Tianming crossed his arms, glaring at him with disdain. Do you really think a phone call will suffice? Just saying you'll buy it doesn't make it happen. The nearby girls whispered amongst themselves. He.S. quite the actor. It would be a shame if he didn't pursue a career in acting. Ha ha ha, he might just win an Oscar. Jiang Chen regarded them without anger, but rather recalled something. Hey, don't leave just because you mentioned live streaming instant noodles. Remember to go to the Maoya platform. It'll definitely attract millions of viewers. The Maoya platform had already been acquired and was now under Jiang Chen's company. TCH, I'm not going anywhere. I'm waiting right here. But what if you can't actually buy it? One girl said, hands on her hips. Jiang Chen ignored her, secretly thinking. After just acquiring the platform, a big streamer is coming. Instant noodles are going to be a hit. At that moment, a plump middle-aged man jogged over. His face beaming with a grin, a hint of urgency in his demeanor. The proprietor of the music hall, named Yi Sheng, had long harbored the intention of selling his establishment. However, despite the prospect of a business worth billions, he had yet to find a suitable buyer. Just moments ago, he received a call from the Wanbei Group Shang Wanyu, expressing their desire to purchase the music hall. Remarkably, even before signing the contract, they transferred a staggering sum of 1.5 billion yuan. Truly, such is the nature of large corporations, they remain unfazed by such amounts. This fortuitous turn of events filled Yi Sheng with immense joy. Several individuals turned to him, all of whom were familiar with the portly owner, and greeted him warmly. Oh, Mr. Yi, back again to enjoy some piano music, are we? Soon, we'll have Brother Jiang play a piece for you. They chattered animatedly, hoping to ingratiate themselves. Yet, Yisheng paid them little mind, his face beaming with delight as he made a beeline for Jiang Chen. Hee, you must be General Jiang Chen, correct? Ms. Shangwan just transferred me 1.5 billion. Henceforth, this music hall belongs to you. I appreciate your assistance. Thank you, Jiang Chen replied. Yisheng waved his hands dismissively. No need for such formality, General Jiang. If you have any concerns, we can sign the contract and complete the necessary paperwork. After all, Ms. Shangwan has merely sent the funds. Nothing else is finalized. Jiang Chen, however, had no inclination to dwell on such matters. Let's discuss it later. It's merely 1.5 billion. Yisheng was momentarily taken aback, initially perceiving the statement as somewhat audacious. However, after a moment's contemplation, he acknowledged the truth in it. To the Wanbei Group, 1.5 billion was but a trivial transaction. Why would they bother to have the chairman sign the contract? It dawned on him that his perspective had been rather limited. Oh, I must be growing old and forgetful. I hope you won't take offense. Haha, not at all, Mr. Yi. Please, do carry on with your business. Very well. I shan't intrude any longer. Yisheng chuckled as he departed, coming and going in a flurry. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianming and the others stood rooted to the spot, as if struck by lightning. What did we just hear? Can someone recap that for me? I feel as though I've gone deaf. A music hall for 1.5 billion, just like that? It feels easier than buying groceries. Their impoverished imaginations left them in shock. I'm utterly astounded. They exclaimed, dumbfounded. At that moment, Jiang Chen spoke slowly. All right. This is now my domain. No unauthorized individuals are permitted to enter. I kindly ask you all to leave. Ugh. Jiang Tianming nearly choked on his own indignation. The slap in the face came far too swiftly. His face flushed with anger, yet he remained defiant. What does your wealth matter? Does being affluent grant you the right to stifle others' musical dreams? Using money to suppress an art form is nothing short of an affront. Jiang Chen scoffed, his disdain palpable. And you, with your feeble piano skills, dare to call that art? If anything, you are the one who brings disgrace to the term. You, Jiang Tianming seethed, incensed. Hailing from a musical lineage, he had practiced the piano since childhood and was regarded as a prodigy among his peers. A fact that filled him with pride. To have his abilities questioned was infuriating. And what of you? Do you even comprehend what art is? He retorted, his voice resolute. Let us have a competition. If your performance surpasses mine, I will leave without a word. The girls behind him rallied, their spirits ignited. Yes, I support Brother Tianming. We must preserve a sanctuary for art, untainted by the evils of money. Do you dare to compete? If you win, I will perform a handstand and relieve myself. Jiang Chen silently crossed his arms, his brow furrowing slightly. To be fair, he had little skill in piano. Just then, a crisp and warm voice resonated from the system. Ding. As a super tycoon, the host must possess both virtue and artistry. Please press the piano keys 20 times to receive the reward, world-class mastery in piano. Sighing inwardly, Jiang Chen lamented the solitude of his situation. Chapter 45, The Piano Piece. Having a system is indeed remarkable, virtually invincible. Whatever one lacks, it provides. A subtle smile crept upon Jiang Chen's lips. Let the competition commence. What's the big deal? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, astonished that he would actually agree. Jiang Tianming's piano skills were renowned in Jiangbei City. He had once secured first place in a competition and frequently participated in performances. Naturally, he believed himself unmatched among the city's youth. Fine, I shall take the lead. If you feel you cannot compare, concede immediately to spare yourself embarrassment. By all means. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, bemused by his bravado. The girls exchanged glances, eager to witness the spectacle, wondering how Jiang Chen would respond should he lose. As the eyes of the audience fell upon him, Jiang Tianming settled at the piano, declaring, I shall perform Marseillaise. This piece is typically played at levels 5 to 6 in piano examinations, presenting a fair challenge. However, it is also my forte. The very piece that earned me first place. The girls swelled with confidence, thinking to themselves, surely a piece that won first place cannot be outdone. As Jiang Tianming began to play, the clear notes resonated, alternating between gentle and brisk, showcasing his evident proficiency. Jiang Chen, however, could not discern the nuances, as he had yet to complete his task and lacked the world-class mastery in piano. Approximately 5 minutes later, Jiang Tianming concluded his performance, eliciting thunderous applause from the girls. Bravo, Brother Tianming, that was magnificent. So delightful to listen to. Amidst the applause, Jiang Tianming basked in the adoration, his eyes half closed, seemingly entranced by the echoes of his own music. How impressive, Jiang Chen mused, inwardly acknowledging that he had indeed put on a show. Rising with an air of nonchalance, Jiang Tianming gestured grandly, as if to showcase his cultivated demeanor. Mr. Jiang, the stage is now yours. Oh, very well. However, Jiang Chen took a seat at another piano, deliberately avoiding the one played by Jiang Tianming, finding it unclean. Jiang Tianming's lips twitched in irritation as he withdrew his hand, yet he feigned a gentlemanly demeanor, maintaining an air of indifference. Jiang Chen's gaze wandered over the keys, the contrasting black and white captivating him with novelty. Su Yuqing approached and whispered, "Hey, can you play the piano?" "Somewhat," Jiang Chen replied. Su Yuqing was at a loss for words. Why did it feel so dismissive? Nevertheless, even if he lost, it was no great matter. "Well, I shall begin," she announced. Jiang Chen began to press the keys indiscriminately, producing a cacophony of sound that bore no resemblance to a coherent piece. Haha. Jiang Tianming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Recognizing that this was clearly Jiang Chen's first attempt at the piano, he knew nothing about it. "What on earth are you playing? This? And you wish to compete with me?" The other girls soon caught on, realizing Jiang Chen was a complete novice, seemingly encountering the piano for the very first time. "Is this it? You haven't even grasped the basics, have you? Haha, you dare to challenge me with such incompetence?" Su Yuqing, too, was bemused, realizing Jiang Chen truly did not understand the piano. Surely, he was merely jesting. Nearby, Lu Mingyao thought similarly. Jiang Chen was already impressive with his remarkable physique, wealth, and looks. If he could also play the piano, he would be perfect. Surely, there aren't such flawless individuals in the world. At that moment, Jiang Tianming puffed up with arrogance, crossing his arms. "Now do you concede? Will you acknowledge that what I play is art?" "Rubbish," Jiang Chen replied without turning. Fuming, Jiang Tianming felt insulted that Jiang Chen would belittle him even now. Hey, don't rush me. I'm merely testing if the keys are functional," Jiang Chen interrupted. "Oh, still stubborn, are we? Let us see how long you can hold out," Jiang Tianming mused inwardly. "Take your time, we can wait." The girls behind them scoffed in disdain. "He isn't stalling, is he? If he can't do it, he should admit it. Why is it so hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence?" But moments later, as Jiang Chen pressed the keys 20 times, the system task was completed. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and acquiring world-class piano skills. In an instant, it was as if a flood of musical knowledge surged into Jiang Chen's mind. An array of melodies and notes swept through him, leaving him with an intimate understanding of every piano piece. At that moment, his entire demeanor transformed. He exuded an air of grace and composure, radiating an artistic essence with every gesture. "The piece I am about to play is titled Islami," Jiang Chen spoke softly. Everyone present gasped in astonishment. What? I must have misheard. They were all piano enthusiasts and had certainly heard of this piece. Islami was reputed to be the most challenging piano composition in the world. Composed in 1869 by a renowned Russian pianist, performing this piece required extraordinary skill, and even a level 10 pianist might struggle to execute it. "You wish to play Islami? Surely. You jest." Jiang Tianming's eyes widened in disbelief. From Jiang Chen's earlier clumsy attempts, it was evident he had no prior experience with the piano. How could he aspire to perform a world-class masterpiece? He even knows Islami? That's impressive, I suppose. I fear the composer's coffin lid might not hold. The girls behind them stifled laughter. Su Yuqing felt a pang of concern. She genuinely liked Jiang Chen, but to think he could play that piece was hard to believe. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Chen's long fingers began to dance across the black and white keys. With each press, delightful notes sprang forth, and the melody flowed with an elegance approaching perfection. It was a mesmerizing performance. Like a boulder crashing into the sea, it stirred waves of awe within the hall. Chapter 46. A magnificent movement. Jiang Chen poured forth his world-class piano skills, the rising crescendo echoing throughout the entire hall. To those listening with closed eyes, it felt as though they were partaking in a premier musical gala. The other students, swept up in the fervent melody, were filled with emotion. "Mother, I am witnessing a live performance of Islami." As for Jiang Tianming, he was utterly dumbfounded. The powerful music overwhelmed him, each note played flawlessly by the handsome youth before him, embodying the essence of world-class artistry. This was indeed mastery beyond his comprehension. "This is impossible," Jiang Tianming's mind screamed. He doubted his own senses, wondering if he was hallucinating. Just moments ago, Jiang Chen had been a novice, yet now he displayed the prowess of a world-class artist. Meanwhile, the girls stood agape, their eyes wide with incredulity. This handsome young man, barely in his 20s, exhibited such proficiency at the piano, already ranking among the elite. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. People often described such talent with one word: genius. What does it mean to flaunt one's skills in front of experts? What does it mean to be presumptuous? They now understood the weight of those expressions, for they had just experienced it firsthand. Jiang Tianming's face flushed crimson. His once proud achievements were utterly shattered. In comparison, his own piano skills felt like rubbish. As Jiang Chen concluded the piece, his hands fell still, the final note resonating through the hall before fading into silence. The atmosphere became eerily quiet, a hush enveloping the audience. Jiang Chen calmly remarked, "I have finished. What do you think?" Applause erupted from the other students, their admiration palpable as they celebrated his exquisite performance. Amidst the applause, Jiang Tianming's face burned with embarrassment. He could no longer bear to remain in this place. The disparity in their skills was stark, a chasm that could not be bridged. He could not compete with wealth or music. "I concede," Jiang Tianming mumbled, lowering his head. "I promise never to return here again." With that, he turned and left. The other girls, equally embarrassed, followed suit, yet their envy of Su Yuqing intensified. Where had she found such a boyfriend? Handsome, wealthy, and an extraordinary pianist. They would be content if their own boyfriends possessed even half of his qualities. They hurried after Jiang Tianming, making their way to the hall's exit. "Take care, no need to see you off." Lu Mingyao waved triumphantly. Suddenly, Jiang Chen recalled something and called out to them, "Hey, don't forget to go live while eating instant noodles and doing handstands." The few individuals at the door stumbled, nearly losing their balance and falling to the ground. "Yay! Ha!" Lu Mingyao squinted and smiled, flashing a victory sign as if they had just won a battle. Those individuals had long been an eyesore, and today they were finally driven away. Lu Mingyao turned to Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with admiration. "You're incredibly talented. I never expected you to play the piano so well." "Ahaha, I just learned," Jiang Chen replied with a hearty laugh. Lu Mingyao, however, was skeptical, believing he was merely being modest. In truth, Jiang Chen had indeed learned recently, albeit with the assistance of a system that facilitated his rapid progress. Su Yuqing was equally astonished that Jiang Chen could play the piano, and at such a masterful level. When she had asked if he knew how to play, he had claimed to have a basic understanding. If that qualified as basic, she must have never even seen a piano. Gazing at his handsome visage, her heart swelled with admiration. He was the epitome of a perfect male idol. "What else can you play?" Su Yuqing inquired excitedly. Jiang Chen smiled gently, his tone affectionate. "I can play anything you like. Then could you play a few more pieces for us?" Su Yuqing's heart fluttered, feeling that he was quite the charmer. The others nearby also showed eager anticipation, having not yet had their fill of the melodies Jiang Chen had played earlier, akin to a world-class concert. Thus, Su Yuqing took it upon herself to request more. "All right," Jiang Chen agreed with a nod. Amidst the crowd's expectations, he returned to the piano, his long fingers gracefully dancing over the keys as he conjured beautiful melodies. The enchanting music tugged at the heartstrings of all who listened. The hall was soon filled with a succession of world-renowned pieces, some melancholic, others joyous, some uplifting, and others somber. The audience was entranced, unable to extricate themselves from the enchanting world of music. After Jiang Chen finished, Su Yuqing performed a piece she had meticulously prepared for him, titled The Girl's Prayer, infused with a romantic sentiment. As the piano echoed with melodious notes, she became a picturesque vision, creating a strikingly beautiful scene. Lu Mingyao, seated nearby, watched Jiang Chen and Su Yuqing engage in their intimate musical exchange, her eyes darting with curiosity. She felt a sudden urge to play the piano herself and sat down at an instrument, clumsily attempting to play. However, it became evident that she lacked any natural talent. After a few awkward notes, discontent washed over her delicate features. "Jiang Chen, you're so amazing. You can definitely teach me, right?" Lu Mingyao asked with hopeful anticipation. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment before gently suggesting, "Mingyao, perhaps we should focus on studying free combat instead." Lu Mingyao fell silent, resigned. "Forget it. There's no hope for me." After spending some time enjoying the music, they soon departed for a casual lunch. Jiang Chen accompanied the two girls for a bit of shopping. The afternoon passed without incident, yet with Jiang Chen's company, Su Yuqing remained exceptionally cheerful. As dusk approached, Jiang Chen wrapped his arm around her slender waist and softly asked in her ear, "Are we heading to the hotel tonight, or to my place?" Su Yuqing instantly recalled something, her face flushing a vivid red, akin to a ripe apple, yet tinged with a hint of eager shyness. "Let us go to your house. I've never been there before." "All right," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Just then, Lu Mingyao, walking ahead, suddenly halted. "Wait, Jiang Chen must live in Jiangdu Manor, right? I've never been there either. Can you take me along?" "Huh." Jiang Chen was puzzled at how she could hear that. After contemplating, he said, "There's no room in my car. I'll take you next time." His Bugatti Chiron was a two-seater, accommodating only 2 passengers. A moment later, Lu Mingyao stood alone on the street, watching the $400 million luxury car disappear into the distance. The bustling crowd around her felt particularly isolating. At that instant, it seemed as though a withered leaf floated past her, evoking a sense of melancholy. Sigh, life is tough. Chapter 47, A Hearty Meal. The Bugatti slowly approached Jiangdu Manor, where the opulent villa was brightly lit, and several searchlights cast beams of light, exuding an air of extreme luxury. The two stepped out of the car, and a dedicated chauffeur drove the Bugatti into the parking garage. It was Su Yuqing's first visit to Jiangdu Manor, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with awe. This place is absolutely stunning. I think I could come here for a vacation. Welcome back, Mr. Jiang. Gu Xiaoro awaited them at the entrance, her gaze flitting over. Noticing something different today, Jiang Chen was accompanied by a girlfriend. Jiang Chen greeted her before heading upstairs with Su Yuqing. Gu Xiaoro turned to watch their retreating figures. Suddenly struck by a thought, her smile faltering. Right. Since Mr. Jiang brought his girlfriend home, what should I prepare for him? Gu Xiaoro faced yet another dilemma, especially since she had little experience. Quickly, she pulled out her phone to search for ideas online. After Jiang Chen and Su Yuqing toured the villa, it was time for dinner. They sat at a large dining table while Gu Xiaoro instructed the maid to serve the dishes she had prepared, an extravagant feast. The ample table soon overflowed with dishes, but Jiang Chen felt something was amiss. He opened the first dish, stir-fried bull's penis. The second dish, goji berry and bull's penis soup. Following that were various offerings like pig kidneys, deer antlers, and lamb testicles. What is all this? Jiang Chen glanced at Gu Xiaoro, bewildered. Gu Xiaoro stood beside him, her cheeks flushed as she timidly explained, I found this online. They say it's highly nourishing, dubbed the energy station for men and the beauty salon for women. Clearly, upon realizing Jiang Chen was bringing a girlfriend home, she had no idea what to prepare and resorted to a search on the internet. However, Jiang Chen did spot one dish that seemed relatively normal, black-bone chicken soup. This dish is said to have prenatal benefits, suitable for girls to drink, Gu Xiaoro immediately elaborated. Jiang Chen was speechless. Prenatal benefits? This thought process is rather avant-garde. I'm just bringing my girlfriend home for a night. Do we need to start naming children already? Fine, let us just make do with this, Jiang Chen muttered. Gu Xiaoro, perceptive as ever, waved her hand at the maid, leading them out of the dining room to grant them privacy. Let us not disturb Mr. Jiang during his special time. After all, these dishes are all highly nourishing. Su Yuqing lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with evident shyness. Stealing a glance at the food, she thought, Isn't this a bit too nourishing? What if I can't handle it? Jiang Chen interrupted her wandering thoughts. If you don't like it, we can always ask for a different table. Su Yuqing shook her head. No need to change. That would be such a waste. She lifted a bowl of soup and took a delicate sip. Delightful. Although the dishes prepared by Gu Xiaoro were rather eccentric, they undeniably bore the hallmark of a top-tier chef, and the ingredients were exceptionally high quality. The flavors were beyond reproach. Su Yuqing tilted her head back and drained the entire bowl in one go. A wave of warmth flooded her, soon followed by a sensation of heat. Her cheeks flushed slightly, rendering her particularly enchanting. Jiang Chen stole a glance at her and was immediately captivated. He paused mid-bite, then slowly rose to his feet. Never mind. Perhaps it's best to pause for now. The following morning, the sun shone brightly outside, heralding a splendid day. Jiang Chen stretched lazily in bed, feeling refreshed. Turning to his side, he noticed the beauty beside him still lost in slumber. It must be said that Gu Xiaoro, despite her flair for the dramatic, had indeed prepared some remarkable dishes. They were quite effective. After showering, Jiang Chen donned a crisp outfit. He had made plans with Jiang Wan to go shopping. As the little girl's birthday was approaching, and he intended to procure a gift for her, it was the perfect opportunity to inquire about her desires. Jiang Chen chose not to bring Su Yuqing along, sensing that her mobility might be somewhat restricted today. It was best for her to rest at home. Subsequently, he departed the Jiangdu Manor alone. The city center of Jiangbei remained bustling, and with summer's heat upon them, many people donned sun hats. Dressed in light and breezy attire, the streets were alive with the ebb and flow of vehicles and pedestrians. Brother, iced cola. Jiang Wan beamed as she handed him the beverage she had just purchased. Jiang Chen took a sip, reveling in the refreshing coolness it brought on this sweltering summer day. Glancing at his sister, he noted her casual ensemble of hot pants and a cartoon t-shirt, complemented by a light touch of makeup. Ever since she joined the cosmetics company, she had indeed learned to enhance her appearance and had grown more attractive. Have you decided what you want to buy today? Jiang Chen inquired. Jiang Wan shook her head and replied, Not yet. Let us just browse for a while. All right, then, he acquiesced. Having frequently shopped with Su Yuqing, Jiang Chen was well acquainted with the local stores and provided his sister with insights, leaving her quite impressed and exclaiming his professionalism. After about 10 minutes of walking, Jiang Chen finished his cola and spotted a trash bin nearby. He casually tossed the can, which arced gracefully through the air and landed squarely in the receptacle. Wow! Jiang Wan exclaimed in surprise, glancing back and realizing the distance to the bin was a good 7 or 8 meters. That was remarkably accurate. How did you do that? She glanced down at her own cola can and then back at the bin, deciding to give it a try herself. Hey! Jiang Wan threw her can with gusto. Bang! The can struck the bin and ricocheted back. Jiang Chen shot her a sidelong glance. Don't litter. He bent down and retrieved the can, tossing it effortlessly into the bin with pinpoint precision. Humph! Jiang Wan inhaled sharply, feeling a tinge of defeat. Her competitive spirit ignited. She declared, "Wait. I refuse to believe I can't do it." She stepped forward, retrieved another can, and returned to Jiang Chen's side to attempt again. Bang! The can again bounced away. "What on earth? You are just not very skilled," Jiang Chen remarked, picking up the can and easily tossing it into the bin once more. Jiang Wan, increasingly frustrated, thought to herself that surely she could succeed at least once. She retrieved yet another can, thoroughly engrossed in the game. Yet after 2 more attempts, she still failed to land it inside. Just as Jiang Wan bent down to pick up the can, a foot suddenly appeared and sent the can flying from her fingertips. Startled, Jiang Wan looked up to see a young girl, adorned with flamboyant makeup, linking arms with a balding man. "Oh, isn't this the once prominent Jiang Wan?" Reduced to picking up cola cans on the street, the girl said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Jiang Wan recognized her as Zhou Ting, a fellow classmate. "Haven't you found an internship yet?" Zhou Ting sneered. "I told you, good grades are useless. A young and beautiful woman is the true asset. You should just find a good husband." Chapter 48, A Disturbance. A young and beautiful woman is the true asset. "Yet I see you possess little in the way of assets," Jiang Wan retorted coolly. "You." Zhou Ting's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Indeed, she was not as beautiful as Jiang Wan, and her jealousy had often driven her to oppose Jiang Wan during their school days. Having recently experienced a stroke of good fortune and fortuitously encountering Jiang Wan on the street, she felt compelled to flaunt her success. "My husband is an executive at Jinyuan Corporation, and he'll soon arrange a job for me. What good does your relentless studying do you?" It pales in comparison to his word. The bald man beside her grinned widely, seemingly proud. "Come on, dear, let me show you around my territory." "Thank you, darling," Zhou Ting replied with a sultry smile, casting one last taunting glance at Jiang Wan before they departed. Jiang Chen, noticing the commotion disturbing his sister's enjoyment, approached and inquired, "Who was that just now?" "Oh, it's nothing, just some trash," Jiang Wan dismissed, tossing the cola can with ease into the bin. Both siblings left the encounter behind, maintaining their cheerful disposition, undeterred by external influences. Before long, they had pushed the incident from their minds as they strolled along the bustling street. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze and noticed a shop sign proclaiming in bold letters, "Jinyuan High-End Jewelry." He thought to himself that although his sister had learned to apply makeup, she lacked any noteworthy jewelry. "Let's check this place out," Jiang Chen suggested. "Sure," Jiang Wan eagerly agreed. Although the items within were undoubtedly expensive, she was well aware of her brother's wealth and felt no concern. As they entered through the revolving glass doors, a refreshing blast of cool air invigorated them. Such upscale establishments typically had few patrons, and the atmosphere was rather subdued. Inside, glass display cases showcased an array of jewelry, shimmering brilliantly under the lights. "So beautiful," Jiang Wan gasped. Most young girls find it hard to resist such glittering treasures. She began to admire the treasures on display, which included pearls, jade, crystals, and agate, all meticulously crafted and of superior quality, with prices generally exceeding 6 figures. However, Jiang Chen found it peculiar that in such a high-end store, there were no sales associates to assist them. Where is everyone? Is the store closed? He pondered, only to soon see a group emerging from the back. All the staff, including the owner, were gathered around the bald man, their faces adorned with smiles. "Director Gao, how about that crystal pendant? It perfectly suits your girlfriend's temperament. I'll give you a discount of 12. An 80% discount? Isn't that a bit too meager?" The balding man exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. "Give me a 70% discount, and I shall discreetly waive a portion of the shop rent for you next time." All right, the shop owner hastily acquiesced. Beside them, Zhou Ting puffed out her chest, feeling a sense of pride swell within her. "Thank you, darling," she exclaimed sweetly. At that moment, Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. Sensing that something was amiss, he glanced towards the glass door and realized, to his dismay, that they were indeed on Jinyuan Street, his territory. The audacity of Director Gao to offer discounts in exchange for waiving rent was nothing short of a blatant abuse of power, especially when the rent was essentially his own money. Absurd. As Jiang Chen and Zhou Ting stood there, the group noticed them and approached with intent. Zhou Ting regarded them with disdain. "What are you doing here? There are no cans to collect. You should go outside." Jiang Wan, who had been admiring the jewelry, turned her head at that moment. "What are you doing here again? What a coincidence." Zhou Ting smirked contemptuously. Thinking to herself that it was unfortunate for Jiang Wan to have come onto her husband's turf, she was determined to make her regret it. "Boss, these two have no money. They might be here to steal something. You should search them," the bald man urged. "Huh." The shop owner hesitated, studying the pair, one handsome, the other beautiful. They hardly resembled thieves. Yet, under pressure from Director Gao, He felt compelled to comply. Zhou Ting, sensing the moment, played the damsel. Darling, you must say something. Yes, yes, they could be thieves. Please search them, the balding man insisted. The owner finally nodded and addressed Jiang Chen and Zhou Ting. All right, please cooperate with the search. We suspect you may have stolen something. At this, Zhou Ting's face lit up with satisfaction, casting a scornful glance at Jiang Wan, as if to say that she held the power here. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, nearly laughing in disbelief. To be searched in a jewelry store was a humiliation. Steal? Do I really need to resort to theft? He retorted, pushing against the vertical display case beside him. The case immediately tilted and crashed to the ground, shattering into a cascade of glass shards. A piece of green jade tumbled out, and Jiang Chen raised his foot and stomped down, shattering the jade into 8 pieces. I wouldn't take this even if it were given to me for free. Who would steal your wares? Jiang Chen scoffed. The onlookers were left speechless. That jade piece was valued at 200,000 yuan, a prized possession of the store. Several attendants exchanged glances with Jiang Chen, their faces reflecting the gravity of the situation. This is serious. He dares to vandalize. Someone apprehend him. Don't let him escape. The shop owner shouted. For security guards rushed forward, wielding nightsticks. But Jiang Chen kicked one aside, causing them to crash into multiple display cases, resulting in a cacophony of shattered glass and chaos. Jiang Wan covered her ears in fright, but felt a thrill at witnessing their plight. After all, they had made her life difficult. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the balding man quickly retreated. You think you can just walk away? I'll call for backup. Oh, don't worry. I wouldn't leave even if you wanted me to, Jiang Chen replied, crossing his arms and watching him with bemusement, curious to see who he would summon. Hello, Brother Lin. There's a disturbance at the jewelry store. You need to come quickly. The balding man spoke into the phone. Upon hearing the name Brother Lin, the shop owner felt a surge of confidence. Although young, Lin was notorious as the local bully on Jinyuan Street. Anyone causing trouble in his presence would surely face dire consequences. Zhou Ting, emboldened by the escalating situation, added, Since you've made this a spectacle, don't blame us for being unkind. You're digging your own grave. Jinyuan Street ISN TA playground for you. They all appeared flushed with rage, yet hesitated to approach Jiang Chen due to his evident strength. Meanwhile, Wan Lin was leisurely strolling down the street with his bodyguards when he received the call. Enraged, he thought to himself, how dare someone cause a ruckus here? Having been reprimanded by his father recently, he was in no mood for nonsense. Brothers, follow me, he commanded, leading his group towards the jewelry store with a fierce determination. Shortly thereafter, Wan Lin arrived at the jewelry store, his entourage brimming with hostility. Upon entering, they were greeted with a scene of utter disarray. Who did this? Wan Lin bellowed, his fury palpable. Seeing him arrive, Director Gao and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Brother Lin, it's him. He not only vandalized the display, but also assaulted us. You must take charge, they implored. Zhou Ting chimed in, her eyes glancing at Jiang Chen with a look that promised doom. Causing a ruckus here is tantamount to defying Brother Lin, Wan Lin declared, turning to see a young man standing calmly, exuding an air of nonchalance. Jiang Chen. The latter part of Wan Lin's sentence caught in his throat. He instantly recognized the man. He was the prominent figure behind Jinyuan Street's success. The last encounter had nearly brought Wan Lin's family to ruin. And with his father's constant reprimands, he had yet to cool his temper. You're the one stirring trouble? Jiang Chen remarked, casting a glance at him. Please, just call me Xiao Lin, Wan Lin stammered, his previously aggressive demeanor evaporating in an instant. The surrounding crowd was left in shock, bewildered by the sudden shift from intimidation to obsequiousness. Brother Lin, he is the one causing chaos. Director Gao insisted urgently. Zhou Ting added fuel to the fire, claiming, they stole something and then assaulted us. Steal what? Wan Lin roared in indignation, swinging his arm back and delivering a sharp slap to Zhou Ting's face. The sound echoed through the store, and she fell to the ground, momentarily stunned, seemingly forgetting the pain. The others were similarly dumbfounded. This was the owner of Jinyuan Company, the kingpin of the street. Who would dare to steal from him? Wan Lin followed up with a swift kick that sent Zhou Ting sprawling. Yet, Director Gao and the others paid her no mind. Their thoughts were consumed by Wan Lin's declaration. What? The owner of Jinyuan Street? Director Gao's eyes widened, his balding head turning pale. He realized that he had no business interacting with someone of that caliber. It's all that wretched woman's fault. I was misled. He stammered, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Wan Lin shot him a sidelong glance before turning back to Jiang Chen, his face adorned with a smile. Mr. Jiang, how do you intend to handle him? He has abused his position for personal gain, granting others rent exemptions. Jiang Chen suddenly recalled this matter. Although the sum involved was not substantial, it was not merely about the money. It left an unsettling feeling within him. This area is under your jurisdiction. You may handle it as you see fit, Jiang Chen continued. Upon hearing this, Wan Lin was taken aback. This is outrageous. Furthermore, Mr. Jiang is clearly giving himself an opportunity. He did not leave a good impression last time, and this time he must perform well to redeem himself. Damn it, strike him. Wan Lin commanded with a wave of his hand. His bodyguards surged forward, surrounding the bald man and delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. If Li Xian was the little madman of Zuan, then Wan Lin was undoubtedly a man of action. Without hesitation, he believed in administering a good beating first and asking questions later. The sounds of blows echoed. Bang, 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 and the cries of the bald man filled the air. I was wrong. Please, stop hitting me, he cried, rolling on the ground in agony, pleading for mercy. The other bystanders were utterly petrified. Chapter 50. Disbursement of Funds. The shop owner was filled with trepidation, regretting his foolishness in seeking petty advantages that led to such a significant calamity. Meanwhile, Zhou Ting lay on the ground, covering her face in tears, fearing that once they dealt with the bald man, she would be next. Wan Lin unleashed the pent-up frustration he had been harboring on the bald man, leaving him battered and bruised, with 2 blackened eyes. I truly acknowledge my wrongdoing. I beg you, do not strike me. The bald man continued to plead. Wan Lin seized him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Growling like a ferocious beast, hand over the money. The bald man, who had frequently engaged in nepotism, had undoubtedly amassed a considerable amount, and Wan Lin was determined to extract every last cent from him. Moreover, he demanded it to be multiplied. The remainder would serve as compensation. Jiang Chen observed from the sidelines, noting that while this was a legitimate demand for reparations, Wan Lin's approach resembled extortion. The bald man nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. I will pay 1 million. Please spare me. 1 million is insufficient. Give me 5 million. Wan Lin bellowed. The bald man nearly fainted. His annual salary was only around 700,000 to 800,000. Paying 5 million would mean years of labor wasted. Brother Lin, I truly did not embezzle that much. Do not dare to utter another word. Wan Lin threatened again. Realizing Wan Lin's nature, the bald man quickly capitulated. Brother Lin, please, I will pay. I will compensate whatever amount you demand. Now that's more like it. Wan Lin replied, somewhat satisfied, but continued to threaten. Transfer the money to me immediately. Even a penny less, and I will take your head. Yes, yes. I will transfer it now. The bald man promptly agreed. Wan Lin tossed him aside and then fixed his gaze on the shop owner and Zhou Ting. Both of them trembled at his stare. Brother Lin, I was foolish and should not have listened to them. I beg for your mercy. The shop owner implored, terror-stricken. Zhou Ting echoed. I too acknowledge my mistakes and will never dare again. What use are your apologies to me? Wan Lin replied. These two lacked the discernment to understand the gravity of their situation. They suddenly realized and turned to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, you are magnanimous. Do not hold it against me. If you fancy anything in the shop, please feel free to take a few items as my apology, the shop owner offered. He deeply regretted having falsely accused the owner of Jin Yuan of theft. It was truly a reckless act. Zhou Ting also grasped the situation, realizing that these two were not to be trifled with. In their eyes, she was merely a worthless entity. Jiang Wan, I know I was wrong. For the sake of our past as classmates, please spare me this once, Zhou Ting pleaded, perhaps believing Jiang Wan would be more lenient. Jiang Wan cast a glance her way. Throw her out. I do not wish to see her. Understood, Wan Lin responded, instructing his bodyguards to eject Zhou Ting. They complied without hesitation, tossing her out onto Jin Yuan Street. Jiang Chen surveyed the surrounding jewelry and asked Jiang Wan, is there anything you desire? No, she replied, shaking her head. Her interest was fleeting, and she did not truly covet any of it. Jiang Chen concurred. A birthday gift acquired in such a manner held little significance. Consequently, he did not press the shop owner too hard. Soon, the bald man's 5 million was transferred. Wan Lin cheerfully presented the bank card. Mr. Jiang, here is the 5 million. Please take a look. No need. Distribute it among your brothers. They shouldn't work for nothing. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Wan Lin and the others were filled with elation, secretly praising their boss's generosity. To freely distribute several million was no small matter. Chapter 51. A Reminiscent Affair. Money is the most effective means of winning hearts. With a total of 7 or 8 bodyguards, each received several 100,000, equivalent to several years' worth of salary. They immediately regarded Jiang Chen with even greater respect, recognizing him as the true master. Soon after, Jiang Chen departed the jewelry store. Jiang Wan preferred solitude with her brother, desiring no interruptions. Initially, she intended for Wan Lin to attend to his business, but since they were apprehensive, they followed at a distance, fearing the emergence of another unwitting soul who might anger Mr. Jiang, leading to complications. The bodyguards harbored no grievances, having just received substantial sums. Anyone would be content in their position. However, this outing did not yield a birthday gift for Jiang Wan. What do you truly like? Jiang Chen directly inquired. Jiang Wan shook her head. I do not have anything in particular that I fancy. Very well then. Jiang Chen was at a loss regarding what to purchase for her as they strolled along the bustling street. Suddenly, Jiang Wan's eyes brightened as she spotted something intriguing. She pointed excitedly into the distance. Brother, look at that. Oh. Jiang Chen followed her gaze to discover a massive billboard depicting azure skies and seas, with a luxurious cruise ship at its center. Do you wish to purchase a cruise ship? Jiang Chen asked, aware that such vessels were not inexpensive, typically costing billions. Yet, it did not seem like a significant issue. Wealth afforded such extravagance. No, Jiang Wan exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration, muttering to herself that her brother was indeed foolish. I want you to take me on a cruise for a few days. I have never been on one before. Oh, I see. Jiang Chen understood now. The cruise ship on the billboard was indeed magnificent, and it appeared to be an enjoyable experience. Taking his sister on a trip for a few days sounded delightful. Besides, since coming into wealth, Jiang Chen had yet to travel. It was indeed time for an adventure. All right, then we shall go on a cruise, Jiang Chen declared. Jiang Wan nodded excitedly. Yes, it's a promise. You must not back out. Of course, Jiang Chen had never seen the ocean in his life. It was said that one could open their mouth by the sea. The salty sea breeze can be felt gently caressing the air, though its authenticity remains uncertain. I spent a delightful day with my younger sister, and as dusk approached, Jiang Chen escorted her back home. At that moment, the sun began its descent, casting a warm, golden light that elongated our shadows. Instead of returning to Jiangdu Manor, Jiang Chen made his way towards Jiangbei University, his alma mater. On that day, Lu Bin had been in a hurry to discuss a project with the Xinling group, leaving little time for reminiscing. Thus, today they decided to meet near their university, at a familiar haunt from their school days to indulge in a few drinks and relive cherished memories. It had been quite some time since Jiang Chen last visited this area. Gazing at the familiar streets stirred a flood of nostalgia within him. This place held the essence of his youthful and blissful days. Ah, isn't that Jiang Chen? Suddenly, a voice broke through his reverie. Turning to look, he saw a woman in her 50s, donned in a white apron and a white cap. Aunt Wang, I never expected you to remember me. Jiang Chen smiled warmly, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Aunt Wang was the proprietor of a nearby skewered meat shop, known for its unique flavors and reasonable prices, never deceiving her customers. During his school years, he often dined here with Lu Bin, and over time, they had grown quite close. He even lent a hand when the shop was busy. Aunt Wang regarded Jiang Chen with a hint of sentimentality. After years apart, you've become quite the dapper young man. While I feel like an old relic ready to be buried. Not at all. You're still youthful at heart, Jiang Chen replied, reflecting on the passage of time. He realized that when he first started school, Aunt Wang was already in her 50s, and now, nearly 6 years later, she was approaching 60. It was midsummer, and the heat inside was stifling, prompting Aunt Wang to set up tables outside, adorned with sunshades. Enjoying a drink on the street brought a unique charm to the moment, one that Jiang Chen relished. As the hour was still early, there were few patrons, save for a slender young man at a nearby table who waved cheerfully at Jiang Chen. Good morning. Jiang Chen returned the smile and sat down opposite him. Did you finalize the contract? Of course. With you as the big boss, how could it possibly remain unsigned? Lu Bin jested. Jiang Chen smirked. You're the true boss. I merely assist you. Lu Bin laughed heartily. Today, we shall speak of nothing but drinks, and we won't stop until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Sounds good to me. Jiang Chen agreed. Lu Bin, not one to stand on ceremony, fetched 24 beers himself to spare Aunt Wang the effort. After popping the caps, they filled their glasses to the brim. It seems you're intent on a night of debauchery, Jiang Chen remarked, aware that while he may not get drunk, he certainly couldn't drive afterwards. Thus, he decided to call Gu Xiaoro to prepare for his ride home. At that moment, Gu Xiaoro was lounging on a large bed, leisurely watching television. However, upon receiving Jiang Chen's call, she sprang to her feet as if propelled by springs. President Jiang is drinking. I need to go pick him up. After feeling guilty about not being there for Jiang Chen during his last solo return, she was determined to make a good impression this time. Given Gu Xiaoro's nature and the opportunity at hand, she quickly donned her coat and rushed outside. Calling into her walkie-talkie, attention all security personnel at the manor, President Jiang is drinking outside and needs to be picked up, prepare for deployment. Repeating this several times, she received a series of confirmations. Over. The bodyguard team understands. The transport team understands. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from Jiangdu Manor as a line of Land Rovers sped out, and even the sound of rotor blades could be heard from behind the luxury villa. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen savored the refreshing evening breeze, watching the bustling crowd pass by as he leisurely sipped his drink. Aunt Wang brought out a pot of skewered delights. infused with a unique recipe that wafted tantalizing aromas into the air, a flavor reminiscent of his fond memories. By the way, I forgot to ask, what are you two doing for work these days? Aunt Wang inquired cheerfully. Jiang Chen and Lu Bin exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. To avoid drawing too much attention, Lu Bin chuckled. Oh, I just returned from out of town and am just passing the time. Jiang Chen, who previously delivered packages, was no longer in that line of work either. Oh, Aunt Wang nodded, feeling a pang of sadness. Both young men were graduates of prestigious institutions and exceptionally talented. Alas, the world has become increasingly difficult to navigate, especially for the youth. The pressure is immense, she lamented. However, upon observing the two, she added, but you must persevere. I believe in your potential. You both have the makings of greatness. Thank you, Aunt Wang, Jiang Chen replied, expressing his gratitude politely. Chapter 52. Another round given their familiarity. Aunt Wang generously treated them to an additional dozen beers and a couple of side dishes. Let us raise a toast, Lu Bin declared, lifting his glass. With a clink, Jiang Chen raised his cup to meet his, and then tilted it back, downing its contents in one go. Ah, refreshing. They both reveled in nostalgia, sharing amusing anecdotes from their dormitory days, their spirits high. Before long, they had polished off 7 or 8 bottles of beer. Let me tell you something, Lu Bin slurred. His eyes glazed and clearly tipsy. He swayed slightly before collapsing onto the table, unable to finish his sentence. A subtle smile curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Lu Bin had never been a heavy drinker, yet he loved to indulge. Back in their school days, Jiang Chen often carried him back to their dormitory after nights like this. But that was of little concern. Once Gu Xiaoro arrived, she could assist in taking him home. Jiang Chen lifted his glass again, taking a solitary sip. As dusk settled, the busy day transformed into a lively nightlife. Aunt Wang's stall was bustling, filled with patrons, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Yet, even amidst the crowd, Jiang Chen's handsome visage and composed demeanor remained strikingly prominent, akin to a firefly illuminating the night, distinctive and remarkable. At that moment, 2 pairs of eyes were drawn to him. That young man is quite handsome, exclaimed a woman in her 40s, her astonishment palpable. She was not particularly tall, her ample frame suggesting a weight close to 200 pounds, her legs clad in black stockings. Her hair, dyed and curled into golden waves, resembled a lion's mane from afar. Nevertheless, she adorned herself with ostentatious jewelry, including a thick gold chain and diamond-encrusted accessories, unmistakably a nouveau riche. Absolutely. I'm quite fond of such charming young men. It would be delightful if he could join us for some fun, chimed in a heavily made-up woman beside her, her exaggerated false eyelashes resembling tiny fans. 2 women gazed at Jiang Chen with predatory eyes, their intentions unmistakably clear. Haha, this will be easy. We'll have him entertain us shortly, the plump woman said, licking her thick lips as she stood and approached him. Jiang Chen had just taken a sip of his drink when he caught a whiff of overpowering perfume that was almost suffocating. Hello there, handsome, the plump woman said, her face jiggling as she forced a smile she deemed alluring. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, squinting slightly as he scrutinized her. Initially, he thought he was mistaking a gas cylinder from Aunt Wang's house for a person. It seemed he had indulged a bit too much and was feeling the effects of the alcohol. Come, let us share a drink, big brother, the woman insisted. He quickly shook his head. He certainly did not possess a license to drive a tank. Sorry, I'm busy, he replied dismissively. The woman had anticipated this response, and with a flourish, she produced a stack of crisp banknotes, slamming it onto the table. I have plenty of money. Just one drink will earn you $200. Leave this place, and I'll give you 2,000, she offered. I kindly request you to vacate the premises. I'll pay you 2,000, Jiang Chen stated, primarily repelled by the overwhelming scent of her perfume. TCH, what are you pretending to be, a wealthy person? You're dining near the school, clearly seeking a bargain. A night of fun with us could save you years of hard work, the plump woman retorted, thrusting the cash towards him as if awaiting his decision. As the adage goes, money can work wonders, and few can resist its allure. Thus, the plump woman brimmed with confidence. Meanwhile, the heavily made-up woman sauntered over, crossing her arms, eager to witness the unfolding drama and waiting for him to exclaim how delightful it all was. But Jiang Chen simply snatched the money, flinging it aside with a flick of his wrist, his expression betraying impatience. Get lost. The plump woman's eyes widened in shock, her round face flushed with anger, her body quivering with indignation. The scattering bills immediately drew the attention of those around, who speculated about the scene. A wealthy woman being rebuffed. What a spectacle. The handsome young man stood firm, unyielded by the temptation of money. Impressive, but can we negotiate? I'm not concerned about money. I just enjoy driving tanks. The heavily made-up woman interjected, evidently taken aback by his audacity to discard the cash. What kind of person are you? Accepting money is a sign of respect. Do not be so ungrateful, she shouted angrily. Jiang Chen, unfazed, lifted his drink and splashed it in her direction. The liquid splattered across her face, ruining her heavy makeup. The foundation ran down like mud, and her dark eyeshadow blurred into a ghostly visage. You dare to throw alcohol at me? The woman fumed, now thoroughly incensed. Lunging at him, Jiang Chen swiftly extended his leg, causing her to stumble and fall awkwardly, her previously extravagant appearance now marred by dust and humiliation. The plump woman, seething with rage, declared, "How dare you harm my sister?" She charged at him, her body quaking with fury, reminiscent of a human cannonball. Jiang Chen merely pushed her aside, and she found herself sitting on the ground, having taken quite a tumble. The bystanders felt the ground tremble beneath her weight. "You've struck me, just wait. This isn't over." The plump woman howled, reaching for her phone. At that moment, Aunt Wang rushed over, wiping her hands. "Xiao Jiang, what is happening here?" "It's nothing, Aunt Wang," Jiang Chen replied casually, not at all concerned. Aunt Wang turned her gaze to the two women, her expression shifting to one of alarm. "Xiao Jiang, you need to leave quickly. They're local shop owners and no many ruffians. If you don't hurry, it could get troublesome." "Oh, I'll wait. Someone is coming to pick me up," Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Aunt Wang's urgency intensified. "What are you waiting for? Don't dawdle." The plump woman struggled to her feet. "I'm calling for backup. You want to be leaving today?" she threatened. "Yes, just wait and see how we deal with you," the heavily made-up woman added, glaring at him. Aunt Wang, concerned for Jiang Chen, attempted to intervene. "Ladies, I sincerely apologize. Let us just forget this matter." "Apologies? Will that help?" the heavily made-up woman scoffed. The plump woman echoed her sentiment. "Get lost, old hag. This has nothing to do with you." Seeing that her words had no effect, Aunt Wang turned to Jiang Chen, silently urging him to apologize. However, he remained unfazed, continuing to sip his drink. Aunt Wang was at a loss for words, thinking how careless he was. "Xiao Jiang, you really should leave with your friend, otherwise, you might not be able to later." Jiang Chen filled his glass again and downed it in one go, his brow furrowing slightly in displeasure. Aunt Wang thought he had finally grasped the severity of the situation. But the two women watched him with smug satisfaction, thinking he was finally intimidated. Yet, Jiang Chen simply stated, "Aunt Wang, refill my drink. I finished this one." Gasps of disbelief echoed around him as the two women seethed with indignation, feeling utterly disregarded as he continued to drink. "Just wait until our people arrive. Let us see how cocky you are then," the plump woman muttered, eyeing Jiang Chen, envisioning a series of humiliations to impose upon him. Aunt Wang felt increasingly anxious, lamenting the recklessness of youth. The heavily made-up woman stood at the curb, glancing around impatiently. Moments later, her expression brightened. "They're here. A Pao and his crew have arrived." People followed her gaze, spotting a group of unruly youths swaggering down the neon-lit street, sporting vibrant hairstyles and tight trousers. Many bore tattoos of various creatures and symbols, known locally as small-time thugs who frequently engaged in brawls. "A Pao, over here," the plump woman called out, her voice piercing through the crowd. "What is going on, Xiajia?" A man with a buzz cut and a tank top asked, adorned with an elaborate tattoo sleeve. "This guy is bothering my sister. Teach him a lesson, and I'll treat you all to tea later," the plump woman said, pointing at Jiang Chen, her expression triumphant. The group of thugs closed in, sizing up Jiang Chen. "Brother Pao, this guy is quite handsome," one of the younger men remarked. "Humph," the buzz-cut man sneered. "I wonder what he'll look like after we're done with him." He brandished a butterfly knife, twirling it in his hand. These ruffians primarily relied on intimidation, often hesitant to engage in actual violence. The two women stood with their hands on their hips, thinking he must be terrified by now. But the scene that unfolded was far from what they had anticipated. Jiang Chen remained absorbed in his solitary indulgence of spirits, utterly disregarding their presence. The two women seethed with barely contained rage, thinking to themselves how utterly ignorant he was of the world around him. "Ah Pao, strip him bare and toss him into the street. Let us see how he continues to act so tough," they plotted. "No problem," Ah Pao replied, though he hesitated at the thought of disfiguring him. Stripping him of his clothes, however, seemed a different matter. "You youngsters best not go too far, or I shall have to call the police," Aunt Wang interjected, rushing over to intervene. Other patrons began to murmur and point, appalled at the audacity of stripping someone in public. "This is outrageous. Is there no law? No sense of justice?" Yet amidst the chaos, a young girl, her eyes sparkling with infatuation, mused, "But he is so handsome. I would love to see him without clothes." However, they all felt a sense of helplessness, for these small-time thugs were notoriously troublesome. "Old woman, I advise you to mind your own business, lest I destroy your stall," Ah Pao threatened menacingly. Aunt Wang instinctively recoiled. As a solitary figure operating her business on this street, she dared not provoke such ruffians. The two women exchanged gleeful glances, eagerly anticipating the moment they could see the handsome man stripped bare, reveling in their malicious delight. Just then, a series of thunderous roars echoed from around the corner. As brilliant headlights illuminated the area, a procession of imposing black Range Rovers began to appear. Jiang Chen glanced over and recognized the vehicles from the estate, realizing that Guxiaro had arrived. Yet, the stream of vehicles showed no signs of abating, and Jiang Chen marveled at the sheer number of cars belonging to the Jiangdu manor. Eventually, a lengthy line of vehicles stretched from one end of the street to the other, causing nearby traffic to come to a standstill. Above, the sound of helicopter blades whirred, casting beams of light downwards. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. Soon, a cadre of bodyguards descended from the cars, clad in black and donning white gloves, forming a straight line with an air of formidable authority. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. What was happening? Could a significant figure be nearby? Surely, they were not here merely for a meal. Aunt Wang also found herself bewildered. After over a decade in business, she had never witnessed such a spectacle. Pao, let us relocate and deal with this guy elsewhere before a big shot shows up and we find ourselves in their way, suggested one of his underlings. They were merely petty thugs, dwarfed by the stature of such individuals. Upon seeing them, they felt a strong urge to retreat. The two women also sensed something was amiss. One wrong move from that group could easily extinguish them like ants beneath a boot. We should be cautious and move to another location. Let us not stir trouble right under their noses, the stout woman advised. However, Pao scanned the scene, his gaze sharpening. Wait, someone is approaching. Guxiaro, dressed in professional attire, stepped out of her vehicle and immediately spotted Jiang Chen. A pang of anxiety struck her heart as she noticed him surrounded by a gang of ruffians. Oh no, I'm late. I hope Mr. Jiang isn't angry, she thought, hastening towards him with her entourage of bodyguards. The thugs were left bewildered, wondering why she was making her way towards them when they had yet to take any action. They held their breath, afraid to make a sound. As Guxiaro reached Jiang Chen's table, she executed a flawless 90-degree bow. Mr. Jiang, I have come to escort you. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, mouths agape, chopsticks clattering to the floor. Mr. Jiang? Surely, I must be mistaken. They realized she was there to fetch the handsome young man. Meanwhile, Pao and his gang felt an icy chill run down their spines. What the hell? This is a serious situation. They could see that Jiang Chen was no ordinary individual. Such a grand display was clearly for him. The gravity of their earlier intentions weighed heavily on their minds. The two women trembled, realizing their misjudgment of the situation. No wonder he had remained so composed. Never even casting a glance in their direction, he possessed the stature to do so. The stout woman felt a warm rush of fear, realizing she had nearly soiled herself. At that moment, it was as if everyone had been muted. Even the air felt thick with tension. Only the night breeze and the helicopter's thundering blades filled the silence. All eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen, as if awaiting his command. He leisurely lifted his glass, taking a sip of his drink with a sense of satisfaction. I've indulged quite a bit today, he mused. Glancing at the impressive parade of luxury cars and the helicopters circling above, contemplating Guxiaro's extravagance. What are you planning? To launch a military campaign? No. Guxiaro hurriedly shook her head, explaining earnestly, I feared traffic congestion, so I brought the helicopter from the manor. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding, then surveyed the congested street, internally lamenting, it's better that you stayed out of sight. The moment you appear, the road becomes impassable. As chapter 54 unfolds, Jiang Chen rose to his feet, causing the nearby thugs to flinch. The heavily made-up woman stammered, I am sorry. I realize my mistake. She quickly apologized, hoping to salvage the situation. Jiang Chen shot her a glance. Apologies? Do you think that will suffice? He echoed her earlier words back to her verbatim. Mr. Jiang, how should we deal with these individuals? Guxiaro, equally vexed by their interference, mused, lamenting the time wasted. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, stripped them bare, and tossed them into the street. Let them taste their own medicine. The thugs gaped in shock, their expressions akin to having swallowed a fly. The bodyguards surged forward, pinning the ruffians to the ground and stripping them of their clothing. Guxiaro shielded her eyes, unable to bear the spectacle. The surrounding patrons, however, were thoroughly entertained, some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. These petty criminals had long deserved such a reckoning. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already mounted Lu Bin and was making his way towards the convoy of luxury vehicles. The bodyguards followed suit, the sound of car doors slamming resonating through the air with an air of authority. The helicopter retreated to its original course as the convoy of luxury cars revved up, departing the street with grandeur. Aunt Wang stood on the sidelines, her frail hands trembling with excitement, her eyes brimming with astonishment. She could hardly fathom that Jiang Chen now held such a prestigious position. I knew it. This boy is truly exceptional. She turned to take in the scene. A group of mischievous rascals could be seen dashing away with their pale, bare backsides, shivering in the night breeze, utterly disheveled. It was likely that after this incident, they would never dare to cause trouble on this street again, for the embarrassment was simply too great. How could they possibly show their faces among their peers again? They might as well reform. Jiang Chen was brought back to the Jiang residence. Su Yuqing had prepared a bath for him, and, noticing the scent of alcohol emanating from him, patiently helped him out of his clothes. Ordinarily, such tasks would fall to the maids, but she aspired to be a virtuous wife, eager to care for her future husband. Come take a bath, Su Yuqing called out. Jiang Chen smiled at her and replied, why not wash together? Huh, who would wash with you? Su Yuqing turned her head away, appearing somewhat bashful. Unfazed, Jiang Chen pulled her into the bathtub, saying, water bills are quite expensive these days. We might as well conserve. Su Yuqing gasped as her clothes became soaked, thinking to herself, are you really concerned about the water bill? What followed was yet another shameless night. The next morning, Jiang Chen awoke quite late. After indulging in some affectionate moments with Su Yuqing, he departed the estate in his car, intending to pick up his sister, Jiang Wan. The cruise tickets had already been booked, costing 18,000 each. Today was the day of boarding. Jiang Wan wore a sun hat. With round-framed sunglasses perched on her high nose, dressed in a pristine white dress, a small bag slung over her shoulder, she looked every bit the tourist. Today, she was particularly joyous, having never traveled before, and this was to be a luxurious cruise. The port was not far from Jiangbei City, approximately 2 hours by car. Jiang Chen drove his Bugatti Chiron, worth 400 million, and the vehicles around him made way effortlessly. Upon disembarking, the siblings made their way to the port. Soon, they beheld the azure sea under a clear sky, with flocks of seabirds soaring in the distance, their sharp cries occasionally piercing the air. The 5-star luxury cruise ship rested by the dock, a magnificent 20-story vessel shimmering under the sunlight, exuding grandeur. On board, there were upscale restaurants, swimming pools, extreme sports, spa salons, duty-free shops, and more. In short, it had everything one could desire. It was said that the cruise ship had cost a staggering 8 billion to build. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel silently, feeling an inexplicable urge to indulge in such luxuries. Seeing the cruise ship identical to the one in the advertisements, Jiang Wan was filled with excitement. She eagerly tugged Jiang Chen's hand, urging him forward. Let us board. What's the rush? It won't leave without us, Jiang Chen chuckled. After their tickets were checked, the siblings boarded the ship. Many other passengers were already there, adorned in jewelry and designer labels, most of whom were affluent individuals. Moments later, the time to set sail arrived. As the melodious sound of a horn resounded, the cruise ship began to glide smoothly away. Jiang Chen and Jiang Wan stood at the edge of the deck, gripping the railing, gazing at the vast, shimmering blue ocean before them. It's so beautiful, Jiang Wan exclaimed, her dark hair dancing in the sea breeze. Suddenly, Jiang Chen recalled something. Wasn't the sea breeze supposed to be salty? He opened his mouth, allowing the gentle wind to sweep in, but alas, it seemed devoid of flavor. It appeared to be a myth. Jiang Wan turned to him, her expression one of amusement. Brother, what are you doing? Trying to drink the northwestern wind? Jiang Chen playfully flicked her forehead, causing her to cradle her head in mock pain. I heard the sea breeze is salty, so I wanted to see for myself, he explained. Is that so? Jiang Wan, curious, mimicked him and opened her mouth. There's no taste at all. What a scam, she murmured. The siblings enjoyed themselves immensely aboard the ship, perhaps reveling in the simplest joys. As the cruise had set sail, various entertainment facilities began to open. After admiring the ocean for a while, they decided to explore other areas. At that moment, the deck buzzed with excitement. A crowd had gathered, cheering and shouting, though the reason was unclear. Jiang Wan squeezed through, peeking her head out to discover an ice cream vendor, next to which stood a punching strength tester, promising free ice cream for those who could meet a certain strength requirement. Many were attempting to impress their girlfriends, showcasing their masculine prowess. Among them were burly men and muscular youths, yet none had succeeded thus far. The shopkeeper stood nearby, chuckling to himself. The requirements he set were indeed challenging, and he had profited handsomely from the spectacle. Jiang Wan tugged at Jiang Chen. Brother, I want ice cream too. Why don't you try to see if you can get some for free? She knew the challenge was difficult, but she was primarily eager to join in the fun and see how strong her brother was. The shopkeeper glanced at Jiang Chen, sizing him up. Hey there, young man. Why not give it a shot? He said enthusiastically, as if to boost Jiang Chen's confidence. It's easier than you think. Just yesterday, several people got it for free, including one who looked just like you. Of course, this was a fabrication aimed at luring the young man into participating. How about it? Care to give it a try? The shopkeeper asked, his face beaming with delight. Jiang Chen turned to see that a cup of ice cream was priced at 88 yuan, not exorbitant, but certainly reasonable for a cruise. However, Most were there for the thrill of the challenge rather than the treat itself. If I succeed, will all my future visits be free? Jiang Chen inquired. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, realizing that the young man might actually believe he could succeed. Of course. As long as you succeed once, you'll get free ice cream every time you come back, he proclaimed loudly, ensuring everyone around could hear, trying to showcase his generosity. The nearby patrons perked up, eager to try their hand at the challenge. Eating ice cream was secondary. The real allure was the sense of accomplishment. All right then. I'll have 2 cups to start, Jiang Chen declared. Coming right up. The shopkeeper replied cheerfully, thinking how easily young people could be deceived. Jiang Wan took the 2 cups of ice cream, joyfully taking a bite, her mouth covered in cream. She licked her lips and exclaimed, "Brother, go for it. I believe in you. You can do it." Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. For his physique, striking such a machine would be a piece of cake. He even feared he might accidentally break it. Given that many had queued before him, several were still testing their strength on the machine. Jiang Chen carefully examined the rules. A punch must deliver a force of 250 kilograms to secure a free treat. The shopkeeper had indeed set the bar high. Due to the extensive training that most boxers undergo, it is rare to witness such power. At this moment, a young man was demonstrating his strength. Bang! Gritting his teeth. He exerted all his might and delivered a heavy punch. The force gauge's screen flickered, displaying the number, 75 kilograms. The young man was incredulous. Was this all he could muster? A wave of embarrassment washed over him as the onlookers erupted in laughter. "Ha, 75 is hardly impressive. It doesn't even surpass my own score." They jeered. Dejected, the young man returned to the crowd, repeatedly explaining to his friends that perhaps the machine was faulty. He then took on the role of a spectator. Next in line was an imposing foreigner, robust and brawny, towering nearly 2 meters tall, with a face adorned by a thick beard and a body covered in a dense layer of hair. His exposed arms were muscular and powerful, far more formidable than anyone the young man had encountered at the gym, including a certain Iron Lee. The crowd was brimming with confidence in this international contender, cheering him on. "Come on, international friend. Hit it hard." The proprietor's heart raced with concern, for this man appeared exceptionally strong and seemed to have some experience. The burly foreigner stepped forward, excitement radiating from him as he flexed his arms to showcase his impressive muscles. With a loud roar, he seemed to rally himself, then swung his powerful arm and struck the gauge. Bang! The screen displayed a dramatic fluctuation. The crowd held their breath as the number climbed rapidly into the triple digits. Starting with it too. Finally, it settled at an astonishing 245 kilograms. A collective sigh escaped the spectators, their anticipation deflating as they lamented, "What a pity. Just a mere 5 kilograms short." The robust foreigner sheepishly scratched his head, grinning awkwardly, harboring a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, he was undeniably strong, reaching a level comparable to professional boxers. Meanwhile, the stall owner secretly rejoiced, relieved that his machine, which he had discreetly calibrated down by 5 kilograms, had spared him from the embarrassment of this foreign giant's success. He quietly admired his own cunning while feigning disappointment. "Oh, so close," he remarked, then turned to encourage the young man. "See, I told you it's not difficult at all. Just put in a little more effort, and you'll succeed. I believe in you." "Thank you," the young man replied with a faint smile. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he approached the force gauge. Observers noted his slender build, estimating his weight to be around 70 to 80 kilograms. "I doubt he can even surpass 75, they murmured, lacking faith after witnessing the previous failure. Only Jiang Wan, with ice cream in hand, excitedly bounced around, cheering for her brother. The young man scrutinized the device, thinking to himself to be gentle and not damage it. Thus, he casually swung his fist at the gauge. Although he did not exert much force, the machine still trembled. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the screen began to flicker wildly. In an instant, it soared into the triple digits, with the leading number changing rapidly. Eventually, it stabilized at an astounding 320 kilograms. The crowd was transfixed, their breaths caught in disbelief, questioning their own eyesight. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed 320 kilograms. "Oh!" A chorus of astonishment erupted. "Incredible! Someone has succeeded, surpassing the previous score by a full 70 kilograms. They exclaimed. "Wow, absolutely amazing. People truly cannot be judged by appearances." Jiang Wan beamed with joy, leaping into her brother's embrace, her face alight with excitement. She had not expected him to succeed, and her heart brimmed with pride. "My brother is so strong. Free ice cream for us, how delightful." Meanwhile, the stall owner stood in bewilderment, his expression one of disbelief as he beheld the glaring red numbers on the machine. This was impossible. The young man's physique did not resemble that of someone capable of such a feat. Was it possible he had trained before? Yet, with so many witnesses, he could not deny the result and was compelled to put on a forced smile, applauding and cheering for the young man. Congratulations. You are the first to win a free treat today. Thank you, the young man replied, catching a glimpse of the owner's face. Reminiscent of a boy with a forced smile. You were right, it was surprisingly easy. The owner inhaled sharply, feeling a wave of frustration. He had intended to deceive the young man, never anticipating his actual success. Nevertheless, he maintained his facade, saying, I never lie, of course. What flavors of ice cream do you have? I'd like to try one, please. The owner felt as if his heart were bleeding. Yet he had no choice but to comply. Certainly, please hold on a moment. The young man and his sister settled beneath a sunshade, enjoying the azure sea and bustling crowd while relishing their complimentary ice cream with great pleasure. The owner, watching the siblings depart, slapped his forehead in resignation and sighed, alas. What a loss. Chapter 56. The concert. After finishing their ice cream, the siblings rose and headed toward the cabin. The owner discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved they were finally leaving. However, the young man suddenly turned back and said, Boss, your ice cream is quite delicious. I'll come again tomorrow to support you. To attract more customers, the cruise had invited a heavyweight guest star, the renowned singer Shen Ningxue, who was set to perform a small concert as the ship embarked. The event was about to commence. Shen Ningxue was a popular idol, adored by countless fans for her pure and charming looks, often referred to as the killer of otaku. Many had purchased tickets just to see her perform. Jiang Chen was also one of Shen Ningxue's fans, having once adorned her bedroom with posters of the star. Now that she had the opportunity to see her live, she could hardly contain her excitement. She eagerly tugged her brother's hand and purchased 2 concert tickets, opting for the front row, the best seats at the highest price, to be close to her idol. Hurry, brother. Let us go see the beautiful lady, Jiang Chen urged, her impatience palpable. The young man felt a bit embarrassed, for he had little interest in music. However, the prospect of seeing beautiful women was indeed tempting. As the crowd surged into the concert hall, bustling and buzzing with excitement, it was clear that everyone was brimming with anticipation. Jiang Chen and his companion took their seats in the front row, mere steps away from the resplendent stage. Although the lighting effects had yet to be revealed, the ambience was already exquisite and breathtaking. Numerous staff members bustled about, preparing for a concert that promised to be nothing short of awe-inspiring. Moments later, the audience was seated. The hall filled to capacity as the concert was about to commence. The lights within the auditorium suddenly dimmed, enveloping the space in a somber hue. On stage, the lights flickered to life, converging on a single point. None other than the superstar, Shen Ningxue, was about to make her entrance. The crowd erupted in fervent enthusiasm, waving flags and cheering with abandon. Some brandished glow sticks, while others held up support signs, fervently waving them in the darkened auditorium, which sparkled like a galaxy of stars. It was Jiang Chen's first experience in such an environment, and he found the atmosphere to be quite delightful. As time passed, the audience's cheers crescendoed, reaching a fever pitch. As a young woman gracefully emerged from behind the stage, she donned a flowing, pale yellow gown, her silky hair cascading like a waterfall. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features exquisitely defined, especially her pair of sparkling eyes, brimming with vivacity. At that moment, adorned with a light touch of makeup, she exuded a breathtaking beauty, complemented by her unique aura. With a subtle smile, she instantly became the focal point of attention, rendering the opulent stage somewhat dim in comparison. This was the illustrious star, Shen Ningxue. Although Jiang Chen was not particularly invested in celebrity culture, he had inadvertently seen her on television before. Now, witnessing her in person, he found her even more enchanting than on screen, nearly rivaling the beauty of Su Yuqing. Jiang Chen was equally exhilarated. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she finally laid eyes on her idol. Thank you all for attending my concert, Shen Ningxue said with a radiant smile, microphone in hand. The crowd responded with exuberance. Wow, Ningxue, we love you. The most beautiful girl in the world. I would protect you for a lifetime. Treasure girl Shen Ningxue. The future is bright. Sensing the audience's fervor, Shen Ningxue's smile widened. I will begin by singing Desert Ostrich for everyone, and I hope you enjoy it. Another wave of excitement swept through the audience, for Desert Ostrich was her breakout hit, and many had become fans because of this very song. Amidst the cheers, the music began to play, and the stage lights shifted, enhancing the ambience. Shen Ningxue grasped the microphone and began to sing, her melodious voice weaving a narrative that seamlessly melded with the music. Her heartfelt performance captivated the audience. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen stifled a yawn, feeling somewhat drowsy. He couldn't quite pinpoint the reason. Perhaps it was the dim atmosphere that lulled him into a state of drowsiness. Thus, he closed his eyes for a brief moment. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Ningxue had already performed several songs. To add an element of excitement, she had prepared a special activity, a chance for a lucky audience member to join her on stage for a duet. This was a rare opportunity for fans, as few had the chance to share the stage with their idol. Now, I will select a member of the audience to sing a song with me, she announced, once again igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. Faces lit up with anticipation. Me, give me a chance. Oh, divine luck, let it be me. Please, pick me. The audience fervently prayed for their moment of glory. At that moment, the screen behind the stage illuminated, displaying seat numbers that began to dance across the screen. As Shen Ningxue called for a halt, the numbers suddenly froze. Row 1, seat 30. Let us reveal who the fortunate audience member is. As she finished speaking, the screen transformed to reveal a handsome young man, albeit one who appeared to be fighting off sleep, his head bowed in drowsiness. The audience fell momentarily silent, the atmosphere turning awkward. Shen Ningxue, too, felt the tension. Shouldn't the screen display an exuberant audience member? How could someone be asleep at their own concert? Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Who is that? How lucky can one be? I envy him. He gets to be up close with the goddess. But why is he sleeping? Shen Ningxue was both amused and perplexed. Sir, you have been chosen as the lucky audience member. Would you like to join me on stage for a song? Yet Jiang Chen remained oblivious, his head still down, seemingly unresponsive. Jiang Wan, attentive to the unfolding scene, noticed her brother dozing off and promptly nudged his arm. Brother, this is a great opportunity. Huh? Jiang Chen jolted awake, startled. What opportunity? To sing on stage with Shen Ningxue, Jiang Wan exclaimed, realizing that the girl on stage was indeed looking at him, and the large screen behind her was displaying his image. Jiang Chen felt a sense of disorientation. The audience buzzed with chatter and whistles. He paused, taken aback. Shen Ningxue, observing his reaction, began to feel a touch of concern. Surely, he wouldn't decline her invitation? That would be quite embarrassing, especially with so many eyes upon them. Nevertheless, she maintained her confidence in her allure. Sir, would you join me on stage for a song? I'm sorry, but I can't sing, Jiang Chen replied candidly, declining her invitation. Shen Ningxue, the audience, Chapter 57, King-level vocal skills. Was this really about the ability to sing? Yet here was an opportunity to share the stage with a goddess. The audience collectively lamented, please, let me have that chance. Singing alongside Ningxue would be a source of pride for a lifetime. I could brag about it for 2 lifetimes. Jiang Wan shared their urgency. Brother, you should go. What a marvelous opportunity. But I truly cannot sing, Jiang Chen insisted innocently. The surrounding audience members were visibly frustrated. Shen Ningxue, now in an awkward position, never anticipated being turned down. However, being a star of her caliber, she maintained her composure. No worries. If you don't know how to sing, I can teach you. With that, she managed to uphold her persona while proving her kindness to her fans. The audience erupted once more. Wow, Sister Ningxue is so kind. The goddess is personally teaching how to sing. How lucky can one be? Jiang Chen glanced around, contemplating how to decline yet again, but the system's voice chimed in his mind. Ding. A task has been generated based on the host's situation. Please take the stage and perform a song. Reward: King-level vocal skills. What? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. If that is the case. At this moment, Shen Ningxue, as a beacon of positive energy, continued to encourage him. Come on. It's all right if you can't sing. You will surely learn. Just believe in yourself. All right. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement as he rose to approach the stage. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. He.s. sharing the stage with the goddess. This young man is quite handsome. Oh, I just realized he compliments Sister Ningxue rather well. Pooh. Nonsense. Goddess Ningxue is mine. Humph. But he said he can't sing. He might embarrass himself later. Yet, the moment Jiang Chen stepped onto the stage, an influx of information flooded his mind. Various musical knowledge and vocal techniques coalesced into understanding, and he instantly grasped it all. Ding. The host has acquired king-level singing skills. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt as though he had become a musical deity. Oh no, he was now the deity of song. Shen Ningxue, ever polite, walked forward to welcome him to the center of the stage. Standing side by side, Jiang Chen caught a whiff of her delicate fragrance, provoking another wave of envy from the audience. Simultaneously, countless gazes were fixated on him. Shen Ningxue smiled and asked, "Are you nervous for your first time on stage?" "I'm not nervous," Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Shen Ningxue paused, originally intending to reassure him, showcasing her grace while establishing a gentle persona. But how could he claim he wasn't nervous? The words she had prepared were suddenly stifled. Turning to observe, she found the young man quite dashing, with an air of calmness that suggested he truly was not nervous at all. Shen Ningxue could only continue. "Then let me teach you a line. Listen carefully. This is a fun activity." The audience was also eager, curious about the outcome of a star teaching an amateur to sing. The atmosphere became electric. Sister Ningxue is so patient. I wonder if that handsome guy can learn. He definitely can't. This requires talent. How could he suddenly master it? Exactly. Does he think he is a genius? At this moment, Shen Ningxue was ready. She picked up the microphone, cast an encouraging glance at Jiang Chen, and began to sing a solo. The song was titled Hibernation. Look at the butterflies of spring, see them trembling as they flutter, the gentle breeze and warm sun slanting. Yet it's a cold season. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, imbued with a hint of melancholy that lingered in the air. After singing just a line, the audience erupted in applause, praising its beauty. Did you get it? Shen Ningxue turned to ask. Jiang Chen immediately replied, yes, I got it. Shen Ningxue was somewhat skeptical. Really? You learned it after just one listen? Please don't sing too poorly and ruin the atmosphere. The audience found the situation amusing and eagerly anticipated Jiang Chen's performance. Under the collective gaze, Jiang Chen took the microphone and slowly began to sing. In an instant, his deep, magnetic voice resonated. As if the world had fallen silent and heavenly music had descended. His singing was exquisitely beautiful, akin to a gentle stream cleansing the soul, as radiant as sunlight illuminating the heart. The king-level vocal skills were showcased with extraordinary finesse. The crowd had never heard such a beautiful voice. They were momentarily spellbound, as if Confucius had heard the Shao and forgotten the taste of meat for 3 months. Jiang Chen sang just a single line, the lingering notes dancing in the ears of the audience, leaving them with an endless aftertaste. Beside him, Shen Ningxue was also captivated. As the saying goes, an expert reveals their prowess with a single move. As a graduate of a music academy, hearing such a flawless performance plunged her into deep contemplation. Was this what it meant to have learned? His voice was even more enchanting than hers. Oh no, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Moments later, a thunderous applause erupted from below, as the audience was utterly enchanted by the celestial sound. Oh my, this is simply too beautiful. I want to cry. Sing another one. The calls grew louder, and eventually, the crowd unified in requesting Jiang Chen to sing once more. Not one to be rigid, Jiang Chen was rather enthusiastic. Given the fervent response, he decided to acquiesce to the public's wishes. All right, then I shall sing this song from the beginning. He resumed singing Hibernation. As the accompaniment began, countless lights illuminated him, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The audience was filled with excitement, erupting into fervent applause. Jiang Chen began his performance anew, and the heavenly voice emerged once again. The light at the alley flickers, the coffee in hand has gone cold. My lips inadvertently reveal longing. Crystallizing before the dazed window, Jiang Chen perfectly conveyed the song's poignant sentiment. Some audience members hummed along, others wept, while still others clapped in agreement, all entranced by his intoxicating voice. However, at this moment, Shen Ningxue found herself sidelined, as if she were standing in detention. No spotlight focused on her, and she instantly fell from the role of protagonist to that of a mere supporting character. How utterly awkward. She had hoped to draw a lucky audience member, yet here appeared a musical genius instead. She could only pray for Jiang Chen to finish singing quickly and exit the stage. Shen Ningxue endured 5 minutes of standing in silence. Finally, the celestial song ceased, yet regrettably, the audience's enthusiasm seemed to heighten, unwilling to let Jiang Chen leave. Sing another one. Please, just one more. My roommate wanted to hear you sing before passing. Jiang Chen glanced around and noticed a piano on stage. All right then, I'll give you all a piano and vocal performance. The audience gasped in astonishment. What? A piano performance? This is too impressive. I wonder how well he plays. Shen Ningxue stood frozen in place, her mind racing. Could it be that he could also sing while playing the piano? Was he here to steal the spotlight? Chapter 58. How much for an apple? Amid the audience's anticipation, Jiang Chen approached the piano and sat down, his long fingers dancing gracefully across the black and white keys. As the crisp notes rang out, his world-class skill was fully on display. People gazed at his handsome face, captivated by his focused elegance. Entranced by the music produced by his top-tier piano playing, Jiang Chen then began to sing softly, performing a popular song titled Ordinary Road. The heavenly sound immediately filled the air. The combination of world-class piano skills and king-level vocals brought music to its zenith, igniting the atmosphere once more. Oh my goodness. This is simply too beautiful. The piano playing is incredible. I can't believe I get to hear such perfect music in my lifetime. This concert was so worth it. Record it. Record it. The audience marveled, some capturing the moment on their phones, others humming along, and a few utterly moved, finding themselves in tears. Meanwhile, Shen Ningxue stood to the side, seemingly completely ignored. She realized that not only was Jiang Chen an exceptional singer, but his piano skills were also at their peak. Where on earth did this fellow come from? Could he possibly be the legendary musical prodigy? At this moment, Shen Ningxue was utterly captivated. Listening to the flawless melodies sent shivers down her spine. It was simply exquisite. How foolish of her to have presumed she could instruct him on singing. It seemed rather embarrassing now. At this juncture, Shen Ningxue felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over her. Jiang Chen finished singing a piece, and due to the audience's deep immersion, it felt surprisingly brief. Naturally, they were reluctant to see him depart, calling out for an encore. Jiang Chen rose with a smile, expressing gratitude for the audience's enthusiasm, but humbly declared, "I am merely a fortunate spectator. The stage should rightfully belong to Miss Shun." Shen Ningxue was left speechless, thinking to herself that bringing him up was her misfortune. The concert was beyond salvaging. She considered her own singing skills to be commendable, yet there was no contest against Jiang Chen's prowess. It was akin to a small witch standing in the shadow of a great wizard, especially during that piano performance. It seemed to elevate the audience's taste to unprecedented heights. In stark contrast, Shen Ningxue appeared rather ordinary, with the starlight entirely eclipsed by Jiang Chen. She felt her fan base dwindling. As Jiang Chen stepped off the stage, the nearby audience swarmed around him. They enjoyed the advantage of proximity. Many young women clamored for photos or autographs, even boldly expressing desires to become his girlfriend. At this moment, Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed with excitement, as she too was exhilarated by her brother's stunning performance and enchanting singing. Growing up, she had never realized Jiang Chen possessed such talent. "Brother, you can sing too?" Jiang Wan inquired eagerly. I have a slight understanding," Jiang Chen replied modestly. Jiang Wan and the surrounding audience thought, if that's what he calls a slight understanding, then surely no one in the world could sing. Following this, Shen Ningxue sang several more songs, putting forth extraordinary effort, hoping to narrow the gap between her and Jiang Chen's talents. Fortunately, the atmosphere had been invigorated by Jiang Chen, making it easier for the audience to immerse themselves emotionally. Moreover, many were fans of Shen Ningxue's beauty, caring little for the singing itself, thus she still garnered considerable support. Approximately 2 hours later, the concert concluded, leaving the audience wanting more as they dispersed. Jiang Chen, along with his sister, hurriedly exited to avoid being swarmed for photos and autographs. Subsequently, the siblings indulged in a plethora of activities aboard the cruise ship, watching movies, enjoying spa treatments, experiencing 5D attractions, visiting arcades, attending anime exhibitions, and playing VR games. They needed only to revel in their enjoyment. Eventually, Jiang Wan grew somewhat fatigued and expressed a desire to return to their room for a brief rest. The room Jiang Chen had booked was, of course, the most luxurious available, adorned lavishly and featuring a balcony that offered views of the Azure Sea. The ambience was serene and the air refreshing. Jiang Wan reclined on the expansive, plush bed, stretching like a contented kitten, and as soon as her head hit the pillow, she fell into a deep slumber, evidently exhausted from the day's activities. Jiang Chen, seeing her peaceful repose, chose not to disturb her, gently closing the door behind him as he ventured out alone. He wandered down the wide corridor, the plush red carpet cushioning his steps, with people bustling about. Soon, he arrived at the dining area, conveniently located near the lounge for the guests' dining pleasure. After all, this was a 5-star luxury cruise, meticulously designed for comfort. Upon entering the restaurant, he decided to find something to eat. With many international guests aboard, the culinary offerings were impressively diverse, featuring not only Chinese cuisine but also American and Japanese dishes, among others. Since it wasn't tea mealtime, the restaurant was relatively empty, with most patrons sipping milk tea, enjoying desserts, and chatting with friends. As Jiang Chen approached the fruit section, he was enticed by the sight of various fresh fruits, beautifully arranged and exuding a delectable aroma. He particularly favored apples and moved to the display case to select a plate. However, just in front of him stood a young man, seemingly intent on the same fruit. His face flushed as he explained something to a female server. The young man wore black-rimmed glasses and a Versace suit, but the cuffs were frayed, clearly a counterfeit. The server, a blonde foreign beauty, appeared confused by their exchange. It became apparent that they were experiencing a communication barrier. The young man's English was painfully inadequate, leaving him unable to converse with the foreigner. He was desperately inquiring, "How much for an apple plate?" "What?" The foreign server responded, her expression perplexed. The young man, not deterred, reiterated with emphasis, "I am asking, apple how much?" The server looked at him in bewilderment, shaking her head to indicate her lack of understanding. Jiang Chen, witnessing this amusing scene, couldn't help but find it somewhat comical, thinking to himself that this fellow was quite the character. As a top student from Jiangbei University, proficient in English with a passing score of level 6, he felt inclined to assist the man, who appeared on the verge of tears from frustration. Jiang Chen approached, saying, "Brother, let me help you with that." "Oh, you speak English? That is wonderful, thank you." The young man replied gratefully, stepping aside to let Jiang Chen through. Jiang Chen fluently asked the server, "How much for an apple plate?" This time, the server understood, smiling and gesturing towards a sign by the entrance. Turning to look, they both saw the 5 large words, "Free self-service area." Well then. It turned out he had been inquiring about something that was, in fact, complimentary. The young man felt a bit embarrassed. They both took plates of apples and sat at the same table. Jiang Chen speared a piece with a toothpick and popped it into his mouth, savoring its crisp sweetness. Glancing up at the young man across from him, he noticed dark circles under his eyes, his hair disheveled, and a perpetual frown etched on his brow, as though someone owed him money. Yet, the young man managed to force a smile. I really appreciate your help back there. No problem, Jiang Chen replied. The young man introduced himself. I'm Wu Hao. What should I call you? Jiang Chen came the reply. Wu Hao nodded. Then his gaze drifted, a contemplative expression crossing his face as if he were devising a plan. Jiang Chen tilted his head, casually asking, What's on your mind? Well, my girlfriend cheated on me, Wu Hao candidly confessed. Jiang Chen nearly spat out his apple, realizing that the source of his gloom was not financial woes, but rather romantic troubles. Wu Hao, noticing Jiang Chen's reaction, felt a flush of embarrassment. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you laugh. Jiang Chen reassured him, it's all right. So what exactly happened? If I tell you, you must promise not to laugh at me, Wu Hao said earnestly. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I am a person of professional training and seldom find amusement. Wu Hao harbored his troubles within, feeling quite distressed. Perhaps it would be better to confide in a stranger. He particularly felt that Jiang Chen possessed a congenial demeanor, making him an ideal conversational partner. My girlfriend? No, my ex-girlfriend. Her name is Niu Xiaowei, a neighbor from my hometown with whom I grew up. Later, she gained admission to university. But due to her family's financial struggles, she could not afford the tuition. Consequently, I dropped out of school and worked to support her education. However, at this point, his brow furrowed even deeper. After graduation, Xiaowei became acquainted with a wealthy businessman and then left with him. Wu Hao concluded, biting into an apple with such force as if to crush the memory of his former girlfriend. Jiang Chen nodded, sensing the absence of humor in the tale, which instead seemed rather lamentable. The affection cultivated between childhood friends can indeed be buried beneath the relentless tide of materialism in society. What do you intend to do? Jiang Chen inquired, observing Wu Hao's sorrowful expression, which hardly suggested a disposition suitable for travel. Wu Hao replied, that businessman has rented several levels of the cruise ship for his business, so Xiaowei has been here with him. I wish to find Xiaowei and inform her that I am wealthier than that businessman, making her regret not being with me. You are wealthier than a businessman? Jiang Chen glanced skeptically at his subpar Versace suit, conveying profound doubt. No, Wu Hao promptly shook his head, continuing, but I can certainly pretend. Pretend? Well then, Jiang Chen replied, somewhat exasperated, realizing that this man was indeed a character. However, judging by his attire and demeanor, was this truly the result of masquerading as a wealthy individual? He mused that it would be wiser to spend 30 yuan to hire a background actor. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen refrained from discouraging him, opting instead to offer encouragement. Well, I wish you success. Thank you. Wu Hao nodded earnestly, though he appeared somewhat troubled. But if I go alone, Xiaowei won't believe me. I must find someone she doesn't know to impersonate my assistant. Indeed, to convincingly portray affluence, one cannot venture out alone. It is essential to have an assistant or perhaps a bodyguard. Jiang Chen probed further. And who are you considering for this role? I haven't found anyone yet. Wu Hao lamented. I don't know anyone aboard the cruise ship. Oh, keep at it, Jiang Chen encouraged, then resumed eating his apple. Wu Hao was in a quandary when a sudden thought struck him, and his gaze fixated intently on Jiang Chen. Feeling his stare, Jiang Chen looked up, slightly taken aback. What are you looking at me for? Brother. Oh, I mean, big brother. Wu Hao promptly corrected himself. Could you assist me? I can offer you a reward, or something else. Anything at all. You want me to pretend to be your assistant? Jiang Chen hesitated internally. However, at that moment, a voice from the system abruptly chimed in. Ding. System task generated. Please assist Wu Hao in confronting the materialistic woman. TSK. Jiang Chen inwardly marveled at the situation. It seemed Wu Hao's predicament was so glaringly evident that even the system could not bear to witness it. Wu Hao, seated opposite him, gazed at him with hopeful eyes, seemingly anxious about the possibility of refusal. Yet Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. All right, no problem. Thank you. Thank you. Wu Hao expressed his gratitude profusely, his excitement palpable. He thought to himself that there were still good people in this world. Subsequently, Wu Hao explained the situation, stating that he intended to pretend to be the owner of a company. Jiang Chen nodded in response, hardly paying close attention, as it was unnecessary. The businessman conducted his affairs on the upper levels of the cruise ship, and the two planned to act immediately. After finishing their apples, they ascended the staircase. However, at that moment, Wu Hao's palms grew clammy, and he bit down on his lip. He felt a surge of nervousness, for they were entering someone else's territory. What if they failed and were thrown out? How embarrassing that would be. Wait, let me gather myself for a moment, Wu Hao said, halting to lean against the wall. Jiang Chen, at a loss for words, attempted to console him. Don't worry, Mr. Wu, everything will be fine. Yes, I truly appreciate your help this time, Wu Hao reiterated. After taking several deep breaths, he continued upward. On the highest level of the cruise ship, there was an open-air swimming pool where a group of elegantly poised young women in swimsuits frolicked. Nearby, a portly middle-aged man reclined on a lounge chair, sporting sunglasses and basking in the sun. He waved his hand, calling out, "Darling, could you bring me the juice?" "Sure," a bikini-clad girl, dripping wet from the pool, replied, approaching with a bottle of juice. The businessman then wrapped his arm around her slender waist, his hand roaming suggestively. As he grinned wickedly, "I want you to feed me." "How naughty." The girl feigned shyness, then took a sip of the juice before leaning toward the rotund man. TSK, she certainly knew how to play the game. Not far away, Jiang Chen observed the scene, internally reflecting. Meanwhile, Wu Hao, witnessing this display, felt his teeth nearly clench to the point of shattering. His forehead throbbing with tension, as if a green aura were emanating from him and piercing through the cosmos. He took another deep breath, seemingly summoning his courage. "Let us go, we should approach." "All right, Mr. Wu," Jiang Chen affirmed, matching his pace. As they drew near, they immediately caught the attention of the couple on the lounge chair. The girl glanced up and instantly erupted in fury. "Wu Hao, didn't I tell you not to come looking for me? We are not from the same world. You, a poor loser, are utterly unworthy of me." "Neo shall we?" berated him. Wu Hao feigned calmness, forcing a smile. "Huh, who is looking for you? I can come to travel on my own, you know? Let me tell you, Neo shall we? I am wealthy now." Puffed. The girl surveyed him with disdain, her expression one of utter contempt. "With your character, you think you have money? Are you trying to fool ghosts with paper offerings? I've started a company, worth 5 million. Wu Hao declared loudly, intentionally raising his voice. Neo shall we paused in surprise. The businessman also looked over, as did the surrounding crowd, all bewildered. Moments later, laughter erupted, echoing through the air. "Ha ha. 5 million, and you call that rich? Where did this poor fool come from? He must have never seen real money." Clearly, the crowd held him in low regard, unleashing a wave of merciless mockery upon Wu Hao. Jiang Chen, standing nearby, felt a headache coming on, thinking to himself, "Dude, can't you embellish your story a bit better?" Wu Hao soon realized he may have undersold himself. Everyone around them was either affluent or aristocratic, and those girls were accustomed to dealing with rich businessmen, having high standards. 5 million truly was not a commendable figure. Neo shall we scoffed, her face alight with derision. "Ha ha, Wu Hao, are you aware that my husband's cruise business generates an annual profit of 10 million? What does your 5 million amount to? Please, spare yourself the embarrassment. I have already told you that we are simply not in the same league." The other swimsuit-clad girls stifled their laughter, clearly entertained by the spectacle before them. This fellow is truly a country bumpkin. Judging by his attire, he probably doesn't even possess 5 million. Indeed, what pretense is he putting on? Faced with the relentless mockery of his ex-girlfriend and the pointed stares of onlookers, Wu Hao felt his face flush crimson. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. What a disastrous start. Jiang Chen, however, remained unfazed, his expression still composed. In light of the situation, he felt compelled to interject. "Ahem, Boss Wu, have you forgotten that we possess assets worth 100 billion overseas?" "What, 100 billion? Wu Hao was taken aback, incredulous at the audacity of such a claim. It seemed far too exaggerated to be believable, even for him. Yet, under the pressure of the crowd, he had no choice but to keep up the charade. "Oh, right, I do have 100 billion in overseas assets." Uffed. Neo shall we erupted in laughter, nearly spilling her juice. The wealthy businessman almost choked on his drink as well. The surrounding girls laughed uncontrollably, their amusement evident. 100 billion? Now that was a bold assertion. It was likely none of them had ever seen such wealth. Niu Xiaowei was so amused that she stared at the pair as if they were a circus act. What a grandiose claim. Who did you find to make such nonsensical statements? 100 billion? Are you talking about paper money? He is my assistant, Wu Hao stammered, his face betraying a hint of guilt. After all, claiming 100 billion was an outrageous stretch. How could anyone possibly believe that? The wealthy businessman, now sitting up with an air of disdain, queried, "What exactly do you two do? Do you realize whose territory you are encroaching upon? Do you believe I want to have you thrown out? Huh, is this cruise business really your territory? If you were to urinate into the ocean, would you claim the entire Pacific as yours?" Jiang Chen retorted without a hint of mercy. The businessman flared up slightly. "What is the matter? What is wrong with my cruise business? At least I have some say in this area. Little billionaire, if you're truly that wealthy, why don't you just buy the cruise?" The moniker Little Billionaire was clearly a sarcastic jab at Jiang Chen. It was evident that he was a seasoned cynic. The businessman had connections throughout the area, and the onlookers naturally sided with him. Indeed, Boss Wang is correct. Such a significant business is already quite profitable. If you have the capability, why not purchase the cruise? Jiang Chen surveyed the mocking faces around him, pondering the magnitude of the situation. It was merely a cruise, why not buy it? However, this was meant to assist Wu Hao, so he ventured, "Boss Wu, why don't we just buy the cruise?" Gasp. Wu Hao nearly fainted. While claiming 100 billion was one thing, now suggesting they purchase the cruise was tantamount to revealing the ruse. How could he continue the act? Yet, with no other option, he steeled himself and nodded. "Yes, let us buy it." Waha! Laughter erupted anew. Niu Xiaowei couldn't contain herself. "Wu Hao, you're still so naive. The person you've brought is clearly here to sabotage you. Come on, let us see how you plan to pay for it." "Right. We're all watching," the swimsuit-clad women chimed in sarcastically. "That cruise costs nearly 100 billion. I've never encountered such a significant business deal before. Let me witness it today." Jiang Chen, however, remained unfazed. "Just a moment. I'll make a call, and we'll have it purchased shortly." The onlookers exchanged skeptical glances. Thinking he is still acting? Let us see how long he can keep this up. The wealthy businessman interjected. "Let us get one thing straight. If you fail to buy it, I'll have you thrown out. But if you do manage to buy it, I'll toss you into the sea." Jiang Chen responded with a smile. Rest assured. The businessman paid little heed, reclining against the bench, leisurely sipping his juice as he observed the unfolding drama. Amidst the scrutiny of the crowd, Jiang Chen dialed Shangwan US number. "Hello, Xiaoya, I plan to purchase something." "Mr. Jiang, what do you wish to buy?" "Nothing much, just that 5-star luxury cruise, XX. "Oh," Shangwan Yu initially acknowledged, but her realization quickly dawned. "Mr. Jiang, there's no need to buy that. The XX cruise is already our asset." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He genuinely had no idea that Wanbei Group was involved in the tourism industry. "All right then, I happen to be on the cruise now. Please have the person in charge come find me." "Understood," Shangwan Yu replied before hanging up. Jiang Chen muttered under his breath, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? If I had known the cruise was ours, I could have saved 2 tickets, which amounts to over 30,000. The surrounding crowd could not help but scoff. Their expressions filled with disdain. What is wrong with him? Is he not in his right mind? Who was he calling, claiming he was preparing to buy something? This is a cruise, not a market for groceries. Their disbelief only grew stronger. Wu Hao, on the other hand, concluded that it was all over. The charade could not possibly continue. He was on the verge of being exposed. Niu Xiaowei would undoubtedly continue to humiliate him. His life felt like an utter failure. Perhaps he should just jump into the sea. Wu Hao sagged, like a deflated balloon. The wealthy businessman smirked. "So, is the performance over? What is the outcome?" "Indeed, didn't you want to buy the cruise?" Niu Xiaowei chimed in. Jiang Chen, unperturbed, replied, "Don't rush. The person in charge will be here shortly." Meanwhile, the person in charge, Lu Gang, lounged in shorts on the deck, soaking up the sun. Upon receiving Shangwan US call, he abruptly sprang to his feet. "What? Mr. Jiang is on the cruise? Why wasn't I notified in advance? Is he incognito to inspect the operations? If anything goes awry, my position could be in jeopardy." Lu Gang, now in a state of panic, hurried to change into formal attire and summon all senior staff aboard the cruise, preparing to greet Jiang Chen with utmost seriousness. Chapter 61. Are you insane? On the other side, the wealthy businessman remained dismissive. "You think you can even summon the person in charge? Do you know what their name is?" "No." Jiang Chen shook his head, having not inquired about the name of the person in charge earlier. Niu Xiaowei let out a laugh. "Do you really think you can just meet someone of his stature? You're truly losing touch with reality." The surrounding crowd echoed in agreement, questioning the bizarre behavior of a certain individual. Who does he think he is, treating this place as if it were his own home? The cruise manager was someone they hadn't even seen. Just then, a group of well-dressed individuals emerged in the distance, exuding an air of authority. Leading them was Lu Gang, accompanied by the upper echelons of the cruise line. The wealthy businessman was taken aback and scrutinized them closely. To his astonishment, it was indeed them. What a coincidence! The crowd fell silent. The businessman immediately pushed aside Niu Xiaowei, his face plastered with a forced smile as he rushed to greet them, forgetting even to put on his shoes. "Brother Gang, what brings you here? You should have informed your subordinate, so I could have come to welcome you." He had poured countless gifts into securing business here, and after much flattery, he finally succeeded. Otherwise, a single word from them could have sent him packing. Lu Gang wore a grim expression, casting a sidelong glance at him, inwardly musing that even President Jiang had not notified him of his arrival. "What is going on here?" Lu Gang inquired urgently. The businessman waved his hands dismissively. "It's nothing, nothing at all. Just a couple of lunatics causing a disturbance. I'll have them removed shortly." Lu Gang turned to look, only to discover that one of the so-called lunatics was Jiang Chen. A chill ran down his spine as he gasped, feeling as if his scalp might explode. "This is it. We're done for," he thought, a surge of frustration bubbling within him. Without hesitation, he shoved the businessman aside and hurried over. "President Jiang, my sincerest apologies. It was my negligence. That kid is just a country bumpkin. Please don't take him seriously." Lu Gang explained with an ingratiating smile. Initially, the crowd had been eager to catch a glimpse of Lu Gang, a man who managed the entire cruise line and was worth billions. However, they were utterly unprepared for this scene. Niu Xiaoyi's smile froze, and the businessman stood in stunned silence. Gasps filled the air as everyone's mouths hung open in disbelief. President Jiang? Lu Gang calls him President Jiang? What on earth is happening? Many were aware that the cruise line was backed by the Wanbei Group. Suddenly, the realization struck them like a thunderbolt. The young man was the chairman of Wanbei Group. Oh my! The businessman realized he might have just stepped into a monumental disaster. In stark contrast, Wu Hao, who had been deflated moments before, felt his spirits lift upon witnessing the unfolding drama. Is this for real? Am I dreaming? It wasn't until Jiang Chen waved his hand and addressed Lu Gang. You're doing well, but the business on these few floors is underwhelming. Yes, I understand. Lu Gang nodded in comprehension. The businessman trembled at the implications, rushing over. I'm so sorry. I truly had no idea it was you. I'm doomed. I'm absolutely doomed, he exclaimed, slapping himself repeatedly, suddenly recalling Jiang Chen's earlier threat about tossing him into the sea if he failed. Niu Xiaoyi, too, was taken aback. She never anticipated that all her support would appear so insignificant in the presence of the young man. Surely, he wouldn't throw her into the sea as well. Would he? A shiver coursed through her, and she dropped to her knees before Jiang Chen. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. I was merely influenced by him. Jiang Chen shot her a disdainful glance, and her heart sank as he remained silent. Desperate, she turned to Wu Hao. Hao, you've always been so kind to me. Can you plead for me? Wu Hao was momentarily stunned, memories flooding back. The childhood sweetheart he had cherished, who he had willingly sacrificed for, now kneeling before him, begging for mercy. What a cruel twist of fate. Regret surged within him. He felt he should never have boarded this cruise, never sought her out, and pretended to be affluent. Everything was in the past, and they could never return to those innocent days of childhood play. The pure laughter of yesteryears was now locked away in memory, buried deep within his heart. At that moment, Wu Hao found solace in his realization. How do you plan to handle this, Boss Wu? Jiang Chen inquired casually. Wu Hao snapped back to reality, surveying the scene around him, and quickly responded, you're the boss here, of course. He couldn't believe that the random person he sought help from was actually the chairman of Wanbei Group. What a delightful surprise. Since the truth was out, he felt no need to maintain the facade. To be honest, I somewhat regret coming here. Let us just leave it at that, Wu Hao stated. Very well. As long as you're content, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, having seemingly fulfilled his task of putting the materialistic woman in her place. President Jiang, how shall we deal with this fellow? Lu Gang pointed at the businessman. The latter, drenched in cold sweat, appeared as if he were about to face execution. Terrified that Jiang Chen might indeed toss him into the sea if displeased, he dared not even breathe. In truth, Jiang Chen was disinterested in him. Handle it yourself. Understood. Lu Gang responded, casting a vicious glare at the businessman, thinking how close he had come to jeopardizing himself. The businessman bowed his head deeply, looking utterly dejected, aware that his business prospects were now in ruins, and he might even face penalties. His fate was looking grim. Meanwhile, the previously confident swimsuit models stood frozen, resembling frightened chicks. They regretted ever meddling in the situation, realizing they were in the presence of the chairman of Wanbei Group, a billionaire. When he had claimed to possess hundreds of billions, it had been an understatement. And he was undeniably handsome. If only they had forged a connection, it could have been immensely beneficial. Yet now, they dared not approach him. Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed unperturbed, Lu Gang felt a slight relief. President Jiang, I've prepared a banquet. Would you care to join me for a meal? Consider it an apology from me. Sure, Jiang Chen nodded. Lu Gang's face lit up with joy as he gestured. Please, this way. Subsequently, Jiang Chen, surrounded by a throng of executives, made his way into the distance. The models, realizing the grand opportunity had slipped away, turned their attention to Wu Hao, hoping to leverage their connection through him. Hey there, you're quite handsome. I really liked you earlier. Shall we exchange WeChat? Wu Hao found himself surrounded, his cheeks flushing. The girls were attractive, many even more so than Niu Xiaoyi. Yet he resolutely declined. Chapter 62, The Auction Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a reward, an island resort. After assisting Wu Hao, Jiang Chen had also fulfilled his task. However, he found himself somewhat bewildered. An island resort? Where might it be? The system had surprisingly granted him an entire island, which sounded quite splendid, yet it did not specify its location. Jiang Chen decided not to dwell on it. Wherever it may be, he would consider it later. He joined Lu Gang and others for a meal, where they acquainted themselves with the senior executives of the cruise. Lu Gang expressed his desire to accompany Jiang Chen throughout the journey, but Jiang Chen declined. He preferred not to have anyone shadowing him, as it felt unnecessary. Moreover, this trip was intended to celebrate his sister's birthday. What sense did it make to have a throng of people trailing behind? Liu Gang reluctantly offered to be at Jiang Chen's beck and call should he require anything, and Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. After dismissing everyone, he returned to his sister's room. As twilight descended, Jiang Wan had awakened and was live-streaming her luxurious 7-day cruise experience. The broadcast was immensely popular, particularly since Jiang Chen had acquired the entire Cat Tooth platform. It would be surprising if it were not a hit. Observing this, Jiang Chen chose not to interrupt. He leaned against the balcony, gazing at the vast, dark ocean, only to find it shrouded in obscurity. Never mind, sleep beckoned. The following morning, Jiang Chen rose to share breakfast with his sister. To encourage spending, the cruise organized unique activities daily. The concert the previous day was merely an appetizer. Today promised the main event, the auction. The vessel was home to numerous tycoons and wealthy individuals, making it an unmissable opportunity for profit. Hence, a collection of exquisite jewels would be auctioned off. It was said that items at the cruise's auction were exceedingly expensive, ranging from millions to tens of millions, with even some reaching into the billions. Moreover, entry requirements were stringent. One had to possess a net worth of at least 1 billion. It was a gathering of the affluent, a true representation of high society. For Jiang Chen, entering was certainly not an issue. He planned to attend, hoping to procure a suitable piece of jewelry as a birthday gift for his sister. Jiang Wan was equally exhilarated. She had only ever witnessed such occasions on television, where wealthy individuals bid tens of millions or even billions on items. Just imagining it was thrilling. After breakfast, the pair hurried to the auction venue. The auction house was lavishly decorated, as it catered to esteemed guests. The spacious area was bright and airy, with a small stage at the front, where an auction table was set. Below, only about 30 chairs were arranged, as attendees were required to have a net worth of at least 1 billion. Having more chairs would serve little purpose. At that moment, 4 or 5 individuals had already taken their seats, all impeccably dressed and exuding an air of authority. They were indeed prominent figures in the business world. Jiang Chen glanced around but did not recognize anyone, so he and his sister found a place to sit. At that moment, 2 young men were conversing a few seats away. "Brother Jia, I never expected to see you here." One exclaimed. "Yes, I'm here to bid on that azure star piece. I intend to gift it to my girlfriend," replied a round-faced young man. The other quickly added, "Since Brother Jia is bidding, it must be yours for sure." They both laughed heartily. The young man shook his head, claiming that even if he wanted to compete, he couldn't match Brother Jia's prowess. At their level of wealth, they were somewhat well known, and many were familiar with one another, often engaging in business dealings. After all, networking was crucial in the world of the affluent. Moments later, the auction was about to commence, with most attendees settled in their seats. They exchanged greetings, appearing to be old acquaintances, while Jiang Chen sat apart, chatting with his sister. However, soon a statuesque young woman approached. She wore oversized sunglasses and a sun hat, concealing herself as if to avoid recognition. The girl took a seat next to Jiang Chen, and a faint fragrance wafted from her. Jiang Chen, catching a whiff of the familiar scent, turned to take a closer look. "Oh, isn't this Shindaxing?" he mused. The girl lifted her head, revealing a delicate face beneath her hat. It was indeed Shin Ningxue. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire his own perceptiveness. He could identify a woman by her scent. Shin Ningxue quickly recognized him as well, recalling the unlucky audience member from her concert. "What are you doing here?" she inquired, somewhat surprised. "I came to buy something," Jiang Chen replied. "Oh," Shin Ningxue thought to herself, "this guy must be quite wealthy." However, considering his musical talent, it seemed plausible that he could be well off. Jiang Chen was equally curious. Did Shin Ningxue earn such a fortune as a star? Was her net worth over 10 billion? Or was she simply a natural-born heiress? Jiang Wan, upon spotting Shin Ningxue, was thrilled and hurried over. "Sister Ningxue, could we take a photo together? And perhaps an autograph?" "Sure," Shin Ningxue replied with a smile, displaying none of the pretentiousness one might expect from a celebrity, but rather the demeanor of a friendly neighbor. Jiang Wan continued, "There are still 4 days left on the cruise. Will you be holding another concert?" No. Shin Ningxue waved her hands dismissively, glancing at Jiang Chen as if recalling the previous incident that had left her unsettled. After a while, the auction officially began. A middle-aged man in a tailcoat stepped onto the stage, his face adorned with a characteristic smile as he addressed the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, welcome to our cruise auction. I am Li Donghai, a registered auctioneer in China, and my auctioneer certificate number is 754202744. Following customary protocol, the auctioneer delivered a lengthy and tedious opening speech that nearly lulled Jiang Chen into slumber. Finally, Li Donghai announced, "Now, let us present our first auction item, the Kaya diamond ring." As he finished speaking, a woman in a cheongsam elegantly presented the diamond ring on the display table. Li Donghai continued to elaborate. "This diamond ring is the Kaya bullhead model, characterized by its simple yet elegant design that embodies the fashion and grace of women, exuding an aura of nobility. The starting bid is 5 million. Jiang Chen glanced at it, finding nothing particularly special. Nonetheless, the bidding began enthusiastically. I bid 5. 5 million. 5. 6 million. 5. 8 million. 6 million. The voices clamored, the competition intense, until a young man's voice rang out. I bid 10 million. All other voices fell silent. The young man, feeling quite pleased with himself, laughed. It's my girlfriend's birthday, so I'm splurging on a diamond ring. Jiang Chen turned to his side to inquire. Who is he? You don't know him? Shen Ningxue replied. Shen Ningxue appeared rather perplexed and continued. His name is Fang Jie. His family is involved in tourism development on Diando, and his net worth is at least 10 billion. Almost all the wealthy patrons aboard this cruise are acquainted with him. Oh, Jiang Chen nodded. Chapter 63. I bid 100 million. Shen Ningxue mused that he likely did not know Fang Jie, which might suggest he wasn't particularly affluent. Perhaps just enough to qualify for entry. The cruise would sail for 3 days before docking at Diando, allowing tourists to explore the island for a day, then taking another 3 days to return to port, culminating in a week-long journey. At that moment, Li Donghai raised the auction hammer, his voice resonating. 10 million, once. 10 million, twice. 10 million, thrice. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Fang on acquiring this exquisite Kaya diamond ring. Thank you. Thank you. Fang Jie grinned, reveling in his lavish expenditure. He relished the thrill of spending. The significance of a girlfriend seemed trivial in comparison. Subsequently, the auction continued. Our second item is a red spider crystal pendant, Li Donghai announced. A stunning woman in a qipao elegantly presented the red crystal necklace on the display stand, approximately the size of a thumb, glistening with a captivating crimson glow. This necklace symbolized fervor and passion, embodying the essence of grand love, with a starting bid of 7 million. They often concoct profound meanings for these jewels, enticing the audience to acquire them. If only I could possess that gem, it would surely bring me love, one might think. Jiang Chen, however, believed that purchasing jewelry should be straightforward. There was no need for embellishment. Bidding resumed fervently below. I bid 80 million, 100 million, 120 million, 125 million. During the fray, Shen Ningxue called out 130 million, only to be swiftly outbid. Jiang Chen glanced at her, pondering whether even a superstar yearned for passionate love. The price of the ruby necklace soared dramatically, ultimately selling for 20 million to a venerable elderly tycoon, likely nearing 70. His face radiated joy, with wrinkles clustering together. Jiang Chen mused that the necklace's symbolism had shifted. It now represented a twilight romance. Yet, it was a piece that many young women might covet, effectively bridging the gap of age. It seemed this elderly gentleman was in pursuit of youthful affection. The second item at the auction concluded at a staggering 20 million. Jiang Wan's face was alight with astonishment, inwardly lamenting that her diligently nurtured company was worth merely a few million, insufficient to even procure a necklace. As the auction progressed, the items became increasingly exquisite, with prices climbing steeply. The affluent patrons were lavishly spending, with bids reaching into the hundreds of millions. The third item up for bidding was a jade bracelet. As the saying goes, gold has a price, but jade is priceless. The starting bid was set at 10 million. Following Li Donghai's introduction, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. Shen Ningxue's eyes sparkled with interest in the jade bracelet, which she ultimately acquired for 24 million. Jiang Chen cast her a sidelong glance, thinking, a natural wealthy heiress indeed. The auction proceeded smoothly, and following several enticing items, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Next came the grand finale. Li Donghai's gaze sharpened, and his tone shifted. Esteemed guests, the next item is truly remarkable. It is crafted from natural crystals mined from the ocean's depths, symbolizing broad-mindedness and generosity. We call it the Azure Star. The audience's eyes flickered. They had long heard of the Azure Star's illustrious reputation, with many having come specifically for it. The qipao-clad beauty glided forward, presenting a ring made entirely of crystal, emitting an ethereal blue glow, exquisitely crafted with the finest artistry. Jiang Chen gave it a cursory glance, deeming it acceptable enough to purchase as a keepsake. Li Donghai's voice rose in excitement. The Azure Star starts at 30 million. This price far surpassed previous bids. Yet, the attendees, seasoned in high-stakes environments, found it reasonable. I bid 35 million. One voice called out, immediately raising the bid by 5 million. However, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of others. I bid 37 million, 38 million, 40 million. The prices surged rapidly, soon reaching 50 million. Beside him, Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement at the spectacle. Jiang Chen couldn't help but inquire, what do you think of that ring? It's beautiful, but I'm not fond of wearing rings, Jiang Wan replied. Jiang Chen nodded. contemplating that if she had no desire for it, he might as well procure it for himself. And when the time was right, gift it to Su Yuqing. As he pondered, he picked up the bidding paddle. This gesture caught Xin Ningxue's attention, and she was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he intended to bid on the Azure Star. Initially, she had quite fancied the ring, but with the price now at 50 million, she felt compelled to withdraw. After all, she was not a top-tier billionaire. Most others shared her sentiment, realizing they couldn't afford to compete and merely watched the spectacle unfold. Only a handful continued to place bids, causing the pace to slow. 55 million. The elderly gentleman from earlier called out. I bid 56 million, a middle-aged man replied. 57 million. The elderly man remained steadfast, perhaps believing that since he had little time left, he should buy what he desired. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, revealing a hint of urgency. However, after a moment's contemplation, he restrained his impulse, shaking his head in concession. The elderly gentleman smiled slightly, thinking that acquiring the Azure Star for 57 million wasn't a bad deal. Li Donghai raised his small hammer, recognizing that the price had met his expectations. Yet suddenly, a booming voice rang out. I bid 70 million. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they turned to see it was Fang Jie, who had jumped from 57 million to 70 million in one fell swoop. A staggering increase of 130 million. Whispers erupted among the attendees, creating a buzz of incredulity. That spendthrift again. 70 million is utterly exorbitant. Indeed. What does young Master Fang care about value? He simply buys. Li Donghai felt a surge of excitement. What had once been an anticipated price now transformed into a delightful surprise. The auction staff's earnings were based on the sale amount, and this sudden increase meant a considerable boost for them. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Fang Jie couldn't help but feel a swell of pride, thinking to himself, humph. What is it that I wish to purchase that someone could snatch away? Fang Jie bellowed with exuberance. Li Donghai, strike the hammer swiftly. We are all rather preoccupied, so let us not squander time. Indeed. Li Donghai chuckled awkwardly, and with a resounding thud, the wooden mallet descended. 70 million, once. 70 million. Just as he was about to strike a second time, a voice echoed from below. I bid 100 million. Chapter 64, The Peculiar Incident. Li Donghai was momentarily stunned. His small hammer frozen midair, uncertain if he had misheard. The crowd was equally taken aback, turning in unison to behold a handsome young man brandishing a bidding card. Is there truly someone bidding 100 million? How astonishing. The spectators were incredulous, while many were affluent, with fortunes in the tens or even hundreds of millions. Parting with 100 million for a ring was still a daunting proposition. Xin Ningxue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Chen, who had remained silent thus far, now raised the bid to 100 million. A silent participant now makes a remarkable entrance. Fang Jie had initially bid 70 million, an increase of 13 million from before, while Jiang Chen's 100 million surpassed it by a staggering 30 million. This was indeed a substantial sum of real money. Li Donghai's hands trembled with excitement. Every auction that crossed the 100 million threshold was etched into the annals of cruise auction history. He recalled the last time such a feat occurred was 5 years prior. The venue fell into a hush. Suddenly, Fang Jie's smile faltered, his displeasure palpable as he turned to Jiang Chen, gritting his teeth. 100 million once. 100 million twice. 100 million. Thrice. Li Donghai's trembling hand was poised to drop the hammer when Fang Jie interjected. Wait, I bid 110 million. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. It appeared that the young Master Fang was not yet ready to concede. What a prodigal heir. Over 100 million for that ring? How extravagant. You don't understand. When Fang Jie gets carried away, he is willing to spend any amount, murmured the crowd. This is likely to conclude the bidding. Yet, before Li Donghai could finalize the bid, Jiang Chen raised his card once more, his tone nonchalant as he declared, I bid 200 million. The crowd nearly choked in disbelief. 200 million? Surely, I must have misheard. They scrutinized Jiang Chen, wondering who he was. Could he be a wealthy magnate from another province? Jiang Wan leaned in, her excitement palpable. Brother, which ring are you interested in? Just for fun, right? It's all about participation. Jiang Chen replied casually. Beside him, Xin Ningxue felt herself on the verge of madness. 200 million for mere amusement? It's all about participation? Her worldview was crumbling. This was the epitome of a true elite. Li Donghai trembled even more violently, for the record had been shattered. 200 million. Doubling expectations. Although the blue star was precious, it was hardly worth such a sum. Of course, all guests in the auction house had their identities verified, which left Li Donghai wary of any potential disruptions. Mr. Fang, will you raise your bid? He inquired politely. At that moment, Fang Jie's eyes flared with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. I'll bid 230 million. Goodness. The crowd was taken aback. Fang Jie had boldly raised the stakes by an additional 30 million. The tension between the two was palpable. Li Donghai's body jolted as he instinctively looked towards Jiang Chen, who, as expected, calmly announced, 300 million. A wave of murmurs swept through the hall. My heavens, is this money falling from the sky? 300 million for a ring? It is astonishingly excessive. Jiang Chen's bid electrified the audience, igniting a fervor among the wealthy attendees who, despite their affluence, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Fang Jie, stifling a breath, felt as if he might choke on the enormity of the bid. 300 million? That was nearly his family's annual income. To purchase a ring with a year's salary? While he was known as a spendthrift, he wasn't foolish enough to disregard the value of money. His fists clenched tightly, his body quaking. The words he wished to utter hung unspoken on his lips. Li Donghai was beside himself with exhilaration. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of his career. He held his breath, his expression solemn. 300 million once. 300 million twice. 300 million. The final strike was imminent. Fang Lin's gaze was glued to this unfolding scene, as if time itself had come to a standstill. I bid 350 million. He finally gasped, the words escaping him like a heavy burden lifted. After uttering his bid, he slumped into his chair, having spent over a year's worth of income on a ring, a quintessential act of impulsive consumerism. He had resolved that should the opposing bidder raise the stakes again, he would have to concede. At that moment, the crowd had become somewhat desensitized, as if these figures were mere digits. Their eyes turned once more to Jiang Chen, curious about his next move. Jiang Chen remained unfazed. Is it merely 300 million? I was about to raise my bid to 400 million, he mused, but then paused, recalling a significant detail. Wait a moment, isn't this cruise line part of my own business? Why would I spend money on my own possessions? What purpose does that serve? Having already regretted spending 30,000 on a ticket, the idea of 300 million seemed ludicrous. Forget it, I shall let him have it. I might even make a profit. As the chairman, he ought to consider the company's interests. After all, Jiang Chen was merely participating for the experience. Consequently, he refrained from raising his card. Soon, Li Donghai's exhilarated heart and trembling hand struck down the hammer decisively. 350 million sold. Congratulations, Mr. Fang, on acquiring the Blue Star. Tears streamed down Li Donghai's face, overwhelmed with emotion. Initially disheartened, Fang Jie sprang from his seat at the announcement. Oh, it has been purchased? Although it cost over a year's income, it is still a victory. At least the honor of the Fang family is preserved. Laughter erupted as those around him applauded, offering him a semblance of dignity. However, privately, they mused, though Fang Jie may be impulsive, he is indeed resolute. 350 million for a ring is undeniably extravagant. Shen Ningxue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It is not surprising that Fang Jie spent over 300 million, and that Jiang Chen could not secure the purchase. Nevertheless, it was already a remarkable achievement, especially with the Blue Star being auctioned off. The auction concluded with great fanfare, as a ring was sold for more than 300 million, a momentous occasion that even drew the attention of the sales manager. A woman in her 30s, clad in a tailored suit, exuded an air of competence. Jiang Chen recognized her from a previous dinner with the cruise line executives. Her name was Li Xian. At this moment, Li Xian was beaming with joy, standing on a small stage to present Fang Jie with the Blue Star. The audience erupted in applause once more, and Fang Jie relished the attention. Just over 300 million. It's hardly a significant matter, he seemed to reassure himself. However, as his impulse subsided and his mind regained clarity, he felt a pang of regret. Damn it, I actually spent more than 300 million. My father will surely kill me when I return. Li Xian, still radiating happiness, turned and caught sight of Jiang Chen. She hurried over to share the news. Mr. Jiang, you're here too. We sold for over 300 million. That's an astonishing sum. Should we transfer it directly to your account? She worried about safeguarding the funds. Jiang Chen smiled graciously. No need for that. Just transfer it to the company's finance department. All right, Li Xian responded eagerly. Fang Jie, who had been about to boast to Jiang Chen, suddenly froze. Wait a moment, something feels off. He realized he had stumbled upon a peculiar situation as he overheard Jiang Chen saying, just let the finance department know. And the auction staff will have their salaries doubled this month. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, thank you. Li Xian exclaimed, her smile widening. They had already made a considerable profit, and with the salaries being doubled, it was a sweet deal. Fang Jie finally understood the implications. Damn it, I've been duped. This entire auction was orchestrated by you. He approached Jiang Chen, visibly displeased. Hey, did you orchestrate this auction? Isn't this blatant price manipulation? Jiang Chen, taken aback, replied, I was merely acting in good faith. He had simply forgotten that the cruise line belonged to him. Fang Jie's expression turned urgent. But upon reflection, who would deliberately inflate the price to 300 million? That would be tantamount to inviting loss. Ultimately, it was Fang Jie who had chosen to buy. Now, He was left in a quandary, unable to voice his grievances. Li Xian interjected, "Mr. Fong, have you forgotten? The blue star symbolizes generosity and an open heart. Doesn't that suit you perfectly?" Fong Jia was apoplectic. "What? I just spent over 300 million for a concept of generosity? That's genuinely generous." Alas, having made the purchase, there was no turning back. Even if it were possible, he would not dare to return it, as it would be too embarrassing. Since it has come to this, I might as well continue to put on a brave front. Fine, I am indeed generous. 300 million is but a trifle. He forced himself to embrace the idea of generosity, even as he seethed inwardly. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "I appreciate your support, Mr. Fong. I hope we have further opportunities for transactions in the future." Fong Jia was left speechless. "Damn, I feel a bit suffocated." He nearly choked on his breath. However, in a moment of inspiration, he devised a plan. "We are approaching the geological island, where my family has business interests. Surely, I can recoup the funds then." "Yes, that is a good idea. I look forward to our next transaction." Fong Jia felt a sense of relief wash over him, admiring his own cleverness. Jiang Chen nodded. "Very well then, Mr. Fong. Now that you have acquired your treasure, I shall not disturb your enjoyment." With that, Jiang Chen took his leave, escorted by Li Xian and the others. As he exited the auction house, Fong Jia glared at his retreating figure, grinding his teeth in frustration, thinking, "Just you wait." After leaving the auction, Jiang Wan smiled and turned to her brother. "Brother, let us go get some ice cream. Now that we have money, it still feels best when it's free." Jiang Chen, aware of his sister's thoughts, replied, "Sure, let us go." The two made their way back to the bustling deck from the previous day. The atmosphere remained lively, with many gathered around the strength testing machine, the sounds of clanging echoing around them. Occasionally, jeers erupted from the crowd. The shop owner, upon seeing Jiang Chen, froze momentarily, thinking, "Why is he here again?" Yet he maintained a facade of warmth. "Welcome, welcome. No need for formality. We've come to support you again." Jiang Chen smiled. The shop owner, exasperated but compliant, prepared 2 servings of strawberry ice cream for them. The siblings settled at a table under a sunshade, enjoying their ice cream while taking in the surrounding sights. Jiang Chen observed the enthusiastic crowd gathered around the strength testing machine. Among them stood a girl, approximately 1.70 meters tall, with a slender yet curvaceous figure. Dressed in a white dress and carrying a small handbag. Like those nearby, she was engrossed in the spectacle. However, her focus prevented her from noticing a gaunt young man edging closer to her. The youth moved cautiously, taking half steps at a time, and once beside her, he slowly extended his hand towards her waist. Jiang Chen, keenly aware of the situation, thought, "What is happening? A pervert? A groper?" As the surrounding onlookers remained fixated on the main event, no one noticed the young man's actions. His fingers deftly slipped into the girl's crossbody bag. Realization dawned on Jiang Chen. It was not a case of inappropriate behavior, but rather a thief at work, on a cruise filled with wealthy patrons. The presence of pickpockets was unsurprising. The young man, highly skilled, stealthily extracted the girl's phone, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he prepared to make a quick escape, confident that no one would be able to trace him amidst the vast cruise ship. Just then, a cup of ice cream soared through the air, curving gracefully before splattering against the young man's face. "Ah!" he yelped, startled by the sticky, icy substance covering him. The commotion immediately drew the girl's attention, and she turned sharply to see the young man holding her phone. You're a thief?" "Who is a thief?" "Not me." The young man quickly reacted, letting the phone drop to the ground. "You are a thief. Don't try to deny it." The girl retorted. "Don't wrongfully accuse someone without evidence." "I just saw it happen." "Saw what? What did I steal from you?" "Your phone just fell to the ground." "You." The girl found herself at a loss in the face of his argument, her delicate face flushed with indignation. Yet, there was indeed no evidence to support her claims. The commotion from their quarrel swiftly attracted the attention of those nearby, who turned to observe and murmured among themselves. "What is happening here? Is that person a thief?" "Surely not. He doesn't look like one." The young man, noticing the onlookers, remained unfazed. He continued to defend himself, saying, "Humph, stop slandering me. You are just infatuated with my good looks and trying to flirt. Don't bother me again." With that, he strode away with an air of nonchalance. Though brash, he knew that retreat was the wiser choice. The girl stood rooted to the spot, her frustration rendering her almost speechless. "Me flirt with him? Does he have no shame?" She stamped her foot, her eyes welling with tears of anger, yet she dared not pursue him alone, for it was far too perilous. Thieves often operated in groups, and there could be accomplices lurking nearby. The young man glanced back, relieved to see no one following him, and he inwardly sighed in relief, thinking it was a close call. However, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Who the hell threw that ice cream? If not for that, I would have succeeded. Suddenly, as he marched forward, he collided with someone, the impact causing him to fall unceremoniously to the ground. Looking up, he found himself face to face with a tall, handsome young man who appeared calm and was holding a small spoon for eating ice cream. Chapter 66. Taking action. The cruise ship was being targeted by thieves, which could jeopardize his business, so Jiang Chen felt compelled to intervene. The thief, observing him, furrowed his brow. Realizing from the spoon that the ice cream had been thrown by this very individual, he understood that Jiang Chen had witnessed his crime, yet in this situation, he knew he had to be the aggressor. Thus, he brazenly shouted, "Are you blind? Can't you walk?" Jiang Chen inhaled sharply, taken aback by the thief's audacity. "Did you just steal something? Do you have any proof? Be careful, or I'll accuse you of slander." The thief, of course, denied it. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, thinking, do I really need evidence to catch a criminal? The thief, seeing Jiang Chen's resolve, decided to switch tactics, threateningly stating, "Listen here, kid. Don't stir up trouble." At that moment, two more young men emerged from the crowd, one tall and the other stout, both with menacing expressions, clearly the thief's accomplices. Daring to commit theft on a cruise ship, they were not acting alone. The three displayed fierce expressions, cornering Jiang Chen. "I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. And keep your mouth shut. Denying it might leave you in a predicament." With the arrival of his comrades, the thief felt emboldened. Jiang Chen, however, merely chuckled coldly. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan remained at the table, enjoying her ice cream, fully aware of her brother's capabilities and confident that the thieves posed no threat. Just then, a girl rushed over. Having realized the thieves indeed had accomplices, her face betraying her concern. Despite her earlier anger, she urged Jiang Chen, "Why not let this slide? Just let them go. A wise man avoids unnecessary trouble. It doesn't matter if something was stolen. Your safety is paramount." After all, she had no evidence of theft. Upon hearing this, the three thieves smirked, reveling in their apparent victory. "See, even she wants us to leave. Mind your own business from now on." With that, they attempted to walk away. But Jiang Chen suddenly placed a hand on one of their shoulders, saying, "Not so fast. She told you to leave, but I didn't." The three were immediately filled with rage, thinking, who does this guy think he is, being more arrogant than us? Initially, they had no intention of fighting. They merely wanted to escape and continue their thievery. But it seemed that was no longer an option. The girl covered her mouth, filled with anxiety for Jiang Chen. What if things escalated and he got hurt? Sure enough, the thief raised his fist to strike. "You're dead," he yelled. Bang! Jiang Chen caught his fist with a grip like a vice, unyielding. The thief struggled to break free, but it was futile. Just then, a sharp pain struck his abdomen as Jiang Chen delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying backward. Hearing the rush of wind, another stout thief rushed to aid his companion. Throwing a punch, Jiang Chen merely tilted his head slightly, deftly avoiding the blow, and with a swift glance, he retaliated, landing a punch squarely on the assailant's chin. Bang! The stout thief was propelled into the air, his jaw dislocated. Without missing a beat, Jiang Chen turned and delivered a kick to the final thief, sending him sprawling. In an instant, all three lay on the ground, incapacitated and groaning in pain. The entire altercation transpired in a flash, with Jiang Chen executing his moves with precision and efficiency, as if performing in a film. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. What was that? Wing Chun? Ip Man? The girl was also taken aback, closest to the scene and witnessing the incredible display of skill. How formidable! He took down three of them in an instant. Jiang Chen, as if nothing had happened, stepped aside and called Lu Gang to handle the thieves. Meanwhile, Lu Gang, still in his shorts, lounged on the deck soaking up the sun. Upon receiving the call, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What the hell? Thieves on the cruise ship? This is a serious dereliction of duty. I hope Jiang doesn't get mad." He hurriedly dressed and contacted security to rush over. On the other side, the three thieves, having regained some composure, lay on the ground, still acting brazen. "You're finished. How dare you hit us? I'm going to the hospital, and I want medical expenses." These three, seasoned in the criminal underworld, were used to taking hits. If they were easily intimidated, they would have stopped stealing long ago. Now, realizing they couldn't win, they thought to extort some money instead, confident that without evidence against them, they could act convincingly enough to avoid repercussions. As the crowd watched in anticipation, Lu Gang arrived with security personnel, all in uniforms and wielding batons, swiftly surrounding the scene. "Comrades, this man attacked us. Yes, he threw ice cream at me first." The three thieves began to showcase their dramatic acting skills, reveling in their performance, feeling triumphant. "Let us see how you handle this now." The onlookers were appalled by the thieves' shamelessness. Lu Gang, noticing this, wore a grim expression and shouted to the crowd, "Then let us continue the fight." "What? Are you serious, officer?" The three thieves were bewildered. How could this turn against them? However, the security personnel had already rushed forward wielding their batons. A cacophony of blows ensued, and due to the sheer number of people, some could not join in the fray. Thus, the assault continued in waves, leaving the three thieves in a pitiful state, so battered that even their own mothers would scarcely recognize them. After the ruckus subsided, Liu Gang took them away, intending to hand them over to the authorities once the ship docked. The onlookers applauded, murmuring that the thieves had received their just desserts. At that moment, the girl gazed at Jiang Chen, her delicate face somewhat dazed. Why did those individuals immediately resort to violence against the thieves without a second thought? Was it truly unnecessary to gather evidence now? Thank you. The girl expressed her gratitude to Jiang Chen. It was nothing. It was the least I could do. Jiang Chen replied. The girl continued. How about I treat you to a meal later as a token of my appreciation? Oh, no need. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, for he would not be spending a dime on meals aboard the cruise. However, the girl felt a pang of guilt. It's all right. You've helped me immensely. Let us just consider it a gesture of friendship. Very well then, Jiang Chen conceded. Since it was merely a matter of making a friend, he agreed to accompany her for dinner. The two strolled back to the ice cream stand together. The shop owner, who had witnessed Jiang Chen's earlier display of prowess, was equally astonished. Indeed, he must have undergone training. No wonder he could exert over 300 kilograms on the strength tester. Quite impressive. Excuse me. I accidentally tossed my ice cream earlier. Could I have another? Jiang Chen smiled as he spoke. Oh, and please, get a serving for this young lady as well. The owner paused momentarily, suddenly recalling that Jiang Chen had used his ice cream to strike a thief. Goodness, what a loss. Chapter 67. Complimentary meal. As Jiang Chen and the two girls indulged in their ice cream, they engaged in casual conversation. The girl, named Yi Ling, had just graduated from university and had originally come aboard for a graduation trip, only to encounter such chaos. She thanked Jiang Chen once more. After finishing their ice cream, Yi Ling expressed, Let us go. I'd like to treat you both to dinner. Sure, sounds good, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, as it was indeed mealtime. However, Jiang Wan cast a glance at the two, her beautiful eyes twinkling with mischief, pondering something as she shook her head vigorously. I'm not going. I'm too full from the ice cream, and I need to watch my figure. You two go ahead. Jiang Chen regarded her with a hint of confusion. As expected, Jiang Wan flashed him a teasing look, seemingly encouraging him to seize the opportunity. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words, wondering what on earth was on this girl's mind. Am I really that kind of person? After declaring her intent not to join them, Jiang Wan scampered back to her room to rest, leaving only Jiang Chen and Yi Ling. Yi Ling's cheeks flushed a shade of crimson, and she shyly suggested, Then I'll treat you. All right, Jiang Chen nodded. With his sister having left, he found no reason to dine alone, so he agreed to accompany her. Soon after, the two made their way to the ship's upscale dining area, where opulence reigned supreme, adorned with lavish decorations befitting a 5-star luxury cruise. A waiter approached with an elegant smile, inquiring, What would you like to order? Yi Ling quickly handed the menu to Jiang Chen. You can order whatever you like. Oh, very well, Jiang Chen responded casually, barely glancing at the menu before indicating half of it with his hand. That is sufficient. Understood, please hold on for a moment. Do not hesitate to call if you need anything. The waiter smiled and departed with the menu. At that moment, Yi Ling found herself somewhat bewildered. Was this how one ordered? What had he chosen? Initially, she had anticipated a meal costing 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, yet now it seemed insufficient. As someone from a modest background, she began to worry. Sensing her unease, Jiang Chen asked, What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Haha. Yi Ling forced a smile, thinking to herself that since she had invited him to dinner, she might as well spend a bit more. Moments later, the waitstaff began serving the dishes. Upon seeing them, Yi Ling was utterly astounded. Alaskan king crab wrapped in foil, price, 888 yuan each. Steamed Boston lobster, price, 888 yuan each. Pan-seared abalone, price, 500 yuan per piece. Naturally, being on a cruise, they were indulging in the freshest seafood available. Jiang Chen's selections had predominantly featured seafood. This seems a bit extravagant, Yi Ling thought to herself, her eyelids twitching as she assessed the array of dishes, each priced in the thousands. How much would this cost in total? The waitstaff continued to bring forth dish after dish, including the most expensive delicacy of all, a sea cucumber soup priced at over 10,000 yuan. Goodness, Yi Ling inhaled sharply, feeling that this meal was beyond her means. She had prepared only 50,000 yuan for her entire trip. Once all the dishes were served, the waiter said, Please enjoy your meal at your leisure, before retreating to the entrance of the private room. Yi Ling sighed in relief, grateful that it was finally over. Otherwise, she would have been financially ruined. Yet her heart ached with regret. She thought she would have preferred to have her phone stolen rather than face this bill. Please, eat without reservation, Jiang Chen urged with a smile. I want tea hold back? Yi Ling nodded, though she found herself lacking appetite in front of the splendid spread. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, without a hint of hesitation, began to feast, taking bites of abalone, lobster, and king crab, relishing each mouthful. Yiling watched him, hardly touching her own food. With over 10 dishes on the table, Jiang Chen certainly couldn't finish them all. He merely sampled a few bites from each, leaving some untouched. Such extravagance. What a waste. Yiling silently lamented. Before long, after wiping his mouth, Jiang Chen declared, "Hey, why haven't you eaten?" I'm on a diet." "You just eat your fill," Yiling replied, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her as they neared the time for settling the bill. "If you're not going to eat, shall we leave?" Jiang Chen suggested. "You go ahead," Yiling agreed, intending to stay behind to pay. Jiang Chen found her response peculiar, but refrained from probing further, as they were still strangers. "Oh, then I'll take my leave. Goodbye, see you next time." Goodbye." Yiling forced a smile and waved, inwardly wishing they wouldn't meet again. After all, this meal had cost her a fortune. Once Jiang Chen departed, she took several deep breaths before summoning the courage to ask, "Waiter, could you please tally the bill?" "Miss, the total cost of this meal is 58,000 yuan," the waiter said with a smile. Yiling was utterly bewildered. 58,000 for a single meal. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she had not anticipated such an exorbitant price. Her bank card contained just over 50,000 yuan, and with the cash she had on hand, she could barely scrape together the amount. However, after this meal, Yiling would find herself utterly penniless. The regret she felt was palpable. Nevertheless, with no alternative, she gritted her teeth and stated, "I will give you 8,000 yuan in cash, and then charge the remaining 50,000. "No need, miss," the waiter replied with a smile. "The manager has instructed that the gentleman dining here is exempt from payment." Yiling's hand, which was reaching for her cash, froze. What? Exempt from payment? Could it be that he was a patron of the establishment? Yiling was aware that the ice cream they had just enjoyed was complimentary. But looking around, she noticed that a five-star restaurant had no such patrons. Who on earth was he? This thought piqued Yiling's curiosity. However, with the payment issue resolved, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had preserved her entire fortune. Now, as she gazed at the table laden with delectable dishes, her appetite stirred once more, for she had scarcely eaten before. "May I continue to indulge?" she inquired eagerly. "Certainly," the waiter nodded. Yiling pondered for a moment. With so many dishes, she would not be able to finish them all. "May I take some to go?" "That is also permissible." Thank you. Yiling beamed with joy as she returned to her seat to relish the meal. Now, she no longer considered Jiang Chen's order excessive. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen returned to his room, discovering his sister curled up with her knees drawn, engrossed in her phone, seemingly playing a game. Upon seeing her brother enter, Jiang Wan's face lit up with a mischievous smile. "Oh, you finished so quickly?" Jiang Chen cast her a sidelong glance, sensing a double entendre in her words. What did she mean by so quickly? Jiang Wan grinned. "I meant you ate too fast. What else could it be?" "Come here," Jiang Chen beckoned, then raised his hand to give her a playful flick on the head. Jiang Wan quickly shielded her head with her hands, pleading for mercy. Jiang Chen mused that ever since his sister began live streaming, she had been exposed to too many people and had been influenced by the foolishness of online commenters. After spending a day on the cruise, they were soon set to disembark at Jiyan Island. Covering an area of 124 square kilometers, the island boasted picturesque scenery, remaining temperate throughout the seasons. Most of the island had been developed for tourism, attracting countless visitors annually. Naturally, there were also some permanent residents, primarily wealthy individuals who had constructed villas along the shoreline. At this moment, Jiang Wan could hardly contain her excitement as she dashed to the deck, gazing at the lush green island on the horizon, exclaiming, "Wow, how beautiful." Jiang Chen glanced over but felt indifferent. He simply noted that it was indeed quite green. Other tourists quickly gathered on the deck, eagerly anticipating their arrival after drifting at sea for 3 days, yearning for the beautiful island ahead. After a brief period, the cruise ship docked at Jiyan Island's pier. Given Jiang Chen's status, he was granted access to the VIP passageway, avoiding the throngs of other visitors. As he walked through the VIP corridor, he encountered several familiar faces, including Shen Ningxue and Fang Jie, most of whom had attended the auction that day. They were all quite affluent, having spent significantly on the cruise, hence their VIP status. In particular, Fang Jie, who had squandered 350 million on a ring, was likely still regretting his decision. Upon spotting Jiang Chen, he snorted coldly and turned his head away, seemingly preferring to ignore him. Conversely, the others greeted Jiang Chen warmly, particularly Shen Ningxue, who exchanged pleasantries with the siblings. Upon exiting the passageway, they arrived at the pier, where the sea breeze was gentle and the sunlight bright. Fang Jie's family resided on the island and was one of the largest developers there. His butler, accompanied by bodyguards, arrived in a car to pick him up. Fang Jie's vehicle was a white Aston Martin 1-77, priced at an astonishing 47 million, fitting for his young master status. Suddenly, he caught sight of Jiang Chen's retreating figure and hastily waved over his butler. After a day of contemplation, he had devised a scheme to swindle Jiang Chen. Convinced of its high probability of success. "What is it, young master?" the butler inquired as he hurried over. "Today, we are organizing an antique exhibition at the Century Hotel," Fang Jie said eagerly. "An exhibition?" the butler replied, somewhat surprised. "But, young master, today is not the scheduled date for the exhibition. Enough with the chatter. Just do as I say and don't delay my opportunity to make a fortune," Fang Jie replied impatiently. The butler was perplexed. Fang Jie was notoriously known as a spendthrift. What fortune could he possibly amass? However, he dared not question and simply nodded. "When will it commence?" "Get everything ready now. The sooner the better," Fang Jie urged. His impatience palpable. He could not rest easy until he had swindled the money back. However, the butler hesitated. "To hold an exhibition, we need at least half a day for promotion. Otherwise, who would attend? Just go. If even one person shows up, that will suffice," Fang Jie asserted confidently. The butler, albeit bewildered, complied, reasoning that the young master was in charge. Fang Jie dispatched a team to organize the exhibition while he drove his Aston Martin back home. Previously, his father had spent 200 million to acquire an antique blue and white porcelain vase from overseas, which Fang Jie had accidentally damaged, creating a crack. He had kept this incident a secret from his family and had not dared to inform his father. Now, he had found a scapegoat, and he intended to extort a large sum in the process. Fang Jie envisioned a splendid outcome, his plan becoming increasingly clear and seemingly flawless. Once Jiang Chen set foot in the exhibition hall, he would claim that the antique was Jiang Chen's fault. In his own territory, surrounded by supporters, he was confident Jiang Chen would not dare to deny it. Fang Jie's only concern was whether Jiang Chen would even attend the exhibition. But he would cross that bridge when he came to it. First, he needed to retrieve the antique blue and white porcelain vase. Having finished collecting the vase, Fang Jie hurried back to the Century Hotel exhibition hall. While he was bustling about, Jiang Chen was enjoying a leisurely stroll along the beach with his sister, barefoot, feeling the sea breeze and the warmth of the sun. After a while, Jiang Wan played in the sand and collected seashells. After some time, they decided it was time to eat. One cannot deny Fang Jie's cleverness. Although he did not know where Jiang Chen intended to dine, he was well aware that he would certainly be looking for a meal. Given Jiang Chen's wealth, the most luxurious establishment was highly likely to be the Century Hotel, located at the center of the island. Thus, Fang Jie chose to hold the exhibition there. He was indeed meticulous in his planning, ensuring that every detail was flawlessly executed. At that moment, as Jiang Chen arrived at the entrance of the luxurious hotel, he chanced upon a banner that read, "The Dian Island Antique Exhibition, commencing at noon. All are welcome to attend." How fortuitous. There is indeed an exhibition today. Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Chen, discerning her thoughts, suggested, "Shall we take a look after our meal?" Yes, that sounds wonderful," Jiang Wan replied with a nod of delight. Upon entering the hotel through the revolving door, a nearby security guard quickly turned his gaze and seized his walkie-talkie, declaring, "Young Master Fang, the person you instructed has arrived and is now inside the hotel." "Excellent. Everyone, prepare yourselves and await my command to act," Fang Jie responded, his heart racing with anticipation. He was already inside the hotel, nearly bursting with excitement. Convinced of his own brilliance, Jiang Chen had indeed come to the Century Hotel. The damaged antique had been set up, and now it was merely a matter of time before he made his way to the exhibition hall. Moments later, Fang Jie paced anxiously upstairs, his demeanor akin to an ant on a hot pan. Every few seconds, his gaze darted to the monitor displaying the entrance of the exhibition hall. Why hadn't they yet gone to see the exhibition? Hadn't they finished their meal? Why were they taking so long? 10 minutes passed, then 20, 30, and finally 40 minutes elapsed. Fang Jie glanced at his watch. It was nearly 12:30. The exhibition had commenced, and guests were entering steadily. Yet Jiang Chen's figure remained conspicuously absent from the monitor. Fang Jie swore to himself that he had never missed someone as much as he missed this man. And he was a man at that. Surely, he would not forgo attending? That was improbable. Fang Jie mused, if that were the case, all of his preparations would be in vain. Just then, a tall figure appeared on the surveillance screen, handsome and composed, accompanied by his sister, Jiang Wan. Upon seeing this, Fang Jie's heart surged with exhilaration. He shouted to those around him, "He is here! He is here!" He entered with his sister. On the other side, Jiang Chen had just finished his meal and was taking his sister to view the antique exhibition. Moments ago, he had received a call from Fang Yuan, the head of Dian Island, who informed him that the island had been acquired by Jiang Chen and was now his property. Upon learning that Jiang Chen was at the Century Hotel, he expressed his eagerness to come and pay a visit. recognizing the significance of welcoming the new owner to the island. Initially perplexed, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled that after helping Wu Hao confront a materialistic woman, the system had rewarded him with a tourist island. It dawned on him that the island gifted by the system was indeed Dian Island. What a delightful coincidence. Jiang Chen mused. It seemed that everywhere he went, not only was the cruise ship his, but the island was also his domain. After ending the call, he muttered to himself, "Why didn't they mention it sooner? Had I known, I wouldn't have had to pay for the meal." "Hey, brother, why didn't you pay?" Jiang Wan inquired. Puzzled, Jiang Chen shook his head. "It's nothing, just a minor issue." "Oh," she replied, soon becoming captivated by the surrounding antiques, each labeled with its dynasty and purpose. Imbued with a sense of history, Jiang Chen, too, had an affinity for objects steeped in the passage of time. As he gazed upon the porcelain pieces, they seemed to whisper tales of their storied past, showcasing exquisite designs and unique craftsmanship. He now understood why the affluent were so enamored with collecting antiques. Due to the hurried nature of the exhibition, the crowd was sparse, lending an air of tranquility to the surroundings. Jiang Wan's eyes caught sight of a particularly striking blue and white porcelain vase. "Brother, look at this. It's beautiful. But why doesn't it even have a glass case?" Jiang Chen approached, equally perplexed, as the other antiques were all well protected, while this vase stood there alone. Moreover, according to the description, it was likely the most valuable piece in the exhibition. The siblings speculated, wondering why there was no concern for its safety. "Hey, brother, look. There's a tiny crack." Jiang Wan observed closely, noticing a hairline fracture at the vase's rim. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, understanding that any imperfection would significantly diminish its value. He surmised that this vase must have some issue, which explained why it was left unprotected. Coincidentally, everything unfolded precisely as Feng Jie had planned. Meanwhile, not far away, a pair of eyes was stealthily watching them. Perfect, Feng Jie thought gleefully. As long as the blue and white vase was placed in the most conspicuous location, he had no doubt they would fall into his trap. "Humph. You think you can outsmart me? You're still too inexperienced." Seeing the moment ripe for action, Feng Jie gestured grandly and dashed out with his accomplices. The next crucial step, money. While Jiang Chen and his sister were engrossed in their examination, they were suddenly startled by the sound of hurried footsteps as a group of security personnel converged on them. "What is going on?" Jiang Chen glanced at them, soon spotting Feng Jie emerging from the crowd, his face adorned with a smug grin as though he were on the brink of achieving his goal. "Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen. Did you not damage our antique?" "What? No," Jiang Chen replied, bewildered. Feng Jie insisted, "How can you say no? You've cracked the rim of the blue and white vase." Jiang Chen and his sister exchanged glances, instantly grasping the situation. It was clearly a deliberate act. "You didn't even look at it. How would you know about the crack?" Jiang Wan protested indignantly. Feng Jie was momentarily at a loss for words, having become overconfident and overlooked this detail. "Well, you don't need to worry about that. I saw it on the monitor. Aren't you both wealthy? Now, you must compensate. How much do we owe?" Jiang Wan asked, frowning. Feng Jie grinned broadly. "We bought this piece for 700 million from overseas. And it's not entirely ruined. Let us say you owe us 600 million. "What?" Jiang Wan exclaimed, aghast. "Isn't this extortion? We didn't even touch it. And that antique was already damaged. Even if it weren't, it wouldn't be worth 700 million. This was blatant scheming." Feng Jie had calculated the figures meticulously. The antique itself was worth 200 million, plus 350 million for the cruise ship, totaling 550 million. Demanding 600 million would not only recoup his costs, but also leave him with a tidy profit. "Stop rambling. You broke it. You have to pay. The cruise ship belongs to you. Can't you afford this paltry sum?" Feng Jie declared brazenly. Jiang Wan pouted. Although her brother was wealthy, she felt it was unreasonable to pay him such an exorbitant amount. It was simply too much. Jiang Chen had come to a complete understanding of the situation. This sudden exhibition, along with the unprotected blue and white porcelain antique, was clearly the result of Feng Jie's long-conceived scheme. "Fine," Jiang Chen nodded. "Have you agreed to compensate? Then hurry and bring the money," Feng Jie exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. However, Jiang Chen merely shook his head. "Isn't it just a crack? We can easily make it disappear," he remarked. "What?" Not only Feng Jie, but the others exchanged bewildered glances. An antique that is damaged remains damaged. Even the world's pinnacle technology cannot mend it. Can he truly erase the crack? "You must be joking. I refuse to believe you can make the fracture vanish," Feng Jie asserted firmly. "Well, just watch," Jiang Chen replied with a slight smile. He casually picked up the blue and white porcelain vase. Everyone was transfixed, pondering what he intended to do. Suddenly, Jiang Chen let it slip from his grasp. The vase crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the vase shattered into countless pieces, shards scattering everywhere. "Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness. The onlookers gasped in shock. He actually smashed a $200 million antique. They turned to Jiang Chen, who wore a calm expression. See, now the crack is gone. Fang Jie was left speechless. Indeed, the crack was gone, but so was the vase. The crowd stood in stunned silence, while only Jiang Wan stifled a giggle, glancing at her brother and thinking. As expected of you. Fang Jie stared at the debris strewn across the floor, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. Yes, he had just stated that Jiang Chen had damaged it without any evidence. Now, it was irrefutable. Haha, everyone saw it. He broke the antique. Time to pay up. It's worth 700 million now. Fang Jie rejoiced internally, commending his own cleverness, and thought to demand an extra 100 million. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, his brow furrowed and his expression grim. Fang Jie turned to see his father. Just in time, he thought. Relieved to have a scapegoat. Dad, did you see? This guy broke your antique. He laughed, delighted. Fang Yuan's frown deepened as he kicked Fang Jie. Why are you so happy when our family's antique has been shattered? Fang Jie realized he had overstepped. Quickly, he composed himself. Dad, he broke the antique. Fang Yuan, now incensed, kicked him again. You already broke that vase. Did you think I was unaware? You brought it here secretly, didn't you? This was premeditated. You knew? Fang Jie gasped, taken aback. Yet, he felt a sense of urgency. Even if you know, don't say it out loud. Just let him pay. Pay. Fang Yuan delivered another harsh kick. Mr. Jiang is our new boss. He has acquired Diando. What? Fang Jie fell silent, unable to utter a word. Jiang Chen was the new boss? He had heard of the change, but thought it had no bearing on him. He could eat and play without concern. But if the new boss was Jiang Chen, then he was truly doomed. After preparing for so long, he had nearly attempted to swindle the new boss. His status as a wastrel was now at risk, and he might find himself without funds in the future. Realizing this, Fang Jie grimaced and quickly turned to apologize. Mr. Jiang, I was just joking. I thought you'd enjoy smashing a $200 million antique for fun. You know, for good luck. Oh, is that so? Good luck, Jiang Chen murmured, eyeing the other antiques around him with a hint of contemplation. Fang Jie, nearly on the verge of tears, pleaded, Mr. Jiang, please show mercy. Don't hold this against me. If you really want to smash something, just smash me instead. Jiang Wan couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how amusing this was. Jiang Chen, however, had no intention of demolishing all the antiques. He was merely toying with Fang Jie. Fang Yuan shot a fierce glare at his son and approached Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, please don't stoop to his level. Once I return, I will discipline him properly. I might even freeze his bank accounts. What? Fang Jie rolled his eyes dramatically, nearly fainting. Without money, his existence would be worse than death. He pinched himself, wishing for someone to call emergency services. I think I might still be salvageable. Subsequently, Fang Yuan and the senior executives guided Jiang Chen to appreciate the scenic beauty of Diando, elaborating on the scale of its industries. Though the island was not large, it garnered approximately 70 billion annually from tourism, and the trend was on the rise. Jiang Chen nodded, mentally calculating. 70 billion was merely average, not on par with the revenues of Jinyuan Street or Wanbei Group. Yet, to Jiang Chen, money was merely a number. After a leisurely day, they held a grand banquet in the evening at a private beach in front of the villa. The horizon was a breathtaking blend of sea and sky, with the setting sun casting shimmering reflections across the water. Birds circled overhead, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of waves and occasional chirps. Enjoying the gentle sea breeze, savoring exquisite seafood, and sipping fine liquor, Jiang Chen felt a sense of bliss that surpassed even that of street vendors. Here, Mr. Jiang, allow me to fill your glass. Fang Yuan said enthusiastically. He poured a premium white liquor known as 5-Star Matai, priced at 1,003,000. A few sips would be enough to purchase a house in an ordinary second-tier city. This was the finest liquor on Diando, brought out to entertain Jiang Chen. Fang Yuan's intention was clear, to get Jiang Chen intoxicated and persuade him to stay on the island for a few more days. They say the best way for men to bond is either on the battlefield or at the drinking table. Cheers, Fang Yuan announced. The executives at the table were all adept drinkers, boasting that they could down a pound of white liquor and handle beer with ease. They clinked glasses, creating a lively atmosphere. As the night progressed, each consumed a pound of white liquor, leaving the others slightly tipsy, while Jiang Chen remained unaffected. Only Jiang Wan, abstaining from alcohol, was busy devouring king crab. Mr. Jiang, let me pour you another glass, Fang Yuan remarked, puzzled. How is it that Mr. Jiang has already consumed a pound, yet appears completely unfazed? The other executives exchanged concerned glances, feeling a bit overwhelmed. However, Fang Yuan was their superior. They could not refuse to drink when he poured. They steeled themselves and continued to drink. Another half-pound later, a few of them felt the world spinning, their eyes fluttering shut as they succumbed to slumber right at the table. Fantastic, Fang Yuan thought, casting a glance at the scene, cursing inwardly. He then stood unsteadily and continued to pour liquor for Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, I'll drink with you." "Manager Fong, you've had enough." Jiang Chen smiled gently, attempting to dissuade him. Fong Yuan shook his head, his speech slightly slurred. "I'm fine, I haven't drunk too much." After refilling their glasses, the two continued their revelry until the sun had completely set and the night enveloped the surroundings. The bright North Star emerged over the sea, while the sound of crashing waves grew tumultuous. Plop! Fong Yuan finally succumbed, resting his head on the table. Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head, taking another sip of his drink alone. Initially, he found Fong Jie amusing, but now he realized that his father shared the same endearing qualities, an evident familial trait. Jiang Chen rose to his feet and instructed the nearby servant to look after the intoxicated individuals. He then led his sister back to the villa for some rest. As the sun rose and the moon set, the next morning dawned bright and sunny. It was time for the cruise ship to return to port. Jiang Chen and his sister hurried to the dock. Originally, Fong Yuan and several executives were supposed to come to bid them farewell, but they had not risen that morning due to their indulgence the previous night. Jiang Chen, however, paid no heed to this and boarded the cruise ship with his sister, embarking on their journey home. In the following days, nothing particularly eventful transpired. The siblings occupied themselves with eating and playing, exploring the ship from the first to the 20th deck. Eventually, Jiang Wan grew weary from the fun and, on the last day, found herself too lazy to venture outside. Instead, she lay on the large bed in their room, fiddling with her phone all day. Suddenly, she realized that the phone was indeed quite entertaining. When they returned to the port, it was a bright, sunny afternoon. Upon disembarking from the cruise, Jiang Wan stretched languidly and exclaimed, "Wow, we're back." Jiang Chen felt that this trip had been a resounding success. They had thoroughly enjoyed themselves and concluded their adventure perfectly. However, as they stepped outside the dock, they noticed several police cars parked nearby, their red and blue lights flashing. A quick glance revealed Yi Ling conversing with several law enforcement officers. Soon enough, they noticed Jiang Chen, seemingly waiting for him deliberately. A girl in a police uniform approached briskly. With an oval face and fair skin, her physique was impeccably proportioned, likely a result of regular exercise, rendering her a rare beauty. Clad in her uniform, she exuded a unique charm. "Hello, you must be Mr. Jiang, the citizen who acted bravely. My name is Yu Xiaoman, and I am in charge of the theft case on the cruise ship. You are the sole eyewitness. Could you assist us by providing a statement?" "Oh," Jiang Chen nodded, understanding that this was clearly related to the 3 thieves on the cruise. However, he found the title Brave Mr. Jiang quite amusing. Nevertheless, he expressed his desire to first escort his sister home before making a statement. Yu Xiaoman understood and watched as the siblings walked away before returning to the back seat of the police car, where a middle-aged man with a stubbly face sat in the passenger seat. He grinned and said, "Xiaoman, that young man is quite handsome. What do you think?" "His delicate features aren't really my type. I prefer more rugged men," Yu Xiaoman replied candidly. The middle-aged man extinguished his cigarette and tossed it out the window. "Did you not hear what Yi Ling said? He took down 3 thieves in an instant. How is that not impressive? This is precisely why I find this case suspicious." Yu Xiaoman analyzed. "Those 3 thieves are habitual offenders, known for their brawling and possessing considerable physical strength. He doesn't appear to have any combat training. How could he possibly defeat all 3 of them so quickly?" Meanwhile, Jiang Chen dropped his sister off at her company entrance. Playing all day left her feeling somewhat empty. She needed to find something to occupy her time. After Jiang Wan exited the car, she leaned against the driver's window and said, "Bro, that policewoman is quite good looking. Are you interested in her?" Jiang Chen shot her a glance and asked, "Oh, you like her?" "Ha ha ha, no. I'm just reminding you about the allure of uniforms," she replied, and without waiting for Jiang Chen's reaction, she dashed into the company building. Jiang Chen shook his head with a wry smile. His sister had grown wise to such matters, likely influenced by the multitude of dance streamers she watched online. Shortly after, Jiang Chen drove his Bugatti Chiron toward the Jiangbei City police station. 15 minutes later, the luxurious car came to a halt in the police station's parking lot, drawing the attention of passers-by. "Wow, that car is stunning. What kind is it? Probably worth tens of millions." Ignoring their murmurs, Jiang Chen made his way into the station. Before long, a young man approached him. "You must be the brave Mr. Jiang. Please follow me." Jiang Chen complied, following him into a small room furnished with a desk and several chairs. "Why does this feel like an interrogation?" Jiang Chen muttered, noting the absence of anyone else. The young man quickly clarified, "Mr. Jiang, please bear with us for a moment. Xiaoman is running late." "Ah, all right," Jiang Chen responded, thinking to himself that she wasn't particularly punctual. After the young man left, Jiang Chen waited in the room, but not for long. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing 3 individuals. Yu Xiaoman, the the middle-aged man with stubble who was their team leader named Hu Ping, and a young man holding a notepad. Yu Xiaoman wore an apologetic expression. Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. My car had a malfunction on the way here, which caused the delay. Oh, it's no problem. Jiang Chen waved dismissively. The three took their seats opposite him, and Hu Ping, the team leader, began the inquiry. Could you please describe how you managed to thwart the three criminals? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before replying. Oh, right, I used ice cream. Ice cream? The trio exchanged bewildered glances, particularly the young man recording the statement, who rapped his fingers on the table. Hey, this is the police station. Could you please speak seriously? Shaoli. Hu Ping shot him a glare, signaling him to remain silent, and turned back to Jiang Chen. What did you do with the ice cream? Well, Jiang Chen recounted the event, explaining how he had noticed someone attempting to steal and instinctively smashed the ice cream cone on his head. The ice cream vendor was quite upset about it too. At that moment, Yi Ling had been oblivious, hence she hadn't reported it to the authorities. The three were left speechless, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Jiang Chen continued recounting the events, and when he mentioned taking down the three thieves in an instant, Yu Xiaoman's eyes widened as she scrutinized him. Have you ever practiced any martial arts or combat sports? I've dabbled a bit, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Yu Xiaoman instinctively glanced at his hands, observing his long fingers and fair skin, devoid of any calluses. He hardly appeared to be a fighter. The youth responsible for documenting the events harbored his own doubts. He believed that the situation had been exaggerated, akin to the saying, 3 men create a tiger. Was it truly you who overcame them? You must speak candidly. Do not embellish your own feats. Indeed, they were rather feeble, Jiang Chen asserted confidently. Yu Xiaoman found herself at a loss for words. These individuals were seasoned offenders, significantly stronger than the average person. Even her years of training might not suffice to match those three. How could he claim they were weak? Very well, Yu Xiaoman nodded, recalling that Yi Ling had expressed a similar sentiment at the time. She had assumed that the trio of thieves had merely suffered from an upset stomach or had slipped up, failing to exhibit their true capabilities. After concluding the account of the criminal proceedings, there was little else to discuss. Hu Ping rose and extended his hand to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, your actions today exemplify bravery. We will commend you for this. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jiang Chen replied in acknowledgement. After completing the report, Yu Xiaoman found that it was time to clock out. However, she had damaged her vehicle upon her arrival. Captain Hu, would it be convenient for you to give me a ride? I'm on duty today. I won't be heading back, Hu Ping responded. Oh, right, Yu Xiaoman realized. Remembering that it was indeed his turn to be on duty. Sighing inwardly, she contemplated the necessity of squeezing onto the subway. Just then, Jiang Chen turned to her. Where are you headed? Why not allow me to give you a lift? Is that appropriate? Yu Xiaoman felt a twinge of embarrassment, considering their lack of familiarity. Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head. Not a problem. What is the big deal? Am I not a good Samaritan? Yu Xiaoman couldn't help but smile, her reservations dissipating. Thank you then. Hey, Sister Xiaoman, didn't President Sun say he would come to pick you up today? Do you still need a ride? The young man who had been taking notes furrowed his brow. President Sun was a local businessman who harbored a fondness for Yu Xiaoman and had launched a vigorous pursuit of her affections. He had even briefed her colleagues, particularly this young man, who had received considerable financial incentives from President Sun to keep a close watch and report any developments. With Yu Xiaoman's vehicle in disrepair, it seemed an opportune moment for President Sun to intervene. How could she allow someone else to take her away? After all, one is beholden to those from whom they accept favors. Thus, the young man hastily reminded her. However, Yu Xiaoman resolutely declared, even if I have to walk back, I won't accept his ride. Oh, the young man nodded in understanding, then glanced at Jiang Chen, acknowledging his undeniable handsomeness. In this solitary male-female pairing, one couldn't help but wonder if sparks might ignite. Would President Sun be left in the lurch? Could you perhaps give me a ride as well? The young man proposed. Contemplating this alternative, Jiang Chen shook his head in refusal. I'm afraid my vehicle can only accommodate one passenger. There is no room left. Only one passenger? The young man was taken aback. What kind of vehicle is that? A bicycle? Or perhaps an electric scooter? It must be an electric scooter, I suppose, he deduced. Drawing upon his years of investigative experience,